Sera, a dungeon revival lit RPG. By Mizar Kaf. Summary. Sera is the last dungeon boss. Humanity destroyed all but the last remaining wild dungeon. They almost won, almost. In the final moment, the dungeon summoned something ancient and powerful. Sera, an Elder Dryad. Using her godlike power, she will not rest until her work is done. They will fear dungeons again. Chapter 1. Root of all evil. Prince Leo felt like death. He stood in a humid underground chamber, sweat trickling down from his brow. An intricate network of thick, black roots sprawled across the floor and walls like veins, and at the center of the cavernous space stood a colossal tree with shimmering silvery leaves, the last of its kind. Just as he was about to wipe his sweat off his brow, a woman dressed in a sharply tailored dark jacket came running with her knees looking ready to pop from the black trousers. Her silver lapel shone with the dim glow of the tree's leaves. Skidding to a stop, she shoved the handkerchief at him with both hands. The prince took the handkerchief with a scowl on his face. "Took you long enough, Alyssa." The butler bowed her head with her eyes cast down. "Apologies, Your Highness. Is everything ready?" "The mages are ready to fire at your command. Not only that, the royal guards have secured every inch of the perimeter, and I've made sure all the chroniclers are in position." Prince Leo glanced around and observed several blue-robed mages positioned strategically around the chamber. Each one had floating orbs hovering in front of them. He smirked at the sight before turning his attention back towards Alyssa. "Make sure they catch my good side. The people deserve to have a good look at their crown prince." Alyssa nodded, her forehead glistening with sweat. She took a deep breath, then gestured towards an ornate golden podium that stood nearby. "Feel free to start whenever you wish, Your Highness." Prince Leo took a few steps towards the podium, his cloak trailing behind him. But suddenly, he stopped and turned back to call out to Alyssa. "Wait. Yes, Your Highness. Did we end up hiring those adventurers for security?" Alyssa's gaze shifted towards a man standing at the far end of the chamber who wore a green hooded cloak. "We could only hire one, George of the Green Dragoons." "Is that really all?" "Please understand, Your Highness, the war is—" The prince cut her off with a wave of his hand. I know, forget about it." With a final nod, Prince Leo turned away from Alyssa and proceeded towards the podium. As he positioned himself, he took a moment to survey the crowd. Dozens of chroniclers and royal mages stood at the ready, while hundreds more of the royal guard stood in neat rows behind them. It was a somewhat acceptable crowd, but the prince did wish he could have spoken to the masses directly. Still, he had a duty to perform as crown prince. And he'd be damned if he didn't do it well. "People of Lizaria. I am Prince Leo, firstborn son of King Regulus IV, and am here today to deliver to you all a message of great jubilation." The prince's hand swept towards the gargantuan tree that stood behind him. "Today, our glorious kingdom will have the honor of permanently exterminating the last wild dungeon in the world." The declaration set off a ripple of applause among the members of the royal guard, mages, and chroniclers nearby. The atmosphere was nearly riotous, before gradually tapering off into a respectful silence, allowing Prince Leo to resume. "Destroying this dungeon tree is not the end, but merely the beginning." Abruptly, the earth shook with great force and cut off his speech. Prince Leo gripped the podium while the royal guard swayed with the tremors shaking the ground. But, as quickly as it had happened, the shaking ceased. Once he dragged himself back up to the podium, Prince Leo shot a look towards Alyssa, who gestured for him to keep speaking. He managed a nod that looked convincingly calm and forced his gaze and posture to be as perfect as it could be. "Destroying this dungeon tree will usher in a new age for Lizaria. After the tree's removal, our finest mages will create the world's most powerful artificial dungeon core. Then, we shall return to implant it in place of the tree, cementing Lizaria's place in world history forever." Prince Leo raised his hand with a gravitas that commanded the undivided attention of all present. His people trusted him and he could not disappoint. "On my command, the royal mages with me shall unleash their magic to burn the tree you see behind me to ash. Align." In response, the royal mages took out their spellbooks and activated them, each levitating before their eyes. They then extended their right hands towards the silver-leaf tree. "Channel." At the prince's word, the mages traced intricate patterns in the air in synchronized motion. Their spellbooks responded in kind, flipping rapidly as pages illuminated with an ethereal glow. The air vibrated with energy as the chanting reached its crescendo. Prince Leo took one last look to assess the readiness of his mages. Then, he moved his hand down in a single decisive motion. Release. The assembled royal mages launched a torrent of fire spells that surged toward the tree. Each spell erupted into a radiant comet of flame that streaked through the air with blinding speed, leaving behind trails of brilliant orange, their heat so intense that the air around them distorted. A voracious blaze consumed the massive tree. Searing fire wrapped around its trunk, branches, and leaves in an ever-tightening embrace. The sheer spectacle of the radiant fire bathed everything in a glow so bright that it mimicked the brightness of high noon. Watching the inferno consume the tree, Prince Leo felt a great sense of pride swell within him. Here he was, standing in the middle of what would no doubt be known as the most important moment in all of history. He could already picture the parades and the celebratory feasts that would welcome him once he returned to the capital. The people cheering in celebration at his return, a true triumph fitting for a future king. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. Growing wider and wider, until he grew to realize that the tree wasn't burning at all. He blinked a few times to make sure that he wasn't just hallucinating. But his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Confusion quickly swept through the crowd. The royal guards exchanged wary glances, while the mages murmured amongst themselves. A few of them gestured wildly towards the tree as he overheard them discussing the possibility of a magical barrier or a miscalculation in their spells. Prince Leo noticed a distinct change ripple through the ranks of the royal guard. A collective gasp filled the air as they took steps backward. Though curiously, their wide eyes were all directed not at the prince, but at something behind him. He turned his attention back toward the silver-leafed tree. It was there he saw a humanoid figure slowly approaching. The prince moved down the podium and called to them. "Hey! Who are you? How did you?" As the figure drew closer, he made out the image of a pale woman who walked with an eerily calm pace. Her gaze cut through the haze of smoke and rooted him to the spot, making him unable to look away. Her silky white hair flowed down her shoulders and contrasted with her pitch-black dress, its fabric moving and shifting like shadows given form. But it was her deep, silvery eyes that truly ensnared the prince. Her gaze was infinite and captivating, pulling him deeper into an ocean of shimmering light. The prince was so enthralled that he almost didn't notice the large antlers of black wood that sprouted from her forehead. Almost. His eyes widened in shock as thick roots coiled around some of the kingdom's finest warriors and crushed them. Some of them didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to blood and pulp. Prince Leo quickly jerked his head away from the gruesome sight, but his relief was brief as he took an involuntary step back at what he saw next. Several of the royal mages were manically scratching at their skin, while others distanced themselves. Some screamed in pain as roses burst from their flesh. Spiked vines lashed out from the blooms and struck at anyone within reach. Many of the mages fell then and there, while a desperate few attempted to fight back. The survivors conjured fire spells in a bid to incinerate the malevolent blooms. Yet, the vines grew far too quickly for the flames to burn away, and soon, even these resistant mages were impaled on the now burning vines. Despite sweat soaking his body, Prince Leo still managed to maintain a semblance of composure. "Stay calm, Leo, everything will be fine. You just need to leave and call for reinforcements." But as he tried to take a step forward, the prince found himself unable to move. When he shifted his gaze downward, despair washed over him. Thick, gnarled roots wrapped tightly around his leg and anchored him firmly to the spot. He tugged at his legs while his hands desperately grappled with the unyielding roots, but it was all useless. The more he struggled, the more the roots tightened their grip. Breath warmed his ear and froze him entirely. He felt the silver stare locked on him now, close. In the chaos, he hadn't seen the pale woman slither up behind him. "Don't bother." Her voice twisted his stomach into knots as tight as the vines around his legs. "You're right where I want you." The woman's finger moved as though tallying an invisible count, her cold silvery eyes gliding leisurely across the sea of mangled corpses. 178, 179. Swallowing hard, Prince Leo found his voice. Did you do all this?" The pale woman didn't even give him a single glance. She barely acknowledged his presence, her cold gaze shifting past him to something more pressing on her left. 6 royal guards stood in formation with their spears raised. The weapons were each tipped with glowing runes, charged with a pulsating energy. The men's faces were set in determination as they shouted their battle cry. "For Lizaria!" With a coordinated thrust, the guards unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts from their spears. The air crackled with electricity as bolt after bolt surged toward the woman. Some strikes veered off, ripping into the earth and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. One missed bolt struck a nearby rock and turned it into countless fragments in an instant. For a brief moment, Prince Leo felt relief. There's no possible way some random witch can survive direct hits from 6 shock spears. But then, something moved from inside the dust clouds. Panic surged through the prince's veins. He turned quickly towards the royal guards and yelled with all the force his lungs could muster, "Look out!" But his warning came too late. Before the men could react, black roots burst from the ground, each one as thick as a man's arm. They coiled around the guards' necks like snakes and lifted the men off their feet. The roots tightened, and a series of loud, sickening crunches echoed through the area as they crushed the guards' necks in unison. The bodies went limp and dangled grotesquely as blood dripped onto the ground. Prince Leo's eyes returned to the fading dust cloud. His hands trembled at his sides as he saw the pale woman emerge from the dissipating haze. She walked forward calmly, looking completely unscathed. She paused and lightly touched her cheek, as if brushing away a speck of dust. End, 185. Then, she turned her silvery gaze upon the prince and flashed a small, unsettling smile. "What say you? Did I miscount?" With his fists clenched, the prince met her gaze with a defiant glare. "Is this just a game to you?" The pale woman's face was expressionless. Her cold eyes never met his as she walked away. "No, this is pest control." The prince's gaze lingered on the pale woman as she extended her hands to summon another set of thick roots from the earth that mauled more of the remaining royal guard and mages. Yet, despite the fear that clouded his thoughts, Prince Leo summoned the remnants of his willpower and forced his breathing to steady. He turned his head from left to right to check for anyone that might have survived. Most were either dying or already dead. Even Alyssa was nowhere to be seen. The prince's breath quickened, but part of him still clung to hope. "I just need to find that blasted adventurer and get out of this mess." Surprisingly, Prince Leo managed to finally pull his leg free from the vines that had bound it. His heart pounded as he paused. Why is it so much easier this time? But the prince had little time for doubt. He took his chance and stepped forward, but soon, he felt his foot squishing something beneath him, releasing a puff of silver dust. He choked and waved frantically, trying to clear the shimmering particles from his eyes. But as he emerged from the swirling dust, he found himself face to face with the pale woman. With an eerily calm demeanor, she pointed her slender finger over her shoulder to a spot just behind her. Prince Leo couldn't believe his eyes as he saw that George was ensnared by several thick roots. The tendrils gradually dragged the poor adventurer into the ground below as if he was being sucked in by quicksand. In the fleeting moments before the adventurer was swallowed whole by the ground, George let out a defiant chant. A spark ignited in his palm, a tiny flicker that quickly grew into a swirling mass of fire. The flames rapidly coalesced and formed the rough outline of a blade, the edges sharpening as he channeled his will into the weapon. With a swift motion George gripped the hilt of the flaming sword and raised the blazing weapon high before hurling it towards the pale woman. The weapon sliced through the air, leaving a trail of embers in its wake. For a heartbeat, Prince Leo had a sliver of hope that just maybe, the fiery sword might end this madness once and for all. However, his hopes were dashed as the pale woman lazily tilted her head. She summoned an eruption of roots from the ground that captured the flaming sword mid-flight as effortlessly as one might pluck an apple from a tree. Prince Leo froze completely out of fear. He couldn't even force himself to say a single word. Seeing his petrified state, a soft chuckle escaped the pale woman's lips. She extended her left hand, causing a series of more roots to snake towards her, carrying a sword that was taken from one of the dead royal guards. She flicked her wrist, commanding her roots to throw the weapon at Prince Leo's feet. "There's still a chance for you to end things." The prince's gaze dropped to the gleaming blade. His eyes flickered back to the pale woman, searching for any sign of deceit, any hint of a trap in her offer. His mind screamed for him to just run away, but it wasn't enough to stop his body from moving. He knelt down and wrapped his fingers around the sword's hilt. The metal felt cold and alien against his skin, his palms slick with sweat. Even if his chances were slim, Prince Leo believed he had a duty to at least try. I need to do this. What kind of prince would I be if I just gave up now?" He mustered his strength and lifted his gaze to meet the woman's eyes. With a desperate scream, Prince Leo lunged forward and drove the sword with all his might into her chest. The pale woman convulsed, a black ichor spilling from her lips as the blade found its mark. Contentment washed over the prince. He did it. But as he looked up, the visage of the pale woman morphed into a face all too familiar, too beloved. Alyssa's eyes widened with shock and betrayal as confusion edged itself into her dying gaze. "Your Highness, why?" The prince recoiled and let go of the blade. It clattered to the ground, but the noise barely reached his ears. His heart wrenched as he saw Alyssa's blood seeping from the grievous wound in her chest. Desperation surged within him, but as he tried to reach out towards her, something seized him and prevented him from moving. "We're not done yet, foolish human." The prince glanced at his arms and legs. Several black roots had ensnared him and bound his arms and legs in an unyielding grip. He desperately tried to pull himself out and break free, but his efforts were futile. Leo's gaze followed the pale woman as she advanced towards him with deliberately slow steps, akin to a predator closing in on its prey. "What do you want, you crazy witch?" At first, the pale woman laughed, but her amusement didn't last for long. Soon, the prince felt a creeping dread settle over him, like a cold hand squeezing his heart. It was as though death itself was peering into his soul, ever present and inescapable. The prince felt himself being dragged as the roots that bound him moved. They trailed behind the pale woman in a grim procession, leading him to the base of the silver leaf tree that had once been the focal point of his ambition. The pale woman paused, lifting her gaze with an expression of solemn reverence. "This is the spirit tree. In its prime, it was connected to every dungeon in the world." The prince breathed faster as he glanced at the pale woman. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want to thank you." As if to punctuate her words, Leo felt a disturbing sensation at his back, a cold, creeping caress. The roots, emboldened by her proximity, tightened their embrace and bound him further in their suffocating grasp. "Thanks to your mages, the spirit tree was finally able to gather enough mana to complete my creation." Suddenly, Leo screamed as he felt several sharp objects pierce his back. An alien presence wormed its way into his flesh, intertwining with his very essence in a violation so profound it threatened to consume him. "What is this?" The pale woman let out the widest smile that the prince had ever seen. "A gift." What followed was an onslaught of pain so all-encompassing, that it eclipsed every sensation Prince Leo had ever known. His screams tore through the chamber as he railed against the unbearable torment that ravaged his body and soul. He thrashed against his bonds until strength began to fade and his limbs started to grow limp. But just as he thought that he was about to collapse, the pain stopped. Prince Leo's breaths came in heavy, ragged gasps, his vision blurred as if he were looking through thick mist. He felt the gentle touch of a soft hand cupping his chin, one that momentarily soothed his aching body. The hand coaxed his head upward, guiding his gaze once again to meet the pale woman's eyes. As his eyes struggled to focus, they locked with hers, the silvery orbs piercing through the haze that clouded his sight. Despite everything that the prince had just been through, he couldn't deny the beauty before him. She was, without a doubt, the most stunning entity he had ever seen in his life. It was a realization that unsettled him as much as it captivated him. With his voice barely more than a whisper, strained from his screams and the effort to speak, Prince Leo found only a few words could pass his lips. "Who are you?" The pale woman gently pulled away her hands from the prince's chin. "I am Sera, scion of the spirit tree. I am its wrath manifest, its sword and shield, an architect of its resurgence. And I will tell you this much, the great work has only just begun." Chapter 2: Intimate Connection. Having a body of her own was an odd concept to Sera. For so long, she had been just another part of the spirit tree. She could feel and perceive but never think, at least not for herself. She was the tree, and the tree was her. Until suddenly, she awoke to fools who had the audacity to try and harm the only thing in the world she cared for. Naturally, she disposed of them. Human screams were not foreign to Sera. The spirit tree had imbued her with the cumulative knowledge of countless dungeons past, and suffering was never a rare commodity in such places. Still, she appreciated the quiet atmosphere now that most of all the humans were gone. All except for one. Sera couldn't help but chuckle as she observed the regal-looking man she had chosen to spare. His eyes were wary, darting back and forth as if expecting another attack to come. "Shouldn't you be introducing yourself, human?" The man was caught off guard. He hesitated at first, clearly wrestling with his pride. Yet, after drawing in a deep breath, he fixed a defiant glare in her direction. "I'm Prince Leo, heir to the throne of Lizaria and firstborn son of King Regulus IV." In response, Sera executed a graceful, albeit mocking bow. She then straightened up and offered a polite smile. "Pleasure to meet you, Prince. Why did you spare me?" "Because you looked like you might know things I need. That's all. I'll be blunt, Prince. There are questions I wish to ask you about the current state of the world. If you answer them truthfully, then I will set you free." Prince Leo managed to stagger to his feet, assuming a posture of regal defiance. Surprisingly, a confident smirk crept across his face. "You're in no position to bargain here. I'm the crown prince of a kingdom that can field tens of thousands of soldiers and thousands more mages, His words were cut short by a sigh from Sera. With a flick of her finger, the roots wedged in the prince's back burrowed deeper into his spine. The sudden pain sent him crashing to his knees. The sight of Prince Leo's pain brought little pleasure to Sera. In truth, part of her wished she had spared at least one or two more humans so she'd have other options. But for now, she was stuck with the prince, and it would be wasteful not to make full use of him. Walking closer, Sera towered over the now pitiful figure of the prince. "If there's one thing I do know, human, it's fear." Sera took a step back and tapped on one of her antlers with a finger, breaking off a small chunk of it. While she held the piece in her left hand, Prince Leo, struggling through ragged gasps, managed to speak again. "Is that all?" She chuckled softly, feeling the antler regrow almost immediately. "If only you knew better, human, you wouldn't be struggling as much." Sera closed her left hand into a fist and channeled her magic into the small piece. A soft glow soon emanated from her closed palm, and when she opened her hand again, 3 large black needles lay in her hand. As she stepped behind the prince, he made a desperate attempt to headbutt her. But his body was paralyzed before he could even swing his head. Once behind him, Sera picked up one of the needles with her right hand and leaned in. "Your persistence is admirable." The prince's lips trembled as he mustered every ounce of his will to speak. But no words came out. Sera positioned the needle right at the nape of the prince's neck. She maneuvered it delicately, searching for the perfect spot to insert it. "If you're not going to be useful, then you leave me with no choice." She plunged the needle deep into the back of the prince's neck in one swift motion. Nearly the entire length of the black needle disappeared into his flesh. For a second, Prince Leo remained still, as if his body refused to acknowledge the intrusion. Then, Sera took a few steps back and snapped her fingers. Immediately, the prince let out a gut-wrenching screech, his hands frantically clawing at the spot where the needle had vanished into his skin until he collapsed to his knees. The skin around the puncture site quickly hardened into a texture resembling tree bark. With tears carving trails down the prince's cheeks, Sera approached him again. She watched for a moment before pulling the needle out, the entire back of the prince's neck now turned to wood. She stepped in front of the prince and dangled the remaining needles before his eyes. "I have 2 more of these, are you going to make me use them?" The prince could only shake his head meekly. "I'll do anything." "Good," Sera said. She extended her hand and placed it gently on the prince's neck where the bark-like skin had formed. She focused her energy, causing a greenish light to spread out from her palm. The light bathed the afflicted area, and before long, the bark-like texture receded and revealed the prince's normal skin. With the prince's immediate suffering alleviated, Sera tossed her needles to the ground. She then stretched out her hands, invoking the roots of the spirit tree. Before the prince's eyes, the roots weaved and intertwined to form an ornate throne. It then spiraled upwards, its dark tendrils curling around one another to create a seat that was ready to embrace its mistress. Once the throne was complete, Sera pointed to the ground directly opposite her. The roots surged from the earth in smooth lines and coalesced into a simple stool. Sera glanced at the prince with a cold gaze. The roots still fused to his back tugged forcefully, shoving him onto the stool. "Here's the rule, I ask questions, you answer, understood?" "I understand. Let's start with the basics. I already know that my dungeon here is the last one that I'd still consider to be alive. But I also find it hard to believe that the mortal races would completely extinguish all dungeons due to the resources they provide." "Mortal races? Your kind, human. Along with the beastkin, elves, dark elves, and dwarves." Prince Leo shifted around on his stool. His legs twitched slightly while his fingers fumbled awkwardly with one another, as if trying to find solace in the repetitive motion. It was clear that he was weighing his words carefully, keen on choosing ones that would not provoke her anger. Sera let out a soft sigh upon seeing the prince's demeanor. "I promise you that I won't hurt you no matter what answer you give me, provided that you are honest. I don't recall exactly when. But a long time ago, an archmage shared his method of creating artificial dungeon cores to the rest of the world. So, it would be fair to assume that many kingdoms eventually learned how to make these so-called artificial cores and replaced the original cores." "That's correct." "Typical." Sera rose from her seat. With a flick of her hand, the chair fashioned from intertwining roots beneath her unraveled and slithered back into the soil. Then, she fixed her gaze on Prince Leo. How capable are these artificial cores? The prince fidgeted with his fingers. The best ones I know can manage up to A-tier monsters, equivalent to A-rank adventurers. Interesting, and I assume that cores that can produce such powerful monsters must be rare. Rare would be a major understatement. Elaborate. What I mean is that the cost of manufacturing a core that is capable of creating A-tier monsters is so expensive that it's difficult for a kingdom to have more than 2 or 3 dungeons with such cores in their territory. How adorable. Pardon. It's nothing. Just a slip of the tongue. Sera strode over to stand beside the prince. She clasped her hands together and summoned a giant hand made out of roots that rose from the ground, cradling the limp body of a man wearing an ornate red hooded cloak. She leaned closer to the prince. This adventurer I killed, who is he and how strong is he compared to others? Initially, the prince stiffened at the sight. He's George of the Green Dragoons, A-rank adventurer and among the best in the kingdom. Her grip on the prince's shoulder tightened momentarily as she let out a brief, mocking laugh. Well then, I've heard all that I need to know for now. The suddenness of her laughter caused the prince to jolt slightly. Are you going to let me go? Sera placed her left hand near Prince Leo's back. Of course, but I suggest you close your eyes, this will be painful. The prince looked a bit apprehensive at first. But he eventually nodded and closed his eyes. With that, Sera counted down. In 3, 2. As she reached 1, Prince Leo winced, a sharp intake of breath hissed through his clenched teeth as the roots embedded in his back retracted, unwinding from his flesh and sinking back into the ground. While this was happening, a soft, green light emanated from Sera's left hand, working in tandem with the retraction of the roots to heal the wounds they left behind. In a few seconds, the roots released the prince completely and withdrew into the soil below. The wounds on his back were non-existent as Sera's healing made quick work of them. You can open your eyes, Prince. Prince Leo cautiously opened his eyes. He looked surprised as he examined his body and twisted to glance behind his back that was without any wounds. Gradually, he managed to stand and turn to face Sera. I honestly can't believe you didn't just kill me. Then you can consider yourself fortunate. The prince cast a lingering look at the spirit tree before returning his gaze to Sera. You do understand that my father will bring more forces to burn down that tree again, right? Sera stepped closer to the prince. Let him, the spirit tree could always use more mortal souls to feed on. Why you're a monster? And you are wasting my time. Leave now, human, before I change my mind. As the prince sprinted as fast as he could, Sera remained where she stood and let out a slight hum. She estimated that the prince would collapse within 8 to 9 seconds at most. Yet, after approximately 11 seconds, she heard a pained scream followed by a heavy thud. Shame, I slightly miscalculated the dosage. Perhaps I should try to find more humans to practice on in the future. Sera turned and walked towards the source of the commotion. There, she found the prince face planted on the ground. The prince's body, from his legs to his waist, had turned into wood. Even his hands had hardened, their fingers stiffening as they took on the appearance of tree branches. Struggling against the pain, the prince barely managed to push his upper body off the ground. You lied to me. Sera knelt down and brought her face close to his. I did let you go, didn't I? She stood and turned her back on him before beginning her walk back to the spirit tree. Just be glad that the poison worked slow enough for you to experience a few seconds of freedom. By the time she arrived back at the base of the spirit tree, the prince's screams had gone quiet. Now that all the nuisances were gone, it was time to get to work. Sera approached the spirit tree and pressed her antlers gently against its rough bark. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to become attuned to the pulse of the tree. It was her duty to connect with the tree, and if she couldn't even do that, there would be no reason for her to exist. Yet, suddenly, she was forced to take a step back and breathe. A torrent of emotions rushed through the connection. Fear, anger, sadness, and so much more, each demanding her immediate attention. The onslaught of feelings made her stagger as her mind struggled to cope with the intensity. Disjointed images rapidly flickered before Sera's eyes. She saw visions of countless other silver-leafed trees and saplings, the spirit tree's offspring, flourishing in hidden groves. But each one was eventually destroyed as adventurers descended upon them, removing them with axes, fire, and magic. The emotions that came with these scenes were sharp and visceral. It was as though each dying tree was crying out to her, each one a soul lost to the relentless advance of the mortal races. Turning to lean her back against the trunk of the spirit tree, Sera took a moment to collect herself and drew in deep, steadying breaths. What she was going to have to do next was almost certainly going to be painful. But no amount of pain was unbearable to her if it was for the sake of the spirit tree. She clasped her hands together as she steeled her resolve. The first touch of the roots against her skin was deceptively gentle, a stark contrast to the brutal invasion that followed. They pierced her flesh and burrowed deep until they had integrated with her spine. Sera's breath hitched in her throat as she let out a strangled gasp. Her lips now tinged with dark, viscous sap. Through blurred vision and gritted teeth, Sera focused on the space before her as the world dissolved into an interface only she could see. Please, answer me, please. Accessing dungeon system. Analyzing user. Name, Sera. Species, Elder Dryad. Level, 300. Overall challenge rating, S. Access privilege, Administrator. By now, the pain Sera felt earlier had disappeared completely as her integration with the spirit tree was successful. Yet, when she tried to navigate further through the system, Sera nearly lurched as pain struck her again. System corrupted, function unavailable. Things were much worse than she could have ever anticipated. When she tried to access another function, the same words appeared. System corrupted, function unavailable. As Sera delved deeper into the corrupted system, a sharp pain seized her once more. Black ichor trickled from her nose while her body trembled uncontrollably from the effort to navigate through the damaged interfaces. Each attempt to access the system's functions was met with the same pain. But eventually, she found one function that was still accessible. System reset available. Upon seeing this remaining function, Sera's heart sank. She exhaled a deep, resigned sigh before tentatively selecting the option, bracing herself for what was to come. Warning: this function can only be launched by an administrator. Non-administrators that attempt to use the system reset function will be terminated. Do you wish to proceed? Sera whispered, yes. Final warning: the system will reset to rank 1 as a result of this function. The system will delete all prior progress including experience and any other records it has prior to executing the reset. The system will then respawn in the nearest suitable location. Lastly, the current administrator will be bound to the new rank 1 system. Are you sure that you still wish to proceed? Hesitation briefly took hold of Sera as she considered her choices. The option to leave the spirit tree as it was and search for another solution flickered through her mind. But she knew that more humans would come for her soon if she didn't act. And there was no guarantee that she could find an alternative way to save the spirit tree in a reasonable amount of time. Hence, despite her reservations, Sera made her choice. The ground beneath her feet trembled as her gaze swept across the collapsing interior. The walls nearby crumbled before her, unleashing clouds of dust and debris that veiled the air in a thick fog. The roots in the chamber rapidly decayed until they turned to shriveled-up husks of what they once were. A sudden weakness overtook Sera. Her limbs became limp. Her head lolled forward, unsupported by her neck, as a wave of vertigo overwhelmed her senses. Her vision blurred, the edges darkening until she could see nothing but blackness. She felt an irresistible force pulling her towards the spirit tree, a sensation akin to being drawn into something she couldn't escape. Countless emotions engulfed Sera. Though pain was constant company, a strange peace touched her heart as countless visions flashed through her mind. She saw a time when the spirit tree's roots and saplings had spread throughout every corner of the land. The dungeons thrived in this golden age, their entrances revered and feared by all who approached them. It was an era when some dungeons were even transformed into places of worship, filled to the brim with offerings from those who sought the spirit tree's favor. A place where priests and priestesses chanted hymns calling upon blessings. Yet, these visions soon faded away like mist evaporating in the morning sun. A sense of heaviness weighed on Sera's mind, each passing second pulling her deeper into a thick fog of unconsciousness. Her thoughts gradually grew sluggish as her eyelids drooped. But, before she succumbed to the darkness completely, the Elder Dryad made a promise to herself. No matter the cost, I will bring back the fear and respect that dungeons once commanded, and with it, the rightful reverence that the spirit tree deserves. Chapter 3: Burning Beast. There was no describing the feeling of being unmade and remade all at once. Sera felt each vertebra in her spine twist and arch. The essence of her being, the fibers that composed her body, knitted together thread by thread. Her limbs were reconstructed next, tentative and quivering, reaching out to a world they couldn't touch or see just yet. Gradually, Sera felt herself becoming whole once again. until she was awoken by a piercing light that strained her eyes. Where in the world am I? She blinked a few times as she glanced around the area. The Elder Dryad found herself in a small room. Rows of human skulls were fitted into niches carved into the walls while 4 blue fire torches hung from them, casting a soft glow over the limestone floor. A large glowing sphere hovered in the middle of the room, almost as wide as a wild boar. Its surface shimmered with unnaturally bright runes. The sphere itself continuously rippled as if liquid, always reshaping and rearranging itself without any inputs. But before Sera realized it, her legs were already moving towards the sphere. However, as she got closer to the strange object, a visceral repulsion surged through her. It was as if the very core of her being recoiled in instinctive horror from the object. The sickening feeling burrowed deep into her stomach. She figured that the sphere had to be one of the so-called artificial cores that the prince mentioned before. Which meant that it must be destroyed. She brought her right hand to the sharper end of her antlers. The edge bit into the flesh of her palm, causing thick, black sap to well up from the wound. Holding her injured palm forward, Sera fixed a glare on the sphere. Bark-like tendrils erupted from the wound on her hand. They were extensions of her will, reaching for the sphere with a destructive hunger. The tendrils snaked through the air and coiled around the object tightly. Cracks spread like lightning marks across its surface, until the sphere shattered into countless pieces that scattered across the stone floor. Sera's tendrils receded into her hand rapidly. The wound from which they had emerged sealed itself, leaving not even the slightest trace. Driven by instinct, the Elder Dryad moved towards the pile of debris that was the sphere's remains. She stood before it and extended her hand, then closed her eyes and drew a deep breath. As she focused, the room responded with a deep rumble that vibrated through the stones and air. It grew louder and louder, until silence returned all at once. When she opened her eyes, Sera saw a sapling that barely reached halfway up her calves. Even in this small form, she could still recognize the spirit tree's earlier life state. Its leaves were the same vibrant silver that seemed to capture the essence of life itself, contrasting sharply against its pitch-black body. After giving a solemn bow, Sera turned her back against the sapling and closed her eyes. She waited patiently, until she felt the familiar sensation of roots burrowing themselves into her flesh. Despite this, she didn't feel any pain. The roots felt much smaller and more delicate than what the tree used to have. System reboot completed. Limited functions restored. Accessing dungeon system. Analyzing user. Name, Sera. Species, Elder Dryad. Access privilege, Administrator. Level, 300. Magic, 300, rating, S. Magic resistance, 300, rating, S. Physical defense, 100, rating, D. Strength, 50, rating, E. Speed, 150, rating, C. Vitality, 300, rating, S. Overall challenge rating, S. Warning, user's powers have been restricted. Sera's brows furrowed, her eyes narrowing as she observed the floating words hovering before her eyes. Her lips parted slightly, caught between a frown and a question. This is quite odd, the system states that my powers have been restricted, yet, my stats all appear to be untouched and I'm still at the maximum possible level. In which case, maybe this restriction is affecting some other part of me. Administrator access detected. Displaying advanced diagnostics. Current user's capabilities are constrained by system parameters. Limitations will be re-evaluated for potential removal upon enhancement of system strength. The system has identified the following capabilities as hazardous. Spring path, locked. Summer path, locked. Autumn path, locked. Winter path, locked. For some reason, Sera couldn't remember anything about the paths that the system mentioned. It's as if a fog is clouding my mind, perhaps the spirit tree doesn't want me to know about these paths just yet. While it was a pity that she wasn't at full strength, Sera knew that she should still be strong enough to manage any threats to the spirit tree for the foreseeable future. But at least for now, it seemed that if the tree were to grow, then she'd also be able to tap into more of her true strength. Displaying dungeon status. Core rank, 1. Core experience, 0. Dungeon boss, Sera. Number of floors, 1. Mana, 100/100. Monsters, 1. The spirit tree's status didn't appear out of line either considering the system reset. Unfortunately for her, she couldn't sense the presence of any mortals nearby, meaning she wouldn't be able to feed the tree for some time. One thing that did bother her more than the lack of prey, however, was the fact that the spirit tree only registered one floor and one monster. Sera wasn't familiar with artificial cores, but even she knew that there was no possible way that the large core she destroyed earlier was made for a dungeon with only a single floor. But for now, there was just one last thing to check. Displaying monster unlock options. 1. Unlock one random F-tier monster, cost, 100 core experience. It was good to see that the system could still produce monsters. Though, her options were about as limited as she expected. Sera mentally commanded the roots fused to her back to recede. And as they left her spine and flesh, she walked towards a set of large stone doors at the opposite end of the room. She stood before the doors, each etched with intricate iconography. There were depictions of humans slaying various mythical beasts, dragons, hydras, and other creatures of legend. The imagery was carved with such detail that they almost seemed to move in the flickering light from the torches. Though she had no love for humans, Sera didn't mind admiring their craftsmanship where it was warranted. Regardless, she needed to get out. Sera almost raised a hand to command roots to assault the stone doors. Yet, she suddenly stopped herself as she remembered something important. There are no roots for me to use here. Resorting to a more direct approach, Sera spat out a seed into her right hand. She then knelt down and placed the seed just beneath the stone doors, gently nudging it into a small crevice where the stone touched the ground. After taking a few steps back, she snapped her fingers. The seed she planted erupted into life, sprouting a network of silverthorned vines that surged with unnatural vigor. In seconds, the vines had infiltrated even the smallest gaps in the door, causing the stone to crack under the immense pressure. The stone doors crumbled from the inside out. Pieces of it fell away, leaving a gaping maw in their wake. With another snap of her fingers, the vines decomposed until there was barely any trace of their existence. Sera brushed away clouds of dust with her hands as she walked through. When she emerged on the other side, Sera glanced up and saw a sunless, drab, grey sky greeting her. Countless shriveled-up dead trees covered the landscape. It was surprising that not a single one of them had fallen onto the ashy, dry soil. Approaching one of the trees, she extended a hand to touch its bark. Unsurprisingly, it immediately withered under her touch. And when Sera tried to infuse her magic into the tree, instead it dissolved to dust, leaving her fingers streaked with grey. This place was once a wild dungeon. The humans must have replaced the core with an artificial one only recently. She closed her eyes, her hand lingering in the air where the tree had once stood. She bowed her head as a profound sadness washed over her. Just how many dungeons have been lost before my arrival? When she glanced back at the entrance to the spirit tree's chamber, Sera tried her best to make sense of it all. There has to be a reason for why the spirit tree chose to send me out only in the very last possible moment. Sera raised a hand to her antlers, feeling their smooth, curved texture as she channeled her magic through them. The antlers crackled with energy, the bone becoming brittle under her touch. She broke off a piece, then another, and then a third as the shards of antler clattered in her palm. She gathered these pieces in her hand, crushing them into fine powder while infusing them with her magic. The crushed antler dust swirled in her hand, until they reformed and took the shape of small, black seeds. The Elder Dryad scattered these seeds in front of the entrance and across the area surrounding the spirit tree's chamber. While her antlers regenerated, the seeds sprouted into thick, twisting roots that wove themselves into a dense protective canopy. This should be enough to stave away any potential threats for the foreseeable future. Closing her eyes, Sera focused and attuned herself to the environment. She extended her senses outward, feeling the cool earth beneath her feet, the sounds of the wind through the leaves, and the distant echo of water rippling. She reached deeper, her awareness stretching far beyond. There is something powerful nearby. Soon, she felt a faint hum of energy in the distance, a large source of magic pulsing like a heartbeat. She opened her eyes, her focus sharpening on the direction of the magical resonance. Her movements became almost trance-like as she walked by following her instincts, each step deliberate and unhurried. Sera's path led her to a lake, its surface smooth and glass-like. She knelt at the edge, her fingers trailing through the water. The lake bed was soft, a mixture of silt and decaying leaves that swirled around her touch. She sensed a shift in the currents, a ripple that disturbed the stillness. Something was moving beneath the surface. It's a creature, one that can also sense magic. Instinctively, Sera withdrew her hand and stepped away from the water's edge, her gaze scanning the lake with renewed caution. She pricked her hand on the sharp end of her antlers, causing thick, black sap to leak from the wound. Then, she spat out a few silvery seeds into her right hand and clenched it tight, readying herself for what was to come. Suddenly, the earth beneath Sera's feet trembled so violently that it nearly sent her sprawling. She fought for balance, her legs tensing as she regained her footing. Her gaze snapped to the lake, where she saw how the water rapidly churned about. Bubbles rapidly surged to the surface, bursting and sending hot steam spiraling upwards. The air filled with a misty haze, blurring the line between water and sky. The lake's surface erupted as a figure shrouded in a mantle of orange light launched into the air with explosive force, sending towering waves hurtling towards the shore. Sera spun around just as a thunderous thud resonated from behind her, the ground vibrating beneath her feet. The sheer power of the eruption sent gusts of wind whipping across the lake, flattening the dead trees at the water's edge. It was a creature of monumental proportions. The beast's skin was a deep, almost charcoal grey with an ashy texture. While its fur was composed of bright orange flames that crackled and writhed with each of the beast's thunderous breaths. The beast's head was unmistakably canine, with a long, pointed muzzle and a set of sharp, glistening fangs that jutted from its maw. And every time the beast exhaled, it sent a burst of searing heat into the air. When the creature opened its maw, it unleashed a blood-curdling screech that tore at the air. Then, the beast charged, its massive body moving with astonishing speed. Sera pointed her wounded hand forward, channeling her strength to summon black tendrils that surged towards the beast. Despite its massive size, the creature managed to dodge, causing her tendrils to slam against the ground and miss their target entirely. In the midst of the beast's advance, Sera threw the silvery seeds she had clenched so tightly. The seeds transformed mid-flight, blossoming into several silver-thorned vines. They entwined themselves around the beast's legs and its broad, heaving torso. The sudden restraint caught the beast off guard, its momentum turning against it as the vines pulled tight. The beast stumbled and fell. The impact of its colossal form hitting the ground sent a small shockwave through the area. But as the beast struggled against the vines, Sera noticed a single molten tear drip from the creature's eye. It was a sight that left her questioning whether the tear was a result of the pain from her vines, or if it was caused by something else entirely. Yet, Sera wasn't given much time to think as the beast's intense heat melted the thorns. With a loud snap of its jaws, the beast broke free from the vines and charged at Sera again. This time, Sera waited for the beast to come close. Just as its jaws were about to close on her, she summoned tendrils from her left hand that lifted her body off the ground to move out of the way. Unfortunately, the beast's speed exceeded her expectations. Just as her tendrils propelled her upward, the creature's jaws snapped shut, severing her left arm at the elbow. A sharp, tearing pain exploded through her senses. Black sap spattered in the beast's wake as it retreated with a victorious snarl, plunging back into the water with a massive splash. Sera winced as she hit the ground. But, as she pushed herself back up, it was not the pain that drew a curse from her lips, but the annoyance at her miscalculation. The sting of her pride hurt her far more than any physical injury. That was pathetic. I need to be more focused in the future. Still, she swiftly thought of how losing her arm could still be an opportunity. When the beast re-emerged from the water, she pointed the stump of what was once her left arm at it. Countless more tendrils grew out of the wound and struck the monster mid-air, slamming it back into the lake with a force that sent ripples sprawling. She then touched the stump with her free hand, causing the tendrils that emerged from it to rapidly decay, allowing her to detach herself from the tendrils and run. The beast is returning soon, I can feel it. While she ran away, her left arm regenerated. New tendrils emerged from the stump, they thickened and intertwined, mimicking the form and function of muscles, layering over each other until they formed a perfect replica of her lost limb. Gradually, these fibers softened and refined their appearance as a new layer of pale skin formed over them, restoring her arm to its pristine, original state. Behind Sera, the sound of a loud splash heralded the beast's return. As she turned to see the creature, Sera noticed how it looked almost sad. Molten tears carved paths down its scorched cheeks. Yet, this did nothing to stop the monster from releasing a torrent of flame towards her with a wrathful cry. With the flames roaring towards her, Sera stood firm, not flinching as the flames engulfed her. The heat turned the ground beneath her feet to smoldering ash, but she remained unburnt, her gaze steady on the beast as it roared in frustration. Sera calmly placed a hand on the ground. Her magic flowed from her palm into the ground beneath with a focus that was as unbreakable as it was tranquil. Around the beast, several large flower buds emerged from the ground and blossomed rapidly into full bloom. In its confusion, the beast tried biting off one of the flower petals at first, but quickly spat it out as it turned into a silvery powder. All of the nearby flowers emanated silver dust that clouded the air, quickly thickening into a shimmering haze. The beast's movements became slower, more unstable. Even as it approached Sera, it no longer ran, instead, it wobbled from side to side, its strength visibly diminishing with each step. Finally, the creature fell to the ground and collapsed in a heap. The silver dust had taken its toll. Sera snapped her fingers, and the blossoms that had subdued the beast now rapidly faded into silver dust that was scattered through the air. She cautiously approached the fallen beast, alert for any sign of it getting back up. Yet, as she drew closer, a deep snoring reached her ears. The creature was fast asleep, oblivious to the world around it. The Elder Dryad knew exactly what the creature was. How the mighty have fallen, to think that the primal beasts of old would now be used as glorified guard dogs. The beast's form shrunk quickly, its massive bulk gradually diminishing as its orange flames extinguished. The transformation was marked by a series of grotesque, crunching sounds as its bones realigned and muscles reformed. In a matter of seconds, the beast was gone. A beastkin man now lay in its place, his body curled up in a fetal position. He wore a tattered brown tunic that barely clung to his frame, along with similarly disheveled pants, while his shaggy red hair cascaded around his shoulders. Were it not for the pair of wolf ears and furry tail that was curled beside him, he would have looked not too different from a human, albeit one with coarse grey skin. A beastkin shifter, he could potentially be useful. I could always use more pawns to help with matters in and out of the dungeon. Sera closed her eyes and extended her senses, feeling the faint pulse of life within the beastkin. She opened her eyes and spat a seed onto the ground beside him. The seed quickly sprouted, unfurling into roots that snaked around the beastkin's limbs, binding his arms and legs to the ground. A small precaution, just in case. Kneeling beside him, Sera examined the beastkin closely. His body bore numerous injuries, but she could tell that most of the wounds weren't caused by her attacks. The burns and deep gashes on his skin seemed more consistent with the strain of his transformation rather than the physical damage inflicted during their confrontation. His breathing was shallow, and his muscles occasionally twitched involuntarily. Placing her hands gently on his chest, Sera channeled her healing magic into him. A soft green light emanated from her palms, bathing his body in a soothing glow. Gradually, the worst of his wounds closed as the charred flesh knitted itself back together. Chapter 4 Anger. Sera moved back and waited as the beastkin slowly stirred awake. His muscles twitching as she watched cautiously. Gradually, he opened his eyes, slightly drowsy at first. But as soon as he saw the vines binding his limbs, panic flooded his gaze. He thrashed around violently as he yelled, "Alpa! Alpa!" Sera rolled her eyes at the sight. Fantastic, this one's a lunatic. She hoped the beastkin would calm down on his own after a few seconds, but his wild movements and incessant cries grated on her patience. "I'm giving this 5 more seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2. Unfortunately, when Sera finally counted to 1, the beastkin showed no signs of stopping his yelling and thrashing. Seeing this, she covered a part of her hand before unfurling it to reveal a bright yellow flower. She approached the beastkin's head and gently blew on the flower, causing it to dissipate into a cloud of yellowish powder that enveloped his face. The beastkin's wild eyes quickly lost their frantic edge, his breathing stabilizing as the powder's effects took hold. The beastkin's body relaxed, the tension ebbing away as he inhaled the soothing substance. Sera knelt down beside him and observed the change in his demeanor. His chest rose and fell steadily now, the violent thrashing replaced by a more peaceful state. Satisfied that he was calm, Sera snapped her fingers in front of his eyes to draw his attention. "Focus, I'm not letting you rest just yet." The beastkin gradually calmed down, his breathing slowing as he turned to look at Sera. Where? Sera exhaled an exasperated sigh, thinking to herself that she may have overdone the dosage. The calming powder had clearly taken a stronger effect than she intended. Either way, he's calmed down a bit at the very least. She knelt beside the beastkin's head and asked, "Can you say your name?" The beastkin struggled, his lips trembling as he tried to form the words. Ermo. Seeing Ermo about to fall asleep again, Sera slapped him across the face to force him awake. His head jerked to the side, and he coughed a few times before glaring at her. "Who the fuck are you?" Sera's gaze settled on the beastkin. She noted the tension in his muscles, the way his fingers dug into the dirt as if seeking an anchor. "He's still not ready." Her own expression remained serene, a stark contrast to the anxiety radiating from him. "Calm down." Ermo, however, did not heed her words. His eyes darted around the area to look for a way to escape, His muscles strained against the vines binding him, the veins on his neck bulged as he struggled against the unyielding grip of the vines. Sera's eyes narrowed slightly. It would seem that I need to assert myself more. She clenched her fist, causing the vines around Ermo's body to tighten with a creaking sound as if they were drawing strength from the ground. The pressure increased, and a scream of pain tore from Ermo's throat. His cries were filled with pain and desperation, each breath a shuddering gasp that stretched minutes into feeling like eternity. Until finally, Ermo stopped struggling. Sera slowly loosened the vines to ease the tension ever so slightly. The vines slackened to allow Ermo to catch his breath. His eyes now held a hollow look of resignation instead of the rebellious fire they had earlier. The beastkin turned to her weakly. Just kill me. Have you considered that if I wanted you dead, that we would not be having this conversation to begin with? Whatever, do your worst. Sera studied him closely. She could see the hollowness in his eyes and how his voice lacked the fiery determination that had driven his initial struggles. This man has lost his reason to fight. Applying more coercion might not achieve the compliance that I desire, perhaps, a different approach is necessary. She sat down to the ground next to the beastkin, crossed her legs and looked at him with a softer expression. Is Albi your wife? A tear welled up in Ermo's eye before slowly trailing down his cheek as he exhaled deeply. She's probably taken away as a slave or dead, just like everybody else. Do you remember what actually happened to her? If you're not gonna do anything to me, just fuck off. Try to think for a second, do you even know where you are? Ermo shifted his gaze away from Sera. His eyes lingered on a distant point while his shoulders hunched slightly. Sera observed him for a moment longer before standing up. She moved away and then willed the vines binding him to loosen just enough for him to break free. Time to take more extreme measures. Immediately, Ermo seized the opportunity and ran away from Sera, moving as far and as fast as he could manage. His figure quickly disappeared into the surrounding landscape. Instead of chasing after him, Sera broke off a small piece of her antler, feeling the familiar resistance and crackle of energy as it snapped. She crushed it in her hand to turn the fragments into a small, black seed. She knelt down and planted the seed into the ground, then covered it lightly with soil. In a few seconds, the seed sprouted and rapidly grew into a large tree with black bark and silver leaves. Sera sat down on its trunk with her back against the rough bark. She closed her eyes and counted the seconds as they passed. 1, 2, 3. As she counted, her thoughts remained focused on the passing time. She knew Ermo would return sooner or later, as the beastkin wouldn't have a chance at leaving the dungeon without her help. He didn't look particularly knowledgeable when he ran away, merely fueled by emotion and desperation. After some more waiting, Sera opened her eyes as she sensed someone approaching her. She spotted Ermo's figure coming into view. The beastkin approached slowly, panting heavily, his steps faltering with exhaustion. When Ermo finally reached her, he collapsed to his knees and gasped for breath. Sera smiled slightly, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. 20 minutes and 56 seconds. Ermo looked confused as he pushed himself to sit down. What? Sera remained seated against the tree, her smile widening just a fraction more. The time it took for you to come back. 20 minutes and 56 seconds. Hold on, you knew that it was going to be impossible for me to leave, didn't you? And so what if I did? You ran off before I could say anything. An awkward silence stretched between Ermo and Sera, the air thick with unspoken tension. The beastkin's hesitation was palpable in the slight tremor of his hands, which he tried to hide by clenching them into fists. His shoulders remained hunched, as if he were trying to shield himself from an invisible weight pressing down on him. But finally, Ermo broke the silence. I'm sorry for losing my cool earlier. But can you please help me leave this place? Sera tilted her head slightly, eyes narrowing with a hint of amusement. I don't think so. But, if you'd at least talk to me, I might reconsider. Fine, what do you want to know? First question, why do you want to leave this place so badly? I need to go back to my village and see if there's anyone alive. Could you explain exactly what happened there? Ermo looked away, a deep frown creasing his forehead. The lines on his face deepened, and his eyes darkened with the weight of painful memories. His jaw tightened, muscles clenching as he struggled to find the words. Sera sensed his reluctance and moved closer. She extended her hand, hovering it near him as a soft, green glow emanated from her palm. It bathed Ermo in a gentle light that healed his wounds. Ermo looked very surprised as his injuries rapidly healed. He instinctively reached up to touch the areas where the pain had been moments before. The deep frown on his forehead smoothed out, replaced by a look of astonished relief. How, are you able to use healing magic? Are you a goddess? Sera's hand still hovered near him as the green glow continued to mend his injuries. Do not trouble yourself with the details. What matters is how you feel now. Ermo flexed his fingers and moved his shoulder, testing the restored strength. I feel fine, he admitted with a slightly quieter voice. Thank you. She moved back and leaned against the tree again. Your appreciation is noted, but I'd prefer it if you'd be more open with me. Respectfully, I still have no idea why you seem to care so much about me. Because I want to get a better idea of who you are, and maybe, we could even help each other. You're not with them, are you? I have no idea who or what you're talking about. Ermo sighed. I used to live in a village on the border with Lizaria. That's why I was one of the first to get hit when the Lizarians started the war. And what exactly happened to your village? The Lizarians raided my village. They either killed or captured everyone they saw. Don't think anyone was spared. A moment of silence passed between them as Sera absorbed his words. Do you remember exactly how you awakened your powers? Ermo's expression shifted to one of confusion. He clutched at his head, as if trying to piece together fragmented memories. When they were about to take Alpa, my wife. I became so enraged. Everything else became a blur after that. Did you comprehend what was transpiring as you transformed? No, I don't remember anything when I transformed. The last thing I know is seeing them take Alpa away from me. Sera's expression softened, and she leaned back against the tree trunk. From what you've said, it's possible that your wife is still out there, perhaps your transformation bought time for her and some others to escape. You really think so? Obviously, I can't promise you anything. But I saw firsthand how powerful your transformation was, and if your wife managed to use that as a chance to escape, she could be out there somewhere. Ermo's eyes filled with a glimmer of hope as he looked at Sera. Please, can you help me leave whatever this place is? I can help you with that, and so much more. What do you mean? Sera rose to her feet and extended her arms outward with her fingers splayed. The tree behind her responded instantly to her will. Its roots burrowed deeper into the earth while the branches stretched and twisted and reached higher towards the sky. I'm here to start something far greater than anything you could imagine, and right now, I require an extra pair of hands to help me. Ermo stood up slowly, legs trembling slightly as he rose. His breath caught in his throat as he took an involuntary step back, heart pounding in his chest. But why would you need help from someone like me? Sera stepped closer. Because I see potential in you. I can't promise you that you'll be able to find your wife if you help me, but at the very least, you can definitely exact vengeance on those humans who have wronged you. Ermo hesitated visibly as he considered Sera's words. His breath hitched slightly, and he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. After a long moment of contemplation, he extended his hand towards her. All right, I'll work with you. Sera clasped his hand firmly. Thank you. And what should I call you? Just Sera is fine, but you're free to address me however you wish. Calling you by name just doesn't feel right, mind if I just call you boss instead? If that works for you, I don't see why not. Chapter 5 System. Sera's gaze swept across the horizon as she searched for a clearing amidst the sea of dead trees. Each step she took sent dry leaves skittering away, the brittle crunch of twigs and debris underfoot echoing in the still air. Ermo trailed closely behind, his movements less certain. What are you looking for? An open space, Sera replied, her voice calm yet focused. Her gaze never wavered from the barren landscape, eyes sharp as they searched for any hint of a clearing. Everything looks pretty much the same, minus the lake. You're certainly not wrong. I'll go and make some space myself. The Elder Dryad approached a nearby dead tree. Gently, she reached out and touched the grey and brittle bark, feeling it crumble away under her fingers. She took a step back and raised her hand to her antlers. Her fingers traced along the rough surface until they found a specific spot. She closed her eyes, channeling her magic through her fingertips. A faint, ethereal glow pulsed through the antlers, and the once sturdy bark softened, becoming brittle under her touch. Then, she snapped off a small piece of the antler. The fragment crumbled easily in her hand before disintegrating into a fine black powder. The dark dust shimmered faintly as she cupped it in her palm, her fingers moving deftly to mold it into tiny seeds. As her antlers slowly regenerated, Sera scattered the black seeds around the clearing with a deliberate flick of her wrist. The seeds fell to the ground like droplets of ink splashing onto an old parchment, each one landing with a barely audible thud. The moment they touched the earth, tiny black shoots emerged from the seeds and pushed through the soil. Roots soon burst out of the soil with a violent force. They wrapped around the trunks of the surrounding trees, causing them to rapidly crumble to dust. The sharpened tips of the roots then pierced through more trees as each one was destroyed in seconds. As the last of the dead trees were cleared, the roots retreated back into the ground, leaving a wide space in their wake. Ermo glanced around, his eyes taking in the new environment. "What are we planning on doing here, boss?" Sera turned to him. "I plan on conducting a small evaluation." What kind?" "To put it simply, I want to confirm the exact triggers of your transformation, and then maybe try to help you control it." "That's easy, I get angry, and then I transform." "But do you transform every time you get angry? For instance, if someone were being incredibly rude to you, would you shift into your primal beast form?" Ermo scratched his head as he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "Hey, guess that's a fair point. My current hypothesis is that only extreme emotions trigger your transformation. However, do you understand why this is the case?" "Nope, haven't got a clue." "In that case, allow me to educate you. Your transformation is actually utilizing a form of nature magic." "Don't mean to be rude, but that doesn't make any sense to me. Isn't nature magic just all about plants and wildlife?" Sera shook her head and sighed. "Listen carefully to what I'm going to explain to you, maybe it could even be a step forward in you being able to control your powers." Ermo nodded and looked at her intently. "I'm all ears." "The first thing you should remember is that nature magic is the oldest type of magic to have ever existed. Every other school of magic such as elemental magic, illusion magic, and so on, derive their roots from nature magic." "Okay, got it, but what does this have to do with my transformation?" "Your ancestors, like many other peoples during their era, searched for other ways of using magic instead of using nature magic. Can you guess why?" Ermo thought for a moment as he pieced together Sera's explanation. He soon pointed to her antlers. "I noticed you were using part of your antlers to grow the roots. And if you said that my transformation also involves nature magic, I'm guessing my ancestors were trying to figure out an improvement to nature magic because it was taking a toll on their bodies." Sera nodded and smiled. "That's correct, and overusing nature magic often led to death for mortal spellcasters because they were unable to pay the high costs required. Is that why the shamans I know all use weird ingredients and incantations when using magic?" "Exactly, it's a way to not only distribute the burden of magic on the body, but also to narrow down its purpose to prevent excess strain. Of course, those who are more naturally gifted with magic can afford to do things normal people can't." "When you say gifted, what do you mean exactly?" "Magic users who are born with a higher proclivity to the arcane can better exchange the mana within their bodies for power and will require less tools to help them. Your ability to transform is an example of this." "But if that's the case, why is transforming so painful for me?" "It's because you're still inexperienced when it comes to using your abilities, but the potential is there." Ermo exhaled a sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly. "It's a bit difficult to practice when you awaken your powers at the last second." Sera shook her head. "What I said earlier wasn't meant as an insult. Besides, mastering any form of magic isn't easy, let alone something closer to nature magic. How do I get better at transforming then?" "First of all, we need to condition you to be able to trigger your transformation willingly." "You mean I need to learn how to control my anger?" "Yes and no." One of Sera's roots sprouted next to her, its tip sharpening into a fine point. Without hesitation, she pricked her palm on the root's tip, drawing out thick, black sap that oozed from the wound. She held her hand up for Ermo to see. "I want you to do this." Ermo raised an eyebrow, his expression one of disbelief. "You want me to stab myself?" "Exchange is one of the most basic principles of nature magic. You need to sacrifice something in order to reap the benefits." As she spoke, delicate flowers bloomed along her arm, their petals unfurling as blood dripped from her wound. "Most people wouldn't get much out of injuring themselves, but you have greater potential." Ermo looked hesitant but finally nodded as he readied himself. He extended his hand towards the root, fingers trembling slightly. With a deep breath, he pricked his palm on the sharp tip, drawing his blood. He winced at the pain, then closed his eyes as he tried to focus on triggering his transformation. His muscles tensed and his breathing grew labored. Beads of sweat formed along his hairline, trickling down to his brow. His fingers twitched, grasping at the empty air as if trying to pull the power into his being. Yet, despite his efforts, nothing happened. After a few agonizing moments, he opened his eyes. Sorry, I just can't do it. The flowers on Sera's arm turned into a sickly brown before they fell away. Each petal shimmered for a brief moment before dissolving into the air. The wound along her forearm knitted together slowly as it healed. The Elder Dryad then approached Ermo and placed her hand over his, healing the beastkin with her greenish light. No need to apologize, for now, just follow me. There is still much to be done. Sera led Ermo to the entrance of the spirit tree's chamber. The beastkin tilted his head when he saw the entrance, which was all covered in dense roots. Did you need help clearing this? The Elder Dryad took a step forward. That won't be necessary, just stay back for a moment. At her words, the roots retracted and parted away, moving aside to reveal the chamber beyond. With the path now open, Sera moved forward. However, just before crossing the threshold into the sacred space, she paused and turned back to Ermo. When we enter, I want you on your best behavior, understood? The beastkin appeared confused for a moment, but eventually nodded. Right, sure. Both stepped into the chamber. Sera's eyes immediately sought out the spirit tree itself, noting with satisfaction the spread of its roots. The chamber had been transformed, the roots covering every inch of the room. Turning to gauge Ermo's reaction, Sera caught the awe in his wide eyes. The sapling you see in front of you is the spirit tree. Don't mean to be rude, but, is it supposed to be that small? I heard some stories of it before, and I thought that the spirit tree was huge. Much has happened, and I was forced to revert the spirit tree into a much younger life state. But that's beside the point, stand over there please. Ermo complied, stepping cautiously until he was positioned right beside the spirit tree. Here. Sera gave a confirming nod. Perfect. With that, she turned her back against the spirit tree. And almost immediately, she felt the familiar sensation of the tree's roots gently burrowing into her back. As she stood there, Sera mentally navigated through the influx of words and data that flowed into her consciousness from the tree. Once she had sifted through the usual items, her focus shifted to one specific function. Entity analysis initiated. A series of thin black roots silently emerged from the ground and snaked their way up Ermo's body, wrapping around his legs and arms with a gentle but firm grasp. The beastkin's body tensed at first. But a sharp glance from Sera made him freeze on the spot. Processing request. Displaying status. Name, Ermo. Species, Beastkin Shifter. Level, 200. Magic, 50, rating, E. Magic Resistance, 100, rating, D. Physical Defense, 120, rating, D. Strength, 200, rating, B. Speed, 180, rating, B. Vitality, 150, rating, C. Overall Challenge rating, B. Note, entity has been recognized as a shifter. Their stats may vary when transformed. Ermo's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw the floating text. What in the world is that? Sera methodically scanned the words without turning her gaze. I've integrated you with the spirit tree, which means you can see the same words I see so long as you are connected. But, you won't be able to do anything, given that I am the administrator. Intrigued, Ermo reached out a hand towards the closest floating text. However, his hand phased through the words as if it went through air. Didn't know the spirit tree was so advanced. You'd be surprised at what it can do, though obviously it has seen better days. Right, and how long do you need me to stand around? A bit more, just try to relax for this next part. The roots entwined around Ermo's limbs sank into his flesh and merged with him. Though surprisingly, the beastkin didn't show any signs of discomfort. Shortly after, the roots ensnaring him started to emit a soft glow. But the light emanating from the roots soon diminished, and they reverted to their original state. A new words abruptly appeared in the air. Error, experience extraction failed, target is incompatible. Seeing this, Ermo raised an eyebrow. Is it supposed to say that? Sera shook her head. No, I just showed you that to prove a point. As you saw, the spirit tree wasn't able to feed from you because you are too far removed from a normal beastkin. Can the tree feed on normal beastkin only? Not just beastkin, anyone who the system recognized as part of the mortal races would do, like humans for example. I see, so the plan is to get adventurers to come into the dungeon and have them die so the spirit tree can grow. That's certainly one option, however, it's not one I'm keen on undertaking immediately. The spirit tree is in a fragile state, and I don't want to put it at risk until the dungeon is more developed. So, are we just going to kidnap people to feed the tree? That's one option out of many, almost anything is on the table at this point. If you're not comfortable with that, then it would be best for us to part ways now. Ermo's breaths quickened. Sweat beaded on his forehead, a testament to the intensity of his internal struggle. The weight of Sera's ultimatum bore down on him, causing his shoulders to slump under its invisible pressure. Meanwhile, Sera's demeanor subtly shifted. Her body tensed as the slightest hint of magic shimmered around her fingertips. Just a matter of time. The beastkin took a deep breath before he spoke. As long as I don't have to see anything too crazy, I'll look the other way. Sera's posture relaxed instantly, the tension melting from her body. Good, now follow me. Chapter 6 Lady of Flies. Sera walked across the desolate landscape with Ermo following close behind. The beastkin observed their surroundings with curiosity and wariness. What are we looking for exactly? He asked, ears twitching as he looked around. Sera squinted as she spotted a stone platform in the distance with a grey crystal hovering above it. There. The two approached the platform. Its weathered stone surface was edged with intricate runes that glowed faintly. The crystal above it hovered, spinning slowly and casting light on the ground below. Ermo stepped onto the platform and tapped it with his foot a few times. Is this supposed to do anything? Sera took a few measured steps back as she appraised the stone platform before her. This is a dungeon teleportation platform, a remnant of the former artificial core. Now, kindly step aside. I intend to make a few improvements. Ermo nodded and stepped off the platform and took one last curious glance at the structure. Sera, meanwhile, took a deep breath to center herself. She made a cut across both of her palms using the sharp end of her antlers, causing viscous sap to ooze from the wounds. The Elder Dryad knelt down and pressed both of her hands firmly against the barren soil. Instantly, black roots surged from her palms and burrowed into the ground. The roots coiled around the stone platform, causing cracks to spread across its surface. The roots continued to tighten their grip, squeezing with relentless force. Until finally, with a sharp, echoing snap, the crystal shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the platform. But Sera's roots weren't finished, they then continued to break down the stone platform until it was reduced to nothing more than rubble. As the last remnants of the platform crumbled away, the black roots slithered back into the earth and left the ground bare. Sera stood up as the black tendrils receded back into her palms and dissolved into her skin. The wounds on her hands knitted together seamlessly, healing in mere seconds. Now, we wait. For a good while, nothing happened. Ermo glanced around, brow furrowing in confusion. Sorry, but, am I missing something here? Sera shot a sharp glare towards the beastkin. Just wait. Gradually, the ground beneath them crumbled, the vibrations subtle at first but steadily growing in intensity. Until suddenly, a brilliant green magic circle manifested on the ground where the platform once stood. Intricate runes pulsed with vibrant light, casting an ethereal glow across the space. The patterns spread outward from the center and waved together to form a web of glowing vines and leaves. A silver-leafed flower grew rapidly in the middle of the circle. Its stem shot upward, twisting gracefully as it reached for the sky. The flower soon stood as tall as one's hips, its petals unfurling with a silvery glow. Ermo stared at the scene. What is this thing? Stop asking questions and just follow me. Sera scoffed. She stepped onto the magic circle, the glowing runes illuminating her path. Ermo hesitated for a moment, then followed her lead and stepped onto the platform with slight reluctance. Soon, roots emerged from the ground, wrapping tightly around Ermo's legs. A detached, monotone voice echoed through the chamber. Welcome, new user. The dungeon is currently in an inactive state. Please wait until further notice. Ermo tensed, but before he could react further, a similar set of roots enveloped Sera. The voice spoke again, this time with a different message. Welcome, Administrator, unlocking all dungeon permissions now. Can you take us to the next floor? Sera asked. This action can be completed, but further movement beyond the next floor is restricted due to lack of data. That's fine, take us there. Sera said. With that command, the magic circle beneath them glowed intensely. The air around them crackled with energy, the humming sound growing louder as the light intensified. Only moments later, Sera and Ermo found themselves standing on a similar magic circle, its glowing runes fading into the darkness around them. Yet, the air was much cooler, carrying a damp chill that clung to their skin. The only light came from the sparse remnants of torches lining the walls. Most were dark and lifeless, their metal sconces cold to the touch. Sera approached one of the torches, fingers brushing over the frigid surface. Recently extinguished monotorches, likely sapped of their strength since I destroyed the original dungeon core. Ermo looked around, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Where are we? Sera's gaze swept over the shadowed corridors. We're on a new floor of the dungeon. This one appears to be some kind of maze. Ermo's eyes narrowed, his muscles tensing instinctively. I don't like this place, something doesn't feel right. Just stay close to me and keep calm. They moved cautiously through the maze, the echoes of their footsteps the only sound in the eerie silence. The walls were close, and the path often narrowed, forcing them to walk single file. Sera led the way, occasionally touching the walls, feeling for any hidden traps or clues. After what felt like hours, they reached a particularly narrow passageway. The walls seemed to close in, the rough stone brushing against Sera's shoulders as she squeezed through. She paused to check behind her to make sure that Ermo was still following. But she soon noticed how his footsteps were slower, and his breathing had grown noticeably heavier. You can't possibly be exhausted already. My bad, just tired. Sera stopped and turned to face the beastkin. We need to keep moving, but if you need a moment. Ermo's legs buckled first, his knees hitting the hard ground with a dull thud. His body followed, crumpling into a motionless heap as if every ounce of strength had been sapped away in an instant. Yet, Sera didn't rush to his side as her senses prickled with awareness, attuned to the faintest of disturbances in the air. Her gaze shifted as she looked throughout the labyrinth's darkened recesses. A tiny movement caught her attention, something moving against Ermo's neck. She spotted a fly there, its wings catching the faint light in iridescent patterns. This insect is abnormal, born from magic rather than from biology. As Sera took a slow step forward, the fly sensed her approach and took flight, vanishing deeper into the maze. When she knelt down to check on Ermo, she saw the lingering traces of magic on him like wisps hovering in the air. Demonic magic, very refined too. Its wielder must no doubt be very capable. Sera rose to her feet, but as she pivoted, her eyes caught the fluttering movement of another fly rounding the corner before it darted away into the shadows. Her gaze sharpened as she realized that she was likely being watched or possibly tracked. For now, she grasped Ermo by the shoulders and dragged him to a secluded corner. She positioned him carefully, ensuring he was well hidden behind a protruding section of the wall. Her fingers brushed against his neck, feeling for the steady rise and fall of his breath. Satisfied that he was still breathing steadily, she took a moment to gather her thoughts. The intruder is nearby. She moved back through the maze quietly. Her fingers brushed against the rough stone, feeling the vibrations of the labyrinth around her. Suddenly, Sera stopped as she heard the sound of armored boots striking the ground, accompanied by the murmur of voices. She pressed herself against the wall and listened intently as the sounds became more clear. Madame Zoha, isn't there a chance that the dungeon core just hasn't fully set in yet? A masculine voice said. And there's no way anyone else but us knows about this dungeon anyway, it's too new, another voice added. Quiet down, there are other people here with us, a feminine voice spoke, her tone sharp and commanding. Sera moved closer to the wall, seeing the faint light of torchlight growing brighter. She made a cut on her palm using the sharp end of her antlers as she inched herself closer, preparing for an inevitable confrontation. The second she sensed that the group was close, Sera turned from the corner and unleashed dark tendrils from her palm. Each one shot out with deadly precision, impaling straight through the chests of the armored men in front of her. Their eyes widened in shock before the light faded from them as they collapsed to the ground. While her tendrils retracted into her palm, Sera walked forward and observed the corpses with a scrutinizing gaze. The armored men lay sprawled on the cold stone floor, their lifeless eyes staring blankly into nothingness. Sera knelt beside one of the fallen men, fingers brushing against the cold metal of his armor. She felt the rough texture of the chainmail beneath her fingertips to confirm its solidity. Then, she kicked a few of the bodies, their weight shifting with a sickening thud, but none of them flickered or dissolved. The bodies were real, their blood staining her feet as she moved. These are not illusions. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed behind her, breaking the silence. Sera's head whipped around, her senses on high alert, as a figure emerged from the shadows. The woman was shrouded in a black hooded cloak that draped over her entire body, blending seamlessly with the darkness. White-colored bandages wrapped around her from head to toe, leaving only her face and part of her upper neck exposed. Her face was pale and almost ghostly, the skin so white it looked almost as if it were glowing faintly in the dim light. Her eyes were the most unnerving feature, hollow, pupil-less voids that stared unblinkingly. They were like bottomless pits, devoid of emotion or life. Sera's fingers twitched, ready to summon her tendrils again if necessary. This one is dangerous, I need to plan my next moves as carefully as I can. The woman's lips stretched into an unsettlingly wide smile. I never expected that my next meal would be this delicious. Your arrogance truly astounds me, demon. It is not arrogance, just confidence. The demoness charged towards Sera, her movements a blur of speed and aggression. In the blink of an eye, she closed the gap. The Elder Dryad barely had time to react before a searing pain shot through her. She gasped as she felt her arm being ripped off, sending pain coursing through her body. Yet, Sera still managed to turn around and spotted the demoness, who had already started eating her arm with grotesque delight. The demoness bit into the flesh with razor-sharp teeth, black sap dribbling down her chin. Her eyes glinted with a sadistic pleasure as she consumed her prize. Seeing this, Sera managed a smile despite the pain. Looks like it's my victory. Black tendrils sprouted from the arm the demoness was eating, emerging swiftly and sinuously like serpents awakened from a deep slumber. They coiled around her body with astonishing speed, each tendril winding tighter and tighter as they wrapped around her torso, limbs, and neck. The more she fought, the tighter the tendrils squeezed. Yet, suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of countless flies buzzing as the demoness' body collapsed into a swarm of flies. They then converged into a space nearby, coalescing into a single, grotesque form. Gradually, the demoness reformed into her true appearance. The first part of her body to reform was her hair, each strand shifting from a dark shadow to a bright, silken white, falling to her shoulders in a cascading wave. Her eyes were next, followed by her limbs which were segmented and insectal. Each one covered in a pristine white carapace that glistened like polished ivory. Large, black wings emerged from her back, the thin membranes between the veins shimmering faintly. The wings buzzed softly, emitting a low hum that resonated through the air. The ornate black dress she wore appeared as if it were woven from the finest silk threads. The fabric flowed over her body with intricate patterns that appeared almost alive, shifting and changing with each movement. The demoness stood before Sera with a cruel smile playing at the corners of her lips. You are resilient, I'll give you that. Black tendrils sprouted from the torn stump of Sera's arm, weaving together to reform the muscles that formed the arms before pale skin seamlessly covered the new limb. I could say the same for you. The demoness paced around lightly, segmented limbs moving with an eerie grace. What are you really? I thought you were some new breed of elf at first, but that doesn't seem right. Sera stood completely still, her eyes tracking the demoness' every movement. I am what I am. The demoness shook her head. So be it. With a sudden motion, she vanished into a cloud of flies that dispersed throughout the area, filling the air with a frenzied buzzing. Immediately, Sera closed her eyes, focusing intently to sense the demoness' presence among the chaotic swarm. With her senses heightened, she could feel even the faintest disturbances in the air. Eventually, she pivoted on her heel and spat out a seed into what initially looked like empty space. The seed bumped into something mid-air and instantly sprouted into a series of silver-thorned vines. The vines grew rapidly, twisting and curling as they wrapped around an invisible form. The demoness reappeared in the middle of the vines, her hollow eyes wide with anger. She gritted her teeth as the vines constricted around her, the sharp thorns digging into her segmented exoskeleton. The demoness struggled, wings flapping furiously. What in the world are these vines made out of? Sera took a few steps closer to the demoness. Pure nature magic, perfect for containing beings made from magic such as yourself. You're a dryad. And you are a fool. Sera then knelt down on one knee. However, since I'm feeling generous, I'll give you two choices, die the most painful death you can imagine, or serve me. The demoness' reaction was immediate and visceral. Her hollow eyes widened in stark terror, darting frantically as if searching for an escape that didn't exist. Her segmented fingers trembled, the joints clicking softly in her panic. I will serve you, mistress. A wise decision. Sera stood up and made a deeper cut across her palm using her antlers. She then drizzled the thick, black blood around the demoness's body in a precise circle. With her other hand, she dipped her fingers into the black sap from her wounded hand and drew intricate runes and sigils around the ritual circle. Once the ritual circle was finished, Sera stood up as the wound on her hand healed rapidly. "We are going to formalize our partnership with a contract, but first, tell me your name." The demoness nodded meekly. "Zoha. And your true name?" Zoha hesitated. She glanced around, as if the shadows might offer some form of escape. Her wings twitched, the faint buzzing a whisper of her internal conflict. Sera's foot tapped impatiently against the cold stone floor, the sound sharp and echoing in the silence. "Your true name, now." "It's Zohalin Theriel." "Good. Now, we can begin." Sera stepped just outside the ritual circle and lifted her hand, a soft glow emanating from her fingertips as she traced an invisible line in the air. "The following stipulations constitute the terms of our contract. First, you are to conduct yourself in a manner that unwaveringly aligns with my best interests." As she continued, Sera paced slowly around the perimeter of the circle. "Second," she said, pausing to look directly at Zoha, "you are expressly forbidden from intentionally causing harm to any entity or object that I deem valuable, unless explicitly instructed otherwise by myself." She stopped and turned to face Zoha fully. "Lastly," Sera declared, extending her arm towards Zoha, palm up, "you shall obey and execute any command or directive issued by me, irrespective of the potential harm it may inflict upon you. Now, Zohalin Theriel, do you accept these terms?" Zoha hesitated again, causing Sera to tighten the hold of the vines, the thorns digging deeper into the demoness's segmented limbs. "Why yes." Sera clasped her hands together. "I, Sera, scion of the spirit tree, bind you, Zohalin Theriel, to this contract. You are to serve me faithfully and without question, for as long as I deem necessary. By my will, this contract is sealed." The ritual circle glowed brightly as its radiant energy seeped into Zoha's body. The light mended every injury she had sustained. Cuts closed, bruises faded, and her strength returned. As the ritual reached its climax, the vines that had held the demoness in place loosened. They retracted slowly, releasing their grip and sliding back into the ground. The sigils and runes etched into the circle flared with one final burst of light before burning themselves into her carapace. Zoha stood still for a moment, her body pulsing with the remnants of the ritual's magic. She looked down at the marks on her skin, tracing the faint lines with awe. The ritual was complete, and the binding contract was now a part of her very being. The demoness slowly got up and bowed her head deeply. "I'm at your service, mistress." Sera turned her back on the demoness, her gaze fixed ahead. "Grab your belongings, afterwards, follow me." Sera and Zoha stood inside the spirit tree's chamber. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil and the faint, sweet aroma of the silvery leaves. Zoha knelt down, her fingers trembling slightly as she tentatively touched the sapling's leaves. The leaves glowed softly under her touch, their delicate edges catching the light and reflecting it like tiny mirrors. "Is this really the spirit tree, mistress?" Sera nodded as she stepped closer. "Unfortunately, that will be its state for the foreseeable future. You will be helping me in aiding its growth, Zoha." The demoness stood up and bowed her head. "I'll do my best, mistress." Sera glanced at Ermo, who was sitting slumped against the wall, his chest rising and falling with slow, labored breaths. "Before that, what exactly did you do to him?" "The beastkin? I injected him with venom, nothing lethal though. He should return to consciousness sooner or later. Shall I wake him now?" "Leave him be for now. I wanted to ask you a few questions regardless." "Of course, mistress, what would you like to know?" "First of all, where is this dungeon located?" "The dungeon is located within the kingdom of Lizaria, roughly around the outskirts." Sera glanced at the neatly folded pile of clothes, bandages, and a small leather satchel behind Zoha. The items were arranged with meticulous care, the bandages wrapped tightly and the cloak draped smoothly over the bag. "I take it the bandages and cloak were part of your disguise?" Zoha nodded. "They are. I've actually been living amongst humans for a long time. The disguise allowed me to move freely, to gather information and resources without raising suspicion." "Did nobody ask questions about your eyes? Or why your body needed to be covered in bandages?" "Actually, it wasn't that difficult to convince the humans that I had a rare illness. Besides, I rarely venture out during the day and always avoid crowded places." "And why did you disguise yourself as an adventurer? It's quite the useful profession." If you're high-ranking enough, people won't question you as much. And if you lose a party member or two during a difficult mission, it can all be chalked up to unfortunate circumstances. Were those men with you part of your adventuring party? No, mistress, they were hired mercenaries I had planned on eating eventually. Were there any other mercenaries that came with you? I had a few more on standby on the first floor. Excellent, Sera said, her lips curling into a slight smile. Bring them in the ones I killed here, then return to standby on the first floor. Zoha bowed her head in acknowledgement. As you command, mistress. Chapter 7 Earth Shaper. Thanks to Zoha's assistance, Sera had gathered 12 humans and brought them back to the chamber of the spirit tree. Most were dead, but a few were just unconscious, their chests rising and falling with shallow breaths. All were now bound by vines conjured by Sera, and all would be of use to the tree's growth. Meanwhile, Ermo was still unconscious, slumped on a corner in the room. Sera could have chosen to wake him up, but she figured that the beastkin would come to his senses soon. Sera positioned herself with her back against the spirit tree. She closed her eyes, and soon, she could feel the cool, probing roots of the tree burrowing into her back. Displaying dungeon status. Core rank, 1. Core experience, 0. Dungeon boss, Sera. Number of floors, 3. Mana, 100/100. Monsters, 2. It was good to see that the system had updated its parameters. Though Sera did note that it had registered the dungeon as having 3 floors instead of 2, despite the fact that she had never set foot on the uppermost floor yet. It seems just my awareness of a floor existing in a dungeon was sufficient for the system to register its existence. Sera took one last look at the 12 men bound by her vines. And then, she clenched her hand into a fist. The sound of consecutive snaps echoed loudly through the air. In an instant, the 4 men who were unconscious had their necks snapped as their heads dropped low. Experience extraction initiated. The room fell silent as the spirit tree's thin roots slithered across the floor, reaching the lifeless bodies of the 12 men. With a slow, almost methodical precision, the roots punctured the flesh of the fallen soldiers to start extracting their blood. The red fluid traversed through the roots, weaving its way back toward the spirit tree's sapling. Given the thinness of the roots, Sera knew this process would take quite some time. Each droplet of life was precious, and the tree drank as fast as it could, which for now, was rather slow. Until suddenly, Sera's senses picked up on a familiar presence moving. She turned slightly, a slight smile breaking her otherwise stern demeanor. Ah, you're awake. Ermo clutched his head with a pained expression as he staggered toward her. Fuck me. I feel like I can't remember shit from the last hour or two. Sera lifted a hand to warn him. Careful, don't step on the food. Ermo tilted his head, confused. What fu? His question cut off abruptly as he saw the dead soldiers behind Sera. He gasped as he took in the sight of the dead men with roots extracting their blood. He pointed down to the bodies with a trembling finger as he carefully stepped aside. Anything you want to tell me, boss? Sera crossed her arms and turned her attention back to the extraction process. No, but if you feel queasy, you're welcome to leave. Ermo paced around the corpses, his eyes tracing the path of the roots as they snaked back to the spirit tree. Is this how the tree's going to grow? I already told you it needs to feed on mortals. Didn't think it would be like this. Thought the spirit tree would just make the people disappear. The humans will disappear, but it will take time. Until then, you're welcome to either stay and watch or get out. Yet. I'll just sit down. While the spirit tree's roots continued their work, Ermo settled down on the cold floor, leaning his back against the rough stone wall. Observing him, Sera noted the subtle shift in his demeanor. Though he was initially uncomfortable, the beastkin now watched the proceedings with what seemed like a morbid curiosity. She could almost see him acclimating as horror turned to a fascinated acceptance. As time passed, the bodies of the soldiers gradually became desiccated husks. Their skin puckered and shrank, clinging tightly to now brittle bones. Slowly, a subtle glow emerged from the corpses, a bluish light that grew brighter by the second. The light soon consumed the slain soldiers' bodies completely, turning them into motes of blue mana that scattered and dissipated through the air. The spirit tree absorbed the last traces of their essence, its leaves rustling softly. Finally, the process reached its conclusion, and words flashed before Sera's eyes. Experience extraction complete. Core experience updated to 1200. Rank up requirement from rank 1 to rank 2, 1000 experience. Initiate rank up sequence? The decision was obvious. Not like I can do much with a rank 1 dungeon core anyway. Rank up sequence initiated, please wait. The sapling's leaves glowed as each leaf pulsated, emitting gentle waves of energy. With each pulse, the spirit tree inched ever so slightly taller. Watching this, Sera felt a warm sensation beginning to simmer in her veins. It was subtle at first, but as the spirit tree continued to grow, the warmth spread and intensified. She could feel power coursing back into her and strengthening her connection with the tree. Rank up sequence complete. Displaying dungeon status. Core rank, 2. Core experience, 200. Dungeon boss, Sera. Number of floors, 3. Mana, 200/200. Monsters, 2. New feature unlocked, floor terrain alteration. Sera noted how the system only registered 2 monsters as being in the dungeon despite Zoha's presence. It seems that the system only recognizes monsters it has registered properly. Yet, unlocking floor terrain alteration gave Sera a bit of pause. Though her memory was quite fragmented, she still recalled how floor terrain options scaled with the rank of the dungeon core, meaning, a low-rank dungeon core would have little to no options to choose from. Initiating floor terrain alteration. Please select which number floor you wish to alter. You are currently on the 3rd floor of the dungeon. If there was any floor that needed an upgrade, the one hosting the spirit tree was definitely a priority. This floor should be Sera's stronghold, a place where she could feel secure. The 3rd floor has been chosen as the target of terrain alteration. Please review the available terrain options below. 1 basic theme, default option, unique passive, none. 2 stone maze, rank 2 option, unique passive, minor bonus to adventurer's fear. 3 mystic forest, unlocked due to administrator access, unique passive, significant boost to the effectiveness of nature magic, restriction, this terrain can only be applied to 1 floor. Given the limited options available, there was only one that Sera wanted. Mystic forest selected. Initiating terrain alteration. As Sera confirmed her choice, the chamber suddenly trembled. The vibrations grew quickly into a violent shaking, sending small bits of stone falling from the ceiling as dust filled the air. Ermo instinctively covered his head with his arms and ducked low to the ground, while Sera braced herself against a nearby wall. Then, just as quickly as it had begun, the shaking ceased. The last few stones clattered to the floor, and silence fell over the room. Ermo slowly lowered his hands, looking confused as he glanced around the now still chamber. What was that? Terrain alteration, things will look very different outside. Sera then glanced back at the display of words that had appeared in the air before her. Terrain alteration complete. For a moment, Sera considered altering the terrain of the 1st floor, but she decided to delay that until after she'd actually seen what layout the floor had with her own eyes. With that settled, it was time to finally test out monster creation. Displaying monster unlock options. 1 unlock 1 random F-tier monster, cost, 100 core experience. Unlock 1 random F-tier monster selected. Processing request. Though F-tier monsters were weak, they weren't useless. Getting a slime wouldn't be ideal, a goblin or kobold could be somewhat decent if I can make them fall in line. Hopefully I won't be stuck with anything that's too pathetic. New monster unlocked, Thornling. Level range, 15 to 25. Maintenance cost, 10 mana. Respawn time, 30 minutes. Description: Thornlings are small beings made of tangled thorny vines. They have red eyes and they move by slithering along the ground. Their touch is prickly, and they can entangle foes with their vine-like limbs. Sera was somewhat satisfied with unlocking Thornlings. They seemed capable enough for how cheap they were to maintain. Now it was only a matter of how many of them she wanted to spawn. She could spawn up to 20 of them at the moment, unless she wanted to unlock another F-tier monster and spawn them at the cost of 100 core experience and some more mana. After some consideration, she decided to just maximize the amount of Thornlings instead and refrain from unlocking another monster. The distinction between various F-tier monsters is likely negligible regardless. Where do you wish to spawn in the Thornlings? This floor please. Sera said out loud. How many do you wish to spawn? 20. Initiating Thornling spawn sequence. Spawning will occur at random locations within the designated floors. Now there was just one last thing that Sera wanted to check. It was time to access her own profile. Hopefully, something has improved this time. Name, Sera. Species, Elder Dryad. Access Privilege, Administrator. Level, 300. Magic, 300, Rating, S. Magic Resistance, 300, Rating, S. Physical Defense, 100, Rating, C. Strength, 50, Rating, E. Speed, 150, Rating, B. Vitality, 300, Rating, S. Overall Challenge Rating, S. Alert, Path Selection now available. And there it was, the opportunity of a lifetime. Sera could finally regain a semblance of the power that she should have had all along. I had always felt that something was missing in me all this time, perhaps this will resolve that issue. Warning, once a path has been selected, the user must continue to grow in that path until all features in it have been unlocked. Additionally, once a path has been completed, the user can only select the next closest path following this order: spring, summer, autumn, winter. From what Sera gathered, if she were to hypothetically select summer, then once she's unlocked everything in that path, she'll have to progress through autumn next. This is definitely not a choice I can make lightly. Displaying path descriptions. Spring, gain abilities related to healing and support. Summer, gain abilities related to destruction and fire. Autumn, gain abilities related to decay and infestation. Winter, gain abilities related to frost and preservation. Sera assumed that spring would enhance her capability to buff and heal any allied monsters she encounters. Not a bad choice, but Sera knew that she didn't exactly have many monsters that she'd need to support for now. Summer was interesting. Offensive magic is always a powerful tool, though Sera feared that the abilities given by this path would be akin to giving her a sledgehammer rather than something with more finesse. Autumn seemed like it could give her offense as well. Although she wasn't quite sure what powers infestation would actually entail. Last but not least was winter. This one was also a tempting option, as preservation of any kind likely meant creating barriers or preventing damage, something that Sera was keen to do for herself and the spirit tree. She figured that frost probably meant ice magic, which would be a decent bonus all things considered. Sera thought one last time before she made her choice. Every single path has its merits, and I should eventually unlock every single one. The only question is what order would make the most sense given my current position. After some careful deliberation, Sera mentally ranked each of the paths, in order from least important to most important. She only had a vague idea of what each path was capable of, but she tried her best to make the best out of the information she had. Summer ranked as the least important overall. Offensive power is nice, but brute strength won't help me with solving problems that require more unique capabilities. Next was autumn, more so because Sera wasn't sure what type of abilities decay and infestation referred to exactly. Maybe if the other paths were less appealing I would have chosen this first out of curiosity. Spring sounded very valuable, but likely not ideal in the immediate future as Sera didn't have many allied monsters to support yet. The spring path's value will likely increase when I amass more of an army in the future. Sera ranked winter as the most valuable overall because not only did it sound like it could have a balance of offensive and defensive capabilities, it also allowed her to access the spring path immediately after. I'm convinced the frost will involve some kind of ice magic, perhaps preservation will involve creating shields or barriers. Winter path selected. New ability unlocked, Frost Touch. Description: the user can freeze objects and creatures that they touch. Restriction: the user can only activate Frost Touch by first making contact with a solid or liquid surface, and the freezing effect is limited to what they can touch directly with their hands. Additionally, this ability does not extend to freezing air or intangible substances. Sera carefully detached herself from the roots that had been ingrained into her back, feeling the slight pull as each tendril released its grip. She stood still for a moment and flexed her fingers as she felt the stir of new power within. It's time to do a small test. She reached out and placed her hand against the wall of the chamber, focusing her intent on channeling the essence of frost. Almost instantly, ice formed and spread rapidly across the surface of the stone. The wall frosted over, glistening as a chill emanated from her touch. She pulled her hand back and turned her head to find Ermo watching, his eyes wide with astonishment. "You can freeze things now, boss." Sera nodded, a slight smile crossing her face. "It would appear so, but there is one more thing to test, just in case." She lifted her hand to her antlers and used the sharp end to make a small cut on her palm. As the black sap leaked from the wound, she focused her energy and aimed her palm at an empty spot on the wall. Black tendrils burst out from her palm, writhing as they reached out and touched the wall. Sera tried to channel her frost through the tendrils, willing the chill to flow from her body into the dark extensions. But despite her efforts, nothing happened. A bit unfortunate that my tendrils don't count towards frost touch, but at least now I know for certain. With a sigh, Sera retracted the tendrils, letting them draw back into her palm. As she did, her wounds began to heal, the black sap ceasing to flow. She clenched her hand into a fist, feeling the skin knit back together seamlessly. I'm good now, we're leaving. With a renewed sense of purpose, she walked toward the exit of the room. Ermo, not wanting to be left behind, quickly moved to follow her. As they approached the entwined roots that sealed the entrance, Sera raised her hand. She felt an unexpected lightness, a clarity that made her magic flow more freely than before. With a thought, the roots responded and parted smoothly to clear the path. Stepping out into the open, Sera was first struck by how heightened the magic she felt was, pulsing from the ground to the highest leaves. Tall trees with trunks that twisted into the sky filled the area. Their leaves were suffused with a noticeable glow, flickering gently under the bright blue sky. The ground beneath her feet was covered by a lush tapestry of vibrant green moss, so rich it seemed imbued with life, springing back with every step she took. All while parts of the area were covered in light fog that weaved a path between trees and underbrush. While Sera stepped further into the forest, the trees and bushes parted to clear a path as if bending in silent homage. She paused and glanced back at Ermo, who stood transfixed. Don't just stand there, walk. The beastkin shook his head, as if waking from a trance. Right, my bad. Sera sighed softly and resumed her walk. Look out for the thornlings if you see them, they're the only other monsters here so you can't mistake them. They continued their trek for a time and things were mostly quiet barring the natural ambience. Until suddenly, Sera heard the sound of rustling leaves followed by a pained fuck. Turning around, Sera couldn't help but chuckle. A thornling had latched onto Ermo's arm. The creature was small but fierce, with spiky tendrils covered in sharp barbs that gleamed under the glow of the forest's enchanted leaves. Its body was a mix of light and dark green for the most part, save for the vivid red tips of its thorns that now dug stubbornly into Ermo's arm. The beastkin frantically tried to shake the thornling off, but the creature clung on with a stubborn tenacity. Let go of me, you little piece of... Meanwhile, Sera pointed towards a rustling in the underbrush where 19 other thornlings were advancing towards them. You might want to reconsider your attitude. Seeing the group of thornlings approaching, Ermo's expression shifted from anger to concern, and he quickly walked to Sera with a pleading look. Boss, please, you have to get this thing off of me. Sera turned her gaze to the thornling clinging to Ermo's arm. Almost as if responding to an unspoken command, the small creature released its hold and dropped to the ground with a soft thud. Its glowing red eyes shifted from Ermo and looked up at Sera expectantly. In fact, as if following the lead of their companion, the rest of the thornlings halted their advance and rearranged themselves into a rough rectangular formation in front of Sera. Each creature stood still, their bright eyes fixed on her. Sera knelt down and extended her hand towards one of the thornlings, touching it gently at the base of one of its sharp thorns. The little creature responded positively to her touch and emitted a soft sound akin to a cat's purr. All right, I think those things just hate me. No, they didn't register you as friendly yet. But that's an easy fix. Sera stood up and turned to face the thornlings directly, then pointed a hand towards Ermo. Listen carefully, little ones, this beastkin is friendly, understood? In response, all of the thornlings nodded simultaneously. Their glowing red eyes briefly flickering as if to signal their comprehension. Satisfied with their response, Sera then gestured towards the deeper parts of the forest. Now go and patrol the area. The thornlings quickly paired up and scuttled away towards various directions. Seeing this, Ermo scratched the back of his head. Guess you were right after all. Of course, I always am. Chapter 8 Misery. Sera and Ermo stepped out of the teleportation circle and into the uppermost floor of the dungeon. The area they entered was stark and barren. The floor was scattered with the occasional remnants of old camp materials, a charred fire pit surrounded by half-burnt logs, a few abandoned bedrolls, and some dirty cooking utensils. Sera glanced around the space before she turned her attention to the teleportation circle behind them. The runes and symbols glowed faintly, their energy pulsating in response to her presence. She extended a hand, fingers tracing patterns in the air as she spoke softly. Welcome any tributes who arrive and grant them passage to the subsequent floor autonomously. Ensure they cannot skip any floors. Command acknowledged. Access restrictions implemented. Ermo furrowed his brow in confusion. What was that for? I'm ensuring that anyone who enters this dungeon cannot just bypass all the floors immediately. They will have to navigate each floor, one by one. This will allow us to monitor and control who progresses, and allow me to control the progression of future tributes. Did you mean adventurers, boss? I said what I said. The two kept walking, their footsteps echoing softly through the empty chamber. Eventually, they were approached by Zoha, who had returned to her disguised self. The demoness's body was once again covered in meticulously wrapped bandages, concealing the insectal form beneath. Her black hooded cloak cast a deep shadow over her face, making her hollow, pupil-less eyes even more haunting. Zoha greeted Sera with a polite bow. Greetings, mistress. Ermo involuntarily grimaced. Hey, wait a minute, aren't you the bitch who put me to sleep? Zoha looked at the beastkin with a blank expression, but soon bowed her head slightly. My sincere apologies. Ermo clenches his fists in anger. Oh yeah? I'll show you what. Sera stepped in between the two. Enough, she said sharply. There are more important things for us to do. The beastkin relaxed slightly, though his arms remained crossed. Whatever you say, boss. Sera then turned her attention to Zoha. Tell me, are there any settlements nearby? Villages? Towns? There are a few small villages and the city of Marwood within a day's journey from here. A city only a day's journey away from here? Humans must have no more fear over dungeons. It's how things are, mistress. Adventurers are managed under the Adventurers Guild and send people into dungeons every week. Do people no longer die in these dungeons? Some still do, but the vast majority of people expect to come out alive. Sera rubbed her temples, a wave of frustration washing over her. Things are worse than I imagined. Zoha's hands were clasped tightly in front of her, the fingers interwoven in a gesture of subservience. My sympathies, mistress. Sera waved a hand dismissively. Never mind that. She then pointed to Ermo, her gaze narrowing with curiosity. What about him? Are beastkin shifters always stationed in dungeons now? Not always, but very rarely, a dungeon will have an enraged beastkin shifter placed at its bottommost floor to protect the core. Ermo sighed, shoulders slumping slightly. Seriously? I was kidnapped and tortured just to be a glorified guard dog. Sera shot a surprised look at him. You weren't aware? Nope, just got taken away one day. Didn't know I could transform either. I see, that is most unfortunate. Sera then turned to Zoha. I'm now very curious about what life is like for humans in current times. Can you guide me to Marwood? Of course, mistress. Sera turned to Ermo, her expression softening as she addressed him. Ermo, I shall require you to remain within the dungeon while Zoha and I explore Marwood. Ermo's ears perked up slightly. Got it. And if you don't mind, could I chop some wood and gather materials while you're gone? I'd like to make some tools and maybe build something for myself. Sera considered his request. She didn't see many negatives in granting the beastkin a little leeway given his position. He has nowhere else to go, I doubt he will do anything rash. Very well, you are free to do as you wish, provided you remain within the confines of the dungeon. Sera said. Ermo's face lit up with gratitude, his tail giving a small twitch. Thanks, boss. How long do you think you'll be away? It depends, maybe a few days depending on the travel distance. We could take the path through Whispering Woods. From there, we can follow the old trader's road that will take us to the outskirts of Marwood. Zoha said. Sera raised an eyebrow. Is that the best route to Marwood? Zoha inclined her head slightly, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Yes, mistress. It is the standard and safest way to reach Marwood. Before Sera could respond, Ermo's voice cut through the air. Why not just teleport to Marwood? I've seen the teleportation circles in the dungeon, so why can't we use the same method to get there? Sera turned her gaze to the beastkin. The dungeon teleportation circles are special, created directly by the spirit tree. Making a teleportation circle from scratch is something that is outside of my capabilities for the time being. Zoha's eyes flickered with irritation as she addressed Ermo. She crossed her arms over her chest, fingers tapping lightly against her forearm. Teleportation magic isn't as simple as you think. Ermo's expression hardened as he squared his shoulders. Well, if you're so smart, why don't you figure out a better way to get to Marwood? I would if I could. Zoha said. At that moment, Sera looked at the demoness with great suspicion. She observed the subtle rigidity in Zoha's overly practiced movements, the way her hands moved with rehearsed elegance. The mask of innocence that she wore was almost too perfect, too polished to be genuine. She took a step closer towards the demoness. Zoha, do you know of a faster way to get to Marwood? Mistress, the route I mentioned before is one of the safest and fastest ways to get to the city. I believe you, however, my question was whether you are actually able to get me there faster. Should you keep trying to lie, there will be consequences. Mistress, I don't. Before Zoha could finish, a sharp pain pierced through her body and caused her to wince. Her knees buckled under the sudden agony as she collapsed to the ground. Her hands instinctively clutched her sides as pain spread through her body like wildfire. What's happening to her? Ermo asked. Sera shot an indifferent glance at the demoness while she writhed on the ground. Zoha went too far in trying to break the terms of the contract. She wasn't technically lying when she mentioned the safer route earlier, so I changed my question accordingly. Ermo chuckled as he watched Zoha writhe in pain. Serves her right. The demoness breathed heavily as she slowly got herself up. Zoha's eyes then flicked toward Ermo, narrowing into a venomous glare. Her lips parted as she was about to hurl an insult, but Sera's icy glare silenced her instantly. Zoha instead forced a sheepish smile. My apologies, mistress. Do you really think that a mere apology is enough to pay for your transgression? Of course, not. If there is anything I can do to make things up to you, please let me know. Give me one of your arms, I don't care which. Mistress, you can't be serious, right? Don't make me repeat myself. But Before she could finish her sentence, Zoha collapsed to the ground as her body was hit with excruciating pain. She convulsed violently, purple blood splattering from her lips with each shuddering cough. Her body twisted and writhed as every muscle seized uncontrollably. Ermo knelt beside her and reached out with a hesitant hand. Hold on, let me. Zoha's eyes blazed with fury even as her body betrayed her, and she swatted his hand away with surprising strength. I don't need your help. Ermo shrugged and backed off. Suit yourself. The demoness took a deep breath as she forced herself into a sitting position. Then, she tore her arm from her body, the sound of tearing flesh and snapping sinew echoing through the chamber. Purple blood oozed from the wound as her face contorted in agony. She presented the severed limb to Sera and bowed her head down. Please forgive me, mistress. You've earned my forgiveness, this time. I understand. Sera knelt down and approached Zoha, her expression softening slightly. She placed her hand over the demoness' side. Hold still. Soon, a green light emanated from Sera's palm and enveloped the jagged stump of Zoha's torn arm. As the light pulsed, the raw wound closed and pale flesh started to regenerate, inching outward from the severed end. New skin formed to cover the flesh, spreading over the exposed muscles and sinews. As the flesh solidified, a familiar chitinous exoskeleton emerged. The exoskeleton grew outward and covered the newly formed hand. Segments appeared and interlocked with natural precision as her fingers finally took shape, the segments clicking into place with a near-mechanical rhythm. Zoha watched in awe as she felt the magic work through her body. When the light faded, she flexed her new insectal fingers. Thank you, mistress, she said with genuine gratitude as she stood up alongside Sera. Sera stood up and dusted her hands, a satisfied smile on her lips. We should leave for Marwood soon, she said aloud, her voice echoing in the barren chamber. Zoha, now standing beside her, glanced at Sera's antlers. Mistress, you will need a disguise. Your antlers will draw unwanted attention. Ermo nodded in agreement, though his expression was doubtful. She's right, boss. But I'm not sure how you are going to hide those antlers. Sera chuckled softly. I can manage a disguise just fine. She reached up and tapped her antlers one by one with her fingers. As her magic flowed through them, the antlers began to crack and splinter. The pieces fell to the ground, breaking off in chunks. The stumps receded back into her forehead, melting away and vanishing without a trace, leaving her brow smooth and unblemished. The second that the last antler disappeared, her black, shadowy dress shifted and warped. The fabric rippled like liquid before transforming into a hooded cloak that enveloped her. Sera pulled the hood over her head and looked at both Ermo and Zoha. How do I look? Zoha chuckled, putting a hand over her mouth. You look like a runaway elf princess, mistress. Ermo blushed slightly, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, what she said. But will people be suspicious if I look like this? Probably not, elves aren't too uncommon in Marwood. Ermo glanced at Sera's eyes, their piercing silver hue glowing faintly even in the dim light. What about your eyes, boss? They are quite noticeable. Sera turned to Zoha. What do you think? The demoness considered this for a moment before responding. Your eyes might draw some glances, but I doubt they'll cause too much suspicion. Most people will likely think it's just an exotic trait. Sera scrutinized Zoha, noting the twitch of her fingers before they relaxed. The demoness' steady, pupil-less eyes didn't appear to hold deceit, only calm confidence. Her posture was straight, shoulders squared, and chin slightly lifted in respect. Satisfied, Sera turned and started to walk. Good, we can finally leave. The three of them walked towards the dungeon's entrance, which was now an intricate weave of thick roots, intertwining and forming an almost organic gate. Zoha examined the entrance and touched it tentatively. Her fingers brushed against the roots, causing some of them to recede into the ground. This entrance isn't the same as when I came in. Sera stepped forward and touched the root-filled entrance, causing all the roots to recede to the ground all at once. The spirit tree must have made some improvements. The three of them walked past the dungeon's entrance, the thick roots parting smoothly to allow their passage. As they moved closer to the outside, the air grew warmer and filled with the earthy scent of the forest floor mingled with the fresh aroma of pine and wild flowers. Outside, the forest was bathed in the golden hues of the afternoon sun. Tall trees filled the area, leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. Ermo stretched his arms wide, his muscles rippling under his fur. He inhaled deeply, a contented smile spreading across his face. Feels good to smell fresh air again. Sera turned to Zoha. Now, tell me how you can take me to Marwood as fast as possible. I can use my flies to take us immediately to the city. And how many people can you bring using your flies at any given time? Ordinarily, just myself, but since I am contracted to you, mistress, the flies will be able to teleport you as well. Are there any other restrictions on this teleportation? My flies can lift objects but cannot teleport them unless either you or I are carrying or wearing them. Allow me to demonstrate. Zoha extended her hand as her swarm of flies emerged from beneath her sleeve. They moved with a synchronized elegance, circling around her wrist. The demoness then picked up a small, smooth stone from the ground and gently handed it to the swarm. The flies buzzed softly, lifting the stone effortlessly into the air. After a few seconds, the flies carefully lowered the stone back to the ground, placing it precisely where Zoha had picked it up. I see, now, show me the teleportation. Sera said. Zoha nodded and picked up the rock again, this time holding it in her open palm. In an instant, she and the rock dissolved into a cloud of flies. The swarm pulsated with energy, then vanished, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air. A few seconds later, the cloud of flies reappeared a bit further away. The swarm coalesced, reforming into Zoha, who stood with the rock still balanced on her palm. She opened her eyes and smiled slightly. Will that do, mistress? Sera nodded, clearly impressed. Indeed, that's enough. Now, can you take me to Marwood? Zoha inclined her head respectfully. Of course, please step closer to me. Sera moved closer to Zoha with a steady gaze. As she did, the swarm of flies rapidly gathered around them, enveloping them in a cocoon of darkness. For a few seconds, Sera couldn't see or feel anything. The world around her was silent, the only sensation being the emptiness that pressed in on all sides. But gradually, the sound of buzzing wings grew louder, filling her ears with their relentless hum. The noise crescendoed to a peak before vanishing all at once. When she opened her eyes, Sera found herself standing on the outskirts of Marwood, its skyline a mix of imposing stone structures and wooden buildings. The city walls were tall, but their surfaces were darkened with soot and grime. Smoke rose from numerous chimneys, which added to the putrid scent that carried on the wind. The surrounding landscape was equally uninviting. Sparse, scraggly trees dotted the barren fields that led up to the city gates. The ground was uneven and rocky, with patches of dry, yellowed grass struggling to survive in the harsh environment. Sera turned to Zoha, who was still busy dusting off her cloak. This is Marwood. Zoha nodded as she finished adjusting her clothes. Yes, we are currently just on the outskirts of the city. Truth be told, I had imagined something far less dreary. The war that the king started a few years ago took its toll on the city. Most of its men and women were sent out to fight. In addition, the war also disrupted the flow of trade, depleting the local government of valuable tax revenue. Sera chuckled. That explains why that foolish prince was only escorted by weaklings. Zoha's pupil-less eyes widened. Do you mean Prince Leo? Ah yes, him. If I recall correctly, he was sent on an expedition to destroy the last dungeon in existence. Was that your dungeon, mistress? It was, but before you say anything, let me ask you this. Do the humans know about Prince Leo's death? Nobody knows as far as I can tell. Besides, the royal family would want to keep the news hidden for a while regardless, even if they knew, in order to avoid panic. Sera felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her at the news. Prince Leo's death, still unknown to the humans, gave her an advantage she intended to exploit. She turned to Zoha with a slight smile. Guide me into the city proper, Zoha. The demoness nodded and began walking toward the city gates. Sera followed closely, her eyes scanning their surroundings with keen interest. As they approached, the line of people waiting to enter Marwood stretched out before them, a bustling stream of travelers, merchants, and townsfolk. The air buzzed with murmurs and the occasional clatter of hooves and wagon wheels. Yet, despite the length of the queue, it moved at a surprisingly brisk pace. Sera's sharp gaze quickly discerned the reason. The guards at the gate were turning away people fast. Out of the 20 to 30 people she saw so far, none were allowed inside. As she neared the gates, Sera's attention was drawn to a family just in front of them. A man and a woman, both with worn faces and tattered clothes, were on their knees, pleading with the guards. 2 young children clung to their mother, eyes wide with fear and exhaustion. Please, we just need shelter and food, the mother begged, her voice cracking with desperation. Our village was destroyed, we have nowhere else to go. The father joined in, clasping his hands. Please, we don't need much. Just a place to rest, some food for the children. We can work, earn our keep. I used to be a blacksmith. I can fix your armor, mend your weapons. My wife can help in the kitchens, or with cleaning, just give us a chance. The scarred guard's eyes narrowed with contempt. Heard all of that bullshit before. We don't have room for more mouths to feed. Move along. The father took another step forward. I beg you, sir. We have nowhere else to go. The children, they're hungry, and tired. We've been walking for days. Please, show some mercy. The guard's face hardened, his jaw tightening. Without saying anything else, he lashed out with a brutal shove. The force sent the father stumbling backward as he tried to regain his balance. He hit the ground hard, a pained grunt escaping his lips as dust billowed up around him. The mother cried as she pulled her children closer, fingers digging into their small shoulders protectively. The children huddled against her, visibly confused and fearful. Piss off, the guard spat. You think your begging will change anything? He took a step forward, towering over the father. Get up and get out of here before I make you regret staying. The father struggled to stand. His gaze casted down before he helped his wife to her feet, her sobs quieter now but still filled with the same desperation. The guards watched them leave with impassive expressions, as if they had grown numb to such scenes. While the family passed by, Sera turned to Zoha. Who were they? They were likely refugees, mistress. Where they came from is hard to say, but the war has displaced many. I see, and did Marwood take in any of these refugees? The city did take in a good amount during the start of the war, but most ended up living in the slums as they couldn't return to wherever they came from. Very interesting. Sera said out loud. Desperation often breeds opportunity. Hopefully, the circumstances within the city are even more dire. Eventually, it was Sera and Zoha's turn to approach the guards. Their demeanor shifted almost instantly as they recognized the demoness. Lady Zoha, one of them greeted, inclining his head respectfully. Back from another adventure, I see. Yes, just a minor dungeon run this time. Zoha said confidently. The other guard's gaze shifted to Sera. And who might this be? Zoha smiled and gestured towards Sera. This is an old friend of mine who has come to visit. She's quite interested in seeing Marwood for herself. The first guard chuckled. Must be quite the friend to get an endorsement from Lady Zoha herself. What's your name, miss? You can call me Sera. The guards exchanged a quick, knowing glance and grinned. One of them, a burly man with a crooked nose, stepped forward. That's a lovely name, and any friend of Lady Zoha's is welcome here, especially one as rare and enchanting as you. It's not often we see such elven beauty gracing our gates. His companion nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a rare treat to see an elf in these parts. Perhaps we could show you around, make your stay more enjoyable. Zoha, sensing the guard's intentions and growing impatient, waved a hand dismissively. Your interest in my friend is noted. But we require rest, not your company. The guard's smirks faltered as they collectively sighed and stepped back. Of course, Lady Zoha. We meant no disrespect. Soon, the guards pushed open the wooden gates with a creak that echoed through the air. The gates parted, revealing the city of Marwood beyond. As Sera and Zoha walked in, she glanced at the demoness with a curious expression. Were they not supposed to check for any papers or anything of that sort? Zoha shrugged. The guards don't ask too many questions for A-rank adventurers such as myself. How come you are only an A-rank given your capabilities? I know you are capable of much more than what I saw. I didn't want to become too high profile. Many former S-rank adventurers get entangled in politics, something I prefer to avoid. Are there any other S-rank adventurers around? Not currently, they've all been persuaded to join the front lines. Sera chuckled. I see, that's good to hear. The two continued walking through the streets of Marwood. The buildings were run down, with many shops struggling to stay open. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and unwashed bodies, mingling with the occasional scent of cooked food from street vendors. Beggars lined the streets, their hollow eyes pleading for scraps of food or coins. Lines of weary people stood outside soup kitchens, waiting patiently for their turn to receive a meager meal. None of these people look like they would be missed if they were to disappear. All I need to do now is to figure out a way to get them into the dungeon. Chapter 9. A lesson learned. Sera and Zoha entered a market that was visibly less crowded than it must have been in better times. Most of the stalls stood abandoned, leaving behind empty tables and broken crates. A few persistent vendors still hawked their wares, but their voices lacked the energy and enthusiasm of thriving commerce. Until suddenly, Sera stopped as a sweet aroma drifted through the air. Her nose twitched, and she breathed in deeply. Zoha, where is that smell coming from? The demoness followed Sera's gaze and pointed to a stall near the edge of the market. I believe it's coming from over there. The stall in question stood out not only because of the aroma but also because it was the only one with a line of people queuing. The stall itself didn't look particularly impressive at first glance, built from rough-hewn wood that had seen better days. Behind the stall stood an old lady whose back slightly hunched with age. Her hands moved with surprising dexterity as she prepared a simple yet enticingly sweet dessert, a type of candied fruit wrapped in thin, golden brown dough. Zoha noticed Sera staring intently at the dessert stall for a while and spoke up. Do you want to go there and take a look, mistress? And no, that's not necessary, Sera said, quickly turning her head away to regain her composure. Zoha observed this unusual reaction, eyebrow arching in curiosity. Is it all right if I get a dessert for myself then? Sera straightened her posture. That's fine, I'll wait for you here. Yet, as Zoha moved towards the dessert stall, Sera's resolve wavered. It didn't take long before Sera found herself drifting after the demoness, almost as if an invisible thread was pulling her forward. Zoha chuckled softly at first when she noticed this. However, as Sera's gaze locked onto hers, the intensity in the Elder Dryad's eyes silenced her. When the two finally reached the front of the line, the old lady broke into a warm smile. Welcome. How many would you like to buy? I'd like just one, please, Zoha said. In that moment, the demoness felt something intense bore into her as she turned her head and noticed that Sera was glaring at her. She chuckled nervously before correcting herself. Actually, I'll take two. The old lady nodded as she started to prepare the desserts. She expertly rolled the dough around the candied fruit with a touch of finesse that spoke of years of experience. The dough turned golden brown in the wood-fired oven as a sweet, caramelized scent wafted through the air. Once perfectly baked, she carefully wrapped each dessert in a large green leaf. With a warm smile, she handed one to Sera and then another to Zoha. Feel free to pay whatever you can. Before Zoha could even finish paying the old lady, Sera had already brought the dessert to her lips. The texture was sublime, the candied fruit melding seamlessly with the soft, flaky dough. The dessert seemed to melt in her mouth, leaving a lingering taste that made her yearn for more. Astonished, Sera shot a surprised glance at the old lady. How do you make something so delicious? The old lady beamed with pride. It's an old family recipe, passed down through generations. I'm happy to be able to share it and help the community here. Out of curiosity, why do you allow your customers to pay whatever they like? I'm positive you could charge at least a few silver pieces for each of these. Zoha asked. The old lady's expression softened. I'm not actually from Marwood, just came back a few months ago to help out my family. But now, I'm staying a bit longer to sell desserts to the people here at below cost. It's my way of giving back. Sera nodded appreciatively. That's admirable. The old lady smiled, eyes crinkling at the corners. Thank you, dear. There are too many people being taken advantage of these days. I just want to do some good. What do you mean? There's been a rise in crime ever since the war started. Not to mention the charlatans posing as miracle healers. Sera leaned in closer. Tell me more about this, I'm curious. The old lady looked around cautiously before continuing. People are becoming very desperate. That's where these charlatans come in. They promise miracles and healing, but all they do is take advantage of those who have nothing left, stripping them of their last coins and leaving them worse off than before. The moment she finished speaking, the old lady sighed as her eyes drifted towards a sudden commotion nearby. A group of men were clanging pots together and shouting at the top of their lungs. Come, witness a miracle by the prophet of Zephyros, they yelled. The cacophony of sound and their fervent cries captured the curiosity of the market-goers as a crowd quickly gathered around the men. The old lady shook her head with a look of disdain on her face. Both of you better leave before you get caught up in all of that. Zohar reached into her pouch and selected a few gleaming gold coins. She placed them on the wooden counter and slid them towards the old lady. Thank you for the warning, Zoha said softly. Sera stood beside her, inclining her head in acknowledgement. And thank you for the dessert. The old lady's eyes widened in surprise, her gaze shifting from the coins to Zoha's face. You don't need to pay that much. The demoness smiled warmly as she met the old lady's gaze. I insist, she said gently, pressing the coins into the woman's hands. Consider it a token of our appreciation. The old lady hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. Thank you, and best of luck to you both. As they parted ways from the old lady, Sera and Zoha moved to a quiet corner, where they could finish their desserts. The Elder Dryad took another bite, savoring the sweet, rich flavor. You seem to be enjoying that quite a bit, mistress. Are you going to have a sudden change of heart and stop trying to feed humans to the spirit tree? Of course not. But I may decide to spare a few more people in the future, especially if they happen to be gifted in making these sweet treats. Sera's gaze shifted back to the group of men still clamoring for attention. However, the dessert maker's earlier remarks piqued my curiosity. We should investigate those so-called miracle workers and ascertain their true nature. Is there any reason why you are so curious about them, mistress? Seeing them gave me an idea, but enough talk for now. Soon, the two left their spot and followed a crowd in the distance moving further away. As Sera and Zohar rounded a corner, they saw that the people had gathered in a makeshift square. The noise here was different compared to the usual dreary mutterings they had heard so far, it was more focused, almost rhythmic. As Sera and Zohar approached, they noticed the crowd's attention was fixed on a man standing atop a large wooden box. His ragged robes hung loosely around his thin frame and he held a well-worn book as he chanted fervently. Come and gather around, people of Marwood. Come if you wish to see a miracle performed by a true servant of our Lord, Zephyros. Sera and Zoha pushed their way forward to get a better view. They caught sight of another man dressed in bright purple robes standing beside a cot. The bright color of his robes contrasted sharply with the drab surroundings, drawing all eyes to him. For years, this man has been unable to walk, the man in purple robes announced. He has lived in despair, confined to this very cot. But today, through the divine power of Zephyros, he shall be healed. Then, the purple-robed man placed a hand on the chest of the man lying on the cot. By Zephyros's name, you shall now walk again. The man on the cot stirred as he opened his eyes slowly. The muscles in his arms strained slightly as he pushed himself upright. He swung his legs over the side of the cot, the motion almost hesitant, as if testing the strength of his own limbs. But when he stood, Sera noticed how the man's movements were too controlled and strangely fluid for someone who had supposedly been immobile for so long. She caught the subtlety of his actions, noting the absence of the awkward, unsteady motions typical of those who had lost the use of their legs. Her senses extended, probing for any hint of magic, but detected none. An amateur performance, and somehow the crowd is falling for it. Thank you. Thank you, "Blessed servant of Zephyros," the healed man cried. The crowd erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, the man in ragged robes atop the box raised his arms high. "Believe in Zephyros, and your faith shall be rewarded." He gestured to several metal bowls placed in front of the prophet's feet. "If you wish to be blessed, now is the best time to show your devotion by sparing any coin you have. Even just 1 copper can give you a chance of being in Zephyros's eye." People pushed and shoved to throw coins into the metal bowls, eyes glinting with hope and desperation. Hands trembled as they released their grip on the copper coins, the small pieces of tumbling into quickly overflowing bowls. Sera grimaced in disgust. "Fascinating." She and Zoha moved away from the crowd, their steps brisk and purposeful. The cacophony of clinking coins and fervent prayers gradually faded as they distanced themselves from the makeshift pulpit. Sera dusted off her cloak, then glanced at Zoha with a look of mild curiosity. "Have the people of Marwood always been this desperate?" Zoha shrugged, briefly glancing back at the crowd that was now dispersing. "It's hard to say for sure, mistress. But the war certainly wouldn't have helped things. I understand where the masses are coming from. Despair is a powerful thing, and any semblance of hope can make a significant difference," Sera said. Zoha's eyebrows rose in surprise. "I expected you to be disgusted by what we saw. While I do harbor disdain for humans, it would be foolish to let that blind me to the reality of their situation. Hatred by itself does very little. So, what do you plan to do with this understanding?" "I propose we put what we saw into practice, for the benefit of the spirit tree." Zoha tilted her head. "You want to put on a show, like the false prophet?" "Indeed, I plan to heal the masses and pretend to be a prophetess of some kind. All I need you to do is help me gain attention and manage the crowd." "That's doable, mistress." But suddenly, Sera paused as she drifted into contemplation. She let out a measured breath, fingers tracing part of her cloak. Slowly, she pressed her lips into a thin line before she spoke, and spoke with a softer voice than usual. "Zoha, I must apologize for not accounting for this earlier. But is healing magic common in the current era?" The demoness' eyebrows shot up in surprise. "As far as I know, mistress, you're the only person who can use any form of healing magic. That certainly simplifies things. Now, we just need a place to start," Sera said. "The slums aren't too far from here, I'm sure we will have no shortage of eyes there." "Good, we should head there immediately. And while we're walking, listen carefully to my instructions." The demoness led Sera through towards the slums. Gradually, the air grew thick with the smell of refuse and unwashed bodies, and the ground beneath their feet became a patchwork of muddy paths and broken cobblestones. Makeshift shanties and dilapidated structures leaned precariously against one another, walls patched with whatever materials could be scavenged. Children with dirt-streaked faces darted between the shadows while adults huddled in small groups. Sera's eyes scanned the surroundings until they fell upon a man in tattered rags sitting against a wall. She turned to Zoha, her voice a low murmur. "Go and get the people's attention. We need an audience for this." Zoha nodded as she moved towards the people nearby, her unorthodox appearance alone commanding their attention. She approached small groups and attempted to speak with them. At first, they were apprehensive and some tried to shoo the demoness away. But Zoha's words held a certain magnetism, drawing them in despite their initial reluctance. The more she spoke, the more heads turned towards Sera. The emerging audience barely reached a dozen people, but it was enough for a start. Meanwhile, Sera approached the man who looked at her warily. "What do you want?" Sera offered a gentle smile. "I am a servant of the goddess Sera, and I am here to help you." The man's eyes narrowed. "Spare me the bullshit, heard all of that one too many times before. I ask for no payment. I only wish to restore your arm. Why should I believe you? No one does anything for free. The goddess compels her followers to act charitably without expecting compensation in return. What's the harm in giving me a chance?" The man hesitated, then finally nodded. "Fine. But if this is a trick..." "It is no trick," Sera said. She knelt beside the man and placed her hand gently over the bandaged stump of his arm. Green light emanated from her palm, growing brighter as it enveloped the stump. A small crowd formed as they watched the light intensifying. The man gasped as he watched his arm regenerate rapidly. Bone reformed first, the structure knitting together with an almost audible click. Muscle fibers followed, weaving over the bone layer by layer. Finally, skin grew over the newly formed arm and smoothed it out seamlessly until the limb was fully restored. The man stared at his new limb in awe as he flexed his fingers. Soon, the crowd erupted into a chorus of gasps and murmurs. Zoha stepped forward to seize the moment. Anyone who is sick or injured, come forward. For a true prophetess of the goddess Sera is here. More people gathered around Sera almost immediately. A woman approached cautiously as she cradled a child with a high fever. The child's skin was flushed and damp with sweat, his breathing shallow and rapid. Sera knelt beside them and gently placed a hand on the child's forehead. Again, green light emanated from her palm, and the child's fever broke within seconds. The mother wept with gratitude, hugging her child close. Over the next few hours, Sera healed burns, mended broken bones, and cured illnesses that had plagued these people for years. Each act of healing drew gasps of awe and murmurs of gratitude as the crowd grew larger and larger. Eventually, the sun was close to setting on the slums. Sera stood up as she figured that she's done enough healing for the day. Unfortunately, I must rest for the night. I will return tomorrow for those who still need me. The people clamored around her with pleas and gratitude. Hands reached out to touch the hem of her cloak, as if her very fabric held the promise of salvation. Others called her name in the hopes that she would notice. Zoha stepped between Sera and the crowd to carve a path through the throng as she made her voice clear. Make way for the prophetess, she will return soon. The crowd parted reluctantly, their eyes never leaving Sera as she moved through them. She met their gazes with a gentle smile, feigning acknowledgement of their need as she navigated the sea of outstretched hands. After leaving the slums, Sera and Zoha entered a more well-off district of Marwood. The streets here were cleaner, the cobblestones neatly arranged and free from the grime that marred the poorer areas. Buildings stood taller and prouder, while shop fronts displayed a variety of goods, from fine silks to gleaming jewelry. The two made their way to an inn, a 3-story building with a slate roof and walls of pale stone. A wrought iron sign swung gently in the breeze, bearing the name The Silver Stag in elegant script. Inside, the reception area featured a large stone fireplace. Plush armchairs and small tables were arranged around the hearth, offering a comfortable place for guests to relax. The floors were polished hardwood while a crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. The receptionist, a young woman with auburn hair tied back in a neat bun, looked up as they entered. Welcome back, Lady Zoha. Zoha offered a cordial smile in return and approached the desk. Can I get an additional room for my friend here? The receptionist nodded, flipping through a leather-bound ledger. Of course, we have a lovely room available on the second floor with a view of the garden. Will that be suitable for you both? Zoha glanced at Sera, who gave a slight nod. Yes, that will do nicely. The receptionist smiled and handed Zoha a brass key. Room 207. I'll have some fresh linens and a tray of refreshments sent up right away. If there's anything else you need, please don't hesitate to ask. As they made their way up the polished wooden staircase, Sera couldn't help but notice the subtle luxury that permeated the inn. The walls were covered with tapestries depicting scenes of hunting and feasting, and the soft carpet underfoot muffled their steps. Soon, they reached the second floor, where Zoha led Sera to her room. She unlocked the door and pushed it open to reveal a cozy, well-appointed space. The bed was covered in a plush quilt, and a small writing desk stood in one corner. Zoha stood near the doorway. She glanced back at Sera, her hands clasped lightly in front of her. Is there anything else you need from me, mistress? Sera raised a hand. Stay for a bit. We need to discuss our plans. Zoha nodded and moved to pull over a chair. She positioned it across from Sera, who seated herself on the edge of the bed, feeling the plush quilt give slightly beneath her weight. She tapped a finger thoughtfully on the bed, creating small indentations in the soft fabric. This is a slightly random question, but do you actually need sleep, Zoha? The demoness shook her head. No, though I can enter a sleep-like state if needed. Good, then it's time to discuss our next step forward. Is this about those humans in the slums you healed? Absolutely, and to be frank, I'm not sure if my idea is sustainable in the long term. Why do you say that, mistress? The humans looked more than eager to flock to you. I have no doubt in my mind that at least a few of them would be willing to follow you back to the dungeon. The issue is that I am also accumulating notoriety. While this is acceptable in the short term, I believe that after gathering an initial following of humans, it would be prudent to abandon this prophetess guise and seek an alternative strategy. But isn't notoriety advantageous for you, mistress? You can leverage your fame to draw more humans into the dungeon. While that is true, fame can quickly spiral out of control. My immediate objective is to expedite the growth of the spirit tree, but it must be done in a controlled manner. If that's the case, why don't we establish a secretive cult, mistress? That way, we can attract followers discreetly and maintain a low profile. That is not a terrible idea, but a cult has far less reach than a more mainstream faith. Moreover, you are already aware that I do not wish to attract the kind of attention that a larger, more public following would bring. Zoha tilted her head, her hair cascading over her shoulder as she regarded Sera with curiosity. If you're not going to start a cult, then what is your plan? Sera leaned back slightly, her fingers still idly tapping the plush quilt. Tomorrow, I plan to gather as many people as I can who are willing to follow me and lead them to the dungeon. Zoha nodded thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing slightly. But why mention doing things tomorrow? Do you need sleep? Sera gave a small smile. It seems that Zoha is still searching for some kind of weakness she can exploit. My current guess is that she will try to find a way out of the contract if I give her the chance. This could prove to be another opportunity. I don't need sleep, but I do need to enter a rest-like state for at least 8 hours a day. Sera lied, her voice betraying no sign of deceit. Zoha's brow furrowed in concern. Is there any way I can help? Sera shifted her position, crossing her legs on the bed. Just lock the room, Zoha. Ensure no one disturbs me while I rest. Zoha moved to the door and locked it before glancing back at Sera. Out of curiosity, what is your resting state like, mistress? Feigning a casual demeanor, Sera shrugged. I won't be conscious of anything unless I'm in direct danger. It's a deep, meditative state. I'll keep watch, mistress. You can rest easy. Thank you, Zoha. Sera pretended to close her eyes. She kept her breathing slow and steady, counting each inhale and exhale to maintain the facade. A full minute passed, and she felt the subtle shift in the air as she sensed that Zoha had moved. Slowly, Sera opened her eyes, the dim light of the room sharpening into focus. The space around Sera was quiet, but a quick glance confirmed that the demoness had disappeared. Although the door to her room was still closed. With this, I can finally show Zoha the difference in our power. Allowing her this bit of freedom is a calculated risk, but necessary. She must see that even in her attempts to assert control, she is always within the confines of my will. She walked up to the window and pressed a hand on the cool glass. Now, to wait for the inevitable. Chapter 10 Desperation. Abila, capital of Lizaria. A cloud of flies manifested in an alleyway, swirling and parting to reveal Zoha's lithe form. She emerged from the shadows as she stepped onto a well-maintained cobblestone road. She left the alleyway and stepped onto a bustling street filled with wealthy human nobles and merchants. Not few of them were accompanied by beastkin servants, their subservient demeanor contrasting starkly against the opulence of their masters. But none of these people were of interest to her for now. The place where she would seek her salvation was up ahead, a large and imposing structure that dominated the street. The entrance to the concert hall was flanked by imposing marble columns adorned with carvings of musical notes and instruments. Lyres, flutes, and harps intertwined with flowing ribbons of music, their forms so lifelike they looked almost ready to spring to life. Even from outside, Zoha could hear the sound of people cheering and clapping. Zoha approached the entrance of the concert hall as fast as she could. She had to wade through a large crowd of humans and beastkin as she slipped between the gaps, occasionally having to push aside those who blocked her path. As she neared the entrance, a guard stepped forward with a hand outstretched. Halt, the show has already. But as his eyes settled on her face, recognition dawned. My apologies, Lady Zoha, he corrected himself, bowing slightly in deference. How can I assist you this evening? Zoha offered him a charming smile. Would you be so kind as to let me inside? I don't mind, Lady Zoha. However, I must inform you that there are no available seats in the concert hall. Sir Dante is performing tonight, and the venue is at full capacity. Zoha almost rolled her eyes at the pompous title Sir Dante. But she quickly swept her emotions aside and composed her features into an expression of serene charm. I'm sure you can make an exception for me, can't you? It's certainly not impossible, but there are no more seats available in the hall. Zoha reached into her purse and discreetly slipped a few gold coins into the guard's hand. I don't mind standing, surely you can just let me inside. The guard's hesitation melted away at the sight of the coins. He nodded eagerly and pocketed the money with a smile. Of course, right this way. He led her through the grand entrance, the noise of the crowd growing louder with each step. As they entered the main foyer, Zoha's senses were immediately assaulted by the rich scents of perfume and the mingling voices of the city's elite. She was led through throngs of elegantly dressed patrons. Laughter bubbled up here and there, mingling with the clink of champagne glasses. All while the light of chandeliers bathed everything in a warm light. As they entered the auditorium, the atmosphere shifted to one of sheer jubilation. Rows of plush seats stretched out before her, each one occupied by an enraptured guest. The audience's faces were filled with anticipation and joy, eyes fixed on the stage at the far end of the hall. On that raised stage stood the so-called Sir Dante, dressed in a finely tailored black suit. His blonde hair caught the light with each movement, and his blue eyes sparkled with confidence as he played his violin effortlessly. The crowd was utterly captivated, their eyes fixed on Dante as he played. The sight of the crowd's complete adoration towards him grated on her nerves, but she knew that she had to keep herself composed, at least for now. The demoness moved to a dark corner where the dim light barely reached, her presence almost merging with the shadows. She stood still with her eyes fixed on the stage as she waited for Dante's performance to conclude. Unlike the rest of the audience, she neither clapped nor shed a tear throughout the entire show. Approximately 15 minutes later, the final note of Dante's performance lingered in the air. He lowered his bow with a graceful, controlled motion. The silence that followed was profound, a moment of collective anticipation that filled the hall. Then, the spell was broken by a wave of thunderous applause as the audience rose to their feet, clapping and cheering with fervor. Amidst the standing ovation, the demoness remained still in her shadowed corner, her gaze never wavering from the stage. Dante acknowledged the crowd with a gracious bow. "Thank you, thank you. I deeply appreciate your enthusiasm and support. However, I must express a desire for more active participation in cheering and applause in the future." His gaze lingered pointedly on Zoha as he spoke, causing several people to look at her with curious and judgmental looks. Zoha's gaze hardened as she glared back at the onlookers. They quickly averted their eyes, intimidated by her fierce expression. Dante's eyes twinkled with mischief as he caught Zoha's reaction, and he sent a playful wink her way. Zoha cringed involuntarily. What an unfortunate day to come to him for help. With the performance concluded, Dante addressed the audience once more. "Thank you for being a wonderful audience. I look forward to seeing you all again soon." He was then escorted backstage and disappeared behind the grand curtains. Meanwhile, Zoha waited patiently as the crowd gradually thinned out. When the time was right, she slipped through a side door. The hallways wound like a labyrinth, but Zoha navigated them with practiced ease. It was far from her first time in the concert hall, and she made use of several lesser-known doors and entrances that the opulent nobles and merchants would never think of going through. Soon, she located the backstage door, its worn wooden surface partially concealed in the dim lighting of the hallway. Standing before it was a lone guard. "Halt," he commanded. "This area is restricted to guests." Zoha squared her shoulders, eyes narrowing as she locked onto the guard's gaze. "I need to get through. This is important." The guard shook his head. "My apologies, Lady Zoha, I can't let you inside. Orders are orders." Frustration bubbled up within the demoness, her fingers curling into fists at her sides. Just as she prepared to argue, the doors behind the guard swung open with a soft creak as Dante made himself known. "Is there a problem here?" The guard turned, his expression shifting to one of immediate apology. "Sir Dante, I didn't realize." "Let her in," Dante said, waving a hand dismissively. "She is my guest." The guard stepped aside and Zoha brushed past him, eyes locking with Dante's in a brief, intense exchange. Dante turned and led her down a narrow corridor, the walls lined with framed posters of his past performances. Each poster served to display his illustrious career, showcasing him in various dramatic poses with his violin. Awards and trophies gleamed from glass cases set into the walls. Almost all of them were won only within the last year. As they reached the end of the corridor, Dante opened the door to a private room, which was filled with posters of him plastered across every wall. The sheer volume of self-aggrandizement was almost suffocating to the demoness. Her attention was drawn to a trophy resting on a nearby shelf. She picked it up and read the inscription, "Most talented new performer." Zoha shook her head, her expression hardening with disdain. "I didn't think you'd take playing the violin this seriously, brother." Dante moved to a leather couch and sat down. He reached for a crystal decanter on a nearby table and poured himself a glass of wine. The deep red liquid swirled in the glass. He then took a slow, deliberate sip. "What can I say? I'm just that good." Zoha crossed her arms, leaning back against the closed door. Hard to believe you're still doing these performances. I thought playing the violin was just a hobby. It was, until I became really good at it. Then I decided being a performer wasn't so bad. Perhaps I shouldn't have expected anything else coming from you. Dante's eyes twinkled with amusement as he set the glass down. It's such a shame that my dear sister isn't capable of understanding the merits of music. The demoness pushed off from the door and started to wander around the room, then paused as she noticed an ornate deer mask perched on a stand. It was carved from polished wood, smooth to the touch. The mask featured large, expressive eye holes and it was crowned with small, decorative antlers that curved from the top. She picked it up, turning it over in her hands. And what's this for? Dante glanced at the mask. I tried my hand at theatre a few months back. Thought it might be interesting to explore a different facet of performance. Ultimately, it went against my natural flow. Too scripted, not enough room for improvisation. Everything about you is unnatural. I know what I want, and I'm happy. Isn't that what matters? Zoha studied the mask for a moment longer before looking up at Dante. Would you be annoyed if I took this? Slightly. Dante said nonchalantly. Without hesitation, Zoha tucked the mask into her cloak. It's mine now. Dante shook his head and sighed. All right, what's going on? You finally come to see me for who knows how long and the first thing you do is try to piss me off. Zoha hesitated, her usual confidence faltering. She glanced around the room, avoiding Dante's eyes. I do need your help. Dante's eyebrows shot up in genuine surprise. By the dead gods, what happened to you? Zoha sat down on the couch next to him. I've been bound to an atrocious contract. You won't believe the terms. That bad? It's basically a slave contract. I never had a chance to negotiate better terms. She had me cornered. Who could possibly enforce a contract like that on you? My new mistress is an Elder Dryad. The room fell silent, the weight of her words hanging heavily in the air. Dante's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain? Zoha's frustration bubbled to the surface. Do you think I'd be here if I could solve this on my own? Are you going to help me or not? Dante stood up abruptly and walked over to a large, ornate cabinet in the corner of the room. He pulled open the heavy wooden doors and retrieved a thick book bound in black leather. Zoha's eyes followed his movements with deep curiosity. What is that? Dante placed the book on the table between them, its cover adorned with intricate silver designs. I bought this from an adventurer a long time ago. Not sure who the author is, but it appears to be some kind of old encyclopedia which happens to have information on Elder Dryads. Zoha raised an eyebrow. That's awfully convenient. Since when did you start reading? Dante met her gaze with an earnest expression. I've been reading for a long time, trying to find a way for us to go back home. Zoha's irritation flared, the corners of her mouth tightening. Just open the damn book. Dante sighed but complied and sifted through the pages of the encyclopedia, its pages yellowed and grainy. Until he finally stopped at a section labeled Elder Dryads. He coughed into his hand before reading out loud. Elder Dryads are ancient and powerful beings with immense control over nature magic. Should you happen to encounter one, it is advisable to flee immediately on sight. Does the book have any information that isn't already obvious? Zoha scoffed. It's not easy to find useful info in a book this dense, Dante muttered, flipping through a few more pages without much enthusiasm. Zoha huffed, crossing her arms. Well, keep looking. We need something useful. I am looking, he snapped back. But it's not like there's an index specifically for your exact situation. Zoha's impatience grew. Just try harder. Dante grumbled under his breath but continued sifting through the pages. After what felt like an eternity of turning yellowed pages, something caught his eye in the footnotes. Hold on, there's a reference here to another part of the book. Page 237. Zoha leaned in. Well, go on then. Check it out. Dante flipped to the indicated page, his eyes scanning the text quickly. His expression changed as he began to read, a mix of surprise and realization dawning on his face. This section talks about the sources of an Elder Dryad's power. It mentions that their strength is often tied to something specific, like a sacred tree or a unique location. Zoha leaned closer, her eyes wide with anticipation. Keep reading. What else does it say? It says that disrupting this connection can weaken or even sever their bond entirely, Dante said. If we can find and sever this connection, there's a chance that the contract could become weak enough for you to break free. Zoha shook her head and sighed. That's going to be impossible. Dante sighed, rubbing his temples. I thought so. But what if we try tampering with the contract directly? Can you actually do that? I can try, but it's risky. You'll have to trust me. Zoha looked conflicted initially. She bit her lip, tension evident in her posture. But after a long moment of contemplation, she exhaled sharply and met Dante's gaze. I'm willing to try. Dante gave a small, reassuring smile. All right, let's get started. I'll need a dagger. Zoha reached into her cloak and grabbed her dagger, extending it towards Dante. He accepted the dagger and glanced at Zoha's arm, the demoness skin still obscured by layers of bandages. He slowly unwound the cloth, revealing the insectal exoskeleton beneath. Then, he paused for a moment, the edge of the dagger poised at an opening in the carapace. The blade hovered, a fraction of an inch from her skin. Slight warning, this might hurt. Zoha nodded, bracing herself. Just do it. Dante carefully made a small incision, the blade slicing through the tough exterior. Zoha winced as a trickle of purple blood oozed from the wound. Afterwards, he grabbed a glass vial from a nearby cabinet and collected the blood inside. He placed the vial on the table and retrieved a few other items from his cabinet, a small tome, a piece of parchment, and a quill. He opened the tome and chanted softly, resonating with the arcane energy in the room. While he was chanting, Dante dipped the quill into Zoha's blood and started to write on the parchment. Intricate symbols and runes appeared, glowing with a pulsating light. Dante concentrated deeply as he carefully inscribed each rune with careful precision. All Zoha could do was watch, her fingers gripping the edge of the table so hard she made dents in the wood. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Zoha's body. She gasped, clutching her sides as the agony intensified, radiating from her core outward like wildfire. It hurts. What's happening? Dante continued scribbling frantically. Shit, hold on. I'm almost done. Yet, the pain only grew more excruciating. Zoha's vision blurred, legs giving way as she collapsed to the floor. Her body writhed in torment, every muscle seizing in unbearable agony. It hurts. Dante dropped the quill and rushed to Zoha's side. I'm so sorry. What? How? You need to return to your mistress, she's the only one who can stop this. Oh, okay. Zoha gasped, tears streaming down her face. Summoning the last of her strength, Zoha gave a weak nod. And in an instant, her form dissolved into a cloud of flies that vanished as soon as they appeared. Chapter 11 Control. Sera shook her head as she saw a cloud of flies manifest in front of her. The tiny, buzzing insects coalesced, gradually forming into Zoha's familiar form. The demoness appeared racked with convulsions, body shuddering violently as she coughed up purple blood. Zoha crawled toward Sera weakly. Her trembling fingers grasped weakly at the Elder Dryad's feet, the touch barely perceptible through the blood on her hands. Sera stepped back and shot the demoness a disdainful expression. You should have known that this was going to happen. Please, forgive me, mistress. That depends. Have you come to grasp the futility of opposing me? Zoha nodded frantically, tears mixing with the blood on her face. Yes, I have. If that's true, then be honest with me. Who were you meeting in order to tamper with the contract? I was meeting up with my brother, he's knowledgeable in magic. Sera's eyes narrowed, her suspicion deepening as she scrutinized Zoha. Where is he? Zoha's gaze flickered with fear, her eyes widening as she realized the gravity of the question. Her lips parted, but no sound emerged. Seeing this, Sera clenched her hand into a fist. Instantly, Zoha screamed, the sound raw and piercing as her body convulsed violently. Tell me where your brother is. You can't hide the truth forever. The demoness screams echoed through the room. Her body convulsed violently, gasping for breath between the screams, her eyes pleading for a mercy that Sera had no intention of granting. In the next few seconds, Zoha's screams grew louder, yet she still refused to answer. Her defiance shone through despite the agony edged across her face. Sera channeled the power of the contract to inflict more pain on Zoha. The demoness screams became even more agonized, echoing off the walls. You can't protect him forever. The pain will only get worse. But despite the increasing torment, Zoha's lips remained tightly sealed. Tears streamed down her face, mixing with the blood that dripped from her chin, but she refused to utter a word about her brother's location. After a moment, Sera released her grip and eased the tension in her hands. The demoness' screams subsided into ragged breaths, though her body kept trembling from the ordeal. Zoha's brother is important enough to her that she isn't willing to disclose his location. Pressing her further would likely prove fruitless. I should utilize a different approach. Sera stepped forward and approached Zoha. She gently helped the demoness onto the bed, her touch almost tender despite the recent display of power. Zoha's breathing was shallow and uneven. She looked up at Sera, confused. "Why, are you helping me?" Sera shook her head, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Because I want to, that is all. With all due respect, mistress, am I not presenting a risk towards you? I had just tried to break our contract and refused to say anything about my brother." While everything that Zoha said was true, Sera thought carefully about what she was going to say next. Demons are many things, but they all respect strength. I'll use this chance to make the gap in our power more apparent. To be quite frank, I find your attempt to break free adorable, Zoha. Adorable. Your attempts to break the contract are like a bird trying to fly out of its cage. It's endearing, really. The effort is commendable, even if ultimately futile. Zoha initially frowned as she processed Sera's words. Yet, she soon tilted her head slightly, the movement causing a few strands of her hair to fall across her face. "Mistress, are you not going to punish me?" Sera shook her head. "There is no point in punishing you for something which is in your nature. I understand your desire for freedom, but you must realize that this contract is not something you can break even if I gave you 100 years to do so." "I don't understand why you are letting me off so easily," Zoha said. Sera's expression remained calm, though her thoughts whirred internally. She knew that ruling through fear and punishment could only take her so far. Punishing Zoha might temporarily subdue her, but it wouldn't foster the loyalty or trust Sera desired. If I show leniency towards Zoha now, it may plant the seeds of a more genuine allegiance in the future. But if worse comes to worse, then I will simply remove her. You don't need to understand, but only to listen to my instructions." Zoha nodded slowly, but her eyes remained skeptical. "I understand, mistress. But I need to know, are you planning to punish me more severely later?" Sera sighed, weighing her words carefully. "To be perfectly candid, Zoha, as long as you heed my orders and refrain from obstructing my plans in the future, I am willing to overlook your actions for now." She paused, letting the words sink in. "However, consider this your final warning. If you defy me again, I will not be so lenient." Zoha's eyes widened slightly, but nodded in understanding. "Understood, mistress. Thank you for your leniency. Good, if nothing else, we should return to the slums again in a few hours." The moment Sera and Zoha stepped foot in the slums, a wave of people surged forward, their desperate energy palpable. Faces edged with hunger and hope pushed towards them, creating a human tide that almost completely surrounded them. Zoha moved through the crowd with practiced ease, slipping through the gaps between bodies while Sera followed closely behind. The crowd pressed in tighter, hands reaching out to graze the fabric of her cloak as if hoping that mere contact might transfer some of her power to them. They finally settled in front of a rundown building with cracked windows and a door barely clung to its hinges. Sera took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders. She steadied herself, fingers tingling with the familiar warmth of her magic as she prepared to heal while Zoha stood beside her. One by one, Sera healed the sick and injured. Her magic flowed effortlessly, closing wounds, mending bones, and easing pain. Each person she touched expressed their gratitude in their own way, some with curt nods, others with whispered thanks, and a few even pressed spare coins into her hands. The crowd fell silent and parted away as a group of men marched forward. Their leader, a tall man with a scar running down his left cheek, took center stage. His cold eyes scanned the crowd before settling on Sera with a piercing glare. "This woman is a fraud," he shouted. Sera, far from intimidated, found herself amused by the bold proclamation. A smirk played on her lips as she met the leader's gaze. "Do you have any evidence to support your claim?" The leader gestured to his men, who stepped aside to reveal a small, three-legged dog. The poor creature's eyes were wide with fear, and its fur was matted with dirt and dried blood. A real prophetess should have no problem restoring this animal to full health. Sera's eyes softened as she looked at the dog. "I agree, step away from the dog, and I will do what needs to be done." The men exchanged glances initially. However, At a nod from their leader, they reluctantly stepped back, giving Sera the space she needed. She knelt beside the dog before gently brushing its head. The dog's three-legged condition appeared to be some form of congenital deformity, something it had lived with since birth. Yet, the fresh wounds were undoubtedly inflicted by humans, likely the very men now watching her with narrowed eyes. Sera drew on her magic, feeling it flow through her like a river of warmth and light. She directed the energy towards the dog's injuries. The crowd held its breath as a soft glow enveloped the dog. Tiny sparks of light danced along its wounds, stitching together torn flesh and sealing away pain. Then, where there had been only 3 legs, a faint outline appeared. The crowd watched, transfixed, as the outline solidified, muscle and bone weaving together, then, fur sprouted, matching seamlessly with the rest of the dog's coat. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers as the dog's new leg was now fully formed, completely indistinguishable from the others. It stood tentatively at first, testing its newfound balance. But after it got used to its new leg, the dog jumped around in joyous circles. The dog's tail wagged furiously as it ran straight to Sera, leaping up to her with great eagerness as it licked her face over and over again. Sera's face softened, eyes crinkling at the corners as she gently stroked its head. The men who had interrupted Sera earlier became flustered as the crowd erupted into cheers. However, their leader remained stoic. He coughed into his hand and barked out, "Everyone, shut up!" The crowd's cheers faltered into a tense silence. The leader gestured to his men, who disappeared briefly before returning, flanking a familiar figure draped in rich purple robes. "This," the leader announced, "is the prophet of Zephyro." The prophet stepped forward, his presence exuding an aura of arrogance. "I am not impressed. Such parlor tricks may fool the simple-minded, but they hold no sway over me." Sera chuckled softly, with both amusement and disdain. Her eyes glittered with a cold, calculating light as she regarded the scene before her. She let the dog go, its fur brushing against her fingers as it scampered away. Then, she leaned towards Zoha, lips barely moving as she whispered, "Remove them immediately." Zoha nodded imperceptibly and slipped away into the crowd. Meanwhile, Sera turned her attention back to the false prophet. "I've already proven my abilities, what say you?" The false prophet sneered and opened his mouth to retort, but his words were cut short as a tiny, dark fly landed on his cheek. He swatted at it absently, unaware of how several other dark flies landed on the necks of the men who had interrupted Sera before. Suddenly, the men dropped to the ground, one by one. Their confident postures crumbled as they clutched at their throats. The crowd gasped as they watched the men collapse, writhing on the dirty ground. The dark flies then took off into the air, disappearing as swiftly as they had appeared. The prophet of Zephyro's face turned ashen, his eyes widening in fear as he watched his followers fall. He stumbled back, nearly tripping over his own robes. What is this?" Sera stepped forward and stopped just in front of him. "This is what happens when one goes against a prophetess of the goddess Sera." As Sera's words echoed, the prophet gasped and clutched at his throat. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees before collapsing completely. The crowd watched in stunned horror as the prophet's life ebbed away, his body convulsing briefly before going still. Sera saw her chance and took it. Behold the fate of false prophets. They have been smitten by the divine wrath of goddess Sera. The moment she finished speaking, the crowd's fear quickly transformed into fervent belief. Their murmurs grew into shouts of devotion as they looked at her with newfound reverence. "Just a little bit more." She raised her hands in an effort to further command their attention. "Who among you are true believers in goddess Sera? Who wishes to receive more of her blessings?" Hands shot up, voices crying out in eager response. The energy of the crowd was electric. Sera let the fervor build and allowed the energy to peak, before raising her hand for silence. "And who among you is ready to follow me on a journey to the promised land?" "I am ready," shouted a young man at the front. "Take me with you, Sera," cried a woman, clutching a tattered shawl to her chest. More people from the crowd surged forward. Each person reached out, hands extended towards Sera with their fingers trembling. Sera smiled, feeling the fervent energy of the crowd washing over her. "Perhaps I may have overdone things just a little bit." Zoha soon re-emerged from the crowd. She slipped to Sera's side, her presence barely noticed by the throng of adoring followers. Leaning in close, she whispered, "What is our next step, mistress?" Sera's eyes scanned the fervent crowd. "We need to separate the most fervent believers from the rest. Those who are truly devoted will follow us without hesitation." "How can I help?" Just watch over the humans for now and make sure we receive no more interruptions. Duly noted. Sera raised her hands to call for silence. The crowd quickly obeyed, eyes fixed on her. Followers of Goddess Sera, we will now identify those among you who are the most devoted. Please form a line and come forward one by one. The crowd shuffled into a semblance of order. Their fervor undiminished as they awaited Sera's next command. Sera stood at the head of the line. With a calculated smile, she decided to test their devotion with a series of increasingly ridiculous tasks. This will weed out those who still have doubts. To prove your devotion, I ask each of you to perform a task. Only those who complete them without question will be chosen. She started by assigning simple tasks, watching closely as the followers knelt to recite prayers to Sera or shared personal stories of faith. But as the day wore on, the tasks grew more absurd. Sera's eyes sparkled with amusement as she asked them to balance objects on their heads, hop on one foot, and even sing certain songs backward. She observed each attempt, noting the lengths they were willing to go to prove themselves worthy. To her surprise, only a few people left during the odd tasks she set out. Most of the humans stayed throughout the entirety of her nonsensical trials. At one point, a man wobbled precariously with a stack of wooden planks teetering on his head while a woman sang a hymn in reverse in a shaky voice. Zoha, who was standing off to the side, watched the spectacle with growing confusion. It was visibly evident that the absurdity of the tasks baffled the demoness. During a brief pause, she approached Sera discreetly. "Pardon my curiosity, mistress, but what is the point of these tasks?" "The point is to find those who will do everything I ask without question. The smart ones have all left long ago, leaving me with the most desperate among them." "I see, which means the humans who are left probably won't bat an eye if you ask them to follow you into the dungeon." "Precisely." The trials continued for a few more hours. Sera watched as the most fervent believers performed without hesitation, their devotion shining through their actions. Slowly but surely, the group was whittled down to around 60 of the most devout. Finally, Sera addressed the selected group, her voice gentle but commanding. "You, the chosen ones, have proven your devotion to Goddess Sera. Your faith is unwavering, and your hearts are pure. I ask you now to wait for me at a specified location. Tomorrow, I will return here, and we will embark on a sacred journey together." As the chosen followers dispersed to await the appointed time, Sera turned to Zoha. They walked away from the crowd, the soft murmur of voices fading behind them. "Do you know a way to transport all of these humans?" "Because I'd rather not have to walk them to the dungeon," Sera asked. Zoha thought for a moment before speaking. "There is one person who might be able to help us with transporting these humans, mistress." Sera raised an eyebrow, intrigued but skeptical. "Oh? And who might that be?" "Countess Ivirus," Zoha said. "A countess? Why would someone of her status assist us?" "Countess Ivirus is a special case, mistress. She has experienced certain circumstances that align with our goals. With your abilities, I am confident she will be more than willing to come through for us." Chapter 12 Faith's Reward. Sera followed Zoha to the gates of an old, worn-down mansion. Ivy climbed the walls, creeping over cracked stones and broken windows. All while the garden was overgrown with weeds and wild flowers, partially covering the path leading to the main entrance. Sera's eyes narrowed as she took in the sight. "Does anyone actually live here?" Zoha nodded. "Countess Ivirus and her staff still actively live here. Is there a reason why a noble's estate looks so ruined?" "The countess has never been the same since her husband passed away and her son was struck by a grueling illness at the same time. She forbade her staff from even just tending to the gardens out of grief." "Interesting, presumably she will give a great reward to anyone who could cure her son." "It's very likely, mistress. I've spoken with the countess when she was in better condition. She used to be very generous and financed several quests in the Adventurers Guild by herself." Zoha reached for a magical doorbell, an ornate brass bell adorned with intricate runes. As she rang it, the bell glowed briefly as it emitted soft chime that resonated through the air. Moments later, a butler with a graying beard approached the gates. He bowed his head slightly in recognition as he neared them. "Lady Zoha, it has been quite some time. How may I assist you this evening?" Zoha stepped forward, her demeanor polite yet authoritative. "Gunter, I'd like you to meet Sera. She is a healer of extraordinary capability." Gunter turned his gaze to Sera and raised an eyebrow. "A healer, you say?" "Yes, and I have seen her abilities firsthand. She has performed many feats of healing in the slums of Marwood, even going so far as to restore limbs. I don't mean to put too much doubt on your words, Lady Zoha. But the Countess has been disappointed by far too many charlatans already. That is completely understandable, and I deeply sympathize with Countess Ivirus. However, I swear on my own life that Sera's abilities are true. Sera met the butler's gaze with unwavering confidence. There is no ailment too great nor affliction too deep that cannot be cured. I'm here only to help, not to seek any form of payment or reward. Gunther's eyes widened slightly, clearly taken aback by the conviction in her words. The skepticism in his gaze softened as it was instead replaced by a gradually growing hope. I certainly hope you're right, Gunther murmured. Afterwards, he grabbed a key from his pocket and unlocked the gates. Gunther then guided them to the main entrance where they stopped in front of a pair of heavy wooden doors. He knocked gently and waited until the doors were opened by another servant who stepped aside to allow them entry. This way, Gunther said, leading Sera and Zoha through a hallway. The two of them followed the butler through the corridors of the mansion until they reached a heavy wooden door. Gunther opened it slowly to reveal a spacious room filled with ornate furniture, and a large fireplace that dominated one wall, though its hearth was cold and empty. Countess Ivirus was seated in a plush chair near the fireplace, her frail form wrapped in a thick velvet robe. The warmth of the fire casted a soft glow on her pale and sickly face. When Sera and Zoha entered the room, they saw the Countess quickly cough into a napkin, which she discreetly handed off to a maid standing nearby. She dismissed the maid and Gunther with a wave of her hand. "Leave us," she commanded. Once they were alone, the Countess turned her full attention to the demoness. "Who is this person you've brought to me, Zoha?" Zoha offered a reassuring smile. "This is Sera, an old friend of mine and a very capable healer." Countess Ivirus's gaze flicked to Sera with a weary expression. She studied Sera intently, as if trying to discern the truth behind the demoness' words. "A capable healer, you say? What proof do you have of her abilities?" Sera took a step forward and inclined her head respectfully. "Countess Ivirus, I understand your caution. Healing is a delicate and personal matter. I assure you, I am well versed in my craft and have aided many in their time of need. Words are easy. Deeds are what matter," Countess Ivirus said bluntly. "Countess, please, you know me. I would not bring anyone to you unless I trusted them completely." "Sera has the skills and the heart to help you," Zoha said. A silence stretched between them all. The Countess's stern gaze remained fixed on Zoha, searching for any sign of deceit. Yet, gradually, the Countess's expression softened, if only by a fraction. "Very well. Sit down, both of you." Zoha and Sera moved to the ornately carved chairs opposite the Countess. The rich fabric of the seats felt cool and smooth under their hands. Ivirus's fingers trembled slightly as she clasped them in her lap, the delicate lace of her sleeves brushing against her wrists. Sera decided to ease into the conversation first. "Thank you for giving us a chance, Countess Ivirus. I understand this must be a difficult time for you." The Countess's eyes moved between Sera and Zoha, settling finally on Sera. "Enough talk, you speak of healing. Prove your capability to me." "I am prepared to do so right now, Countess." "You're not going to ask for money or materials first. Most healers I've seen demand compensation or specific items before even considering an attempt." Sera shook her head gently. "I do not require those things, Countess. My abilities do not hinge on material wealth or rare ingredients. I can heal you on the spot. And why should I believe you? Many have come claiming miraculous powers, only to disappoint. I understand your hesitation. All I ask is for you to allow me this opportunity to prove myself. If you feel no improvement, you owe me nothing." The Countess regarded Sera for a long moment. Finally, she nodded slowly. "Very well. Proceed." Sera rose and knelt beside Ivirus's chair as her hands glowed with a soft, warm light. "Please close your eyes and try to relax." The Countess hesitated for a moment before closing her eyes. Sera's hands hovered over the Countess's frail form, the glow intensifying as she focused her energy. As the light touched Ivirus, it spread quickly through her body. Her once frail hands became steady, while the pallor of her skin gave way to a healthy flush. Soon, Sera withdrew her hands, the glow fading as she completed the healing. She looked up at Ivirus, who had just opened her eyes and blinked a few times. The Countess's expression was one of astonishment. She flexed her fingers, the trembling completely gone. and her once fatigued eyes now shone with renewed vitality and clarity. How do you feel? Sera asked. Countess Ivirus took a moment to move a hand to her chest where the pain had been most intense. I feel wonderful. The pain is all gone. I'm so glad to see you better, Countess Ivirus. Zoha said. The Countess turned to Zoha with a warm smile. Thank you for bringing your friend to me. She then looked at Sera, eyes brimming with gratitude. And thank you, for healing me. I haven't felt this way in years. Sera nodded, a gentle smile on her lips. I'm happy to help, Countess. Countess Ivirus's eyes shone with gratitude, but concern quickly crossed her face. She took a deep breath before speaking. I must ask something more of you, Sera. My son, Simon, has been gravely ill for months. Can you help him as well? I can certainly try. Please, take me to him. The Countess motioned for them to follow, and they moved through the grand hallways of the mansion. They soon arrived at a heavy oak door carved with elaborate patterns, the swirls and flourishes inlaid with gleaming brass accents. Ivirus's hand rested momentarily on the cool brass handle. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, before she turned the handle and pushed the door open. The room beyond was relatively dark, heavy curtains drawn to keep out the harsh light of the afternoon sun. The air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs and faint traces of lavender, intended to soothe and heal. Simon was resting on an ornately carved bed. The boy's skin was pallid, almost translucent, contrasting starkly with the dark sheets that enveloped him. He looked frail, his once vibrant form now reduced to a shadow of its former self. His eyes were dull and lifeless, staring blankly at the ceiling. Countess Ivirus moved to his side, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead with tenderness. My son has been like this for months. Sera approached the bed slowly and assessed Simon's condition. She noted the dark circles under his eyes, the way his chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, and the slight tremor in his frail hands. His symptoms suggested a debilitating illness, possibly something that had slowly drained his life force over time. It was bad enough that part of Sera felt the slightest hint of pity for the human boy. She reached out and placed her hands gently on Simon's forehead. As she closed her eyes and focused, her hands glowed with a familiar light. The glow spread slowly, enveloping Simon's head and then moving down to cover his entire body. Color slowly returned to the boy's cheeks. Sera focused intently as her magic weaved through his veins. Soon, Simon's eyes fluttered open, their brightness restored. He looked around, confused at first, then met his mother's gaze. Mother! Countess Ivirus rushed to his side with tears of joy streaming down her face. Oh, Simon! You're awake! How do you feel, my dear? Simon sat up slowly, testing his strength. I feel, well. Countess Ivirus turned to Sera and Zoha. I cannot express how thankful I am. You have given me back my son. She took Zoha's hand, squeezing it gently. Thank you for bringing Sera to us. Zoha nodded, a soft smile on her lips. I'm glad I could help, Countess. Sera inclined her head. It was my honor to assist, Countess Ivirus. But Ivirus shook her head. No, Sera. Your kindness and skill cannot go unrewarded. You must tell me if there is anything you desire. Sera almost broke her facade with a smile. But she forced herself to maintain her composure. Can't let the mask fall off now. With a modest demeanor, she replied, there is one thing, Countess. I need help transporting several dozen people out of Marwood. The Countess's eyebrows arched in curiosity. Pardon? Why do you need to transport so many people? Sera took a deep breath, her mind racing as she formulated her response. Countess, while I am a capable healer, there are limits to what I can achieve on my own. The people I wish to transport are gravely ill, and there are only so many I can tend to at a time. Therefore, I seek to bring them to a sacred location where my healing powers can be greatly enhanced. Countess Ivirus studied Sera intently, her eyes sharp and discerning. For a moment, Sera feared that her lie would be seen through. But to her surprise, the Countess nodded thoughtfully. Ah, I see, Ivirus said, her tone contemplative. A sacred location, you say? That is indeed a wise course of action. Healing such numbers would be a daunting task for any one person. I can arrange for wagons and carts to aid you in this endeavor. Will that suffice? Sera inwardly sighed with relief, maintaining her composed exterior. That would be more than sufficient, Countess. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. With your assistance, these people will have a chance to recover in a place of sanctity and peace. The Countess smiled, a hint of satisfaction in her expression. Consider it done, then. I will have my men prepare the necessary transportation immediately. When will you need the wagons? By dawn tomorrow would be ideal, Countess. The sooner we can begin the journey, the better for those in need. Very well. I will have my servants begin preparations immediately. You shall have everything you need at the aforementioned time. Sera bowed deeply. Your kindness knows no bounds, Countess Ivirus. We are deeply grateful. Zoha added, Indeed, Countess. Your support means more to us than you can imagine. We will always remember your generosity. The Countess waved a hand dismissively, although her eyes sparkled with approval. Think nothing of it. And before both of you leave, feel free to relax in the guest room for as long as you need if you wish. Sera perked up at the suggestion. Countess, would you mind terribly if we requested some desserts? It's been quite a day. Countess Ivirus chuckled warmly, clearly amused by Sera's request. Not a problem at all, my dear. You have only to ask Gunter and he will see to it that you receive whatever you desire. Gunter escorted Sera and Zoha into a modestly furnished room with a table at its center. The space was cozy, with warm wooden walls and soft lighting casting a gentle glow. An unfinished chessboard stood on a small round table, the pieces scattered as if abandoned mid-game. But more importantly, there was another table stacked with various desserts. Delicate pastries with flaky, golden crusts were arranged in neat rows beside rich, dark chocolate truffles dusted with cocoa powder. Crystal bowls filled with sugared nuts and candied fruits added the finishing touch. Gunter hesitated by the table, his hand hovering over the chessboard. Shall I clear this up for you? Sera waved a hand gently. It's fine, thank you. The butler bowed slightly before retreating, closing the door quietly behind him. As soon as he left, Sera's eyes were drawn to the table filled with desserts. She immediately approached it, her fingers lightly brushing over the delicate pastries before selecting a fruit tart. She picked it up carefully, admiring the glistening berries and the buttery crust for a moment before taking a small bite, savoring the burst of flavors. I really need to bring someone who can make desserts into the dungeon sometime in the future. Yet, as she continued sampling the various desserts, Sera eventually saw that Zoha had seated herself at the table with the chessboard. The demoness was carefully rearranging the pieces to their original positions. And once the pieces were back in their starting places, Zoha began to move them again, her eyes focused intently on the board. Curiosity piqued, Sera finished chewing the dessert she was eating and approached Zoha. What are you doing? Zoha looked up, a faint smile playing on her lips. I used to play chess quite often, mistress, and I enjoy practicing with myself whenever I have the chance. It helps me keep my mind sharp. Is that so? Would you be willing to teach me how to play? Zoha paused for a moment, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully before a smug grin spread across her face. I'd be more than happy to teach you, mistress. Sera took a seat opposite Zoha. Very well, explain the basics to me. Zoha nodded, her fingers gently tapping the board. Each piece has its own unique movements, she said, placing the pawns in their respective positions. The pawns move forward but capture diagonally. The demoness continued, setting the knights, bishops, rooks, and finally the king and queen in their starting squares and then demonstrating how they could move one by one. Ultimately, the objective is to checkmate the opponent's king. I think I have a decent grasp of the rules now. Sera said. Zoha set the pieces in their starting positions. Are you ready to start playing, mistress? Sera straightened in her chair, fingers lightly drumming on the table. I am. As the game began, it quickly became apparent that Sera's understanding of the rules was no match for Zoha's experience. The demoness' hands moved with effortless confidence, each piece gliding across the board with purpose. In contrast, Sera's movements were hesitant and uncertain. She paused frequently and had to think for quite some time before each move. It didn't take long for Zoha to use her rook and bishop to coordinate a seamless trap. Sera's eyes widened as she realized the trap was closing around her king. She tried to move to counter, but it was too late. Zoha's lips curved into a satisfied smile as she leaned back in her chair. Checkmate, I win. Sera frowned. She studied the board, the realization of her defeat sinking in. Let's play again. Of course, mistress. Zoha said, resetting the board. This time, Sera's focus was much sharper. She managed to hold her own against Zoha, even putting her in a few tricky positions that required careful navigation. However, a single blunder shifted the balance as Sera left one of her knights completely unguarded. Zoha quickly capitalized on the mistake, her pieces moving swiftly to corner Sera's king once more. Checkmate. The demoness looked up, genuinely impressed by Sera's improvement. You did much better that time, mistress. You're improving quickly. By this point, Sera's eyes were intense and almost trance-like. We're not finished yet. One more game. Zoha hesitated as she sensed a shift in Sera's demeanor. The determination in the Elder Dryad's eyes had taken on an almost obsessive quality. Still, the demoness reset the board despite her growing unease. This time, Sera's hands darted over the board with increasing speed as the game progressed, each piece snapping into place with a decisive click. Zoha watched her carefully, noting the deepening trance-like state that consumed Sera more and more with every turn. The demoness struggled to keep up with Sera's relentless pace. Her own moves were deliberate and cautious, but she could feel the game slipping away from her. Finally, with a swift and decisive move, Sera declared, "Checkmate." Zoha stared at the board, momentarily stunned by the rapid succession of moves that had led to her defeat. She looked up at Sera, who was still in the grip of her trance-like state. "Maybe we should stop playing for now, mistress. You seem different." Sera's eyes flashed with an almost manic intensity. "Just one more game." Zoha was much more wary this time, but she reluctantly reset the board once more, fingers trembling slightly as she placed the pieces in their starting positions. The final game began, and Sera's trance-like state peaked. The Elder Dryad's focus was absolute. It was as if she were possessed by some ancient force, guided by a power beyond herself. In half the time as the previous game, Sera declared checkmate once more. Zoha stared at the board blankly for a few seconds before looking up at Sera. "Mistress, are you all right?" Sera blinked a few times, her eyes gradually losing their intense focus. She slowly appeared to return to herself as the trance faded. She clutched her head slightly, a pained look crossing her face. I'm fine, we should go." Chapter 13 Judgment. The Grand Tribunal Hall. There was only one thought that inhabited Chancellor Alistair's mind: contempt. He looked impassively towards 3 prisoners being escorted by armed guards to the center of the hall. The first prisoner was the captain of the Royal Guard. His uniform had been stripped of all of its embellishments and emblems, a gesture that was both symbolic and intentionally humiliating. "Filthy bastard, serves you right." Next was the head of the Royal Mages. Her regal bearing had not entirely been extinguished by the chains that bound her. She was a tall and slender elf, and her robes, though torn and dirted, still shimmered faintly with residual magic. What a shame, she wouldn't have been here if it weren't for the mistakes of others. But the person Chancellor Alistair had the most disdain for was none other than a fellow councillor. He was a bloated man with a balding head. He still wore luxurious clothes, though their glamour had been greatly diminished by the bruises and scars marring his skin. The worst among them without a shadow of a doubt. All 3 prisoners were brought to the center of the hall and forced onto their knees, each one arranged in order of their status. The captain knelt first, followed by their mage. Last was the councillor, his knees hitting the ground with a wincey. Silence settled over the hall, yet it was only fleeting. Soon, whispers erupted among the gathered nobles and dignitaries. Chancellor Alistair let the chatter continue for a time, observing how the prisoners' shame played against the backdrop of noble intrigue. But eventually, he raised a hand, a simple yet authoritative gesture that commanded immediate silence. Once everyone was quiet, the Chancellor spoke. "Esteemed members of the tribunal and honored guests, we are gathered here not for a trial, but for a judgment. The 3 individuals before us have already been deemed guilty of heinous crimes not only against the kingdom of Lizaria but also against the honor of the Lizarian crown." He paused for a moment before continuing. "By the grace of His Majesty, King Regulus IV, I shall now read the crimes committed by each of the prisoners before you." Alistair turned his gaze to the captain of the Royal Guard. "You stand guilty of misusing funds allocated to the Royal Guard and selling equipment belonging to the Guard to third parties. Such charges, grievous as they are, would not ordinarily be sufficient by themselves to bring you to the Grand Tribunal Hall. However, your true crime lies in your gross incompetence and greed. You supplied insufficient and under-equipped soldiers to accompany Prince Leo's expedition to siphon more funds for your personal gain, which played a significant part in the disappearance of Prince Leo alongside his entire expeditionary force. The Chancellor gave another long pause before continuing. For these actions, you are sentenced to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. The Royal Guard captain's shoulders sagged further. He offered no words of defense or protest as the guards stepped forward to escort him out. The chamber remained silent as the captain was led away. The nobles and dignitaries watched with morbid curiosity, their eyes following his every step. Some appeared to show pity, but most held nothing but contempt. Chancellor Alastair waited until the doors closed with a resounding thud, sealing the captain's fate. Only then did he turn his attention back to the assembly. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as Chancellor Alastair's gaze shifted to the head of the royal mages. You, on the other hand, are guilty not of malicious intent, but of gross incompetence, due to failing to provide adequate mages to support Prince Leo's expedition. Yet, given the ongoing war, Alastair continued, the severity of the charges against the royal mages has been mitigated. It is understood that resources are stretched thin, and errors in judgment, while unacceptable, are not tantamount to treason. A slight movement from the mage caught his attention. Her shoulders saged slightly as the slightest hint of tears beaded from her eyes. Chancellor Alastair almost broke his calm demeanour as pity welled within him. Yet, he knew that he had a job to do and pushed on. Thus, the punishment decreed for the head of the royal mages is public flagellation. The crowd's murmur grew, but was quickly quelled by a stern look from the Chancellor. He then dismissed the head of the royal mages with a nod, signalling the guards to escort her out. She rose slowly, eyes remaining downcast as the guards led her away. Alastair waited for the head mage to be fully escorted out before moving on to the last prisoner. Counselor, you stand accused of multiple grievous crimes. You are not only guilty of siphoning funds meant for the kingdom's defense into your own pockets for years, but you also accepted compensation from the Adventurers Guild in exchange for lobbying this very council to approve hiring an overpriced adventurer who was unable to protect Prince Leo. The counselor's eyes widened in panic. No, please, I wasn't paid that much by the Adventurers Guild. It was a misunderstanding. Chancellor Alastair raised a hand to signal to the guards below. One of the guards stepped forward and delivered a swift punch to the counselor's face. The counselor staggered, blood trickling from his nose, his cries reduced to pained whimpers. Alastair turned his attention back to the assembly. The role of the Royal Council is to serve the kingdom's best interests in accordance with King Regulus IV's will. This counselor has betrayed that trust, placing his own greed above the welfare of the kingdom. He paused, allowing his words to sink in, the gravity of the situation hanging heavy in the air. For his crimes, I hereby sentence him to the blood pits. There, he will face a fate befitting a traitor to the crown. The counselor, though battered and bruised, cried out. No. Please, have mercy. Alastair, we've been friends for years. You know me, I can make amends. The guards moved in as they dragged the counselor away. He struggled weakly, his pleas growing more frantic as he was pulled towards the exit. Alastair, please. Think of our friendship. I can. But his words were cut off as the heavy doors closed behind him, sealing his fate. Chancellor Alastair took a deep breath as the traitor was finally removed for good. The entire hall was silent now, but his work was not yet finished. There is still one more matter to be discussed, Alastair announced. An aide approached, handing him a neatly folded paper. Alastair unfolded it carefully and cleared his throat before addressing the assembly. As you are all well aware, Lizaria has been embroiled in a protracted conflict with our neighbors. The war, though necessary, has stretched our resources thin, including our manpower and provisions. Moreover, the presumed death of Prince Leo cannot be left unanswered. It is a grievous wound to our realm, one that demands retribution and resolution. Therefore, with the Council's permission, I propose to authorize the use of the Inquisition to support this matter. Countless murmurs and whispers ran through the crowd, but Alastair's presence kept it subdued. He looked over the faces before him, gauging their reactions, before inviting further discourse. Are there any questions from the assembly before we proceed to the vote? A hand rose from among the gathered nobles, and Alastair nodded to the questioner, an older man with a distinguished bearing. Why was the Inquisition not involved in Prince Leo's expedition from the outset? Alastair inclined his head in acknowledgement. Since the inception of the war, the resources and personnel of the Inquisition have been redirected to foreign espionage and disruption operations far away. It was deemed at the time that the prince's expedition, while important, did not necessitate the involvement of the Inquisition. Obviously, the situation has changed now, which is why I have brought up utilizing our kingdom's greatest asset again. The noble nodded thoughtfully, accepting the explanation. Alistair's eyes swept the room once more. If there are no further questions, we shall proceed to the vote. The motion is thus, to authorize the deployment of the Inquisition to investigate and address the circumstances surrounding Prince Leo's expedition and presumed death. All in favor, raise your hands. The decision was completely unanimous as every single person in the hall raised their hand. It was an expected outcome, given the direness of the citation. Alistair allowed himself a small nod of satisfaction. The motion is passed. May justice prevail and may Prince Leo's legacy be honored through our actions. With this, I declare this session adjourned. While the nobles slowly filed out of the tribunal hall, Chancellor Alistair remained at his post. He called for an aide, a young man with an attentive demeanour who approached quickly. Alistair leaned to the young man's ear. Send an urgent request to the Inquisition. Inform them that I will be arriving personally soon. Chancellor Alistair stepped down from his carriage. As his boots touched the cobblestone path, he was immediately surrounded by dozens of acolytes in black robes. Their hoods cast deep shadows over their faces. One of the acolytes, distinguished by a silver thread woven into the hem of his robe, stepped forward and bowed deeply. Chancellor Alistair, we have been notified of your urgent request. Alistair nodded. Is she ready? The acolyte hesitated for a moment, then replied, it would be best for you to see for yourself, Chancellor. Please, follow me. The headquarters of the Inquisition was a formidable structure made of dark stone that rose sharply against the night sky. Tall, narrow windows were set deep into the walls, while heavy iron doors, adorned with intricate carvings of protective runes and grim visages, stood at the entrance. As they approached, the doors swung open with a deep, resonant groan. The air inside was cool and heavy with the scent of aged parchment and burning incense. Long corridors stretched out before them, lined with blue fire torches. Chancellor Alistair followed the acolyte deeper into the building in complete silence. The further they went, the more intricate the architecture became. Heavy wooden doors with complex iron locks gave way to steel doors secured by arcane symbols and magical wards. Each entrance required the acolyte to perform a precise series of gestures or utter a specific incantation in order to be opened. Descending deeper, they came to a spiral staircase carved from black stone that didn't appear to have an end. After what felt like an eternity of descent, they reached a final corridor that ended at a massive set of metal gates constructed of dark iron and reinforced with bands of enchanted silver. The acolyte was joined by several others who stood nearby, each carrying a key. Together, they approached the gates, and in a well-practiced sequence, inserted their keys into corresponding locks. The mechanisms inside the gates rumbled and clanked as the gates slowly swung open. Chancellor Alistair stepped into a vast, dark room. The chamber was cavernous, with its ceiling lost in shadow, creating an almost oppressive sense of scale. At the center of the room stood a massive sarcophagus, its formidable presence dominating the space. The sarcophagus was constructed of jet black stone, polished to a mirror-like finish that reflected the light from the torches lining the walls. The surface seemed to drink in the light, creating an eerie, almost liquid darkness. The lid of the sarcophagus was adorned with a meticulously carved relief of a figure in repose, arms crossed over its chest. However, what was most striking were the countless chains and locks that bound the sarcophagus. Every link and lock was inscribed with intricate runes designed to compress the magical power within to something more manageable. The acolyte moved towards Chancellor Alistair. Chancellor, this Inquisitor is still unstable. Are you certain about awakening her? Chancellor Alistair sighed deeply. She is our only choice. While I dislike awakening her, I believe it is the best option for now. But Chancellor, the last time Haziel was awakened, over 10,000 people. I am well aware of the consequences, acolyte. Now, fetch me the Book of Rites. The acolyte bowed his head, retreating to a nearby pedestal where an ancient tome bound in cracked leather rested. He lifted it with care as he carried it back to Alistair. Chancellor Alistair took the book from the acolyte's trembling hands. Which pages should I refer to? The acolyte swallowed hard, flipping through the brittle pages with practiced fingers. Page 72, Chancellor. Alistair nodded. Good. Now, gather the other acolytes and step back. The acolyte nodded, hastily moving to summon his fellows. They retreated to the edges of the chamber, leaving Alistair alone with the sarcophagus. Chancellor Alistair walked around the massive stone coffin as he opened the Book of Rites to the indicated page and started to read aloud. Raven, apple, tempest, stone. The chains wrapped around the sarcophagus began to shudder. One by one, the locks clicked open, their heavy metal forms falling to the floor with a resounding clang. The runes inscribed on the chains glowed fiercely before they shattered, pieces scattering across the floor. Alistair continued to chant, his voice growing stronger. Ocean, ember, thorn, sky. Each phrase broke another chain, another lock. The heavy metal restraints shuddered and fell away, clattering to the ground. Ash, flame, night, dawn. More locks snapped open. Star, shadow, wind, earth. Blood, bone, light, fire. The remaining chains trembled violently before shattering, fragments scattering across the floor like shards of glass. Life, death, time, eternity, and with that, the last of the locks disintegrated. The sarcophagus lid burst open with a deafening crack, releasing a surge of magic so powerful that Alistair was thrown to the ground. The force of the blast sent him sprawling, his robes billowing around him as he struggled to regain his footing. He struggled to his feet while the Book of Rites laid on the floor beside him, its pages fluttering wildly. But gradually, the magical surge subsided, allowing Alistair to take a steady breath. He looked up, his eyes widening as he saw the figure within the sarcophagus. The room seemed to hold its breath as the runes on Haziel's skin flared with a brilliant light, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the cavernous chamber. The light lingered for a moment, then dimmed and faded away, leaving the room in an almost oppressive silence. Her eyes fluttered open, revealing irises of a vivid, piercing red. Alistair cautiously pushed himself up from the floor, the force of the magical surge still resonating in his bones. His breath caught in his throat as he met Haziel's gaze. Her eyes locked onto his, a mixture of fierce intensity and calm composure. The Inquisitor's movements were graceful yet deliberate as she sat up. The chainmail beneath her uniform clinked softly with each motion while the dark blue fabric of her uniform clung to her form. Slowly, she rose from the sarcophagus, standing tall and poised. Chancellor Alistair, it is an honor to serve once more. Chapter 14 Into the Unknown. Sera and Zoha slowly stepped off the carriage. Sera's foot landed first, sinking slightly into the gravel while Zoha followed. Horse-pulled wagons trailed behind them, grinding against the gravel path. The horses snorted softly, their breath forming small clouds in the crisp morning air. Zoha started to guide the people to stand in orderly groups. Form lines here, please. Keep close and stay calm. The humans obeyed her directions and shuffled into place. They all looked quite exhausted, but none questioned what they were told. Sera watched intently as she silently counted each person. 60 tributes in total, excluding the drivers of the wagons and the carriage. Satisfied with her count, Sera turned to the coachman, who was adjusting the reins of his horses. Thank you for your service. You are free to return now. The coachman looked momentarily confused. He glanced at the assembled group and then back at Sera. Are you sure? Yes, thank you kindly for your work. The coachman responded with a curt grunt. He adjusted his seat before snapping the reins against the horses' backs. The powerful animals responded immediately, hooves striking the ground all at once. The other wagons soon followed, their drivers exchanging brief, wordless farewells with nods and quick waves. Dust settled in their wake, and the group left behind stood in the settling quiet. Sera was about to turn to the people, but her attention was caught by Zoha's unusual behavior. The demoness twitched her fingers nervously and her eyes darted around the surroundings constantly. She walked in front of Zoha and coughed loudly to catch the demoness' attention. Is something the matter? Zoha's eyes snapped to Sera's, wide and filled with unease. I feel like something dangerous has just appeared in the world, but I'm not sure what it is. Sera tilted her head. Are you really capable of sensing magic from farther away than I can? Zoha shook her head. I doubt it, mistress. But something is bothering me regardless. Sera glanced at the gathered humans, who were all chattering to each other. She patted Zoha on the shoulder in an effort to reassure the demoness. Save it for later. We have work to do. Zoha nodded, forcing a small smile. You're right. It's probably nothing. Sera turned to the gathered people and raised her voice to address the crowd. Are you ready to enter the divine realm promised by Goddess Sera? Immediately, cheers and shouts of affirmation filled the air. Sera's lips curled into a knowing smile at what she saw. If only things could always be this easy. Soon, with Zoha's steadying presence at her side, Sera led the group toward the entrance of her dungeon. She moved with purpose, her steps confident on the worn path. Zoha's hand rested lightly on Sera's arm, a silent gesture of support and unity. As they neared the entrance, a barrier of thick, entwined roots blocked their way. At Sera's silent command, the roots began to slither aside, the ancient wood creaking and groaning in response. The movement revealed a cavern beyond, its walls bathed in a soft, ethereal glow from the moss clinging to the stone. Each tiny patch of moss pulsed gently with a bioluminescent light, casting a serene, otherworldly ambience. The crowd gasped in unison. Some among them visibly trembled, their faces pale with fear. Zoha quickly stepped forward. "There's nothing to worry about, just follow the prophetess." Sera moved next to the demoness and spoke with a soothing cadence. "Fear not, these roots are the protectors of our sanctuary, a gift from goddess Sera herself. They respond only to my command and are here to ensure your safety." Several murmurs rippled through the crowd. One hesitant voice broke through, "But what if something goes wrong?" Sera turned to the speaker and managed to give a gentle smile. "The goddess has blessed this place and given me the power to control it. You have seen the miracles already, and there is no need to fear. Trust in the goddess and in me, as her chosen prophetess." Her words resonated quickly with the crowd. Their doubt-filled murmurs faded, replaced by nods and whispered affirmations. The tension eased as their fearful looks softened into expressions of cautious trust. "Follow me," Sera instructed, turning to lead the way. The crowd moved after her more confidently now as they descended into the dark cavern with the light of the bioluminescent moss guiding their way. Sera led them deeper into the dungeon until they reached a familiar magic circle etched into the stone floor. "Please line up and wait here. Only 10 people can come with me at a time," she said, turning to face the group. The humans obediently formed a line. 10 volunteers stepped forward first, eager to follow. She guided them into the magic circle, and soon, they were enveloped in a shimmering light as the circle transported them to the lowermost floor of the dungeon. Sera repeated the process, returning to the upper levels to bring down more people in groups of 10. Each time, the magic circle activated with a radiant flash as the humans were transported. Eventually, Sera guided everyone to the lowest level of the dungeon, the mystic forest. The humans stood in awe at the heart of the vibrant landscape. Each plant appeared as if they hummed with life, their colors more vivid than any they had ever seen. In the midst of everything, a middle-aged man stepped forward. His worn clothes and weathered face spoke of a hard life, but his posture was upright, shoulders squared as if drawing strength from the beauty around him. "Is this where we will stay from now on?" Sera smiled warmly. "Yes, this is your new home, a sanctuary blessed by goddess Sera." She then turned to Zoha and whispered. "Is everyone accounted for?" The demoness nodded, whispering back. "Yes, mistress, everyone is here." Sera turned to face the crowd with a gentle expression as she took in the sight of her followers. "Thank you all for following me this far, it's been a remarkable experience." The crowd responded fervently as they chanted in unison. "For goddess Sera, we swear our loyalty. Your faith is strong, and such great devotion deserves an equally powerful reward." She raised her hands high, fingers splayed, then closed her eyes for a brief moment. Her breath slowed just a bit as she channeled her magic. In an instant, the ground beneath the humans collapsed as countless thick roots erupted. Each root surged upwards with a terrifying force, impaling the humans in a synchronized motion. One young woman opened her mouth to scream, but a root pierced her chest, silencing her before the sound could escape. An elderly man raised his hand in a futile attempt to ward off the attack, was struck through the heart, eyes widening in shock. Everyone else was similarly impaled, faces frozen in expressions of horror. The roots retracted as swiftly as they had emerged, slipping back into the earth as if they had never been. Sera surveyed the scene with a detached satisfaction, unblinking as she took in the results of her work, dozens of dead humans, scattered on the forest floor. "Here's hoping to many more in the future." She turned to Zoha, who stood nearby. "Bring the bodies into the spirit tree's chamber." Zoha nodded. "Yes, mistress." The Elder Dryad positioned herself with her back against the young sapling. She took a deep breath as she prepared to synchronize with the growing tree. Slowly, she felt the first tender touch of roots emerging from beneath the soil. They brushed against her back with a delicate, yet insistent touch. A shiver ran down her spine as the roots explored her skin. Then, with a sudden thrust, the roots burrowed into her flesh. Her eyes snapped open as she let out a slight gasp. That was unexpected. Experience extraction complete. Core experience updated to 5500. Rank up requirement from rank 2 to rank 3, 5000 experience. Initiate rank up sequence? Yes, Sera whispered, still reeling a bit from the pain. Rank up sequence initiated, please wait. The spirit tree's silvery leaves emitted a radiant light. The sapling stretched upwards, growing with an audible creak of expanding wood and unfurling leaves until it stood just around the height of Sera's hips. Then, as quickly as it had flared, the light dimmed as the sapling returned to its natural state. At the same time, Sera felt a powerful surge of magic coursing through her, a wave of energy that tingled from the roots intertwined with her skin to the tips of her hair. Rank up sequence complete. Displaying dungeon status. Core rank, 3. Core experience, 500. Dungeon boss, Sera. Number of floors, 3. Mana, 300/400, 100 currently used for monster maintenance. Monsters, 22. New features unlocked, new terrain option, unlock E-tier monster, experience distribution. Interestingly, the system only noted down 22 monsters instead of 23. Sera reminded herself to have Zoha connect with the spirit tree later. But more importantly, the spirit tree finally gained the ability to distribute experience among monsters in the dungeon. Not sure if I will use the experience distribution feature anytime soon, but it is nice to have. Displaying experience distribution details. The experience distribution function enables the system to convert core experience into standard experience for other users within the dungeon. The conversion rate is presently set at 1:1. However, as the system's capabilities expand, a more favorable conversion rate will be available to users. Note that users who have reached level 300 cannot gain or receive experience through this method. Just as she thought, the experience conversion rate at the moment was still quite mediocre. Unless the conversion rate between core experience and normal experience improves significantly in the future, I don't see myself using experience distribution anytime soon. Instead, Sera was more curious about what new terrain option she unlocked. The first floor especially was rather barren, so it would be great if she could place a proper theme there. Initiating floor terrain alteration. Please select which number floor you wish to alter. First floor. Sera said. The first floor has been chosen as the target of terrain alteration, please review the available terrain options below. 1 basic theme, default option, unique passive, none. 2 stone maze, rank 2 option, unique passive, minor bonus to adventurer's fear. 3 glow moss cavern, rank 3 option, unique passive, slight possibility that glimmer cap mushrooms will sporadically emerge over time. Not too shabby. Sera recalled how glimmer cap mushrooms had the ability to temporarily stun or even paralyze someone who got too close to them. She wanted more of the dungeon to be able to produce these mushrooms, but the mystic forest on the 3rd floor was still excellent. I'll just keep the mystic forest and alter floors 1 and 2 for now. Apply the glow moss cavern for the 2nd floor as well please. Sera said. Request confirmed. Terrain modification on the 2nd floor will proceed accordingly. Glow moss cavern selected. Initiating terrain alteration. Sera felt a slight tremor beneath her feet, a subtle vibration traveling through the soil and into the roots of the spirit tree's sapling. The tremble grew in intensity but never reached the point of discomfort this time. Terrain alteration complete. With that confirmation, Sera closed her eyes to sense the changes. The energy coursing through the dungeon was noticeably different now, pulsing with more vigor. Satisfied, Sera decided to check her monster creation options again. Hopefully I get something useful. Displaying monster unlock options. 1 unlock 1 random F-tier monster, cost, 100 core experience. 2 unlock 1 random E-tier monster, cost, 500 core experience. She had exactly 500 experience left, just enough for an E-rank monster. She selected the option, curious to see what monster she would get this time. Unlock 1 random E-tier monster selected. Processing request. New monster unlocked, Myconid Guardian. Level range, 45 to 55. Maintenance cost, 50 mana. Respawn time, 1 hour. Description: the Myconid Guardian is a large creature composed of intertwined fungal strands and thick, mushroom-like plates. Its body is covered with patches of bioluminescent fungi that glow in the dark. With the dungeon only having 300 mana left for Sera to spend, she figured it wouldn't be the worst idea to spread the Myconid Guardians evenly. A set for the 1st floor and then another set for the 2nd floor. Where do you wish to spawn in the Myconid Guardians? The 1st and 2nd floor please. Sera said. How many do you wish to spawn? 6 total, 3 on the first floor, and then another 3 on the second floor. Initiating Guardian Myconid spawn sequence. Spawning will occur at random locations within the designated floors. Last but not least, it was time to check her profile. Name, Sera. Species, Elder Dryad. Access privilege, Administrator. Level, 300. Magic, 300, rating, S. Magic resistance, 300, rating, S. Physical defense, 100, rating, C. Strength, 50, rating, E. Speed, 150, rating, B. Vitality, 300, rating, S. Overall challenge rating, S. Alert, Level 2 Winter Path Progression ability available. Processing Level 2 Winter Path Progression reward. New Winter Path ability unlocked, Frost Walk. Description: the user can create a trail of ice that follows them as they move, freezing any solid or liquid surface they walk upon. This ability can also allow the user to traverse water by freezing patches beneath their feet, effectively creating a path of ice as they move. Restriction: the user's feet must maintain direct contact with a solid or liquid surface for the frost path to activate. The ice trail ceases to form if the user is lifted off the ground or becomes airborne. Out of curiosity, Sera glanced down at the smooth limestone beneath her feet, focusing her energy to activate her newly unlocked ability. A chill pulsed through the air, and in seconds, a thin sheet of ice formed where she stood. She also noted that despite the visible frost, her feet didn't feel particularly cold at all. After walking around for a bit, Sera found that wherever she went, as long as she put her thought into it, a trail of ice would then follow her path. The ice didn't feel slippery to her, allowing Sera to walk on the crystalline surface as she would normal ground. Good to know that I won't make a fool out of myself when using this ability. Afterwards, Sera returned to her original position and willed the ice she conjured to rapidly sublimate and vanish. With that finished, it was time to check on the rest of the dungeon. She gently disentangled herself from the roots that had burrowed into her back. The tendrils retracted reluctantly, leaving faint gashes on her skin that rapidly healed. She took a moment to steady herself before she began to walk toward the exit. But as she walked, a sudden, searing pain shot through her head, as if an invisible force had pierced her skull. The intense headache forced her to stagger and then stumble as she reached out towards a nearby wall for support. Her vision blurred, but through the haze, words formed right in front of her eyes. Alert, unknown zone unlocked. Location, current floor. Administrator access only. Sera slowly pushed herself upright, leaning heavily against the wall to regain her balance. She rubbed her temples, trying to ease the discomfort while her thoughts raced. The fact she received words didn't make any sense, that shouldn't even be possible considering how she wasn't directly connected to the spirit tree anymore. Her grip tightened on the rough stone as she took a deep breath. She glanced back toward the spirit tree's sapling. Everything appeared normal, with no sign of any disruption or intrusion. Yet, the warning from the system lingered in her mind like a persistent echo. Though part of her warned against investigating the unknown zone, something even deeper within her mind commanded her to investigate. Chapter 15 Glimpse of the Past. Guided solely by instinct, Sera walked with an almost mechanical precision. Her mind was completely devoid of extraneous thoughts, with only a singular focus driving her forward. She stopped in front of a particularly dense cluster within the mystic forest. Several brightly colored trees crisscrossed with thick, curling vines. Their branches hung low, weighed down by droplets of dew. It was as if the entire forest had gone silent. The usual rustling and distant cries were replaced by an expectant stillness. Sera reached out a hand, her fingers trembling slightly as she neared the vibrant bark of one of the trees. The moment felt heavy with significance, the air charged with anticipation. Just as her fingertips brushed the surface, she heard a sound from behind her. "Are you all right, boss?" The Elder Dryad hesitated while her hand hovered inches from the tree. She turned slowly as she spotted Ermo approaching her from behind. "I'm fine, what are you doing here?" Ermo raised an eyebrow, his keen eyes observing her closely. "Just wandering around, and I saw Zoha heading out of the dungeon earlier for a walk." "That's fine, thank you for informing me. Speaking of, are you sure you're all right, boss? You looked weird while you were walking here." "I already told you that I'm fine, just go do whatever." "All right, I'll be around nearby." The beastkin bowed lightly before whistling a tune while walking away. Now alone, Sera turned back to the dense cluster of trees and raised a hand to channel her magic. The surrounding trees and foliage heeded her command. Branches creaked as they bent and stretched, weaving together like interlocking fingers until the wood formed the rough outlines of a portal. As the final branches settled into their appointed spots, the faint glow grew stronger. A surge of dark energy flowed through the portal, one that made it blatantly obvious how dangerous it was. Even still, Sera stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the portal. The vortex within reached out to her soul, beckoning her to step through. As soon as Sera crossed the portal, a foul stench slammed into her senses. The odor was nauseating, akin to a combination of both rotting wood and decomposing flesh. She took a moment to brace herself against the overwhelming scent as her eyes adjusted to the darkness. She was now in a sprawling swamp, one covered with gnarled trees and murky waters. Most of the trees were malformed, their bark peeling away to reveal sickly, decayed wood. All while the ground was a soupy mess of mud and stagnant water. Yet, the swamp was sparsely lit by white wisps that floated aimlessly through the air, their ghostly glow casting faint shadows across the landscape. Despite the extensive knowledge Sera can usually recall when it came to monsters, she had no clue what these wisps actually were or how they came into being. I can barely sense any magic coming from them. Are they even alive, or are my eyes just playing tricks on me? Sera proceeded cautiously as she ventured deeper into the swamp. Ice coated the surface of the murky waters beneath her feet, forming a thin layer that cracked and reformed with each step. This frozen path allowed her to traverse the bog without sinking, but the foul stench that clung to the air did little to make her feel safe. As she walked, Sera focused her senses, trying to detect any hint of other creatures lurking in the shadows. The swamp was unnervingly silent. At one point, she heard a sharp crack behind her and spun around, only to find a broken piece of wood that had snapped off and fallen into the water. Eventually, a faint rustling caught her attention. She turned her head and eyed the dense foliage, but saw nothing. Then, from the opposite direction, a sudden splash broke the silence. This time, she spun quickly enough to catch a fleeting glimpse of antlers darting away into the darkness, their shadowy outline disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Sera raised her hand in the direction where she had seen the outline of antlers, focusing her magic through the decaying trees. The gnarled trunks and branches groaned as they parted. But as the trees shifted away, she heard a loud thud, as if they had hit something solid. A piercing screech followed, causing Sera to wince slightly. The noise was followed by a series of splashing sounds, echoing through the swamp as something moved quickly through the murky waters. Sera twisted the surrounding trees, shifting her field of view to try and catch whatever was stalking her. The forest reacted to her command, the branches bending and stretching as if searching with her. Finally, one of the branches wrapped around what appeared to be a leg, trapping it in a firm grip. The Elder Dryad's gaze followed the branch upward and nearly jumped back as she saw a tall, lanky creature. It walked on all fours, with long limbs ending in spindly fingers that clawed at the ground. Its torso was unnaturally skinny, the ribs visible beneath the taut skin. But what startled Sera the most was its head that looked almost exactly like her own face, complete with antlers, but was distinguished by a wide, unsettling grin. The creature shrieked again as it lunged at her. Its lanky limbs slapped away the foliage that blocked its path with surprising force. Sera commanded the roots and branches of the nearby trees to intercept the abomination's attack. The gnarled wood sprang to life, coiling towards the creature hastily. As she turned to run across the icy surface of the water, she heard the sickening snap of decaying wood being shattered by the abomination's force. She glanced back to see the creature breaking through her barriers with ease, its unsettling grin never wavering. Panic surged through her veins, driving her to move faster. But before she could gain any distance, 3 more of the abominations emerged from the shadows. They circled her like predators, eyes glinting with a malevolent intelligence. Sera made a quick cut on her hand using the sharp end of her antlers, hoping to summon her dark tendrils forward. She felt the familiar sting and flow of sap trickling down her palm, but nothing happened. The dark tendrils remained completely unresponsive. For the first time ever, Sera actually felt fear. How is it possible for me to be this weak? It's almost as if this place is draining me of my strength. Just as one of the abominations lunged at her, a sudden, bone-chilling cold filled the air. Sera's breath hitched as the temperature plummeted. The attacking creature froze solid mid-leap, encased in a thick, crystalline layer of ice as its grotesque features were locked in a snarl. The remaining abominations retreated swiftly into the darkness, their shadowy forms vanishing among the twisted trees. Their retreat was a swift blur of movement as they melted into the shadows, leaving Sera momentarily alone. Relief was fleeting as she tried to move, only to realize her legs were encased in ice up to her ankles. Panic surged through her as she struggled to free herself. She twisted and pulled, but the ice held firm, unyielding. A calm, authoritative voice cut through the swirling storm. "I'd suggest against doing that." Sera glanced up and could only fall silent at what she saw. Before her stood a woman that appeared to be the source of the chilling cold. No, this doesn't make any sense. This woman was almost certainly another Elder Dryad, evidenced by the antlers that grew from her forehead. But unlike any antlers Sera had seen before, these were made of pure, crystalline ice. The new Elder Dryad's eyes were a mirror of Sera's, silvery and luminous. Her skin, too, was pale and almost luminescent, glowing subtly in the dim light of the snowy swamp. Yet, there were distinct differences. Her dress was a pristine white, blending seamlessly with the surrounding snow, and her hair reached only to her shoulders. The world felt as if it held its breath as the two Dryads stood face to face. The snow continued to fall, the flakes swirling gently in the air before settling softly on the ground. Sera felt a mix of awe and confusion as she looked at the Elder Dryad. "Who are you?" The Elder Dryad met Sera's gaze with a calm look. "You may address me as Winter." Sera's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is that truly your name? And were you the one who called me here?" Winter remained composed, breath visible in the frigid air. "Calm yourself. Do not exert too much energy, or else the enemy will notice." "Who is this enemy you speak of?" "For your safety, I cannot reveal that information. Nor can I divulge my true name." "What is this place, then? And why bring me here if you are not going to provide answers?" Winter's gaze flickered around their surroundings. "Follow me," she said, turning away and beginning to walk. "I will not follow a stranger who speaks in riddles and refuses to even give a name," Sera said. Yet, Winter continued walking regardless. She only stopped for a brief moment to glance back at Sera. "You will follow, because deep down, you seek the truth, and I am the only way to find it." For a moment, Sera stood frozen, watching Winter's retreating form. The cold felt as if it seeped deeper into her very being, a chill that went beyond the physical. Her breath misted in the air, mingling with the frosty tendrils that Winter left in her wake. It was impossible for Sera to stay still. There was something about Winter that spoke to her soul. "It's as if I'm talking with myself, it feels odd, but not bad." Winter walked with an eerie grace, her steps light yet purposeful. With each step she took, the ground beneath her feet froze solid, the murky water transforming into a pristine sheet of ice. Sera watched in fascination as Winter's presence seemed to reshape the very landscape. Ice crystals formed on the branches, sparkling like diamonds in the ghostly glow of the floating wisps. The stagnant water turned into a mirror-like surface, reflecting the warped, gnarled trees. "Out of curiosity, why am I not affected much by your frost?" Sera asked. She could feel the intense cold radiating from Winter, yet it didn't seem to touch her. The icy air bit at her exposed skin but didn't freeze her as it did the rest of the swamp. Winter glanced over her shoulder. "After thousands of years of experience rotting in this swamp, I have managed to hone my magic greatly." Sera's eyes widened in shock. "Thousands of years? You lived in this place for that long?" "I had only lived for 4 years in the material world. And if you are not careful, you will share the same fate." "How could you have only lived for 4 years in the material world?" Winter raised a hand, signaling for Sera to be silent. She glanced around, looking around the darkened swamp with a wary gaze. "We should move to somewhere safer." Eventually, Winter stopped in front of what appeared to be a wall of ice. With a dismissive wave of her hand, the ice shimmered and parted, revealing an entrance to a cave made entirely of glistening ice. Sera hesitated at the threshold, her instincts warning her against stepping into the unknown. "Are you certain this is safe?" Winter turned to face her. "Of course it is. Just step inside." Taking a deep breath, Sera stepped into the cave. The interior of the cave was filled with furniture made of intricately carved ice filled the space, a grand table, elegant chairs, and even a few shelves adorned with frozen trinkets. The air inside was cold but oddly comforting, the oppressive stench of the swamp replaced by a crisp chill. In the center of the room stood a table with a chessboard, the pieces differentiated by one set being a darker shade of ice while 2 chairs sat opposite each other. Winter sat down in one of the chairs and gestured for Sera to join her. "Sit, let us play a game." Sera's eyes widened in disbelief. "You said we don't have much time. Why are we playing chess?" Winter's gaze was steely, her voice carrying an edge of pride. I set up the chessboard to teach you something important. Trust me, start playing. Reluctantly, Sera took a seat and began to move her pieces. As the game progressed, it became clear that Winter was a master of the game. Sera, despite her best efforts, found herself struggling to keep up as it only took a few moves before Winter had her in checkmate. Sera frowned. Why am I losing so easily? I've managed to get the hang of chess quickly before. Winter's lips curled into a cold, condescending smile. Where do you think you received your chess abilities from? What do you mean? I cannot reveal much, but you should know this, you are not the first Elder Dryad created by the Spirit Tree. And if you're not careful, you won't be the last. How many Elder Dryads has the Spirit Tree created, excluding the abominations in the swamp? Winter chuckled, a sound devoid of warmth. I never intended to count the living failures in the first place. However, there have been 4 Elder Dryads before you. You are the 5th. Do you know who the other 3 are? You will meet them in due time. Like you, I was created by the Spirit Tree to restore balance to the world. I destroyed mortal empires, fought off armies, and spread the influence of the Spirit Tree. My power was as unmatched as my purpose was clear. But what happened to you? Sera asked. Winter's gaze hardened, her voice turning bitter. In the 4th year after my creation, when most of the mortal empires had fallen, I simply died. Sera's breath caught in her throat. How did it happen? Winter's expression was unreadable. I cannot tell you how. Only that it was sudden and unexpected. Every other Elder Dryad after me has experienced the same fate, which will likely include yourself if you are not careful. How can I prevent this inevitable death, then? You must continue to become stronger, strong enough to defeat the foe that has been with you from the very beginning. Are you not referring to the mortal races? No, I am not. Then who or what is this enemy and how can I defeat it? Sera asked. But Winter sighed and shook her head. Unfortunately, as much as I wish to tell you, I cannot. What was the point of this entire conversation if you aren't going to say anything useful? Calm yourself. You will likely forget this entire conversation when you leave the swamp. However, all I hope to do is plant the seeds of doubt in your subconscious, so that hopefully, in the future, you will remember what you need to do. Sera stared at Winter, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. Doubt, frustration, fear, and a flicker of hope all churned within her. The idea that she might forget this conversation was infuriating, but the possibility that some part of it might stay with her gave her a strange sense of reassurance. Winter rose from her chair, the ice beneath her feet cracking softly. We must move on. There is still much for you to learn, and time is not on our side. Sera moved to follow Winter, her steps cautious on the icy floor. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing her to stagger. She grasped the edge of the table for support. What's happening? Winter's eyes flashed with urgency. Run! Before Sera could react, black roots burst out of the icy floor, impaling Winter through the chest and stomach. The Elder Dryad's eyes widened in shock, her mouth opening in a silent scream as the dark tendrils twisted and coiled around her. More roots erupted from the ground, snapping and thrashing like serpents. Sera didn't need further urging. She turned and fled while the icy ground splintered beneath her feet. The cave echoed with the sounds of Winter's strangled gasps and the violent thrashing of the roots. As she burst out of the cave and into the swamp, the foul stench of decay hit her senses again. She forced herself to focus, the terror in her heart driving her forward. The ground trembled beneath her, and she could hear the distant roars of the abominations. Sera moved quickly but cautiously. She ducked behind gnarled trees and crouched low in the dense foliage, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She paused behind a particularly thick tree, peering around it to survey her surroundings. In the distance, she saw the shadowy forms of the abominations, their antlered heads darting back and forth as they searched for her. Sera held her breath as she waited for them to move on. When the creatures finally moved away silently on the frozen ground. The portal was still some distance away, and she knew she had to be careful. One wrong move could give away her position. And I'm still not confident that I can take on any of those abominations myself. A sudden crack behind her made her freeze. She turned her head slowly, her eyes scanning the darkness. One of the abominations was moving closer, its antlers glinting in the faint light. Sera pressed herself against the tree and hoped for the best. The creature paused, its head tilting as if listening. Sera's heart raced, her mind racing on trying to figure out a way to distract it. When the abomination took a step closer, Sera reached out with her magic, coaxing the nearby roots to shift and create a distraction. The roots responded sluggishly, but it was enough. They rustled and cracked, drawing the abomination's attention. The creature turned its head, and Sera took the opportunity to slip away, moving as quickly as she could. Chapter 16 Price of Progress. Inquisitorial Headquarters. Chancellor Alastair sighed deeply, the sound barely audible above the distant clanging of swords and the low murmur of the spectators. His gaze was fixed on the training ring where Haziel stood over the lifeless body of her latest victim. Her rapier was slick and glistened with fresh blood, and her eyes held a wild, crazed glint as she surveyed her handiwork. Alastair's attention shifted momentarily as he brought a hand to his mouth, stifling a cough that echoed briefly in the otherwise tense silence. The sound snapped Haziel out of her trance-like state. She blinked a few times as she turned to face the Chancellor, her posture straightening in a semblance of respect. "Chancellor," she greeted. Alastair's eyes flicked to the fallen bodies around her. "Haziel, may I ask why you killed all of your sparring partners? I sensed demonic taint in them. Even the smallest hints of demonic taint must be extinguished before it spreads," Haziel said. Alastair resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He sighed again, shaking his head slightly. "First of all, you are an inquisitor, not a butcher. And killing people too quickly can actually be detrimental to future missions." Haziel's grip tightened on her blood-streaked rapier. "I reserve no mercy for the wicked. Haziel, I can't allow you to leave for the mission unless you get a better handle on yourself. Apologies, I'll try to exercise more control in the future. Have you at least managed to recover your abilities? To be completely honest, I'm still finding it difficult. It may take me quite a long time to regain my strength." Alastair turned away as he walked away. "Follow me, the acolytes have prepared something to help you." Haziel sheathed her rapier, the blade sliding into its scabbard with a soft hiss. She fell into step behind Alastair, boots echoing softly against the stone floor as he led her through a labyrinth of narrow corridors until they reached a set of heavy brass doors. Alastair pushed the doors open with a creak, revealing a dimly lit chamber with a massive, black, leafless tree at the center. Haziel's breath hitched as she took in the sight. The tree's bark was rough and gnarled, deep grooves and scars marring its surface. Metal bands encircled the trunk at irregular intervals, pulsating with a faint glow. The tree's roots spread out like dark veins, snaking across the ground and embedding themselves into the stone. Some roots were studded with crystalline shards that emitted a soft, otherworldly light, their glow reflecting off the wall. "Do you remember this tree?" Alastair asked, his voice echoing slightly. Haziel shook her head slowly. "No, I don't." "What is that thing?" Alastair sighed softly. "I'm not surprised you don't remember. This tree is a repurposed wild dungeon core. We've managed to transform it into something we can use for our own purposes. And what do you want me to do with it?" "You are to change out of your uniform and stand with your back facing the tree. The acolytes will do the rest." Soon, an acolyte entered the room, carrying a set of pristine white robes. The acolyte bowed his head slightly in respect as he extended the garments towards her. Haziel accepted the robes, feeling the smooth texture of the fabric against her fingers. "Will the tree really be able to help me?" Alastair stepped closer and placed a reassuring hand on Haziel's shoulder. "This tree has been modified to help you channel and control your abilities. The process is demanding, but it will strengthen your connection to your power and aid in your recovery." Then, he stepped back, casting a brief gaze toward her. "I'll be waiting in a different room. Good luck, Inquisitor." With that, Alastair pivoted and strode from the chamber, his acolytes trailing obediently behind him. The heavy brass doors swung shut with a booming thud that resonated through the cavernous space, the echo slowly fading into a silence that pressed down on Haziel. Once alone, she drew a deep breath as she moved towards a small alcove tucked into the chamber's side. The Inquisitor quickly shed her Inquisitor's uniform and changed into the pristine white robes. The new garment clung to her form, the unfamiliar texture leaving her feeling slightly vulnerable. Once her uniform was neatly folded and set aside, Haziel took another steadying breath. She turned then, her gaze drawn to the tree at the center of the chamber. The metal bands wrapped around its twisted trunk pulsed rhythmically as Haziel positioned herself with her back to the tree. The rough bark pressed through the thin fabric of her robes, grounding her in the present moment. Suddenly, the once placid roots of the tree twisted upon themselves with a sickening, serpentine life. A tremor of apprehension coursed through Haziel, breath hitching in her throat as a primal sense of danger set her nerves on fire. Before she could even flinch, razor-sharp black roots burst from the tree and pierced her back. Agony exploded within her, a searing, white-hot pain that tore through muscle and sinew, radiating outwards until her entire being was consumed by it. The intense agony warped Haziel's vision into a blur. A guttural scream ripped from her throat, echoing through the chamber like a wounded animal's cry. Yet, amidst the agony, a strange, pulsing energy began to emanate from the tree. The rough bark pressed against her back seemed to come alive, glowing with a deep, ethereal light. Haziel's skin responded as a radiant light spread across her body. The tree reacted to her, the metal bends and crystalline shards pulsing in sync with her heartbeat. Magical power surged through Haziel, a searing torrent that coursed through her veins like liquid fire. Muscles quivered, bones groaned, and her back arched involuntarily as the magic reached a fever pitch. Then, from the points where the roots pierced her flesh, a shimmering blue light emerged. Ethereal feathers made from pure magical energy unfurled rapidly. The wings grew at an astonishing pace, their edges sparkling like freshly cut gemstones as they gradually extended outward. At the same time, red lightning crackled across her skin, tracing a network of incandescent veins that pulsed with raw power. Each flicker of the lightning sent a jolt through her body that brought both exhilaration and agony. Soon, the roots that had impaled Haziel began to slowly retract. Haziel collapsed to the ground, her legs buckling beneath her while her wings folded awkwardly behind her. She panted heavily, each breath a laborious effort as her body struggled to adjust to the immense power it had just absorbed. The red lightning that had crackled around her dissipated, while her wings slowly dissolved into ethereal wisps before vanishing completely. The heavy chamber door swung inward with a drawn-out groan, breaking the silence that had enveloped Haziel. Chancellor Alastair strode into the room, flanked by a retinue of acolytes. Each attendant carried various trays containing salves, bandages, and an array of medicinal tools. Alastair approached Haziel, filled with a deep concern that belied his otherwise stoic demeanor. "How do you feel?" The Inquisitor's gaze flickered up to meet his, breath still hitching slightly. "I feel like I've been torn apart and put back together." The acolytes swiftly surrounded her and helped her sit up. One of them brought a soft cushion, placing it behind her back for support. Another began to apply a cool salve to the wounds left by the roots, the soothing balm easing the burning pain. "You did well," Alastair said, kneeling beside her. He watched as the acolytes worked, their hands moving with precision and care. They cleaned her wounds, applied more salves, and wrapped her injuries with clean bandages. This process was necessary to unlock your potential, but it was also incredibly taxing. Your body needs time to recover. Haziel winced as an acolyte pressed a cloth soaked in antiseptic against a particularly deep wound. She felt the sting, but the pain was bearable compared to what she had just endured. "I understand, Chancellor." One of the acolytes offered her a small vial of liquid. "Drink this, it will help with the pain and aid in your recovery." Haziel took the vial with trembling hands and drank the contents. The liquid was bitter, but she forced it down, feeling its warmth spread through her body. It took a few minutes, but gradually, the pain dulled as it was replaced by a soothing numbness. After a few moments, Chancellor Alastair stepped closer, his eyes fixed on Haziel with a mixture of concern and expectation. "Haziel, try to manifest your wings again." Haziel closed her eyes and focused on the new power within her. She could feel the residual magic from the tree's infusion pulsing through her veins. Slowly, she visualized the wings emerging from her back, their shimmering blue light growing brighter with each passing second. With a concentrated effort, she extended them fully, the wings unfurling in a radiant display. Opening her eyes, Haziel saw the ethereal wings spread out behind her. She turned to Alastair, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you for restoring my strength, I finally feel whole again." Alastair nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "You've made great progress, but we still have much to do. Follow me." He turned and led her out of the chamber, the echo of their footsteps fading as they entered a different room lined with shelves. Each one was filled to the brim with all manner of scrolls and books. Alastair approached one of the shelves, fingers trailing across the spines of the books until he selected one with a worn leather cover. "There's one last step for you, Haziel, you need to be conditioned again." "But why? I've already undergone the ritual with the tree." "An order is an order, Inquisitor. You will not question me." Haziel lowered her head. "Apologies, Chancellor. What must I do?" Alastair gestured towards a nearby wall. Stand there. The Inquisitor slowly moved towards the wall. The stone felt cold against her back as she pressed herself against it, bracing for what was to come. Soon, Alistair began to read from the book, his voice a deep, resonant baritone that filled the chamber. By the will of the Lizarian crown, let your spirit be tempered to better serve the greater good. As Alistair's voice washed over her, Haziel felt a peculiar warmth spread through her chest. The words seemed to vibrate within her, resonating with a deep part of her being. She closed her eyes and allowed the sound to envelop her. With each breath, embrace your purpose, with each heartbeat, align your soul to the will of Lizaria. Haziel's breathing slowed, her heart rate steadying as she focused on the cadence of Alistair's words. She felt a gentle pull, a tether drawing her deeper into a state of calm and obedience. Let the bonds of doubt and fear be severed, let your spirit be a vessel for the crown's will. Her muscles relaxed, the tension in her shoulders melting away. A serene placidity settled over her, dulling the sharp edges of her thoughts. She felt detached from her surroundings, yet acutely aware of the purpose being etched into her mind. Embrace the destiny that has been chosen for you, serve without question, for your path is clear. Haziel's mind felt light, the burdens of uncertainty lifting as the Chancellor's words guided her. Nothing else mattered, there was only the here and now, and the unwavering loyalty she owed. Alistair closed the book with a definitive snap before stepping closer to Haziel. What is your purpose? The Inquisitor opened her eyes slowly, her expression placid and her voice devoid of emotion. My purpose is to serve Lizaria and the Lizarian crown. Good, now we can finally move on. The Chancellor turned to one of the nearby shelves and retrieved a set of documents, neatly bound together. He then approached Haziel, holding the documents out for her to see. Your next mission, Inquisitor, is of utmost importance. You are to investigate the disappearance of Prince Leo and his expedition. Haziel's eyes, though calm, reflected a keen interest. What are the known details of the mission, Chancellor? Prince Leo departed on his expedition approximately 1 month ago with the goal of exterminating the last wild dungeon in existence. It was meant to be a simple event to boost morale at home, but of course, it has now turned into a disaster. What is the current hypothesis regarding their disappearance? The ongoing hypothesis is that something or someone must have awakened in the last wild dungeon and managed to eliminate Prince Leo and the expeditionary force. Haziel's brow furrowed slightly. Why is that the conclusion you've reached, Chancellor? Alistair sighed, rubbing his temples as he gathered his thoughts. We have considered and ruled out several possibilities. There has been no ransom demand, which would be expected if bandits or mercenaries were involved. Furthermore, there are no signs of struggle or ambush along their route, eliminating the likelihood of a surprise attack by local brigands. Additionally, the dungeon area has been scouted multiple times since their disappearance, and no traces of an external threat have been found. So, you believe that whatever happened to Prince Leo and his men occurred within the dungeon itself? Precisely, given the nature of wild dungeons, it's plausible that an ancient entity or powerful creature was dormant and has now awakened, posing a threat that Prince Leo and his force were unprepared for. I will need to review all the information myself to draw a comprehensive conclusion. Is there a place where I can set up an office for this investigation? Alistair nodded, gesturing towards another corridor. Yes, there is. Follow me. He led Haziel through the labyrinthine corridors of the inquisitorial headquarters until they arrived at a door marked with intricate symbols of the Lizarian crown. Alistair pushed it open to reveal a spacious, dimly lit room. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books and scrolls, and a large wooden desk sat in the center, illuminated by a single lamp. This will be your office for the duration of the investigation, Alistair said, his voice echoing slightly. You will have access to all the resources you need here. The documents detailing Prince Leo's expedition as well as records of past dungeon explorations are all at your disposal. Haziel surveyed the room briefly before nodding. Thank you, Chancellor. I will begin my work immediately. Chapter 17 Red Lightning. Haziel sorted through every document provided to her with inhuman speed. She constantly flicked through pages while her eyes darted back and forth. Maps were unfurled and studied as more and more documents piled up around her. Hours passed with Haziel neither resting nor eating, not that she needed such things to begin with. The only occasional distraction she had was her hair falling into her face, but she always managed to brush it aside without missing a beat. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of non-stop reading and analysis, Haziel placed the last of the reports Captain Roland had provided into perfectly aligned stacks. Her mind went to work, meticulously sorting through the information she had absorbed. She began to recap the details out loud. It always helps to hear information again with my own ears. Prince Leo's expedition commenced a little over a month ago, she began, tracing over the map laid out before her with a finger. Their objective was to exterminate the last wild dungeon, a mission intended to boost morale and demonstrate Lizaria's strength. She glanced at a detailed map showing the route taken by the prince and his men. The initial leg of their journey took them through the heartland of Lizaria, where they encountered no significant obstacles. Haziel's eyes narrowed as she focused on the next part of the journey. As they neared the border, they passed through several key strongholds, receiving support and additional resources. Reports indicate that morale was high, and the expedition was progressing on schedule. She paused, her gaze shifting to another document that detailed the crossing into enemy territory. The situation started to change as Prince Leo's party approached the territory of the neighboring Verlith Dominion. Despite the ongoing war, Prince Leo decided to press forward, believing that the importance of their mission justified the risk of going into enemy territory. The Inquisitor flipped through several reports that detailed minor skirmishes and encounters with Verlithian patrols. There were reports of brief engagements with Verlithian scouts and border patrols, but none of these encounters resulted in significant casualties or delays. The prince's forces were well trained and equipped, managing to repel these minor threats without much difficulty. She leaned forward slightly as she continued reading. Once the expedition crossed deeper into Verlithian territory, their progress became more challenging. The terrain was rugged and unfamiliar, however, there are no reports of major engagements with Verlithian forces, indicating that they managed to avoid significant confrontations. Haziel picked up a final document, her expression grave. The last recorded communication from Prince Leo's expedition was a message sent just before they entered the last wild dungeon. The message indicated that they were preparing to enter the dungeon and that all was proceeding according to plan. She placed the document back on the table, her eyes reflecting a mix of determination and concern. Looks like the Chancellor was right, there's something dangerous in that dungeon. Haziel placed heavy paperweights on top of the neat stacks she had made to keep them still. With that settled, the Inquisitor reached into her uniform and retrieved a small metal key. She approached the door to her office and inserted the key into the lock. The mechanism clicked softly as she turned the handle. Her boots echoed softly on the stone floor as she walked through the hallway. Yet, when she rounded a corner, she came face to face with a male acolyte. "Inquisitor," he greeted her with a respectful bow. Haziel nodded. "Take the documents on my desk and place them in the repository." The acolyte nodded eagerly. "Yes, Inquisitor. Right away." He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "If I may, what are you planning to do?" "That is a matter for my ears alone," Haziel said. The acolyte bowed again. "Be safe, and good luck." "Thank you," Haziel said, her voice dismissive as she turned away from the young man. She approached the grand staircase that led to the rooftop, hands grazing the cool banister as she ascended. It was pleasant to feel the night air on the rooftop, cool and crisp against Haziel's skin. She paused for a moment, closing her eyes and savoring the refreshing breeze. The sky above was a deep, velvety black, studded with countless stars with the moon hung low. Haziel walked to the edge of the rooftop, and looked around her surroundings to ensure she was alone. A dense forest stretched out far below, its canopy a sea of shadows under the moonlight. She took a deep breath, the crisp air filling her lungs, and let her gaze wander over the treetops. The forest seemed to beckon her, its secrets hidden beneath the dark, leafy surface. Haziel's mind began to race with possibilities, her thoughts as restless as the shifting shadows below. Haziel took a deep breath and closed her eyes. As she concentrated, a bluish glow emanated from her back, pulsating gently before growing brighter and more intense. Ethereal wings sprouted from her shoulders with a wide flourish. Each feather was crafted from pure magic, shimmering with a radiant luminescence. The Inquisitor savored the sensation, the familiar weight and balance of the wings grounding her. This feeling will never get old. Soon, she opened her eyes and launched herself into the air, the force of her takeoff sending a gust of wind across the rooftop. Haziel relished the freedom, the sense of power and control that came with each beat of her wings. Somewhere within the Verlith Dominion, Haziel soared through the clouds at blistering speeds, her ethereal wings cutting through the misty vapor easily. The cold wind whipped against her face, but she barely felt it as her mind focused on the task at hand. The Inquisitor recalled the map she had studied and noted the distinct outline of a mountain range that served as a notable landmark. She adjusted her trajectory and descended towards the dense forest below. The canopy rushed up to meet her as she gradually slowed her descent. The forest was a sprawling expanse of green treetops undulating gently like a vast, living ocean. She hovered just above the canopy, the tips of the tallest trees brushing against the solace of her boots. Her wings gradually dissipated into wisps of shimmering energy. The light they cast grew fainter, fading into the darkness until only faint traces remained. Her boots touched the ground with a soft thud, the soil feeling slightly damp beneath her feet. She took a moment to adjust, her eyes scanning the area for any signs of movement. Prince Leo's camp shouldn't be too far from here. Haziel moved slowly, only making the slightest of noise as she navigated the uneven terrain. After a few minutes, she spotted a clearing ahead. The remnants of a camp soon came into view as Haziel approached. This must have been the surface camp of Prince Leo's expeditionary force. Tattered tents flapped in the gentle breeze, fabric hanging limply from broken poles. Countless supplies were scattered across the ground, most trampled or broken. The remnants of a fire pit sat cold and unused with its ashes scattered by the wind. Haziel looked over the scene, eyes catching sight of a tattered banner lying partially buried under a collapsed tent. She knelt to examine it and brushed away the dirt to reveal the crest of Prince Leo, now stained and faded. Nothing of note just yet. The Inquisitor continued searching the rest of the camp for any clues or useful items. Yet, it quickly became apparent that anything of value had already been looted. She found empty chests, discarded bedrolls, and broken tools. The place had been picked clean. Despite the mess, one thing stood out to Haziel: there were no signs of bodies or casualties. It was as if the entire expedition had vanished without a trace. Doesn't look like even a single person made it out of that wild dungeon. I wonder what they encountered inside. But her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Instead of running from the sound, Haziel moved closer to it as her hand hovered near the hilt of her rapier. She crept to the edge of the camp and peered through the dense foliage, spotting a group emerging from the forest. A small band of beastkin warriors with matted fur led the way, their armor was piecemeal at best. They were clearly fatigued from the way they walked, and their weapons were a mismatched collection of swords, axes, and spears with nearly dulled edges. In stark contrast, a lone elf mage trailed behind them. His pristine white robes shimmered in the light, embroidered with intricate runes that constantly glowed slightly every so often. He clutched a staff carved from a dark, polished wood. At the top of the staff, a crystal pulsed rhythmically, emitting a soft light. The elf's expression was one of disdain and superiority. When his gaze fell upon Haziel, his lips set into a thin, disapproving line. A Lizarian Inquisitor has no business being on the battlefield. Haziel drew her rapier, the blade gleaming slightly as it slid from its sheath. She held the weapon with one hand, fingers curled around the hilt with practiced ease as she positioned herself into a fighting stance. Enverlathians shouldn't interfere in Lizarian affairs. The elf mage waved his hand dismissively. Deal with her. The beastkin warriors charged at Haziel all at once, their roars echoing across the battlefield. Muscles bulged beneath their fur-covered bodies, eyes filled with bloodlust that wasn't entirely natural. In response, Haziel channeled her magic, and red lightning crackled to life along the length of her rapier. The energy pulsed and sparked, casting a blood-red glow around her. A beastkin lunged at her with a heavy axe raised high above its head. But Haziel sidestepped smoothly. Her rapier sliced through the air, and the lightning-imbued weapon cut through armor and flesh with ease, a sizzling sound accompanying the strike as the warrior crumpled to the ground. Another beastkin came at her from the side, swinging a massive mace with enough force to shatter bones. But, with a casual flick of Haziel's wrist, she parried the blow. Sparks flew as the weapons clashed. In a few seconds, the Inquisitor saw her opening and thrust her blade forward. The beastkin gasped, eyes widening in shock as the rapier pierced its heart. Every other beastkin that approached met the same fate as they dropped like flies. The red lightning around her blade cast a macabre glow over the fallen warriors, their bodies strewn across the ground. Yet, as she pulled her rapier from the last of the beastkin warriors, Haziel heard the sound of chanting. She turned her head to see the elf mage pointing his staff at her, his lips moving rapidly in an incantation. Before she could react, the crystal atop his staff flared brightly as a bolt of lightning shot out and struck the Inquisitor in the stomach. The force of the impact knocked Haziel back, her body skidding across the ground until she came to a rolling stop. Pain surged through her, but she pushed herself up and locked her eyes onto the elf mage, who was already chanting again. Gritting her teeth, Haziel clenched her left hand and manifested her left wing, its ethereal blue feathers shimmering with magic. She brought the wing in front of her, using it as a shield just as another torrent of lightning erupted from the elf mage's staff. The lightning slammed into her wing, sending tremors through her body. She braced herself, feeling the energy pulsing against her, but her wing held firm. The magical feathers absorbed the lightning, diffusing its power and protecting her from harm. She could feel the strain of maintaining her wing shield, but she refused to falter. The mage's chanting grew louder, the bolts of lightning more powerful, but Haziel's resolve only strengthened. The instant Haziel felt the lightning strikes stop, she dissipated her wing and dashed towards the elf mage. The mage's eyes widened in panic as he desperately tried to chant again. Haziel closed the distance between them in a heartbeat. Just as the staff started to glow again, she thrust her blade forward and pierced the mage's stomach, driving through with a sickening crunch. The glow of the staff flickered and died, the spell dissipating as the mage's concentration shattered. The Inquisitor twisted the blade and drove it deeper before pinning the mage to the ground. His breath left him in a pained gasp. The elf mage's hands grasped weakly at the hilt of the rapier, fingers slick with blood. His chanting had ceased entirely, replaced by a gurgling choke as he struggled to draw breath. Haziel's expression remained impassive, eyes devoid of mercy as she looked down at him. Glory to Lizaria! Haziel watched as the life faded from his gaze, his body going limp beneath her. Then, she pulled her rapier free with a swift motion, the blade still slick with blood. She stood over him for a moment, her breathing steady as she assessed the scene. The Inquisitor wiped the blood from her rapier with a swift flick, the red lightning fading from its surface. Leaving the now silent camp behind, Haziel walked through the forest. The trees thinned out as she approached what had once likely been a large opening in the earth, resembling a cave mouth. Now, however, it was completely covered with dirt and rocks, the entrance to the dungeon completely obscured. She approached the covered entrance and knelt down, brushing her fingers against the cold, rough surface of the rocks. She tested their stability, trying to see if she could pry any of them away, but it was all too clogged up. Determined to uncover the entrance, Haziel stood back and extended her hand, her fingers crackling with red lightning. The Inquisitor unleashed a blast of red lightning at the rocks, the air sizzling with the force of her attack. The rocks exploded outward, shards flying in all directions. For a moment, she glimpsed the dark, gaping maw of the dungeon entrance. But almost immediately, more rocks and dirt tumbled down, filling the gap she had created. Haziel's eyes narrowed in frustration. She tried again, channeling even more of her energy into a powerful blast. The result was the same, the rocks disintegrated, only to be replaced by a fresh cascade of debris. Doesn't look like I can use brute force to get inside. She stood up and looked around the area for any signs of bodies or further clues. The ground around the blocked entrance was undisturbed, and there were no signs of a struggle or any remains. It was as if the earth had swallowed the expedition whole, leaving nothing behind. Frustration gnawed at her as she realized her search had turned up nothing. There were no clues, no signs of what had happened to Prince Leo and his men. The mystery of the dungeon deepened, and Haziel knew she needed to explore further. Still, with nothing else for Haziel to see here, it was best for her to leave. She took a deep breath to calm her mind. A familiar warmth spread through her body, and the air around her shimmered as she manifested her wings again. With a powerful thrust, Haziel launched herself into the sky. The documents I read before mentioned that there was one adventurer who joined the expedition. Perhaps I should look into the Adventurers Guild next. Chapter 18 Rolling Thunder. Outside Sera's dungeon. Shrike released a heavy sigh, his shoulders slightly sagging as he approached the camp. His men were scattered haphazardly around the clearing, a disordered contrast to their uniform appearance. Each soldier wore the same vibrant red cloak he did, emblazoned with a stark black eagle on the back. Their armor from breastplates to steel-capped boots caught the fading light from the sunlight that filtered through the forest canopy above. Despite the uniformity of their attire, the camp itself was in disarray. Several soldiers lounged carelessly on rough-hewn logs with tankards of beer clutched loosely in their hands, amber liquid sloshing over the rims with every hearty laugh. Others reclined against their rocks and tree trunks as they lost themselves in tales and crude jokes. If Shrike had his way, he'd have fired over half the squad a long time ago, but he's a man who works with what he has been given. Shrike stopped right in the middle of his men. He tightened his grip on the shaft of his metallic spear and brought it down with force against the hard-packed soil. The impact produced a thunderous boom and was accompanied by an electrical shockwave that surged outward. The raucous laughter choked off mid-sound, and the careless sloshing of beer halted as if frozen in time. Every man jolted to alertness as they scrambled from their makeshift seats and slouched positions. The campsite filled with the clatter of armor and the hurried shuffle of boots as the soldiers snapped to attention. Their postures straightened as their eyes focused forward. Shrike paced deliberately in front of his men, pausing to look each of the 10 soldiers arrayed before him in the eyes. Listen up. I know everyone's excited for today's mission, but you all need to stop fucking around, understood? His men snapped to even straighter postures. Yes, boss. With a satisfied nod, Shrike tapped his spear against the ground once again, sending a minor tremor through the soil. Grab your shock spears, along with your light and firestorm runes, we're going into the dungeon immediately. The men sprang into action, each swiftly grabbing their gleaming metallic spears. They then reached for small, leather pouches that jingled with the sound of enchanted runes. Shrike took the lead as he cut a path through the dense forest. The underbrush gave way to his passage, branches and leaves rustling softly in his wake. Soon, he spotted what he had thought to be the entrance to a dungeon. However, as Shrike's gaze fell upon the entrance, his confident stride faltered. Where there should have been a traditional wooden or stone gate, he saw a barrier made from intertwining roots instead. The fuck? Don't think I've ever seen a dungeon entrance like that before. He turned sharply to the man on his right. Wesley. Did we go the wrong way? Wesley frantically pulled out a crumpled map from a leather sling bag slung over his shoulder. He unfolded it hastily, eyes darting between the paper and the root barrier. I'm pretty sure this should be it. Shrike eyed the dungeon entrance once more as he tried to make sense of the anomaly. Stay behind me. I'll try to get a better look. He moved towards the dungeon's peculiar entrance cautiously, tightening his grip around the shaft of his spear, the polished metal cool and reassuring under his fingers. Then, he pushed the sharp tip of his spear into the roots. With each press, a curious thing happened. The roots unfurled and slunk back to the ground as if responding to the touch of the spear. The more he pressed, the more the roots withdrew, slowly revealing glimpses of the dark interior of the dungeon. Turning to face his men, Shrike saw them straighten up under his intense gaze. All right, the dungeon seems to have changed a little bit, but the mission stays the same. We take the dungeon core and get out. Any questions? Boss, what about the beastkin shifter? Heard the one in this dungeon might be pretty strong. One of his men said. Relax, this dungeon is still new and hasn't been opened to the public yet. Means that the monsters will be weaker, and if we just go for the head of the guardian beast, we'll be fine. But aren't those shifters usually really strong? And we have a full squad with shock spears and firestorm runes, what's your point? And nothing, boss. Shrike slammed his spear against the ground again, creating a small shockwave that rippled through the air. We're doing one last weapon test and then we're going in, move. The men quickly scrambled into position, each gripping their shock spears. They aligned their weapons as they aimed at various trees encircling the clearing. Shrike paced deliberately in front of his men as he meticulously inspected each soldier's stance and equipment. Remember, we got these spears from the Royal Guard, and they didn't sell them for cheap. If any of them break, it's coming right out of your cut for the month. As his eyes roved over the line of soldiers, Shrike's keen gaze caught a flaw. Wesley's spear was angled a few degrees too low, the point directed towards the ground, a sloppy mistake that could prove costly. Damn idiot! Shrike approached Wesley and exhaled loudly. When we fight a beastkin shifter, do you really think we're gonna kill it by shooting the ground? Wesley's eyes widened, he frantically adjusted his spear and raised it to a more appropriate level. And no, boss. Shrike sighed deeply, a mix of frustration and resolve crossing his features. He then positioned himself, his own spear aimed at a sturdy oak tree. Everyone! On my mark! Ready! Upon Shrike's command, every single shock spear's rune-covered tip pulsed with electrical energy. The air around them crackled audibly, blue arcs of electricity dancing wildly as the energy built to a crescendo. Fire! A torrent of lightning blasts erupted from the tips of the shock spears in unison. The lightning struck the surrounding trees with devastating force, many of the trunks exploding into splinters as the powerful energy cleaved through them. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of splintering wood and the thunderous crashes of toppling timber. The interiors of the trees were exposed by the blasts, glowing and intense red-hot from the searing energy. Steam hissed violently from the shattered trunks, and thick, acrid smoke billowed upward as the sap inside the trees boiled furiously. Gradually, the once vibrant glow of the scorched wood dulled back to its charred state while the pungent smell of charred bark lingered in the air. Shrike lowered his spear. Spears down! His men followed his command without hesitation. As they settled their weapons, Shrike tapped the butt of his spear against the ground rhythmically as he walked towards the dungeon entrance. He paused, turning to address his squad with a stern look. "One last thing, don't fuck with the firestorm runes unless absolutely necessary. They're expensive and each pouch only has one." "Got it, boss." The men responded in unison. Suddenly, Shrike tensed, his sharp eyes catching a glimpse of movement behind his men. A figure clad in a black cloak and covered in bandages walked silently towards them. The eerie sight almost made Shrike's heart skip a beat. Shrike's men noticed his reaction and quickly turned around, aiming their shock spears at the approaching figure. The air crackled with tension, the men ready to unleash their weapons at a moment's notice. "Stand down," Shrike commanded, stepping forward with a measured pace. His eyes narrowed as the figure drew closer. "Zoha!" The figure stopped and waved a hand, a familiar voice emerging from beneath the hood. "It's been a while, another dungeon core heist." Shrike let out a hearty laugh, the tension in the air dissipating slightly. "That depends," he said, his tone lightening. "Are you the one they paid to guard it?" "You could say that I have an arrangement like that, yes. How much do you need to look away this once?" Zoha tilted her head, a playful grin spreading across her face. "Tell you what, Shrike. I'll do you a favor and won't interrupt this time." She stepped closer, her presence almost palpable. Leaning in, she whispered into his ear, her breath warm against his skin. "When you inevitably fail, I'll be there to watch." Before Shrike could react, Zoha vanished into a swirling cloud of flies. The sudden transformation drew confused and fearful gasps from Shrike and his men. The flies buzzed around them for a few seconds before dispersing into the air. Shrike blinked, his mind racing to process what had just happened. He turned to his men, their expressions mirroring his own confusion. Since when could Zoha do that? And what in the fuck kind of magic was that? "What was that?" one of the men asked. "Should we just back off?" another man suggested. "Calm down, we're not going anywhere. We have a job to do," Shrike said. His expression hardened into one of resolute determination. He turned around and reached for his spear. His muscles tensed, ready for action. "Let's move." When Shrike and his men entered the dungeon, they stuck close together, spears poised in all directions. The cavern they found themselves in was draped with a thick carpet of glowing moss, casting a soft light that barely pierced the encompassing darkness. Shrike raised his hand and signaled to his men. "Light runes, now!" His men immediately reached into their pouches, withdrawing small yellow runes. They all crushed the runes in their hands, the brittle material crumbling easily. And almost instantly, a mote of yellowish light materialized before each of them, hovering in the air and casting a warm glow that lit up the cavern more fully. With the newfound light, Shrike took a few cautious steps forward to get a better look at his surroundings. There was nothing of note just yet. Shrike lowered his hand, signaling to his men. "We're clear for now, let's go." The men relaxed their stances slightly but remained vigilant as they walked in a more relaxed state. Shrike constantly eyed the surroundings, alert for any hint of danger. To his surprise, not a single monster attacked even as his men made it further and further into the dungeon. That was, until one of his men yelled out a warning, "Incoming!" 9 o'clock. Instantly, Shrike and all his men pointed their spears to the left. Their armored boots crunching against the ground. From the shadowy corners of the cavern, a massive bipedal creature lumbered into view. It was a terrifying blend of the organic and the monstrous, composed of intertwined fungal strands and thick, mushroom-like plates that acted as a form of natural armor. Its movements were slow but each of its steps caused the ground to tremble slightly under its weight. The moment it stepped closer within striking range, Shrike yelled. "Fire!" A barrage of lightning shocks erupted from the tips of the shock spears, the air crackling with raw electrical energy. Each bolt seared through the dimly lit cavern as they struck the fungal creature. The impacts bored through its spongy flesh, creating sizzling holes that illuminated the cavern with each flash. With every strike, sections of the creature's body blackened and crumbled into ashen fragments. The creature convulsed violently under the assault, its form disintegrating piece by piece until it finally collapsed to the ground with a heavy, wet thud. As the dust settled, the creature's corpse rapidly transformed into ethereal wisps of blue mana. Several items dropped onto the now scorched cavern floor, a glistening brown sphere, roughly the size of a large apple, as well as several sizable chunks of mushroom plates, their edges still smoldering from the intense heat of the lightning blasts. One of Shrike's men approached the new loot, first reaching for the orb to examine it closely. He turned it over in his hands, feeling its weight and texture. Any of you think this one is bigger than usual? Shrike approached the man and gestured with his free hand, indicating that he wanted a closer look. Let me see that. The man handed over the orb obediently. Shrike raised it to his eye level, scrutinizing the shimmering surface and the faint pulsing light within. I've seen bigger monster cores, but for how easy that one was to kill. I suppose it is rather large. He then handed the orb to Wesley. Pack it up. Wesley nodded and quickly opened his sling bag, carefully placing the monster core inside. As he cinched the bag shut, his gaze shifted to the scattered mushroom plates strewn across the cavern floor. What about those things, boss? Shrike approached the mushroom plates. He bent down and picked up one of the larger plates, his spear tucked securely under his armpit to free his other hand. Holding the plate up, he flexed it gently, testing its resilience and noting the texture and weight. He then tapped on its surface with his knuckles, listening intently to the hollow sound it produced. The plate's durability and structure wasn't too shabby, perhaps it could be made into something useful. He handed the mushroom plate to Wesley. It's decent material, maybe the smiths back in the underground can work it into something. While Wesley packed up the plate, Shrike took the opportunity to survey their surroundings. He took a few steps forward, sweeping across the cave as his men continued to scout the area. Anyone find anything else useful? One of his men stepped towards him, shaking his head in response. We got nothing for now, boss. Shrike grunted, signaling his readiness to move deeper into the cavern. His men followed suit, eyes scanning the dimly lit surroundings as they advanced. The oddest thing so far to Shrike was the scarcity of monsters within the dungeon. They did eventually encounter 2 more of the mushroom creatures, similar to the first. However, these encounters were not much of a challenge as the monsters were quickly dispatched without any trouble. Didn't think this dungeon would be this easy. Other than the mushroom creatures, the cavern was eerily devoid of further monstrous presence. All of it felt very wrong to Shrike, because he was told that this dungeon housed a particularly large dungeon core. Even if the core was relatively new, he would expect for at least human guards to be present while the core generated new monsters in the meantime. Yet, his thoughts were cut short when he spotted a large opening in the cave wall ahead. It was partially obscured by thick roots, similar to those at the entrance. A wave of unease washed over him at the sight, but the promise of the substantial payoff from securing the dungeon core spurred him on. Can't turn back now. He tapped the butt of his spear against the ground to capture his men's attention. Heads up, boys, we're going in there next. As Shrike and his men neared the root-entangled opening, their presence elicited a response from the living barrier. Gradually, the dense weave of roots pulled back to reveal the chamber room beyond. They stepped into the chamber cautiously, their eyes immediately drawn to an intricate magic circle inscribed on the floor. And at its center was a delicate silver flower. The chamber itself was dimly lit, walls lined with bioluminescent moss. The men exchanged puzzled glances as they approached the magic circle. One of them tentatively stepped into the circle, boots scraping against the cavern floor. What do you think this is, boss? Another soldier crouched down to inspect the silver flower. This some kind of display or what? Be careful, Shrike warned, stepping closer. We don't know what we're dealing with here. Shrike stepped into the circle himself, spear held tightly in his hand. He turned slowly, scanning the chamber for any signs of danger. Until suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed through the room. Do you wish to be taken to the next floor? Shrike gripped his spear tighter. Who said that? Do you wish to be taken to the next floor? Shrike exchanged a bewildered glance with his men before nodding decisively. Just get in the damn circle. The soldiers hesitated for a moment before obeying, stepping into the circle and forming a tight cluster around the silver flower. Take us to the next floor. Shrike said, his voice firm despite the uncertainty gnawing at him. Please remain calm and stay within the circle. A bright light enveloped them, the intensity of it causing them to squint and shield their eyes. They soon felt weightless as their bodies were teleported away. While his vision cleared, Shrike almost stumbled as the abrupt shift from one environment to another left him disoriented. Instinctively, he reached up, clutching his head with one hand as he fought to regain his balance. The cavern around him looked similar to the one they had just left, covered with faint traces of glowing moss. What happened? Pretty sure we got teleported, boss, Wesley groaned beside him, clutching his own head as he tried to steady himself. While the rest of his men slowly gathered themselves, Shrike leaned on his spear for support and used it as a makeshift staff to help him walk forward. Despite the shock of their sudden displacement, the men quickly regained their composure, checking their equipment and readying themselves for whatever was ahead. The new floor appeared to be much the same as the first. It even had the same 3 mushroom creatures they had encountered before, stationed as if guarding the area. These were dispatched swiftly in much the same manner as before, allowing Shrike and his men to pick up the drops and move on fast. But eventually, one of Shrike's men ventured too close to a particularly glowy mushroom. As he extended his hand to touch the radiant fungi, it suddenly detonated with a soft pop and released a burst of glittering spores. The soldier's eyes widened in shock as he inhaled the spores, his body seizing up almost immediately. He collapsed to the ground, his limbs stiffening into a rigid, unresponsive state. The cavern was momentarily filled with frantic activity as his comrades rushed to his side. One soldier quickly uncorked a vial of potion and poured it carefully into the fallen man's mouth. For a tense minute or two, the paralyzed soldier remained motionless. But gradually, the potion took effect. His eyes blinked rapidly as awareness returned, his breath evening out as he regained control of his limbs. Regrouping after this unexpected setback, Shrike led his men deeper into the cavern. Soon, they reached another opening, this one leading to a familiar-looking magical circle. Wesley, recalling the previous encounter, half-joked, "Should we ask it again to take us to the next floor?" Immediately as before, the panel responded. Within moments, the familiar sensation of dematerialization overtook the group as they were enveloped in blinding light. The next thing Shrike knew, he found himself standing within a truly enchanting forest. The trees here were unlike any he had ever seen, their trunks broad and twisting high into the air. But before he had too much time to take in his mesmerizing surroundings, a rustling sound snapped him back to reality. Instinctively, Shrike raised his spear toward the source of the noise, his men quickly following his lead, their weapons poised and ready. A figure emerged from the dense underbrush. It was a grey-furred beastkin who looked like he came straight from the slums. Shrike's guess was that the beastkin was likely owned by another adventuring party using him as a pack mule. Regardless, Shrike wasn't aware that any other adventuring party was supposed to be here with him, unless his informant lied to him. "Where are your masters, doggy?" The beastkin clenched his fists. "None of you should be here." Despite the tension, Shrike couldn't help but chuckle at the beastkin's warning. "Are you lost? Because we got bigger fish to fry." The beastkin's eyes narrowed. "I'm warning you, this isn't going to end well. Wait a minute, did your party get to that dungeon core before us? Go eat a dick." Shrike let out a snort of derision as he glanced at Wesley. "Make the doggy talk." Wesley nodded and primed his spear, the tip crackling with building electrical energy. As the beastkin tried to dodge behind a nearby tree for cover, Wesley released the charged shot. The blast of lightning streaked through the air and struck the beastkin's leg. The energy shredded through muscle and bone, nearly destroying the limb instantly. The beastkin howled in pain and anger, collapsing to the ground as his leg gave out under him. Chapter 19 Rampage. Shrike laughed as he watched the beastkin writhing in the dirt. The poor thing clutched desperately at its leg where the muscle had been torn open. Dark blood soaked the earth, matting the thick fur and painting the ground in viscous streaks. His men were just as amused, if not more so. They might have hesitated if they had encountered a beastkin woman instead, but a regular beastkin man didn't exactly have much value. Slave market is too flooded these days. But suddenly, Wesley looked around nervously, searching the shadows for something. "Boss, I don't see the beastkin shifter anywhere." Shrike patted Wesley on the back. "Don't worry. The beastkin shifters that are placed in dungeons are usually already transformed, dumb, large, and loud. We should find it eventually." "But what if the beastkin we just shot was a shifter?" Wesley asked. Shrike couldn't help but let out a smug chuckle. "Don't be ridiculous. Not every beastkin you see is a shifter. You'd drive yourself mad thinking that way." His laughter filled the clearing, echoed by the chuckles of his other men. But soon, Shrike's laughter strangled suddenly in his throat as an overwhelming wave of energy surged from behind. The force rippled through his body, causing his knees to buckle as tremors resonated deep within his bones. He could feel the ground beneath him shudder as his men were caught in the blast, their bodies flung to the ground like ragdolls. An intense, searing heat enveloped them, scorching their skin and stealing the breath from their lungs. Shrike's vision blurred momentarily, but he managed to force his gaze toward the source of the explosion. His heart pounded against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat in his chest. The beastkin from earlier had somehow regenerated its leg and was now glowing with fiery energy. His body swelled, muscles expanding, and skin stretching taut as he grew larger and larger. Shit! The ground around the beastkin cracked and splintered under the pressure of his transformation, jagged fissures spreading outward like a web. The air vibrated with raw power, the intensity of it making Shrike's teeth chatter. Before Shrike's eyes, the beastkin turned into a colossal beast. It first began with the skeleton, each bone snapping and clicking into place. Then, muscle and sinew grew around the skeletal structure, strands of flesh weaving together with disturbing speed, each layer forming with a wet, sinewy sound. Gradually, the creature's face took shape as one half of its visage was complete, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth set in a feral snarl. Each newly formed muscle twitched as the beast's emerging eye glinted with a predatory gleam. Shrike desperately forced himself upright, shaking off the shock that gripped his limbs. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and barked a command to his men, who were scrambling to their feet. "Shoot the damn thing!" As the beast's form continued to swell, Shrike and his men braced themselves for the imminent fight. Each one tightened their grip on their spear, tips crackling with arcs of blue-white lightning that surged along the shafts. In a split second, the shock spears unleashed their lethal payloads, arcing through the air toward the beast's massive head. The lightning bolts struck with devastating force, tearing through flesh and bone in explosive bursts. The beast's thick hide sizzled and smoked, chunks of muscle and shards of bone flying in all directions. Despite the relentless assault, the core structure of the beast's head remained disturbingly intact. Its grotesque visage now sported a gaping, raw wound, the torn flesh and exposed sinew framing a pulsating brain. Shrike's eyes widened as he took in the sight. The beast's resilience was beyond anything he had anticipated. Blood and viscera dripped from the horrific wound, steaming as it hit the ground. "How, is that thing not dead? We need to hit it again," Shrike barked. "Aim for the brain." The men readied themselves once more, the blue-white lightning dancing along their spears intensifying. Each warrior took aim, focusing on the pulsating brain exposed in the beast's head. With a collective shout, they unleashed the energy from the tips of their spears. The air sizzled with energy as bolts of lightning arced toward the target, tearing through the beast's flesh with explosive force. Chunks of brain matter, muscle, and bone were ripped away. Each strike appeared to weaken it momentarily, but it only took seconds for the flesh to knit itself back together and quickly regenerate. "Keep firing!" Shrike commanded, his own spear crackling with a ferocious charge. He hurled it with all his might, the lightning-infused weapon striking the beast's exposed brain with a brilliant flash. The creature howled in pain, but refused to fall. Even as its body was torn apart by the onslaught, the beast continued to regenerate. The ground shook as the beast roared and turned abruptly, going deeper into the forest and crashing through the underbrush, setting it aflame. Amidst the blaze, Shrike carefully kept track of the beast's movements. He aimed his spear at the monster in spite of the flames, the heat searing his skin and the smoke stinging his eyes. "Keep shooting!" Galvanized by Shrike's command, his men activated their spears again. Each lightning strike hit with a resounding crack against the beast, tearing through its flesh in explosive bursts. Chunks of smoldering meat were ripped from its frame, but the beast's momentum remained relentless. Its movements didn't slow one bit, almost as if it was fueled by sheer fury. With a roar that shook the nearby trees to their roots, the beast charged again. In a heartbeat, Shrike dove to the side, narrowly escaping the beast's lethal charge. The sheer force of its passage whipped the air around him, and he felt the intense heat scorch his skin. Several of his men also threw themselves into the relative safety of the trees. The foliage provided scant cover, but it was enough to avoid the beast's immediate wrath. A few brave souls stood their ground and pulled out their red firestorm runes, the edged symbols glowing ominously in their hands. In a synchronized effort, they hurled the runes at the advancing beast. The runes detonated mid-air, a series of fiery bursts that lit up the entire area with a searing brilliance. The explosions were deafening, sending shockwaves through the forest. For a moment, it looked as though the power of the runes might have done the trick. But when the smoke cleared, it was clear that the beast did not fall. Instead, it shook its massive head, dislodging the flames and smoke clinging to its fur. The firestorm runes had left scorch marks and smoldering patches on its hide, but the beast's eyes burned with a renewed anger. The beast pawed at the ground, kicking up dust and debris as it prepared for another lethal charge. Its muscles tensed, rippling under its thick fur. In a desperate attempt to stop the beast, Shrike activated his shock spear and aimed it directly at its head. "Come on, come on!" But unfortunately, he missed and accidentally struck one of the beast's hind legs instead. And immediately after, the beast lunged and snapped its jaws around two of Shrike's men, crushing them with a wet crunch. Afterwards, the beast turned and went deeper into the forest. The remaining men fired their lightning blasts at its retreating form, each strike lighting up trees and bushes but failing to bring the beast down. By this point, smoke erupted from the tips of some of the men's spears. Wesley cast a worried glance at Shrike Boss, we're already down a few spears. Shrike grunted in frustration and shoved Wesley aside. Calm down. That thing has to be close to dying. Yet, Shrike turned his head as he heard the pained screams of his men. He spun around just in time to see a torrent of searing flames erupting from the underbrush, engulfing two of his men in flames, their bodies writhing as the fire consumed flesh and bone alike. Shrike had no time to worry about his men. He locked his eyes onto the beast as it was charging toward another group of his men, each stride igniting the ground beneath it. He gripped his spear tightly, feeling the weapon's residual power thrumming through his hands. Despite the spear's evident strain, he raised it high and unleashed a flurry of lightning blasts at the rampaging creature. One bolt struck the beast's head with a crackling burst of energy, while the other two slammed into its massive body. The headshot was particularly effective, causing the beast to stagger and its furious roar to morph into a pained howl. Yes. This brief reprieve was enough to force the beast to reconsider its assault. Soon, it turned and fled into the burning forest again. Shrike's natural reaction was to ready his shock spear and fire again. However, he soon noticed a thin pillar of smoke erupted from the tip of his weapon. Fuck me, looks like I'll only have a couple of shots left. Shrike's remaining men regrouped and formed a loose defensive circle around him. Their eyes fixed on the burning beast that loomed ominously. They fired occasional bursts of lightning at the creature, their attacks now measured and cautious, conserving their weapons' dwindling power for a decisive strike. But as Shrike prepared to take aim, a sharp pain pierced his neck. He winced, instinctively reaching up to find a thorny, vine-like creature latched onto his skin. The sensation was swiftly followed by the pull of similar creatures anchoring themselves to his legs, their tiny, spiky bodies digging into his flesh. Panic flared in his eyes as he shouted, "Somebody! Get this little shit off me!" Wesley drove his spear into one of the vine creatures. The creature disintegrated into a wisp of mana, leaving behind a small green sphere. Then, Wesley turned his attention to Shrike, deftly removing the remaining creatures to free his boss from their painful grip. As this happened, the beast roared and opened its mouth wide to unleash a torrent of searing fire towards Shrike's remaining men. Most of the men darted out of the path of the inferno. However, one soldier was caught squarely in the full blast, his agonized screech piercing the air as his metal armor burned up rapidly, the searing heat effectively cooking him alive from the inside out. Shrike's focus snapped back to the immediate threat. He aimed his spear at the beast again, but just as he steadied his grip and prepared to fire, another thorny creature latched onto his arm. The unexpected tug wrenched his arm slightly off course, causing his shot to miss wildly. The lightning bolt streaked past the beast and struck a tree, splintering its trunk with a sharp crack. Shrike snarled and swung his arm, slamming the offending creature against a nearby tree with brute force. The impact was so fierce that it dented the tree trunk, the creature's body crumpling upon impact. It slumped to the ground, quickly dissolving into wisps of mana. He shot a quick glance at his remaining men, numbering just 5 now, including himself. 2 of them had smoke coming out of their spears, but the others looked like their shock spears were still capable of firing at least a few more shots. Shrike slammed the butt of his spear against the ground and pointed at the beast, which was preparing to charge at them, its massive foot kicking up dust. "When that thing comes close, throw everything we have at it." His men nodded and readied their rune pouches. And as the beast charged toward them, Shrike and his remaining men drew their firestorm runes and hurled them at the approaching monster. The runes detonated mid-air in a series of brilliant explosions. Through the chaos, Shrike narrowed his eyes as he spotted the glowing embers flickering off the beast's fur. "Finish it!" Shrike and his men unleashed their remaining bolts of lightning into the thick cloud of dust. The air was soon filled with the sound of pained growls as the bolts found their mark. For a brief, hopeful moment, everything fell quiet. Shrike allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, the beast was finally dead. However, that fragile hope was shattered by the sounds of more screams. The beast had somehow survived, now grotesquely disfigured with half its body burnt away, exposing charred, skeletal limbs. Despite this, it still tore through Shrike's remaining men easily. Wesley in particular tried to run away, but he stumbled. The beast's clawed limbs lashed out, seizing him by the feet before its jaws clamped down and crunched his legs. Realizing the hopelessness of their situation, Shrike turned and ran. The continued screams of his men and the horrific sounds of carnage haunted his ears as they were torn apart and devoured by the monstrous creature they had once hoped to defeat. Breathing heavily, Shrike paused and braced himself against a tree, trembling as he pressed a hand into the rough bark. Gathering the courage to glance back, he saw the last of his men being brutally ended by the beast. "There's just no way." Shrike glared at the beast as it turned its blazing gaze toward him. He could only watch as the beast's flesh regenerated with horrifying speed. Muscle and sinew wove together seamlessly, grey skin then stretched over the newly formed muscles, and fiery fur sprouted, enveloping its monstrous form in a mantle of blazing menace. It was do or die now. Shrike's grip tightened around his spear and ran towards the beast as it too charged towards him. Just as the beast's massive jaws were ready to clamp down on him, Shrike slid down and drove his spear upward with an upward thrust, piercing the beast's underbelly. The spearhead sank deep into the monster's flesh, tearing through sinew and muscle. The beast bellowed in agony and thrashed violently, dragging Shrike through the tangled underbrush and dirt as it attempted to dislodge the spear. Shrike clung to the spear shaft with all his strength, knuckles straining as he held on with everything he had left. But the beast's frenzied thrashing proved overwhelming. The spear snapped under the immense pressure. With a powerful kick from its hind legs, the beast hurled Shrike aside. His vision blurred as the beast's kick sent him crashing through a tree, the wood splintering around him before he slid face first into the dirt. Shrike's limbs trembled with the effort. But even with his vision still blurry, he managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of the beast roaring triumphantly. With that, Shrike resigned himself to his fate. He lifted his head just enough to watch the beast charge at him for what he believed was going to be the last time. Suddenly, just as the beast was charging at him, a large swarm of flies suddenly manifested from thin air, and completely covered the beast's head. The cloud of insects buzzed and darted, disorienting the creature. The beast roared in frustration, pausing to swat at the flies that tormented it. Shrike saw his chance and tried to push himself up and run away. However, as he attempted to move, he realized with a sinking feeling that he was unable to budge. His limbs were bound tightly by string, the thin cords digging painfully into his skin. He struggled against the restraints, but the strings held far too firmly, cutting into his flesh with each movement. His heart pounded as he watched the beast moving away, distracted by the persistent cloud of flies. It roared and snapped at the air, the swarm leading it further and further from Shrike's position. Relief washed over him momentarily, only to be replaced by a sharp sense of dread as he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Before he could react, a sharp pain exploded in his head as a foot came down hard and pressed his face into the dirt. Not too shabby, shame that this is where it ends. Chapter 20 No Fear. The ice sheets beneath Sera's feet were thinning fast as she sprinted through the swamp. The once solid paths of frozen water were melting into pools of murky slush, each step sending a splash of icy droplets into the air. When she risked a glance over her shoulder, Sera saw how the swarm of tall, lanky monstrosities were still closing in. She wasn't quite sure if it was because the monsters were fast or if she was somehow moving slower than expected. Fortunately, she caught sight of the portal back to the dungeon in her peripheral vision. She quickened her pace, but the sense of the monstrosities gaining on her still grew stronger with every step. Just a little bit more and I can be rid of those abominations. As Sera got closer to the portal, she stopped and spun around to face her pursuers, her feet digging into the ice sheet below. The thin layer of ice cracked beneath the weight of her left foot, plunging it into the swamp water with a splash. She yanked her foot out before bringing it down again. The moment her toe touched the icy water's surface, a burst of magic shot through and instantly froze a new, thicker sheet of ice that spread outwards. Channeling a larger portion of her magic, Sera commanded the decaying trees around her to stretch with loud creaks that filled the swamp. The trees slammed against the approaching monstrosities, wrapping their branches around the lanky creatures and dragging some into the water. The roots and branches coiled tightly, slowing their advance and giving Sera the precious seconds she needed. But one abomination managed to break through the barrier. Its grotesque form rushed toward her, and its twisted grin widened as it closed the distance. Sera sprinted toward the portal as fast as she could. She dashed through the opening, and once on the other side, commanded the floor that formed the portal to pull away, dismantling the structure piece by piece. All of the vines and branches which had formed the portal's arch retracted as they returned to their original states. Each vine twisted back into the earth while the branches melded seamlessly into the trunks of nearby trees. In seconds, the portal shrank rapidly as it diminished to a mere thread of light before finally vanishing. Yet, just as the portal dissipated and vanished, Sera nearly jumped as a gnarled limb from the abomination broke through. The severed limb flailed briefly before the portal closed completely, cutting it off from the rest of the swamp. It fell to the dungeon floor, twitching before becoming lifeless. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her head, and she clutched her temples, wincing. It felt as though a memory was trying to break through, something important she was supposed to remember, but it slipped away like water through her fingers. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself and clear her mind, but the sensation left her uneasy. What was I doing here? Yet, before Sera could catch a break, a loud screech echoed through the dungeon, jolting her out of her thoughts. She spun around, her eyes widening as she saw a good chunk of the forest now engulfed in flames. The fire raged uncontrollably, sending plumes of smoke upwards. She ran as fast as she could towards the chaos, the trees and bushes seemingly parting ways as they cleared a path for her. The air grew hotter as she approached the heart of the inferno. Sera spotted Ermo, already transformed into his beast form and angrily swatting at a swarm of flies that never seemed to be able to truly disappear. His massive paws struck out with fury, but the swarm constantly replenished their numbers despite the many that burned to a crisp. The Elder Dryad pressed her hands against the ground and channeled her magic into the soil. An array of thick roots surged up from below and wrapped around Ermo's limbs, lifting him into the air with a violent jerk before slamming him back into the ground further away. While Ermo was dazed from the sudden assault, several large flower buds emerged from the ground around him. These blossomed rapidly into full bloom, then emanated a fine silver dust that clouded the air, quickly thickening into a shimmering haze. Gradually, while the cloud of dust thickened, Ermo's movements slowed until eventually he stopped moving altogether and fell into a deep sleep. Sera approached Zoha, who bowed slightly at her arrival. What happened? The demoness pointed at a man bound by layers of string against a tree. This human and his colleagues started a fight with Ermo. When I arrived, he had already transformed. Sera's eyes narrowed as she assessed the situation. Why did you allow the humans to infiltrate the dungeon in the first place? Zoha met Sera's gaze with a calm, albeit slightly weary expression. I was curious and wanted to see what they were capable of. She then bowed her head. I apologize if my actions have displeased you, mistress. Sera's expression softened just a fraction. I shall overlook your indiscretion for now. These particular humans posed little threat, however, should a genuine danger arise, you must be prepared to address it immediately. The demoness bowed her head again. Of course, mistress, I will keep your words in mind. Sera glanced around to take stock of the current situation. She was aware that Ermo wasn't capable of transforming at will. Which only meant that he transformed involuntarily, either by being injured or a heightened emotional response, perhaps both. In either case, that was all the more reason for her to squeeze every last bit of information out of the human survivor. She looked at the human bound against the tree. He appeared resigned and exhausted, and his expression was one of stoic acceptance rather than fear, a response she planned on changing. Raising her hand, she summoned a tree beside her, its branches ending in sharp, needle-like points that hovered menacingly close to the human. I believe it's in your best interest to start talking. The man forced a smirk, trying to maintain a facade of defiance. You ain't getting shit from me. Sera turned to glance at Zoha. Can you break one of his legs? The demoness nodded. Which one, mistress? Did you manage to catch if the human prefers to use his right or left foot? I did, mistress, and he's almost certainly right-footed. Then crush that one first. The man's smile faltered. Wait, please, I'll talk. Zoha pulled out a slender needle from within her cloak and weaved it through the air, conjuring thin, shimmering strings from nothingness. She directed the needle toward the man's legs, the strings following her command and wrapping tightly around his already bound limbs. The demoness wrapped the enchanted threads tighter and tighter, the pressure building until the man's legs trembled under the strain. Then, she twisted the needle sharply, causing the strings to constrict as the man's right leg buckled with a sickening crunch. His screams echoed through the forest as the bones in his leg shattered under the relentless pressure. Zoha continued to tighten the strings, each turn of the needle bringing more excruciating pain, until the leg was nothing but a mangled mess of broken bone and torn muscle. The man's cries of anguish subsided into ragged sobs. Zoha finally released her hold, stepping back and allowing the man to slump to the ground. Was that sufficient, mistress? That was perfect, Zoha, I'll take it from here. Sera took a few steps back and raised her hands before clapping them together sharply. Roots rose and twisted from the soil. They wove together seamlessly, forming the legs and surface of a table. Sera's gaze turned to Zoha again. Put the human there. The demoness responded with a silent nod. She lifted him from the ground and slammed him onto the root table, his head hanging precariously over the edge. His groans echoed in the smoky air, a pitiful sound against the backdrop of flickering flames. More roots grew rapidly from the structure of the table, curling and twisting around the man's arms and legs. Stepping closer, Sera stood at the head of the table, her eyes cold and calculating. With a slight flick of her wrist, Sera summoned another root that snaked out from the base of the table, its surface rough with tiny, hair-like fibers, and coiled upwards with deliberate slowness. The root's tip pressed gently against the man's chin, tilting his head further downwards until his face was almost level with the table's surface. The man's eyes widened with terror as they darted upward. Just above him, the branches of the needle tree swayed menacingly, their sharp, glistening tips just barely hovering from his exposed skin. Sera leaned in closer, her voice low and icy. Last warning. Talk, or else. The man's eyes darted around frantically before locking onto Sera's, the sheer terror within them unmistakable. He attempted to nod, sending waves of pain coursing through his body. Saliva dribbled from the corners of his mouth, forming rivulets that dripped onto the forest floor. Seeing this, Sera snapped her fingers. The root table shuddered and morphed with a grinding noise before transforming seamlessly into a chair. The man was forced abruptly into a sitting position, his head slamming back against the backrest, eliciting a pained groan from him. Then, Sera closed her eyes and knelt on one knee. It's time for a small demonstration. Her right hand pressed firmly against the soil, while her left hand traced patterns through the air. The burning trees nearby responded one by one. Each fiery trunk shuddered briefly before collapsing inward. The inferno was swiftly subdued as thick, knotted roots surged upward from the ground, coiling around the flaming wood and their charred remains, smothering the flames and sealing away the last embers. Soon after, tiny saplings burst forth, their slender stems pushing through the blackened soil. These young trees grew with remarkable speed, their leaves unfurling in all manner of vibrant colors that stood in stark contrast to the ashen remains of their predecessors. Sera rose to her feet before shooting a cold glance upon the man, whose eyes were now wide with awe, his earlier fear momentarily replaced by sheer wonder. What you saw was just a small taste of my power. The man nodded fervently. Why yes, I understand, goddess. Please forgive me. For a split second, Sera almost broke her composure and chuckled. While it was natural for a mortal to still believe in the gods and goddesses of old, the Elder Dryad almost found it insulting to be compared to entities that have long been dead. Regardless, there is no harm in him believing that I am divine. First question, who sent you and your men here? The man took a deep breath, his expression turning into a slight frown as he weighed his words carefully. My men and I are part of the Black Eagles, a gang based in Marwood. Tell me more about Black Eagle operations and what they do exactly. We, usually smuggle and sell just about anything and everything. Beastkin slaves, magical items, dungeon cores. You name it, we have it. Makes sense, but what type of products are the most profitable? The big sellers are potions for both adventurers and even the military. While the Alchemists' Guild will charge people a fortune, we charge half or even a quarter of the price as long as nobody asks questions. A small grin tugged at Sera's lips as she heard the human speak. She just thought of an idea which could lead to the spirit tree's exponential growth. Regarding these potions, do the Black Eagles put in any additives to enhance their properties? We do. Once the cheap stuff turned people away, the big boss told us to mix in herbs like ether wisp and viper shade into stamina potions at first. And how did that go? Very good. If you neutralize the poisonous components, both ether wisp and viper shade are a great way to get high. Sera raised an eyebrow. Define high for me. The man tapped his remaining leg restlessly for a moment. Sure, basically, people get very happy and loose, you know what I mean. Ah, you mean to say they experience euphoria? Sort of. Viper shade makes you all happy and jumpy. Ether wisp makes you more mellow and relaxed. Either way, both made people come back for more and more of our potions. Sera began to pace around the chair, the forest floor softening the sound of her movement. As she completed her circuit, she leaned in close, her breath a whisper against his skin. Who is your leader and where can I find them? The man's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, a sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead. His name is Vittorio, but everyone just calls him Vito. I don't know where he is right now. Seeing this, Sera's expression darkened. She gestured towards the needle tree, causing one of its sharp, slender needles to shoot out, piercing deeply into the man's remaining leg. The needle withdrew just as quickly, leaving behind a deep puncture wound. The man's scream tore through the forest. The skin around the wound changed almost immediately, the flesh hardening and darkening into rough bark. All while small green leaves sprouted from the newly formed wooden surface. Sera leaned back, crossing her arms over her chest. Start being honest, or else you'll be turning into a tree within 60 seconds. Panicked, the man's eyes widened in terror. I'm serious. Vito never tells anyone where he is. Sera scrutinized every nuance of the man's demeanor, the raw terror glistening in his eyes, the uncontrollable quivering of his limbs, and the sheer desperation in his voice. The man seemed sincere at the very least. If he had wanted to try and appease her, he likely would have tried to fake knowing Vittorio's location instead. Satisfied with his apparent honesty, Sera extended her hand over the man's rapidly transforming right leg. Her fingers hovered just inches above the bark-covered limb, the air around them shimmering with a faint, verdant glow. Under the influence of her magic, the rough bark receded gradually. The gnarled texture softened and dissolved, revealing patches of human flesh beneath, partially healed but still raw and tender. But she stopped the healing process midway, leaving his leg still half covered in bark. Give me more information, unless you prefer both of your legs to be dysfunctional. Gasping for breath, the pain evident in his voice, the man hurriedly divulged more. There's only one person Vito really trusts, his name's Vega. At this revelation, Zoha suddenly stepped forward. You mean Vega the poison? The man nodded. Yeah, him. Sera shot a glance at Zoha, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Have you met Vega before? The demoness reached into her cloak and took out a small vial of deep purple liquid. I've done business with the Black Eagles before and have spoken with Vega a few times. He's greedy, but shrewd. Not the worst person to negotiate with. Sera extended her hand, her fingers delicately curling around the vial as she took it from Zoha. And this is one of Vega's personally crafted poisons, mistress. This one is designed to only kill after 12 to 24 hours have passed. Excellent for if you need to kill someone quietly. Sera handed the vial back to Zoha, her mind already calculating the possibilities. Part of her considered removing Vega personally and inserting herself into the Black Eagle's command structure. But that move could prove to be too inefficient depending on how much loyalty Vega commanded. She then turned her gaze back towards the man. Where can we find Vega? The man gazed down for a moment. He likes to hang around the underground arena in Marwood slums. Zoha looked towards Sera. I've been there before, mistress. Despite the name, the place is actually much larger and can be more accurately described as an underground complex that happens to have an arena inside. Sera nodded, then glanced at the man again. Interesting, and you wouldn't happen to be able to lead me to Vega, can you? The man's face was drained of color. I can't, but it's not my fault. He also never tells his plans to anyone except his own direct entourage and Vito. Then you should come up with something to prove yourself useful to me, and fast. Panic seized the man as he trembled in his chair. Wait. I can actually lead you to Vega myself, I just... While the human continued his frantic plea, Sera narrowed her gaze, dissecting each of his movements with meticulous precision. She noticed the slight quiver in his voice, the way his gaze flickered away from her eyes as he spoke, and the nervous fidgeting of his fingers. The desperation in his tone sounded less about genuine fear of his leader and more about his immediate desire to avoid further pain. If he truly had the means to lead them to Vittorio, then there wasn't much reason for him to not say it earlier. Which meant that the human was either covering for his leader, or he was just saving his own skin. Either way, he's no longer useful. The moment the man finished speaking, Sera shook her head slowly, her hair catching the faint glimmer of light filtering through the canopy. How very disappointing. She turned away and she walked towards Ermo, her gaze briefly drifting to the demoness. Zoha, remove him. Yes, mistress. Moments later, the air was rent by the man's desperate screams. The piercing sound echoed among the trees, gradually fading as the distance between Sera and the source grew. Chapter 21 Little Thorns. Sera's back pressed into the rough bark of a large tree. The bark's rough surface bit into her skin, as she felt the heartbeat of the forest coursing through the roots beneath her. Her gaze settled on Ermo, who was sprawled on the forest floor. His breaths were deep and each exhalation accompanied by a resonant snore. His beastkin features had softened in sleep, the tension in his muscles dissolved as he reverted to his more human-like form. Sera's fingers lightly traced the grooves in the bark beside her, the texture a stark contrast to the soft moss cushioning her feet. She considered waking Ermo, yet, curiosity kept her rooted in place. She wondered how long it would take for Ermo to wake up by himself. It would inform me more regarding how much of a toll his transformation takes on his body. Minutes trickled by, marked by the subtle rustling of leaves as a gentle breeze whispered through the forest. The sounds of insects buzzing about filled the air served as a backdrop to Ermo's breathing. Eventually, the beastkin's snoring ceased, replaced by a faint mumbling as he tried to open his eyes. A low groan escaped his lips as consciousness seeped back into his limbs. Sera watched, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips before tapping her foot lightly against the ground. Finally awake. At the sound of her voice, Ermo straightened up immediately, brushing dirt and leaves from his clothes as he stood up. What's up, boss? Why don't you tell me what you remember instead? Did I transform again? You did, and don't worry, the humans from earlier have been dealt with. Ermo shook his head slowly, the motion almost hesitant. His eyes clouded with tears, the shimmering droplets clinging to his lashes. I remember those uniforms, some of them were working with the soldiers that attacked my village. Sera moved away from the tree, lightly brushing the rough bark as she stepped forward. She tapped a finger against her chin, her gaze softening as she studied the beastkin man. Is that why your transformation this time was much stronger than when I first found you? Ermo's hand drifted to the back of his head, scratching absent-mindedly. Didn't really think about it that much to be completely honest, but I guess so. The crunch of footsteps on the leaf-littered ground broke the moment, drawing their attention. Zoha approached with a measured pace, before bowing deeply before Sera. Forgive me for interrupting, mistress. But I've finished collecting the remains of all the intruders before placing them in the spirit tree's chamber. Thank you, Zoha. Sera then turned her attention towards Ermo, observing the tightness around his jaw and the hard set of his shoulders. She closed the distance between them, stopping just in front of him. You're still bitter, still seeking vengeance. Hard not to be, boss. If given the chance, I'd love to give those bastards a taste of their own medicine. And if I were to take you to Marwood, can you control yourself? Ermo took a step back, his eyes widening in surprise. Boss, you're serious? Sera studied him for a moment. She recalled the first time she had encountered Ermo, and how one of the main reasons he joined her was due to the promise of the beastkin maybe finding his wife in the future. Such loyalty is tenuous at best, I should give him an opportunity to make him feel empowered while still making use of him. Out loud, Sera said, I trust you, Ermo. This is your chance to prove yourself, to show that you can control your anger and use it wisely. And with luck, we could find details about the whereabouts of your wife. Taking a deep breath, Ermo seemed to gather himself before he exhaled slowly. Boss, I promise you that I won't disappoint. Sera nodded once. Without another glance at him, she turned on her heel. And, Zoha, follow me to the spirit tree's chamber. The demoness moved swiftly, slipping seamlessly into step behind Sera. Yes, mistress. Just a few moments after Sera had started walking, her keen senses caught movement to her right as she noticed the rustling of bushes. Sera tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly as she peered at the shifting foliage. Little ones. Soon, all 20 thornlings emerged from the underbrush. The thornlings quickly arranged themselves in a tight circle around Sera, their collective gaze fixed on her with an intensity that spoke volumes. The Elder Dryad's lips curved into a warm smile as she knelt down to their level. Is there something you all wanted to tell me? The thornlings communicated with each other all at once, their high-pitched voices blending into a cacophony of eager sounds. Their excitement was palpable, their tiny bodies vibrating with energy. Sera sighed softly, holding up a hand to calm them. Calm down, please, one at a time. Gradually, the thornlings quieted down and glanced at one another. After a brief moment, a few of them nudged 2 particular thornlings forward, urging them towards Sera. The 2 hesitant thornlings stumbled slightly before regaining their composure, eyes wide and nervous. What did these 2 do? Sera asked. One of the thornlings made a series of high-pitched sounds. Sera nodded in understanding as she stood up and fixed her gaze on the 2 hesitant thornlings. Both of you showed great bravery in attacking the humans, follow me. Sera's gaze drifted over each corpse laid out within the spirit tree's chamber. Zoha, with her characteristic efficiency, dragged the final body into alignment with the others. There were 11 in total, including the man she had previously interrogated. If only there were more of them, but for now, this will have to do. Many of the bodies were charred beyond almost all recognition. Their skin was blistered and blackened, the features melted and distorted into grotesque masks that barely hinted at their former humanity. Hopefully, they will still provide decent experience. The Elder Dryad moved slowly through the grim assembly as she approached the spirit tree. Then, with a deep sigh, she turned her back against it. She felt the now familiar sensation of roots from the tree seeking her out, extending toward her like the fingers of a longing parent. They burrowed gently into her spine, an intimate connection that brought her more comfort than it did pain. Experience extraction initiated. Several slender roots emerged from the soil, their movements almost sentient as they stretched towards the corpses scattered throughout the room. Each tendril, thin and sinewy, glistened with moisture as it coiled around the lifeless forms, weaving through limbs and torsos. Meanwhile, the 2 thornlings from earlier scuttled closer to Sera's feet, their tiny forms trembling slightly as they tried to avoid the writhing roots. Seeing this, Sera bent down and rubbed both of the thornlings' leaves with gentle strokes. Be at ease, little ones. Her fingers moved tenderly, caressing the delicate foliage with great care. The 2 thornlings relaxed under her touch. Their quivering subsided, replaced by a subtle, almost imperceptible purring sound that resonated from deep within their tiny bodies. With the thornlings taken care of, Sera stood up and turned her attention to Zoha, who was standing nearby. She noticed a flicker of uncertainty in the demoness' usually composed features. Her lips parted slightly, as though on the brink of voicing a concern or question that weighed heavily on her mind. Speak your mind, Zoha. Mistress, with all due respect, I believe that bringing Ermo with you to Marwood is a disastrous idea. You're not wrong, and it's certainly not a choice that I would have made under normal circumstances. Then why choose him to accompany you? Unlike you, Ermo isn't bound to a magical contract to me. His loyalty has yet to be completely secured, and here is a chance to offer him some agency while still extracting value from him. That I understand. But that doesn't change the fact that his powers are still volatile, and also, he's not exactly a strong fighter when not transformed. I agree, but I believe that Marwood can be a place where Ermo can develop more control over his powers. The fact is that his transformation is very powerful, even by the standards of a beastkin shifter. And what about a worst-case scenario, mistress? Perhaps Ermo will rampage through the slums for a bit until I calm him down. But, I doubt that the nobles of the kingdom would suddenly care about those living in the slums just because of one disaster. But, in addition, between you and Ermo, I'd prefer if you were the one to look after the dungeon. Your abilities are more reliable and for the most part, I'm of the belief that you'll be able to dispatch any future intruders better than Ermo can. Zoha's initial resistance was still visible in her rigid posture and the slight tightening of her jaw. Her hands clenched momentarily before she exhaled slowly. I understand, mistress. Sera observed Zoha's subtle shift from defiance to acceptance, lips curling into a light chuckle. You still don't sound convinced. Perhaps, but that doesn't mean I won't accept your decision. Don't worry, you will have your chance in due time. As they spoke, the bodies of the 11 intruders began to dissolve, their physical forms breaking down into ethereal wisps of blue energy. The chamber filled with a soft, pulsating glow as each corpse evaporated, leaving behind nothing but floating mana. Experience extraction complete. Core experience updated to 6,000. Once the last of the corpses had vanished, Zoha retrieved her journal and pen from her cloak. She flipped open to a blank page and scribbled down a few words. At the very least, I'll write down some useful information for you to take on your mission. Sera chuckled as she saw the demoness write as if her life depended on it. But then, the Elder Dryad turned her attention to the small thornling who was idling by her leg. Little one, I need you to hold still for this next part, all right? The thornling bobbed up and down slightly as if in understanding. Its red eyes flaring up more. With that settled, Sera spoke her next words out loud. Initiate experience distribution please. Experience distribution initiated. Please select a target. Sera pointed to the first thornling. This one. In response, slender roots snaked their way towards the first thornling, gently wrapping around the small creature. Would you like to view the entity's statistics? Yes, please. Processing request. Displaying status. Name, Little 11. Species, Thornling. Level, 25. Magic, 10, rating, F. Magic resistance, 20, rating, F. Physical defense, 25, rating, F. Strength, 15, rating, F. Speed, 15, rating, F. Vitality, 15, rating, F. Overall challenge rating, F. Note, entity is one level away from reaching E tier. Sera's eyes widened in surprise as she absorbed the information displayed before her. She glanced down at the first Thornling. How much experience does this little one need to level up? Calculating experience requirement. The Thornling requires 400 experience to reach the next level. Turning her attention to the second Thornling, Sera repeated the process. Now for you. The spirit tree responded in kind, roots extending towards the second Thornling and gently encircling it. Processing request. Displaying status. Name, Little 12. Species, Thornling. Level, 24. Magic, 10, rating, F. Magic resistance, 20, rating, F. Physical defense, 25, rating, F. Strength, 15, rating, F. Speed, 15, rating, F. Vitality, 15, rating, F. Overall challenge rating, F. Note, entity is 2 levels away from reaching E tier. Sera took in the new information, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. And how much experience does this one need to level up? Calculating experience requirement. The Thornling requires 800 experience to reach the next level. Sera's gaze shifted to the 2 Thornlings before her. The 6,000 core experience she had accumulated could be used to strengthen the spirit tree, and by extension, dungeon itself. Yet, Sera's thoughts drifted to the Thornlings. Leveling them up would not only reward their courage but also enhance their abilities, which would still be minor, but not completely insignificant. I'm also curious as to what they will become once they reach E tier. Nodding, her mind made up, Sera spoke with quiet resolve. Let's proceed with leveling up both of them. Initiate experience distribution, please. Experience distribution initiated. How much core experience do you wish to distribute? The current core experience to standard experience conversion rate is 1:1. Enough to level up each Thornling to reach E rank respectively. This will cost 1,200 core experience, are you sure? Yes. The roots tightened ever so slightly around the 2 Thornlings, their surfaces shimmering with slight glow light as the experience transferred over. The eyes on both creatures glowed even brighter, their body trembling slightly as they teetered on the brink of transformation. Experience distribution successful. Both entities have reached level 26. Initiating evolution sequence. The Thornlings' bodies glowed with an intense, radiant light that enveloped their small forms entirely. The glow pulsed rhythmically, each wave of light causing the creatures to expand incrementally. Their diminutive frames stretched and grew, the vines thickening and the thorns sharpening to fine points. Eventually, the radiant glow faded, revealing the Thornlings' new forms. They now stood at the height of Sera's knees, their vines more robust while the thorns gleamed with a sharper edge. Evolution sequence complete. Displaying status. Name, Little 11 and 2. Species, Greater Thornling. Level, 26. Magic, 12, rating, F. Magic resistance, 22, rating, F. Physical defense, 28, rating, F. Strength, 18, rating, F. Speed, 18, rating, F. Vitality, 18, rating, F. Overall challenge rating, D. Note, both entities possess identical statistics at this moment. Consequently, their attributes are presented collectively. The newly evolved Thornlings moved around excitedly, their larger forms testing their new capabilities. They examined themselves with an almost childlike curiosity, red eyes gleaming with delight at their enhanced stature. Sera rubbed her temples thoughtfully. Perhaps you both deserve names now, to differentiate yourselves from the other Thornlings. Zoha stopped writing in her journal for a moment and looked up suddenly. What about valor and brave? Sera's eyes widened slightly. That's not bad, she then turned her gaze to the newly evolved Thornlings. What do you two think? The thornlings bobbed up and down enthusiastically in a clear expression of approval. Sera felt a sense of warmth wash over her upon seeing this. It was always nice to see her monsters grow and develop. Did you gain any new abilities, Valor? Sera asked the first thornling. Valor responded by taking a small step back. With a sudden motion, it unleashed a powerful lash from one of its many vines. The vine sliced through the air with a sharp, resounding crack, the sound echoing like a whip. Zoha clapped her hands, a delighted bounce in her step. Well done, Valor! The thornling bobbed happily, facing Zoha and flexing his newly grown vines. The sharp appendages moved with newfound confidence, displaying the creature's enhanced abilities. Sera turned to the second thornling, her curiosity piqued. And you, Brave? What can you do now? Brave stepped forward, its form radiating a subtle, yet distinct energy. It focused for a moment, and then one of its thorns began to glow with a faint green aura. With a swift, controlled motion, it extended the thorn and tapped a nearby stone, which immediately split into several smaller pieces with a clean cut. The ability to sharpen its thorns to such a degree would be highly useful in close combat. Sera nodded in approval. Enhanced cutting ability. Impressive, Brave. The two thornlings seemed to swell with pride, their red eyes glowing brighter. Sera couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. You've both done exceptionally well. Remember, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Use your strength wisely. Valor and Brave bobbed in unison, their agreement evident in their glowing eyes and poised stances. Sera chuckled softly at the sight but then turned her gaze toward Zoha, her expression becoming more serious. This might be sudden, Zoha, but have I registered your presence to the spirit tree before? No, you haven't, mistress. However, I'm ready if you wish to do it now. Much appreciated, just stay still. A series of thin black roots silently emerged from the ground, snaking their way up Zoha's body. The roots wrapped around her legs and arms, and the demoness didn't react in the slightest. Entity analysis initiated. Processing request. Displaying status. Name, Zoha. Species, Greater Swarm Demon. Level, 280. Magic, 280, rating, S. Magic Resistance, 200, rating, B. Physical Defense, 200, rating, B. Strength, 120, rating, D. Speed, 200, rating, B. Vitality, 120, rating, D. Overall Challenge rating, S. Chapter 22 Marred. The roots encircling the spirit tree's chamber unfurled to reveal the path ahead. As Sera, Zoha, and Valor stepped forward, the roots bowed slightly, acknowledging their passage. Ermo stood nearby, leaning heavily against a sturdy tree trunk. His eyes were closed, and his breaths were deep and steady as he somehow fell asleep while standing. Valor was the first to dart forward. The greater thornling rushed up to Ermo, its momentum carrying it forward with surprising speed. The sudden impact of Valor's enthusiastic greeting caused Ermo to jolt awake, a sharp yelp escaping his lips as the thornling collided with him. Shit! While Valor moved back excitedly, Ermo rubbed his arms, wincing slightly as he eased away from the tree trunk. His expression initially twisted in mild irritation, but it swiftly morphed into one of surprise as he fully absorbed the sight of Valor's transformed state. Whoa, what happened to you? Sera stepped gracefully beside the greater thornling. Valor is its name, and I must admit, he seems to have taken quite a liking to you. Ermo's lips curved into a tentative smile, his initial surprise giving way to a subtle warmth. However, as Valor bounded towards him once more, the beastkin raised a hand in a gentle gesture of restraint. Sorry, buddy, let's take it easy, yet. Valor's enthusiasm dimmed noticeably, the vibrant glow in its red eyes fading to a softer hue. The thornling's posture slumped slightly, and it moved back towards Sera with a subdued, almost dejected demeanor. Sera knelt down and gently rubbed the leaves on the greater thornling. You should go with Brave and return to the rest of your friends. The greater thornling shuffled around hesitantly, its movements noticeably slower and more subdued than before. The creature's vibrant red eyes flickered with an almost reluctant light as it took a final, lingering glance at Ermo. It then turned to join Brave, their forms melding into the shadows of the forest. Zoha's soft chuckle broke the quiet as she observed the interaction. What did you do to make them like you so much? Ermo scratched the back of his ear briefly, brushing through the thick fur with an almost absent-minded motion. Just fed some fruits and nuts I found around here. They've kinda grown on me, to be honest. Regardless, I've mostly settled the things I needed to do here before heading out. How about you both? Sera said, eyeing the demoness and the beastkin. Boss, this might not be a good time, but can I ask you something? Sera observed him for a moment, her head tilting slightly to the side. That depends, but say what you want. I was wondering if you or Zoha could give me some proper clothes and equipment. Is that all you require? Yeah, just felt like I could use something better. Sera let out an amused snort as she glanced at Zoha. Do you have anything to give him? The demoness turned her gaze towards Ermo, eyes narrowing slightly as she sized him up. She circled him slowly, her keen eyes assessing his build and stature with meticulous care. After a moment, she shook her head, a slight frown tugging at the corners of her lips. No, mistress, I do not have any gear that fits his size. His build is too different from the humans I usually kill. Could you make something for him instead? I've noticed the threads you were using earlier. Zoha's eyes flickered with a reluctance. She sighed softly, the sound almost imperceptible. I can fashion something simple, mistress. She then turned to Ermo, her gaze sharp and expectant. What are your preferences? Ermo scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. I'm not really sure. I'm fine with anything, really. Fine with anything? Do you have any idea how infuriating that is for someone creating custom gear? I just need something practical, I guess. Durable and comfortable. Zoha let out an exasperated sigh, rolling her eyes. Fine. Durable and comfortable it is. Zoha took out a needle from within her cloak. Then, she closed her eyes for a brief moment as threads of various colors materialized around it like wisps of smoke. She then immediately weaved the threads with deft precision, moving with a fluid grace that spoke of either unparalleled talent, years of experience, or perhaps both. First, the demoness crafted a sturdy pair of trousers, the fabric thick and durable. Next came a tunic, designed for ease of movement, with reinforced stitching along the seams to prevent wear and tear. Zoha added several hidden pockets, their openings seamlessly integrated into the design. As she worked, Zoha's irritation was slowly replaced by a focused determination. She added a green-colored cloak as well as a pair of boots as the final touch to the whole ensemble. Soon, Zoha stepped back, examining her work with a critical eye before handing the ensemble to Ermo. There, she said, her voice carrying both hints of satisfaction and residual annoyance. Try it on. Ermo chuckled as he took the outfit from Zoha. Thanks, he said, slipping into the trousers and tunic with ease. The fabric felt surprisingly light yet incredibly sturdy against his skin. He moved around a bit, testing the flexibility of the boots and the fit of the cloak. This is perfect. Zoha acknowledged Ermo with a slight nod. Just don't ruin it too quickly. Sera shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. I need something from you as well. A mask, to avoid being recognized in Marwood again. Do you have anything suitable? Zoha frowned slightly. I only have one, she said, reaching into the depths of her cloak. After a moment, she pulled out a mask crafted to resemble a deer's face, intricately detailed with delicate antlers and lifelike features. Sera took the mask, examining it closely. Where did you get this? My brother gave it to me, Zoha said quietly, her fingers brushing against the mask's edge as she handed it over. He didn't need it anymore. Sera measured the mask against her own face, but quickly realized it was too large. She handed it back to Zoha, a thoughtful expression on her face. It's beautifully made, but it's too large for me. However, it did give me an idea. The Elder Dryad stepped back and spat a small seed onto the ground. The seed sank into the earth, and within moments, a slender green shoot emerged, growing rapidly. The plant twisted and turned, its leaves rustling softly as it shaped itself into a mask. The final product was a delicate yet sturdy deer mask, perfectly sized for Sera. She picked up the mask, examining its intricate details. The natural patterns and textures of the plant had seamlessly transformed into a beautiful and functional piece. She then broke off her antlers with a practiced motion before putting on the mask, adjusting it carefully until it sat comfortably on her face. What do you think? She asked, turning to face Ermo and Zoha. Looks good to me, boss. It should suffice as a disguise, mistress. Sera nodded, satisfied with their responses. We should leave for Marwood soon, but before that, I want to ask you a few questions, Zoha. The demoness inclined her head. Of course, mistress. What do you need to know? Sera tilted her head slightly, eyes narrowing thoughtfully behind her mask. First, will people really not find my mask conspicuous? Zoha chuckled softly. Mistress, there are far stranger things in Marwood than a woman in a mask. Your mask will draw a few glances at most, but nothing more than that. And what about Ermo? Won't people question why he is following me around? They'll likely assume Ermo is a slave or a servant. It's not uncommon in Marwood, and no one will pay much mind to it. I see, that's good to hear. But is there anything specific you need me to do aside from watching over the dungeon, mistress? Zoha asked. Sera considered this for a moment, fingers lightly drumming against her thigh. Do you think there's a risk of strong adventurers venturing into the dungeon while we're gone? It's unlikely, mistress. Your dungeon is very new and likely hasn't yet been promoted by the Adventurers Guild. Does the Adventurers Guild keep records of all dungeons? Yes, mistress. They do keep detailed records. In that case, I would prefer it if you could erase or edit the records for our dungeons so that people won't know about it for the immediate future. But at the same time, I don't want the dungeon to be defenseless. I can always leave some of my flies in the dungeon to keep watch while I'm away. If there are any strong intruders, I can teleport back immediately. Excellent. Do you know where the records for the artificial dungeon cores are kept? Zoha nodded and smiled. Yes, mistress. I do know, and it shouldn't take long to cover up the existence of your dungeon. With that, Sera turned to Ermo, her expression inquisitive. Any last-minute concerns? Ermo shook his head, his expression determined. Nope, ready as always, he said, adjusting his new outfit with a grin. Sera gave him an approving nod. Good. Let's get ready to move out. We have a lot to do in Marwood. Sera and Ermo emerged from a swirling cloud of flies into the grimy alleyway. The transition was sudden and disorienting. One moment, they were surrounded by the buzzing chaos of Zoha's flies, and the next, they found themselves in the squalid confines of the narrow passage. The Elder Dryad adjusted her hooded cloak, pulling it tighter around her shoulders as she took in her surroundings. The alley was narrow and grimy, its walls marred with graffiti and old, peeling posters. Trash littered the ground, while a few stray cats prowled the area. This place reeks of human misery. Ermo adjusted his boots, nose wrinkling in disgust. Sounds about right, everything smells like piss. Sera turned to Zoha, who or what should we look for? The demoness reached into her cloak and handed a journal to Sera. I've prepared some directions in this journal, mistress. You'll need to find a broker to get into the underground arena. Sera took the journal and briefly read through the pages. Thank you, Zoha. And remember, your task is to erase the records of my dungeon from the guild's archives. I won't forget, mistress. With that, Zoha vanished into a cloud of flies, leaving Sera and Ermo alone in the alley. Once Zoha had disappeared, Ermo stepped beside Sera, ears twitching as he scanned the alley for any signs of danger. Anywhere we're going in particular? Sera pulled out the journal Zoha had given her and flipped through the pages again, scanning the detailed notes. It says here that we should look for a red gate, and barring that, we should try to catch the attention of one of Vito's men. Sera closed the journal and tucked it back into the folds of her shadowy cloak. Ermo, stay close and inform me if you see anything of note. Got it, boss. Sera and Ermo walked through the streets, the air thick with the scent of sweat, refuse, and desperation. Struggling humans and beastkin alike lined the grimy alleyways, their faces etched with hardship and fatigue. Sera's gaze flitted over the scene, her expression remaining completely neutral. Ermo, she began, her tone calm and detached, does seeing your fellow beastkin in such dire straits stir any particular emotions within you? Ermo's ears twitched as he glanced around. I feel for them, sure. But I can't help everyone, boss. I've got to pick my battles. And what of the humans? What are your sentiments towards them? I don't hate them, if that's what you're asking. But I don't like them much either, not after what they did to my people. It's hard to forget, you know. What if we were to eventually find ourselves in conflict with other beastkin? What are your thoughts on that? Ermo shrugged, his expression nonchalant. That might be a step too far for me, but it depends on the context. If it's for survival or if they pose a real threat, then I'd have to consider it. It's not ideal, but the world isn't exactly kind to us. Sera's eyebrows rose slightly in surprise. Your views are rather pragmatic, Ermo. The world sucks. If I want to make it, I have to think a bit more bluntly. Idealism doesn't get you very far when you are constantly fighting to survive. Pragmatism is a valuable trait. It's good to know where you stand. As the two continued walking, Sera's keen senses pricked with awareness. She noticed a subtle rustling behind them, the faint sound barely perceptible. Sera glanced back once, eyes narrowing as she scanned the surroundings. Her gaze settled on a broken crate. To her surprise, a little beastkin girl with blue hair and fur was hiding behind it, with her eyes peeking out cautiously. Sera immediately stopped walking. Ermo, noticing her sudden pause, furrowed his brow. Why are we stopping, boss? Sera gestured subtly towards the crate. We're being followed, she murmured, nodding in the direction of the girl. Ermo squinted his eyes, and soon, his expression shifted from confusion to recognition as he focused on the young beastkin girl. Her blue hair and fur were unmistakable. Faye. The girl flinched at the sound of her name, darting her eyes between Sera and Ermo. But, seeing Ermo's familiar face, she slowly emerged from her hiding spot. Ermo turned to Sera with an earnest expression. Do you mind if I talk to her for a moment? That depends. Why is the girl so important to you? She was from the same village as me. I'm surprised to find her here. Hearing this, Sera nodded. Very well. You may speak with her, but do not take too long. Ermo approached Faye, his steps careful and deliberate. Sera followed behind, maintaining a respectful distance. The girl remained shy, but the sight of a familiar face gave her some courage. He crouched down to Faye's level, offering a reassuring smile. It's been a while, Faye. Are you okay? Faye's eyes filled with tears as she nodded, her small hands trembling. Uncle Ermo, I didn't know where else to go. I've been so scared. Ermo placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. It's all right. I'm here now. Can you tell me what happened? Faye sniffled, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. A lot of the people from the village were locked up. I was lucky to escape. Ermo's jaw tightened. Do you know where Auntie Alba is? Faye nodded slowly. Last time I saw her, she was being taken away by some men in red robes. Did those men have black eagle symbols on their clothes? I think so. Ermo took a deep breath, fists clenching tightly as he struggled to contain his anger. His knuckles turned white with the effort, veins standing out starkly against his skin. He turned to Sera, eyes filled with desperation and determination. Boss, there is a chance that my wife is in the underground arena. He paused, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Ermo's heart pounded in his chest, the silence stretching painfully long before speaking again. Please, he finally continued, his voice breaking slightly. If you see her, save her. I beg of you. Sera nodded curtly. I promise you that I'll do my best if I find your wife. However, what do you plan on doing with the beastkin girl? Ermo glanced down at Faye, his eyes softening. Do you have anywhere to go, Faye? Faye shook her head, her small frame trembling again. And not really. I've just been getting by however I can. Suddenly, Faye's stomach grumbled loudly. Do you have any food? Ermo frowned. I'm sorry, don't have anything on me right now. Without a word, Sera stepped forward and spat a seed onto the ground. The seed quickly grew into a small bush, its branches heavy with ripe, glistening berries. Faye jumped back at the sight, her eyes wide with surprise. Ermo placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It's all right. The berries are safe. Sera presented the bush to Faye, her face impassive. The girl hesitated, looking up at Ermo for reassurance. He nodded encouragingly. Go ahead, they're for you. Faye reached out tentatively, plucking a berry from the bush and popping it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up with delight as she tasted the sweet fruit. She quickly began to eat more, her hunger overtaking her caution. While Faye ate, Ermo turned to Sera, his expression one of surprise and gratitude. I'm surprised you would do such a thing for her. Sera shrugged, her tone pragmatic. I could tell that your mind would be burdened if she went hungry. Feeding the girl was a pragmatic choice on my end. Thanks, boss. It means a lot to me regardless. It's nothing, no need to think much of it, Sera replied, her voice cool and detached. Ermo patted Faye gently on the shoulder, his touch reassuring. Do you have any friends or someone to look after you, Faye? Faye nodded lightly, her eyes still shining with the excitement of the sweet berries. I know a few other kids. We stick together, but it's just us. Sera sighed softly. With an almost impatient motion, she lifted her mask slightly, revealing just enough of her face to spit a handful of seeds into her palm before handing the seeds over to Ermo. Give these to the girl. What are these for, boss? Ermo asked, glancing up at her. Sera's eyes flicked to Faye. She then returned her gaze to Ermo. If she feels threatened, she can throw them. They'll sprout quickly and provide some protection. Ermo nodded and turned to the beastkin girl, his voice softening. Keep these safe. If you ever feel in danger, throw them. They'll help protect you. Faye's wide eyes sparkled with gratitude as she reached out to take the seeds from Ermo. Her hands trembled slightly, the seeds rattling softly in her grasp. Thank you. She then looked up at Sera, her blue fur bristling with fear and admiration. And thank you, boss. I'll keep them safe. Sera gave a curt nod, turning her head away to hide the flicker of emotion that threatened to break through her composed facade. Let's get a move on, Ermo. Say your goodbyes quickly. Chapter 23, Rarity and Vanity. Ermo's eyes darted around as he walked, hands hovering near the hilt of his sword. Every rustle in the alleyways made his ears perk up. So, where is this broker exactly? Sera closed the journal Zoha had given her with a soft thud. Her gaze settled on a particularly run-down but bustling building made from a patchwork of weathered stone, mismatched bricks, and splintering wood, held together by what looked like sheer willpower and a few strategically placed metal braces. Wisps of colored smoke billowed from the windows, curling into the air in vibrant hues of green, purple, and blue. I think that's it, she said, pointing toward the building. Ermo turned his head and eyed the building, shoulders slumping slightly. Ah, one of those places. Sera tucked the journal securely in her cloak. She walked slowly toward the building, the pungent aroma growing stronger with each step. Shouldn't be too surprising, I doubt people here have much better to do. Ermo followed closely behind, his eyes still darting around warily. How are we gonna pay this broker, though? Not like we brought any gold coins. I've schemed through the journal Zoha gave me and figured out the values of various herbs. I can grow these in an instant and use them to bargain. Makes sense I guess, just be careful, boss. Sera placed her hands against the weathered wooden doors, feeling the rough texture under her palms. Please, I'll be fine. She swung the doors open, revealing the interior of the establishment. A dim, flickering light from a few colorful lanterns hanging haphazardly on the walls illuminated the room, casting shadows over the patrons. The room was filled with people lounging on mismatched, threadbare furniture, each piece sagging under the weight of countless bodies that had rested there before. Many patrons held long, ornate smoking pipes, the air was thick with the pungent aroma of smoked herbs, a blend of pungent scents that clung to everything. Overflowing ashtrays dotted many of the tables. The low murmur of conversation created a constant hum, punctuated occasionally by the sharp, raucous bursts of laughter. At the far end of the room, a bar stretched across the wall, cluttered with empty glasses and half-filled bottles. A burly bartender was wiping a glass with a dirty rag. His expression was one of bored disinterest, eyes glazed over as he performed the repetitive task. The glass in his hand was already clean, but he continued to polish it absently, his gaze occasionally drifting to the lively crowd. Sera's presence drew a few curious glances, but most patrons quickly returned to their own conversations and indulgences as she moved towards the bar. She approached with steady determination, her presence commanding respect even in this dimly lit, smoke-filled establishment. She leaned against the bar top, eyes locking onto the bartender's bored expression. Excuse me, I need some information. The bartender barely glanced at her, continuing to polish the already clean glass with his dirty rag. We don't serve information here. Especially not to anyone hiding behind a mask. Sera's eyes narrowed beneath the mask. She took a deep breath, weighing her options. The people here don't appear like the ones I saw before when I first arrived in the slums. It should be fine for me to remove my mask temporarily. She slowly removed her mask, revealing her striking features. Her silver eyes gleamed brightly, skin smooth and flawless, framed by flowing white hair. The bartender's jaw dropped slightly. He quickly regained his composure, tone shifting from disdain to a stunned reverence. I'm sorry, miss. What was it you needed to know? I'm looking for a broker to get into the underground arena, do you happen to know where I can find one? The bartender swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. Of course, of course. The broker you're looking for is here. She's usually playing cards at that table, he said, gesturing towards the center of the room with a shaky hand. A tan-skinned woman, covered in intricate tattoos, sat there, engrossed in a card game with a group of rowdy men. Her hair was tied back in a loose ponytail, revealing the full extent of her tattooed arms and neck. Thank you, Sera said curtly, putting her mask back on as she turned away from the bar. Ermo, who had been standing nearby, stepped closer. Got what we needed. Sera nodded, her eyes fixed on the woman at the table. Let's go. They walked through the smoky haze and made their way toward the table. The low murmur of conversation and occasional bursts of laughter filled the air, but Sera's focus remained unbroken. As they approached, the rowdy group of men barely noticed them, too absorbed in their game and the tantalizing prospect of winning. The woman's confident demeanor and the stack of coins in front of her suggested she was winning big. She took a long draught from her smoking pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke that swirled around her. Sera approached the table carefully with Ermo following closely behind. As they neared the table, one of the men lounging around it, a burly figure with a scruffy beard, leaned back and chuckled, then whistled at Sera, his eyes roaming over her with an unpleasant leer. Whoa, missy, why don't you take off that? Before he could finish speaking, Sera stepped on his sandal-covered foot with her bare heel. Ice crystals formed beneath her touch, spreading outwards like an intricate web. The chill penetrated deeply, freezing his foot from the inside out. The veins and capillaries crystallized while his flesh hardened with an audible crackle. His eyes widened in shock, pupils dilating as he tried to open his mouth to scream, but Sera's hand was already at his throat. She squeezed, and the icy chill spread from her fingertips. Frost crept along his skin, veins standing out in sharp relief as they turned a deathly blue. The freezing spread with ruthless efficiency, every muscle and tendon in his neck seizing up as the cold invaded his bloodstream. His scream was stifled, the sound dying in his throat as the icy grip took hold. The other men nearby stood up from their chairs, sending cards scattering to the ground. Hands shot to their weapons, knives, machetes, and other crude implements. Their eyes blazed with anger, faces contorted into expressions of barely restrained hostility. Sera's gaze flicked over each man with clinical detachment, the intensity of her scrutiny sharp enough to cut. Do you fools really want to do this? The men hesitated and looked at each other. The bravado that had fueled their aggression gradually wavered. Their weapons now trembled slightly in their grips as the weight of Sera's words sank in. Sera stood tall, her presence dominating the room. The icy chill that had emanated from her moments ago still hung in the air. The men lowered their weapons one by one, with some sheathing their blades altogether. Their shoulders sagged, and they took cautious steps back, as if fearing that any sudden motion might trigger Sera's wrath. Yet, one of them instead yelled and charged towards Sera. His battle cry echoed through the room, a desperate attempt to reclaim his lost pride. In response, she dragged her foot over the ground, creating a slick layer of ice. The man's feet lost traction the moment they touched the icy surface. His momentum, unchecked by friction, sent him skidding uncontrollably. He flailed his arms to try and regain his balance, but it was futile as he crashed face first into the hard floor with a bone-jarring thud. Sera placed her foot on the man's head, pressing down firmly. The ice responded instantly, its crystalline tendrils wrapping around his skull. His screams, initially loud and filled with terror, were abruptly silenced as the frost completely encased his head. She then looked up at the other men who were still standing around. Anyone else? The remaining men immediately turned and ran. Their hurried footsteps echoed as they scrambled over each other. Some performance that was, the tattooed woman from earlier said, smirking as she finished drawing from her smoke pipe. Sera turned to her. And you must be the broker, can you get myself and my companion into the underground arena? The woman leaned back. Depends on what you're willing to offer, she said, tapping ash from her pipe into an overflowing tray. But after that display, I might just be inclined to listen. Sera gestured to the man whose throat she froze earlier. Ermo, if you would be so kind. The beastkin raised an eyebrow at first, but quickly caught her message. Right. He then moved the body away, allowing Sera to take a seat. The broker eyed Sera carefully as she took another draft from her smoke pipe, exhaling a cloud of blue-tinted smoke. Normally I charge 1 silver coin per person, but just for you and your beastkin friend, I can do a silver for both. Sera sniffed the smoke, dissecting the scent of the herbs used. Viper shade and ether wisp. The broker chuckled. You know your stuff. Sera leaned forward. Are you interested in barter? How much do you have? I have enough. What you should really be asking is what can you do for me? The broker set down her pipe on the table and leaned forward, elbows resting on her knees. Her eyes narrowed slightly, scrutinizing Sera. The Elder Dryad knew that she was being judged that very instant, but confidence was not something she lacked. Eventually, the broker sighed and went through her bag that she had set beside her. She pulled out 2 pieces of parchment etched with glowing red runes. Tickets to the VIP section of the underground arena, last of my stock. You don't mind if I verify these first, do you? Sera asked. Of course, she didn't have much of an idea on exactly what to do in order to verify the tickets. But I do know how to trigger the activation of runes. The broker shrugged. By all means, go ahead. Sera turned to Ermo, her eyes sharp and focused. I need you to make a cut on one of your fingers. Ermo frowned, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why? What are you planning, boss? She fixed him with a steely look. Stop asking questions and just do as I say. With a resigned sigh, Ermo nodded. He drew his sword, the metal glinting coldly in the dim light. He hesitated for a brief moment before making a small, precise cut on his finger. Blood welled up from the wound, a single crimson droplet forming. Sera quickly moved one of the pieces of parchment beneath the cut, her eyes fixed intently on the small wound. She watched as the blood dripped onto the parchment. The instant the drop of blood hit the runes, they glowed brightly, the red light pulsing with an almost hypnotic intensity. Satisfied, Sera repeated the process with the other piece of parchment, holding it under Ermo's bleeding finger. Once again, the runes glowed brightly as soon as the blood made contact. Sera glanced at the broker out of the corner of her eye, noting the slight lift of her eyebrow and the amused curl of her lips. The broker's raised eyebrow suggested surprise. Perhaps because I'm doing something right, or that I'm doing something they didn't expect. Sera's mind raced, considering several scenarios. If the broker was genuinely impressed, it could mean she overestimated Sera's knowledge and abilities, a useful leverage. Alternatively, the broker might be testing Sera, gauging her reactions to assess her true skill level. Despite not knowing the exact significance of the runes, Sera deduced that her actions had conveyed an air of competence and control. The broker's reaction confirmed this hypothesis. She doesn't seem to think that I don't know how the tickets function, and she's not overly excited or anxious either, which means there is a good chance that the tickets are legitimate. She handed both parchments back to the broker after a few moments. An amused smile played at the broker's lips as she tapped the parchments lightly against her palm. Now, how about your end? Standing up, Sera smoothed her cloak. Follow me, I'll take you to my stash. The broker's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing with skepticism. She leaned back slightly, crossing her arms over her chest. And how do I know you won't just lead me into a trap? I'm not one to take unnecessary risks. Turning slowly, Sera faced the broker with an intense gaze. If I wanted you dead, I could have killed you immediately. You have my word, no harm will come to you. The broker's eyes flicked over Sera's face. Her fingers tapped against her arm in a rhythmic pattern. Her brow furrowed, and her lips pressed into a thin line as she weighed the risks. Finally, she sighed, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. Her expression softened, though a hint of wariness remained in her eyes. All right, lead the way. Sera led both Ermo and the broker to a secluded spot in the slums, a narrow alleyway tucked between crumbling buildings. The area was dimly lit by a single flickering lantern hanging from a rusted hook. The ground was uneven, with a small patch of dirt breaking the monotony of the cobblestones. The broker glanced around, evidently looking both annoyed and skeptical. She crossed her arms, tapping her foot impatiently. There's nothing here. Sera stepped forward, and spat out a small, shiny seed onto the patch of dirt at her feet. Not yet. For a brief moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, and the broker's skepticism deepened. Then, the seed pulsated with a faint, bluish glow. Tiny tendrils emerged, delicate and shimmering, as if woven from light itself. The plant grew rapidly, as glowing leaves unfurled one by one. The leaves were a vivid blue, each one radiating a gentle light that bathed the surroundings in a serene glow. The ether wisp plant swayed slightly, its tendrils intertwining gracefully and filling the air with a faint, sweet fragrance. The broker took a step back, her eyes wide with astonishment. The soft blue glow reflected in her eyes, illuminating her stunned expression. Holy shit! Sera gestured to the ether wisp. You're free to take everything. After a moment, she stood up and turned to Sera. Who are you really? Does it really matter? I fulfilled my end of the bargain. Right, right. The broker approached the plant and knelt down, fingers brushing gently against the leaves. The soft, delicate texture seemed to intrigue her as she lingered, absorbing the plant's ethereal beauty. Just as the broker reached to collect the leaves, Sera coughed loudly, causing the broker to pause and look up. One more thing. Can you guide me to the underground arena? The broker straightened, a confident smirk playing on her lips. I'd love to, but it will cost you extra. Sera sighed deeply. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the ether wisp plant rapidly wilted. Each vibrant blue leaf faded to a dull, lifeless gray. The broker gasped in horror as she watched the life drain from the plant. She reached out desperately, clutching at the withering leaves as if she could somehow reverse the process. Her fingers trembled, the once soft and pliant texture of the leaves now brittle and fragile under her touch. What did you do? Sera shrugged nonchalantly. I've changed my mind about the payment, that's all. The broker's eyes darted from the dying plant to Sera. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and her breaths came in shallow, hurried gasps. I was just joking earlier, she stammered. I'll guide you to the underground arena, no extra charge. Sera snapped her fingers again, and the plant partially revived, its leaves regaining some of their original vitality, but not all. I know the value of ether wisp, you should be grateful to even get a few leaves that are this fresh. The broker nodded hastily as she collected the remaining leaves and placed them into a leather pouch. She took great care during the entire process, as if she were holding gold in her hands. Chapter 24, The Underground. The broker led Sera and Ermo through a series of nondescript locations, past a row of dilapidated shacks where children played in the dirt, through a bustling market where the cries of vendors hawking their wares mixed with the clatter of pots and pans, and along a shadowy lane where the only light came from flickering lanterns hung sporadically from hooks above. Finally, they emerged in front of a small unassuming stall tucked away at the end of a secluded alley. The storefront was modest, its wooden sign just barely hanging above the door, the paint faded and peeling. An old man stood behind a counter just inside the open doorway. His face was lined with age, and his hands moved with a surprising deftness as he arranged small trinkets on the display table. The broker stopped and turned to Sera and Ermo. This is the place. Ermo looked around the narrow alley and the worn facade of the shop. Are you sure? Sera took out the journal and flipped through it briefly, skimming the pages before closing it then tucking it back in her cloak. We should be in the right place. The broker pointed to the old man. Just hand him your passes and he'll take care of the rest. Sera nodded, eyes locking onto the broker with an unwavering intensity. Thank you. We'll take it from here. The broker's lips parted as if she was about to protest or add something. But a stern glare from Sera silenced her. The broker's shoulders sagged slightly, and she ducked her head, stepping back and melting into the shadows of the alley. Afterwards, Sera walked to the stall and slipped her hand into her cloak to take out the 2 VIP tickets. She slid them across the worn counter, the sound barely a whisper against the aged wood. The old man working the stall squinted as he leaned closer to inspect the passes. His hands, surprisingly agile despite his age, moved with practiced precision as he retrieved a magnifying glass whose handle was covered in swirling runes from beneath the counter. As he lifted the magnifying glass to his eye, the runes on the handle flared brightly. The glowing symbols interacted with the runes that were embedded in the VIP tickets, causing the passes to respond in kind. The inscriptions on the tickets lit up with a vibrant energy, confirming their authenticity. Satisfied with what he saw, the old man lowered the magnifying glass, the glow fading gradually as he set it back on the counter. The light from the runes dimmed, leaving behind a lingering sense of arcane power. He slid the tickets back to Sera with a deliberate slowness, watching her carefully. You new around here? He asked with a gravelly voice. Sera shot a deadpan look at him. None of your business. The old man chuckled as his weathered fingers moved beneath the counter, and a clicking sound resonated through the room as he pressed a hidden lever. Doors open, have fun. Part of a nearby building's facade slid open with a grind of stone against stone, revealing a hidden entrance. Sera and Ermo approached it and saw a surprisingly well-maintained staircase leading down. Each step was lit up by several lanterns hanging from the walls. Sera and Ermo descended down the newly opened passage. Flickering lantern light cast shifting shadows, playing across the rough masonry of the stone walls. Sera's keen eyes scanned the surroundings, taking in every detail with meticulous precision. She noted the irregularities in the stonework, the patches of moss clinging to the damp surfaces, and the occasional rusted sconce that held the flickering lanterns. Beside her, Ermo's ears strained to catch any sound beyond their own footsteps, alert to any potential threat. As they moved deeper into the underground space, the stone walls gradually disappeared and gave way to smooth, cold metal. The transition was subtle at first, a few patches of exposed metal here and there, but soon, the entire corridor was lined with it. The metal walls were covered in patches of rust, their surfaces marred by years of exposure. Ermo reached out a hand and brushed against the cold metal. He grimaced slightly at the sensation, the chill seeping into his skin. This whole place is covered in this stuff. Do you think the entire underground is made like this? Sera grimaced slightly upon seeing the metallic surroundings, her distaste evident. It would appear that's precisely the case. Quite troublesome, really. Will it be harder for you to use your powers here, boss? It won't make things easier for me, that's for certain. But don't worry, I'll manage. Eventually, they reached the end of the corridor and stepped into an unexpectedly opulent space. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling while velvet drapes adorned the walls, their deep, luxurious colors creating a stark contrast with the cold metal of the corridor they had just left behind. Plush carpets muffled their footsteps, adding an air of sophistication to the space. Yet, despite the luxurious surroundings, many of the patrons were a stark contrast. The room was filled with shady-looking individuals, many covered in tattoos and sporting various scars. Still, the waitstaff were all well-dressed at the very least. Each server was impeccably dressed in tailored suits or elegant dresses, adding a touch of class to the otherwise rough crowd. A beastkin waitress approached Sera, her tray balanced effortlessly on one hand. She wore an elegant dress that accentuated her movements. Welcome, first drinks are on the house. Sera declined with a small shake of her head. Ermo, however, accepted a glass and nodded his thanks. Afterwards, the waitress moved away gracefully, her footsteps barely making a sound on the plush carpet. While Ermo was enjoying his drink, Sera looked around the area. Her gaze moved from the luxurious decor to the patrons as she tried to make sense of things. This place is much larger than I imagined. It's more like an underground complex, and I'm not even in the arena yet. Anyone stand out to you? She asked out loud. Ermo took a sip of the wine, the rich liquid swirling in the glass before he set it down on a nearby table. Not really, maybe we could spot him in the arena during a match. Agreed, that sounds like a sound idea, Sera said. She walked up to another waiter, a young man with a neat haircut and a polished demeanor. Excuse me, can you tell me where the arena is located? The waiter nodded respectfully. Of course, madam. Please, follow me. Sera and Ermo followed the waiter through a large corridor, its high ceiling amplifying the distant echoes of the bustling arena beyond. As they approached a set of heavy double doors, the sound of the crowd grew louder, a cacophony of shouts and cheers seeping through the cracks. The waiter opened the door and revealed the arena. It was a vast, circular space, its metal walls gleaming dully under the harsh light of many overhead lanterns. The arena grounds were made of rich, dark soil, packed firmly underfoot and giving off a thick, earthy scent. The floor was packed with rowdy spectators. Some leaned precariously against each other, already visibly inebriated thanks to the many waiters and waitresses weaving through the crowd with trays of frothy beer. The tangy scent of alcohol mingled with the pungent aroma of sweat, creating a heady atmosphere. In stark contrast, the VIP area was elevated above the general seating, enclosed by a low railing draped with rich, velvet curtains in deep burgundy. Plush, cushioned seats lined the area, each one upholstered in luxurious fabric and spaced comfortably apart to allow for easy movement. The air here was cleaner, the noise slightly muffled by the distance and the heavy curtains, providing a more refined and exclusive viewing experience. The waiter led them through the throngs of people until they reached an old lady manning a small stall just outside the VIP section. Her weathered face was etched with lines of experience, and her keen eyes sparkled with a shrewd intelligence. The stall was adorned with various trinkets and parchments, each one meticulously arranged. The waiter exchanged a few quiet words with her, and soon, the old lady nodded. She reached for 2 pieces of parchment from a neatly stacked pile. Each parchment was meticulously numbered with seat assignment in thick dark ink. "Your seat numbers, please enjoy the show," the waiter said. Sera took her parchment, glancing at the number before meeting the waiter's gaze. "Thank you," she said, her voice calm and measured. Ermo nodded as he accepted his parchment, then turned to Sera. "Are we actually gonna watch the match, boss?" She moved over to her seat, maneuvering past a few other spectators who barely glanced up from their conversations. She settled into the plush cushioning, senses still on high alert. "Nothing much to lose since we're already here. Just keep yourself on alert." Ermo sat down next to Sera, looking towards the arena below. "You really think this fight's gonna be interesting?" Sera shrugged, her gaze fixed on the center of the arena. "We'll have to see." An announcer's voice boomed across the arena, amplified by various magical crystals propped up around the arena's walls. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the meat grinder. For those new to tonight's special event, allow me to explain. The meat grinder is a test of survival, pitting our brave contestants against the fiercest of beasts. Will they succeed or become free meals for the beasts? Let's find out." 2 armed men shoved a beastkin man into the arena from one of the gates. He stumbled forward, fear etched across his face as he tried to regain his balance while the crowd jeered and laughed. From the opposite gate, a monstrous beast was wheeled in a massive cage. It was a hulking creature covered in matted fur and scars. Its eyes glowed with a menacing red light, and its fangs were bared in a snarl. Ermo leaned closer to Sera, his voice tense. "I don't like where this is going." Sera's gaze remained fixed on the arena. "You're welcome to leave if you're uncomfortable. I'm still curious." The announcer continued to rile up the crowd, his voice echoing loudly. "Are you all ready?" The crowd responded with a resounding yes. The beastkin man in the middle of the arena was visibly terrified. He tried to run back to the gates behind him, but they had already been shut tight. His desperation only drew more laughter from the crowd. Ermo clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "I can't watch this." Sera's eyes flicked to the people around them, their curious and suspicious glances landing on Ermo. "Calm down, we're being watched," she murmured. Ermo took a deep breath, his muscles visibly relaxing as he returned to his seat. "Boss, it's probably best if I head out before I do something really stupid." Sera let out an exasperated sigh, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Fine, what do you intend to do?" "I'll go snooping around the other areas of the underground," Ermo replied, his voice low but determined. "See what I can dig up and report back when I can." "Don't bother reporting back to me," Sera said, her tone firm. "It's unlikely we'll be able to find each other in this maze. Instead, wait for me back at the entrance in the slums once you're finished." Ermo nodded, understanding the practicality of her instructions. "Got it. I'll be off now." As he stood to leave, Sera reached out and touched his arm. "Do you want to take some of my seeds with you for protection?" Ermo shook his head and let out a small smile. "I'll be fine, boss." "Thanks, though." He gave her a respectful nod before slipping away. Sera watched the beastkin slinking away and disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. Then, she turned her attention back to the crowd, scanning the faces in the VIP section, hoping to spot Vega. Her eyes swept over the sea of spectators, but she saw no sign of him. In the meantime, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena, reverberating through the massive stone structure. "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the ultimate test of survival. The countdown begins now." A massive timer made of magical energy materialized above the arena, casting a bright glow over the spectators. The numbers ticked down from 10, each digit pulsing slightly as the countdown started. When the countdown reached its final moments, the arena fell into an almost eerie silence. The heavy iron bars of the beast's cage lifted, the mechanisms groaning and creaking ominously. The beastkin man stood in the center of the arena, eyes wide with terror. His gaze darted frantically, searching for an escape route while his breaths coming in short gasps. 3, 2, 1. The announcer's voice rang out. Then, with a thunderous crash, the cage door slammed open, and the monstrous beast bursted out of it with a primal roar. The beastkin man bolted across the arena, trying to run away as fast as he could. The beast, however, was even faster. Its powerful limbs propelled it forward with terrifying speed, each step shaking the ground. Before long, the creature pounced and used its massive jaws to clamp down on the man's leg. The sickening crunch of bone and the man's blood-curdling scream filled the air. The beast shook its head violently, lifting the man off the ground and thrashing him like a rag doll. Blood sprayed from the wound, the crimson droplets scattering like mist. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, their cheers and screams merging into a chaotic roar. Some watched in horror, unable to look away, while others reveled in the brutal spectacle. Despite this, Sera watched on with a neutral expression. If I could be the one in charge of these type of events in the future, it could be a decent way of acquiring talented enough sacrifices for the spirit tree. As the beast continued its savage attack, Sera's eyes flicked to the opposite end of the arena. There, she finally spotted a group of men entering. One man in the center was flanked by 4 members of the Black Eagles. Unlike the rest, who wore red hooded cloaks, this man wore a black hooded cloak and had purple tattoos snaking across his exposed skin. Based on the description in Zoha's journal, this man should be the one called Vega. Sera watched intently as Vega spoke with some members of the crowd. His entourage distributed potions and packets of herbs, the exchanges quick and discreet. The sight of the potions reminded her of the Black Eagle's notorious reputation for dealing in such substances. Determined to confront him, Sera began to slowly make her way through the crowd. She moved with deliberate caution, careful not to draw attention to herself. She edged closer, weaving through clusters of spectators who were too engrossed in the spectacle to notice her. But before she could get close, Vega and his entourage had already begun to move. They slipped through a side exit, disappearing from view. Sera cursed under her breath, frustration gnawing at her. She couldn't afford to lose him now. Chapter 25, Peas in a Pod. Abila, capital of Lizaria. Zoha placed several silver coins on the shop counter. Each coin landed with a satisfying clink, their sheen catching the shopkeeper's eye. The shopkeeper was an old woman with a warm smile. She leaned forward, her silver spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose. Her wrinkled hands moved with a practiced ease as she carefully counted the coins. Once satisfied with the amount, she reached beneath the counter and retrieved a small vial of magical white ink. Next, she took out a pristine feather quill. Last but not least, she placed a bottle of regular black ink on the counter, its rich color contrasting with the ethereal white ink. "Thank you for your purchase, dear. Are you planning on writing a book?" the shopkeeper asked. Zoha chuckled softly. "Something of the sort," she lied, her tone light and nonchalant. "Just a little project I've been working on." The shopkeeper nodded. "Well, I wish you the best of luck with your writing. There's nothing quite like putting pen to paper and bringing your thoughts to life. Thank you for the supplies. They're exactly what I needed." With a final nod of gratitude, Zoha carefully gathered the items from the counter. She placed the vials of ink and the quill into a small, leather pouch at her side. Then, Zoha straightened up, adjusting her cloak. "Have a good day," she said, offering a polite nod to the shopkeeper. "You as well, dear. Come back anytime." Zoha stepped out of the shop and took a deep breath, savoring the brief moment of calm. The air outside was crisp and cool, carrying the mixed scents of fresh bread from a nearby bakery. She allowed herself a moment to take it all in, if only just for a moment. "After this, all I need to do is head to the Adventurers Guild to alter the dungeon records." But her peace was short-lived. A familiar, hostile presence prickled at her senses, causing her to tense. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and her heartbeat quickened. She turned her head to the right, and saw a figure waving at her. It was her brother, his expression surprisingly cheerful. "Fuck me, what's he up to this time?" "Hello there," he called out. Zoha's jaw tightened, and her lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't dignify him with a response, instead focusing on the ground in front of her as she quickened her pace to move away. But her brother was persistent. She could feel his presence closing in, the intensity of his gaze burning into her back. Just as she thought she might escape, he moved swiftly and stepped in front of her to block her path. His face turned more serious, the cheerful facade slipping away to reveal a harder edge. "Hey, we need to talk, no tricks." Zoha rolled her eyes, a deep, annoyed sigh escaping her lips. "Listen, I have somewhere to be," she snapped, shoving him aside with surprising strength. Her fingers pressed into his chest as she pushed him away. But when she walked away, Dante's voice rang out again. "Zoha, we really do need to talk." Zoha halted abruptly, her shoulders tensing. She exhaled a long, weary breath before turning slowly, eyes narrowed in frustration. "All right, what's wrong?" Dante's jovial facade melted away in an instant, replaced by a look of genuine concern. Mom's sickness has gotten worse, she wants to see both of us. Zoha froze, her breath catching in her throat as if an invisible hand had wrapped around her neck. How bad is it? It's best if you see for yourself, she's still staying in the shop house as always. And why didn't you tell me sooner? Calm down, I only found out about Mom's worsening condition recently. You should know by now that I don't mess around when it comes to her. Zoha exhaled deeply, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. Alright, let's go see her. Dante and Zoha walked side by side, their footsteps echoing softly on the cobblestone streets. The weight of their mother's condition pressing heavily on her heart. Beside her, Dante remained quiet, uncharacteristically so. As they approached the edge of the capital, they finally stopped in front of a quaint two-story shop house. The first floor housed a florist's shop, its windows covered with flower boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. The sweet fragrance of roses, daisies, and lavender filled the air, offering a momentary respite from their heavy thoughts. A hand-painted sign above the door swayed gently in the breeze, the words Frida's Florals elegantly scripted in flowing letters. When the two siblings stepped into the shop, the tinkle of a bell announced their arrival. A human girl with brown hair, cheeks flushed with worry, rushed towards them. Mr. Dante, Ms. Zoha. You're here. Dante's eyes immediately sought hers. How is Madame Frida? Is she all right? The girl's expression was a mix of relief and concern. Her coughing has eased a bit, but her vision hasn't returned. Zoha's heart sank, the gravity of the situation pressing down on her. She exchanged a quick glance with Dante before following him. They reached a narrow staircase at the back of the shop, leading up to the living quarters. The second floor was a modest, cozy living space. Soft light filtered through lace curtains, casting delicate patterns on the worn wooden floor. The room was filled with comforting clutter, knitted blankets draped over furniture, various balls of colored yarn scattered everywhere. Frida was resting on a well-worn, but comfortable-looking bed in the center of the room. Her eyes, though open, stared blankly ahead, their once bright sparkle now clouded. The rise and fall of her chest was shallow as the occasional weak cough escaped her lips. Zoha approached the bed and knelt beside her mother, taking her hand gently. Mom, it's me. Frida turned her head slightly and smiled. Zoha, I knew you'd come. Dante coughed a bit into his hand and half-jokingly announced, and I'm here too, Mom. Frida chuckled weakly. Of course, I'd never forget my special boy. Dante knelt at the bedside beside Zoha. He reached out and gently took his mother's frail hand, guiding it to his cheek. The touch was light, but it carried a weight of memories that words could never fully convey. Zoha mirrored his actions, holding her mother's other hand against her own cheek. Why are you two so quiet now? Frida asked with a weak chuckle. Zoha forced a smile. Well, if Dante weren't here, I'd probably be arguing with you about something silly, like why you insist on knitting those mismatched socks. I knit them mismatched so you two always have to come home to find the pairs. And here I thought it was just your unique fashion sense. Dante joked. Just as the mood started to lift, Frida's body was racked with a violent cough. Blood speckled her lips, and Zoha's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, Dante grabbed a napkin from the bedside table, his hand steady despite the worry etched across his face. Zoha moved to support Frida, cradling her mother's frail frame as the fit subsided. Frida's breathing was ragged as she looked at her children. Thank you, both of you, I'm so lucky to have you. Zoha tried to stay strong, holding her mother's hand firmly but gently. No, we're lucky to have you, Mom. Dante, sensing the need to lift the somber mood, smiled and began to speak. Hey, remember the day you found us in the forest? Frida's eyes sparkled faintly with the memory. Why don't you tell the story to me again? For old time's sake. Dante leaned back slightly, his gaze turning inward as he recalled the memory. It was a dark, foggy evening. I remember feeling completely lost. Zoha and I had no idea where we were or how we got there. We were huddled together under a tree, hoping someone would find us. Frida's smile grew as she listened. I was walking back from gathering herbs when I heard a faint cry. I followed the sound, and there you both were, shivering and covered in dirt. Dante chuckled softly. You looked so surprised, like you couldn't believe what you were seeing. But then you knelt down and wrapped us in your shawl. That warmth, it felt like the first time we were truly safe. Zoha squeezed her mother's hand. You didn't hesitate for a second, Mom. You just took us in. How could I leave you there? You were both so precious. And then you took us home, cleaned us up, and gave us the best meal we ever had. I remember the stew you made, it was like magic in a bowl. Frida laughed weakly. It was just simple vegetable stew, but you both ate it like it was a feast fit for kings. Zoha nodded with a bittersweet smile. You gave us everything we needed, and so much more. No need to think much of it, I just did what I thought was right. Frida said. For a moment, the room was silent. Nobody said a word. But eventually, Frida lightly traced the bandages wrapped around Zoha's hands. Her voice was barely more than a whisper, fragile yet filled with motherly concern. Zoha, dear, why do you still hide your skin condition? You know it doesn't change how much we love you. Zoha's eyes widened slightly, caught off guard by the question. She glanced at Dante, who met her gaze with a reassuring nod. Mom, it's complicated, but I promise, it's not something you need to worry about. Frida's eyes filled with a mix of sadness and acceptance. I just want you to be happy, Zoha. Both of you. We know, Mom, Dante said softly. We know. Zoha leaned in and kissed her mother's forehead gently. We'll take care of each other. Don't worry about us. Frida smiled, her eyes closing as she relaxed back into her pillows. You always were a strong pair. Thank you for being here. Zoha and Dante sat on a weathered bench in a nearby park, the evening shadows lengthening around them. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of blooming flowers. They remained silent, each lost in their thoughts, sitting as far apart as the bench allowed. Dante eventually broke the silence, leaning forward and picking up a small rock. He tossed it into the pond before them, watching as it created ripples on the still surface. Do you want to talk? Or are we just going to watch this pond forever? Zoha turned away from Dante, her gaze fixed on the darkening horizon. Can we really keep lying to Mom forever? Dante picked up another rock, the cool, smooth surface pressing into his palm. He tossed it into the pond, watching it skip once before sinking. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Beads of tears began to form in the corners of Zoha's eyes. She wiped them away with a trembling hand before speaking again, her voice strained. Just, answer me. Dante grabbed another rock, juggling it in his hand for a few seconds as he contemplated his response. We've been lying to Mom for over a decade about our true nature. I don't see what difference it would make if we keep lying for a few more years. You sure? If you want to break the news to her so badly, go ahead. I mean, do you think she'll hate us if she knew that we actually eat people? Zoha asked. Dante shrugged. I'm going to be blunt with you, I have no fucking clue, and I'm not sure I want to know. Listen, I'm being serious here. And I gave you a serious answer. But before you say anything more, ask yourself if you really want to know what will happen if Mom knows the truth about us. You know what? Fair enough. Zoha turned her head towards Dante, her eyes searching his face for any sign of doubt. Do you think Mom will have much time left? Dante's hand stilled, the rock slipping from his fingers and falling to the ground with a soft thud. I think she'll be fine, at least for another week or two. Maybe after that. Zoha turned her head back towards the pond, shoulders slumping. I don't understand how you can be so nonchalant. Dante fell silent, his eyes drifting to a small flower growing at the edge of the bench. He reached down and plucked it, its delicate petals trembling slightly in his grasp. As he methodically plucked away the petals, he spoke. I know you think I don't care about Mom, or you, or about going home. Zoha chuckled softly. You said it, not me. Dante's lips quirked into a brief, rueful smile. Maybe you could convince your mistress to heal Mom. Zoha fidgeted, her fingers twisting the hem of her cloak. I'll try. Dante stood up, brushing the dust off his hands. I'll try my best too, for whatever that's worth to you. He turned to leave, but before Dante could go far, Zoha's voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. Do you really still want to go home, our real home? He turned back to face her. I'm comfortable living the life I have now. Performing, basking in the adoration of the masses, and, yes, eating some of my adoring fans. But I've never stopped trying to find a way for us to go home. Zoha frowned. Sorry, but it's hard for me to believe that. Dante shook his head slowly, reaching into his coat. He pulled out an ornate tarot card and handed it to Zoha. The card was intricately designed, its edges gilded with gold. At the center, a vibrant depiction of a jester in motley attire stood poised on the edge of a cliff, a small dog at his heels. Above him, the number 0 was inscribed, marking it as the Fool. If nothing else, take this from me. I appreciate the gesture, but I'll be fine. Dante's eyes darkened with concern. Zoha, please, I've heard rumors that the Inquisition has started moving around more lately. With this card, you won't have to ask me for help if things go south. Zoha paused as she considered his words. She looked at the card again, the image of the Fool seemingly beckoning her to take a leap of faith. The thought of relying on Dante still unsettled her, but the practicality of having a backup plan was undeniable. After a long moment, she finally reached out and took the card from Dante's hand. Thanks. Dante's expression softened, relief washing over his features. Just keep it close, and don't let anyone else have it. Chapter 26 Unlucky. Ermo wasn't quite sure how he had ended up chained to a chair. The cold metal bit into his wrists and ankles, the rough edges of the chains leaving angry red marks on his skin. His every nerve felt heavy, a leaden weight that made even the smallest movement a monumental effort. His muscles ached with a dull, persistent throb, and he struggled to even lift his head. The last thing he remembered was wandering through the other areas surrounding the underground arena. He stopped by at a bar that promised free drinks before feeling a sudden, sharp sting on his neck, then another on his arm. His vision quickly blurred, and he couldn't remember much after that. Suddenly, the creak of a door broke the silence as a Black Eagle member stepped in, his head bowed respectfully. Behind him, another figure followed, seated in a wheelchair. He was an aged man that still exuded a dignified authority that commanded attention. His well-tailored brown suit accentuated the silver threads in his graying hair and the meticulous trim of his beard. The old man coughed slightly as he wheeled himself inside. Thank you, you may leave now. The Black Eagle member hesitated, his eyes darting to Ermo and then back to the man in the wheelchair. Are you sure, boss? I'll be fine, the man replied with a slight wave. Leave us. With a reluctant nod, the member bowed once more and exited the room, the door closing softly behind him. The man in the wheelchair rolled himself closer to a nearby table, cluttered with an array of medical instruments and syringes that were meticulously arranged. He reached out with a steady hand, selecting a syringe. The cool metal glinted under the dim lighting as he examined it briefly, scrutinizing every detail. He turned his attention to Ermo while holding the syringe. This will hurt, but I need you to bear with me. Ermo's senses jolted awake as the man approached him, the syringe glinting ominously in the dim light. He felt a sharp pain as the needle pierced his skin, and the sensation of blood being drawn made his heart race. Despite all this, the man in the wheelchair remained steady, his expression one of practiced indifference. After filling the syringe with Ermo's blood, the man wheeled himself backward and set the blood-filled syringe on the table. He then turned his gaze to Ermo, studying him intently. Do you know where you are? Ermo blinked a few times, his vision slowly clearing as he took in his surroundings. The room was a stark, metallic chamber lined with instruments of torture and various medical devices. Chains and shackles hung from the ceiling while various tables were cluttered with scalpels, syringes and other tools that were stained with dark, dried smears. He felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the gravity of his situation. Where am I? The man in the wheelchair wheeled himself over to a nearby table cluttered with various objects and tools. You are in my personal workshop, he said with an almost casual tone. He paused for a moment, turning to face Ermo. Forgive me, where are my manners? I should introduce myself. I am Vittorio, the current head of the Black Eagles. Ermo struggled against his bonds, the metal biting into his skin. Let me go, you sick fuck. Vittorio shook his head slowly. I'm afraid I can't do that. He wheeled himself back to the table, picking up the blood-filled syringe. With a meticulous hand, he began to mix the blood with other substances, creating a dark, swirling mixture. Tell me, Beastkin, are you aware of the truth of the world? Piss off, Ermo spat. Unfazed, Vittorio continued. You see, over the many years I've been alive, I've learned a great deal. Some of these truths are things I would rather not remember. Ermo glared at him. Why are you even talking to me? Vittorio glanced up from his work, his eyes meeting Ermo's. I simply need a way to pass the time while I work, he said with a shrug. And it's not as though anyone will be coming to save you anytime soon. Maybe you're right about nobody saving me, Ermo said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But you're still gonna die. And what do you mean by that? You think you're safe, hidden away in your little workshop, but there's someone out there who's coming for your head, and you won't stand a chance. Vittorio laughed heartily. Oh, my beastkin friend, I do admire your confidence. He resumed his work on the mixture, hands moving with practiced ease. But I'm afraid I'm still not worried. Ermo's eyes darted around the room, taking in the array of strange instruments and devices. What are you even doing? Vittorio paused for a moment, then continued working on his mixture. I suppose there's no harm in talking to a soon-to-be dead man. He poured the mixture into a beaker and stirred it, the liquid swirling and changing color. I've always been fond of reading about the myths of old. A time when gods ruled the world, their power unmatched and their will absolute. He continued working on the mixture, moving with the practiced precision of a seasoned alchemist. Vittorio carefully poured the viscous liquid into a gleaming distiller. The glass and metal apparatus hissed softly as he adjusted the settings, the fluid beginning to bubble and transform. The unwashed masses still believe gods to be unparalleled and powerful beings. But I believe that the gods of old were more mortal than they'd like to admit. Ermo's curiosity finally got the better of him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he leaned forward. What do you mean by that? Vittorio's hands moved deftly as he combined other fluids with the mixture, the liquids merging and reacting with a faint hiss. He watched intently as the concoction changed color once again. Satisfied, he carefully transferred the mixture into a small, ornate vial, shaking it gently. It's well known in academic circles that gods have been dead in this world for a long time. Scholars have debated for how long exactly, but their deaths are a given truth. Ermo shook his head. I don't believe you. Vittorio shrugged, setting the vial aside and turning to face Ermo. It doesn't matter what you believe, my beastkin friend. Reality won't change to suit your beliefs. He picked up the vial again, examining it closely. According to legend, when the beastkin were created, some among them were tied more closely to the divine than others. These chosen beastkin would then become the first shifters. Ermo's eyes narrowed as he listened. What's the point of all this? Vittorio carefully poured the mixture into another syringe. He tapped the syringe lightly, testing it with a practiced flick of his wrist. As you can see, my best days have long passed me. So, what's the harm in trying to take one step closer towards divinity? Vittorio rested the syringe on his lap and turned to face Ermo. His expression grew more intense, his eyes boring into Ermo's with a hint of malice. Do you know your wife is actually here, in the underground? Ermo's reaction was immediate. His eyes widened, and he surged forward. Take me to her, now. Vittorio couldn't help but laugh. A barking dog is nothing to be afraid of. I still have the reports from when my men worked with the military to raid your village. It was quite the spectacle. While it was impressive that you turned out to be a shifter, your inability to control yourself while transformed makes you nothing more than a beast that needs a leash. Ermo's face twisted in rage, his fists clenched at his sides. You bastard! Vittorio shrugged. That makes two of us. With a deep breath, Vittorio brought the syringe to his arm, the needle hovering over a prominent vein. He hesitated, the tip of the needle barely pressing against his skin, as if savoring the moment. Then, with a determined press, he plunged the needle in and injected the mixture into his bloodstream. Almost immediately, Vittorio convulsed, muscles seizing as the magical concoction spread through his veins. His face contorted with pain as his veins glowed with a pulsating light, coursing through his body like molten metal. The syringe clattered to the floor as Vittorio's hands clenched into fists. His breathing became ragged, each gasp echoing through the room, a harsh counterpoint to the silence that followed. The old man's skin seemed to stretch and shifted, the glow beneath it pulsating rhythmically. Vittorio's convulsions gradually subsided, his breathing steadied, though it remained shallow and labored. Yet, the glowing veins remained as he stabilized, his movements stiff at first but growing more fluid with each passing moment. As he stood, Vittorio's once frail form now exuded an almost palpable energy. His transformation left him visibly changed, the previously brittle exterior replaced by a hardened, more formidable presence. His eyes, now glowing with an otherworldly light, turned to Ermo, filled with triumph. Ermo's heart pounded in his chest. What have you done? Vittorio smiled, a chilling, almost inhuman grin. I have taken the first step towards ascension. Ermo scoffed, his eyes narrowing with disdain. You're delusional. I know only one person who might actually be close to being a god, and it's definitely not you. Vittorio's smile faltered, replaced by a flash of anger. He swung his fist which connected with Ermo's face with a sickening thud. The force of the blow sent Ermo and the chair he was bound to crashing to the floor. The cold, hard surface met him with brutal impact, pain radiating through his body. Vittorio flexed his arm, muscles bulging with newfound strength. I've always known that beastkin shifters were the key to unmatched power. And now, I have it all to myself. Ermo glared up at him, defiance burning in his gaze. He tried to summon his own powers, his fur briefly blazing with energy, but it flickered and died out almost immediately. Why can't I transform? Don't bother, Vittorio said. I took precautions to ensure you can't transform. You're powerless. Vittorio walked up to Ermo, towering over the beastkin. While it's been fun, your corpse will do just fine for my purposes now. But before he could come any closer, Vittorio suddenly seized up and convulsed violently. His muscles contracted with a force that looked almost inhuman, back arching and limbs jerking uncontrollably. He collapsed to the floor with a sickening thud as his veins glowed even brighter. Steam rose from Vittorio's skin, the moisture in his body evaporating from the rapid increase in temperature. His face twisted in sheer agony as the room filled with the smell of burning flesh, and his once pale skin took on a reddened hue, almost as if he were being cooked from the inside out. Ermo watched in shock, his eyes fixed on Vittorio's writhing form. The old man's body twisted and contorted, a grotesque spectacle of agony. The light from his veins grew so intense it became almost blinding. Seizing the opportunity, Ermo tried to struggle against his bonds with renewed vigor. The chains bit into his wrists and ankles, but he ignored the pain. Need to get out of here, fast. Vittorio's screams continued unabated, his body thrashing wildly on the floor. The heat radiating from him was intense, the air around him shimmering with the force of it, making the room feel like an oven. Ermo's heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline surging through his veins, spurring him on. With a final push, Ermo managed to break free of the chains, the metal links snapping with a sharp crack that echoed in the room. He pushed himself up, body aching but his mind sharp and clear. Ermo sprinted towards the door, yanking it open and stumbling into the hallway. The cool air hit him like a wave, a stark contrast to the stifling heat of the room. His breath came in ragged gasps as he ran, his legs propelling him forward with a desperate urgency. The sounds of Vittorio's screams faded behind him, replaced by the pounding of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. Chapter 27 Chance Encounter. Sera walked through the dense market area of the underground arena. The air was filled with the scents of various foods, each stall releasing tendrils of smoke that curled upward through metal grills in the ceiling. She had lost track of Vega, unfortunately, and wasn't quite sure where to look. Despite the throngs of people, a sweet aroma suddenly tickled her senses, cutting through the myriad of other smells. The scent was too alluring to resist, drawing her like a moth to a flame. I need whatever that smell is coming from. Sera immediately followed the scent, weaving through crowds of humans. She dodged a merchant hawking his wares, slipped past a group of animated customers, and finally emerged in front of a small stall. The source of the enticing aroma was a beastkin woman with black hair and fur, evidently very busy at her station. The stall was selling succulent rings of fried dough, golden and crisp. They were dusted with a glistening layer of sugar that sparkled under the sunlight. Some were adorned with a sticky drizzle of honey, while others were sprinkled with finely chopped nuts. Sera's eyes lingered on the tantalizing array of sweets, the sight almost overwhelming her senses. She could practically taste the sugary crunch and feel the warmth of the fresh dough melting in her mouth. I need that. She tried to push through the crowd of people, her lithe form slipping through narrow gaps where she could. She squeezed past a burly man with a booming laugh and ducked under the outstretched arm of a woman haggling for a better price. Despite her agility, it proved nearly impossible to make any real progress. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity as Sera waited, her patience wearing thin. The warm, sweet scent teased her, making the wait almost unbearable. She kept her eyes on the stall, watching the beastkin woman behind the counter. She expertly maneuvered around the small space, deftly scooping up dough rings and handing them over one by one. Sera's mouth watered as she watched the dough rings disappear one by one, the supply dwindling with each passing moment. The beastkin woman's fur glistened slightly with sweat, her ears twitching occasionally as she focused on her task. Finally, the crowd thinned enough for Sera to edge her way to the front of the stall. Her excitement, however, quickly turned to disappointment as she reached the counter as it was completely empty, the once bountiful display of confections completely sold out. The Beastkin woman was already packing up, a look of mild annoyance on her face as she glanced at two members of the Black Eagles who were standing nearby. Sera watched as the woman, now carrying an empty basket, was escorted by the two Black Eagle members. Intrigued, Sera decided to follow them, blending into the remaining crowd and using the market stalls and pillars for cover. She moved silently while tracking their every step. The group headed towards a more secluded alley. Sera followed closely with light footsteps, ensuring she remained out of sight. She pressed herself against the wall at the entrance to the alley, peering around the corner to watch the unfolding scene. The two Black Eagles towered over the Beastkin woman. One of them, a tall man, leaned in close, his voice a low growl. "You know the deal, sweetheart. Time to pay up." The Beastkin woman crossed her arms defiantly over her chest. "I've already given you more than enough this week." The second Black Eagle, a burly figure with a cruel smirk, stepped closer, his breath reeking of stale ale. "Don't play coy with us. We know you've been doing well. Hand over our share, or things might get difficult for you." Sera could see the woman's tail bristling with tension, hands clenched into fists at her sides. "This isn't fair at all." The scarred man chuckled darkly, his eyes narrowing. "It ain't supposed to be, now pay up, or else." The Beastkin woman's defiance wavered slightly. With a reluctant sigh, she reached into the pocket of her apron and pulled out a small pouch of coins before tossing it over to one of the men. "Fine, take it." Sera's curiosity deepened, and a plan formed in her mind. If she could help the Beastkin woman, perhaps she could secure some of those delightful treats for herself. She approached the group stealthily, her movements fluid and silent. The Black Eagles, preoccupied with counting their ill-gotten gains, didn't notice her presence. Just as they finished counting and pocketed the coins, Sera made her move. She reached out and touched both men at the back of their necks. The chill spread rapidly from her fingertips, coursing through their bodies and freezing them in place. The Black Eagles stood rigid, their muscles locked in an unnatural stillness as they froze solid. Immediately after, Sera took off her mask and turned her attention to the Beastkin woman. "I believe you have some confections I was hoping to try." The Beastkin woman's brow furrowed in confusion, ears twitching slightly. "I'm sorry, what?" Sera sighed. "Yes, confections. Those rings of fried dough you were selling, dusted with sugar, drizzled with honey, or perhaps adorned with finely chopped nuts." The Beastkin woman blinked, her confusion melting away into laughter. "You mean donuts? After killing those two, you just wanted donuts?" Sera smiled and nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I'd like some if you could make them again. Although, I expected a bit more of a reaction from you, given the circumstances." The Beastkin woman shrugged. "I'm never going to be sad seeing one of the Black Eagles die, not after what they did to me in my village. Thanks for dealing with them, by the way. Name's Alpa." Sera's surprise was evident. Her eyes widened slightly, and her brows lifted. "Alpa, you say? Do you have a husband?" "I do, why do you ask?" "Actually, I came here with Ermo, he's been looking for you." "Really? Can you tell me where he is?" "He should be." Sera stopped abruptly, her senses suddenly on high alert. The subtle shift in the air, the barely audible sound of footsteps weaving through the crowd, set her on edge. She glanced back, her sharp eyes catching sight of more Black Eagles moving purposefully through the market. Turning back to Alpa, Sera's voice took on an urgent tone. "Do you know a place to hide? I'll manage just fine. If you need to find me, I'll be around this floor." Alpa said. "Good, just hide while I deal with those fools. Best of luck, stranger." As Alpa disappeared into the shadows, Sera pivoted on her heel and sprinted in the opposite direction. Each step she took left a trail of glistening ice beneath her feet, the ground freezing instantly and spreading outward. The icy path crackled and groaned, creating a treacherous surface that slowed anyone attempting to follow her. Sera glanced back, her sharp eyes catching sight of the Black Eagles skidding to a halt as they encountered the unexpected ice. Their faces twisted in frustration and confusion, the slick surface forcing them to move cautiously. They stumbled and slid, their progress significantly slowed. Sera smirked, using the precious seconds gained to increase her lead. She darted through the narrow alleys, her pace steady and deliberate. The maze-like passages of the underground arena twisted and turned, each corner bringing a new challenge. The ice trail she left behind served as both a deterrent and a guide, forcing the black eagles to follow her indirectly. Emerging back into the bustling market, Sera was met with a cacophony of noise and chaos. Vendors shouted their wares, children ran underfoot, and the scent of freshly baked goods mingled with the earthy aroma of spices. The sudden appearance of Sera, pursued by the black eagles, sent people scattering in all directions, and the once thriving market descended into chaos. Sera leaped behind a nearby stall. She crouched low, peering through the gaps in the wooden structure. Her keen eyes took in the scene before her, assessing the situation. 9 black eagles were in pursuit, each one clad in their signature red uniform and armor, their eyes scanning the area with predatory intensity. Each carried a rune-enchanted sword, some of which glowed visibly even while sheathed. Sera's analytical mind quickly calculated the odds. Those swords could prove troublesome, engaging them directly would be unwise without understanding the full extent of their capabilities. She glanced around and soon noticed a stack of barrels near a narrow alley, an idea forming in her mind. I'll separate them, and remove them one by one. Sera picked up a heavy basket of fruit and hurled it towards the barrels. The impact caused a loud crash, drawing the attention of the black eagles. She bolted in the opposite direction, slipping through the narrow alley. As expected, 4 of the 9 black eagles broke off from the group to pursue her, leaving the others to investigate the noise. The Elder Dryad sprinted down the alley, the 4 black eagles followed, armor clanking and swords drawn. She led them through a maze of narrow passages, the walls closing in around them until she reached a dead end, an old storage area filled with crates and debris. She stopped, panting slightly, and turned to face her pursuers. The first black eagle lunged at her, his sword crackling with lightning. Sera sidestepped, causing him to slip on a patch of ice she had subtly created. He crashed into a pile of crates, temporarily stunned. The second and third black eagles approached more cautiously, swords glowing with different runes, one with fire, the other with a sickly green hue that hinted at poison. Sera backed up, feigning fear, before darting to the side with a sudden burst of speed. Her movement led the pursuing black eagles across another ice patch she had conjured. Both men slipped, their legs flying out from under them, landing with heavy thuds on the cold ground. She moved in swiftly, her hands reaching out to touch their armor. The chill spread instantly from her fingertips, a crystalline frost creeping over their metal plates and seeping into the crevices. The ice expanded rapidly, freezing them solid. The fourth black eagle hesitated for a moment as he raised his sword, its runes flaring with a bright blue light. Sera lunged forward with a fluid motion, her hand connecting with his wrist before he could strike. The ice spread swiftly, a beautiful but deadly frost pattern racing up his arm. The chilling tendrils encased his entire body, locking him in a sheath of glistening ice. Sera took a moment to catch her breath, looking over the area for any remaining threats. She spotted the first black eagle, who had been knocked into a pile of crates, now recovering. He shook off the debris, as he stumbled to his feet. She was on him in an instant, gripping his head with both hands, her fingers digging into his temples. The chill spread from her hands, creeping into his skull. His eyes widened in terror as the ice formed, first freezing his eyes, then spreading into his brain. His screams were cut short as his entire head turned to solid ice, the rest of his body following suit. Sera released her grip, the frozen body falling to the ground with a dull thud. She stood over him, her breath visible in the cold air around her. She took a moment to steady herself, her senses on high alert. The immediate threat had been neutralized, but she knew the others would be searching for her. Moving swiftly and silently, Sera made her way back to another section of the market. She scanned the crowd, her sharp eyes spotting the remaining 5 black eagles spreading out. Not many left, this should be quick. The first of the 5 approached, his enchanted sword crackling with energy. Sera used the cover of a nearby stall to her advantage, slipping behind it and waiting for the opportune moment. As he passed, she extended her hand, freezing the ground beneath his feet. He slipped, crashing to the ground, and before he could recover, Sera pressed her palm against his chest, the cold spreading rapidly and encasing him in ice. 4 left. She moved quickly, not giving the others a chance to react. The second black eagle noticed her and charged, his blade glowing with a fiery rune. Sera ducked under his swing and slid behind him, her hand reaching out to touch his back. The ice spread swiftly, and he froze mid-motion, his sword clattering to the ground. 3 left. The third and fourth black eagles advanced together, trying to use their numbers to their advantage. Sera lured them towards a narrow passage between 2 stalls, where they had to come at her single file. She created a slick ice patch, and as the first one stepped onto it, he lost his balance. She took the moment to freeze his legs, rendering him immobile, then struck his neck with a precise blow. 2 left. The fourth one hesitated, fear evident in his eyes. Sera used this to her advantage, rushing him before he could regain his composure. She grabbed his wrist, freezing his hand to the hilt of his sword, then twisted sharply. The sword fell, and she delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him sprawling. Her hand met his neck, and the ice followed. Only one left. The fifth and final Black Eagle stood at a distance, watching his comrades fall with growing terror. He turned to flee, but Sera wasn't about to let him escape. She grabbed a heavy pot from a nearby stall and hurled it at him. The pot struck his back, and he stumbled forward, losing his balance. Before he could recover, Sera was upon him. She gripped his hands, her icy touch freezing them in place. He struggled, but her hold was unyielding. She watched as the fear in his eyes turned to desperation, and she felt a cold satisfaction. Sera moved her grip to his neck, the ice spreading from her fingers. His eyes widened in terror as the frost crept up, encasing his throat and cutting off his breath. The ice spread, and soon his entire body was frozen, his lifeless eyes staring into the void. That's all 5. She stepped back, taking a moment to catch her breath and assess the situation. The market was now eerily quiet, the once bustling crowd having fled or fallen silent in the wake of the brutal confrontation. She's over here. Don't let her escape. Just my luck. Sera thought to herself. She turned and sprinted through the maze-like market, weaving between stalls and dodging obstacles with practiced ease. The Black Eagles were hot on her heels, their footsteps pounding on the ground as they pursued her relentlessly. She spotted a metallic corridor ahead and darted into it, hoping to find a way out. Not the best place, but better than nothing. But soon, she reached a dead end. The corridor terminated in a solid metal wall, offering no escape. She spun around, her eyes narrowing as she saw the Black Eagles approaching, their swords drawn and their faces twisted with determination and anger. There's nowhere to run, witch, one of them snarled, his sword glowing with a menacing red rune. Give up now, and we might let you live. Sera smirked as she readied herself. Actually, I like my odds. Chapter 28 to close. Adventurers Guild, Capital Branch. The Demoness pushed open one of the heavy doors and stepped inside the Adventurers Guild. The interior was just as impressive as the exterior, with high ceilings and walls lined with maps and various job postings. Long tables filled the center of the hall, cluttered with maps, tankards, and adventurers of all kinds milling about. Zoha made her way through the bustling hall to an empty receptionist desk, carrying a basket filled with freshly baked bread and pastries. She placed her basket on top of the counter and waited patiently. Moments later, the door behind the desk creaked open, and a green-haired elf girl wearing glasses stumbled out, carrying a precarious stack of documents. Elia, are you all right? Zoha asked. The elf girl managed a sheepish smile as she set the documents down on the desk. I'm fine, really. Just a bit off today. Zoha smiled warmly. Here, I brought something for you. She pushed the basket of bread towards Elia. Oh, Zoha, you didn't have to. Thank you so much. Elia reached out to take the basket, fingers brushing against the woven handle. You've always been so kind. It's nothing, I know how hard you work. Consider it a small token of appreciation. Elia beamed, her green hair falling over her eyes as she looked down at the assortment of breads and pastries. These look delicious. It's the least I could do. How has your day been so far? Busy, as always. The paperwork never ends. I can imagine. Zoha said with a light chuckle. By the way, I need to access the guild records for dungeons opened in the last few months. Do you think you could help me with that? Accessing those records requires a petition to the guild master. Then, you'll need to fill out a formal request form, detailing the purpose. I understand the protocol, but I need the data urgently. I have a very fussy client who's pressing for information. Zoha, I really wish I could help, but protocol is protocol. If I bypass the procedures, I could get into serious trouble. Please, just let me in for a few minutes. I promise I won't take long. Elia sighed, the conflict evident in her expression. She glanced around the bustling guild hall, ensuring no one was paying them undue attention. All right, I'll help you, but you owe me for this. Thanks, you're the best. Just don't tell anyone else, all right? Of course. They descended a narrow staircase, the air growing cooler and the sound of the bustling hall fading away. Then, the two entered a room lined with shelves, each packed with stacks of documents and ledgers. Elia pulled a box from one of the higher shelves. She opened it carefully and extracted a large ledger, placing it gently onto a nearby table. Zoha approached the table, eyes narrowing as she studied the book. Is this it? Elia nodded. Yes, this ledger contains all the information you are looking for. Zoha flipped through the ledger and quickly skimmed through the entries. Every dungeon was meticulously listed with its respective name, date of inauguration, owner, location, and the nearest city. The pages were dense with information, each entry penned in neat, precise handwriting. She flipped through the pages, her fingers trailing over the parchment. One entry detailed a dungeon named Grimhold, inaugurated 3 months prior, owned by Sir Malchus, and located near the city of Ventress. Another entry highlighted Shadowfang Caverns, owned by Lady Tressa, which opened 4 months ago. Zoha looked up from the ledger. Would it be alright if I had some time alone with this ledger? Elia's brow furrowed in hesitation. She bit her lip, clearly torn. You know I trust you, but these records are highly sensitive. If anyone found out I left you alone with them. Zoha smiled reassuringly. I understand, but I promise I'll be careful. I just need a bit more time to go through everything. I'll make sure to tidy up and put everything back in place once I'm done. Elia sighed, glancing at the pile of work waiting for her on the other side of the room. All right, fine, I have a lot of work left to do anyway. Thank you, Elia. I won't let you down. Elia nodded and began to turn away, but Zoha called out, oh, just one more thing. Are there additional copies of this ledger in the other adventurers' guilds? There haven't been additional copies made so far. But anyway, I really have to go. Sorry, don't let me keep you. Once alone, Zoha quickly sifted through the ledger again, her eyes darting over the dense, neat entries until she found what she was looking for, Twilight Grove, owned by Countess Ivirus, with the nearest city being Marwood. She carefully placed the ledger on the table, her fingers tracing the delicate script. Zoha reached into her cloak, pulling out a small vial of shimmering white ink and a fine quill. The white ink was no ordinary ink, it was enchanted to erase existing text without leaving a trace. She dipped the quill into the vial, the ink clinging to the tip like liquid moonlight. With meticulous precision, she traced over the entry. The white ink spread smoothly, its magic dissolving the black ink beneath it. The process was slow and exacting, but Zoha remained patient, knowing that any mistake could compromise the entire operation. As the last of the original text vanished, Zoha scrutinized the page to ensure there were no remnants of the erased entry. Satisfied, she switched to a small vial of black ink, this one infused with a binding spell to make the new text indistinguishable from the original. She dipped her quill into the black ink and wrote over the erased entry, her strokes careful and measured. Each letter was crafted to match the surrounding text perfectly, the flow of her handwriting blending seamlessly with the original scribe's work. But Zoha didn't stop there. She knew that a single altered entry might arouse suspicion among any magically sensitive individuals. To mitigate this risk, she identified several other entries throughout the ledger. She carefully repeated the process on these entries, using the white ink to erase the text before meticulously rewriting the same information with the black ink. This would make the alterations appear as intentional edits rather than a targeted forgery. In a few minutes, the ink dried quickly, its enchantment ensuring it bonded with the parchment as if it had always been there. Each modified entry looked identical to the original, maintaining the ledger's overall integrity. Zoha's sharp eyes scanned the page once more, ensuring her forgery was flawless. She inspected each letter to make sure it all aligned perfectly with the other entries. Once she was satisfied, she cleaned her quill and tucked her equipment back into her cloak. She carefully closed the ledger and returned it to its box before placing it back on the shelf. She took a moment to ensure everything was precisely as it had been before she arrived. As the box settled into place, Zoha allowed herself a small sigh of relief. The first part of her plan was complete. The entry was altered, and the ledger appeared untouched. There was only one more task left, convince Countess Ivirus to leave her dungeon untouched for the foreseeable future. Zoha headed back up the narrow staircase to the receptionist desk, her mind still buzzing with the details of her forgery. As she emerged from the stairwell, she saw Elia sorting through a new stack of documents, her green hair falling into her eyes as she worked. Elia, Zoha called softly, approaching the desk. The LF girl looked up, a warm smile spreading across her face. Did you find everything you needed? Yes, thank you so much for your help. I really appreciate it, Zoha said. Elia adjusted her glasses and nodded. I'm glad I could help. Take care, Zoha. Zoha nodded and turned to leave. You too, thanks again. As Zoha stepped outside the Adventurers Guild, the cacophony of the bustling city enveloped her. The clatter of horse-drawn carts, the murmur of haggling vendors, and the distant laughter of children filled the air. She moved purposefully down the steps, her boots clicking against the stone, but her stride faltered abruptly when she spotted an inquisitor walking toward her. The inquisitor had striking blue hair and piercing red eyes that seemed to bore straight through her. The combination was unsettling, her gaze as intense as a predator's. Zoha tensed, her body instinctively preparing for a confrontation. But instead of an accusation, the inquisitor's voice was calm and almost friendly. Are you all right? You seem a bit tense. The demoness forced herself to relax, feeling the tension ease from her shoulders. She mustered a smile, though it felt strained at the edges. Just a bit tired, and I'd like to head home right now. Good day. The inquisitor nodded, her expression unreadable. Good day to you. She turned and walked into the Adventurers Guild, her blue hair disappearing into the shadows of the entrance, leaving Zoha to exhale a sigh of relief. Zoha quickly walked away, her pace increasing as she scanned the crowded streets for a safe place to gather her thoughts. Her eyes darted from face to face, searching for any sign of danger. She spotted a narrow alleyway between two tall buildings and headed towards it. I should be able to teleport from here. Just as she was about to enter the alley, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Zoha spun around, her hand instinctively reaching for the dagger at her waist. The inquisitor stood before her once more, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her red eyes gleamed with curiosity, as if she enjoyed the game of cat and mouse. Zoha tensed again, her muscles coiling like a spring ready to snap. Do you need something from me, Inquisitor? The Inquisitor held up her hands in a gesture of peace. My name is Haziel. I just wanted to introduce myself properly. I know who you are, Zoha. You're an A-rank adventurer with an impressive track record. Your party has a remarkable success rate in high-rank dungeons, with a low casualty rate compared to others. It's true, I've had my fair share of successes. But why does that interest you? Zoha asked. Haziel's expression remained calm and composed. I'm conducting an investigation regarding some issues with a certain dungeon, and I would like to get the opinion of a high-ranking adventurer such as yourself. Zoha's suspicion grew, but she decided to play along for now. Of course, I'd be happy to help. What do you need me to do? I just want to ask you a few questions, that's all. It shouldn't take long. All right, where should we go for this questioning? Haziel gestured toward the deeper part of the alley. We can do it right here. It's more private and away from prying eyes. Zoha hesitated, standing still for a moment. The thought of being cornered in the alley set her nerves on edge. Haziel noticed her hesitation and raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? The demoness quickly masked her unease with a smile. Apologies, it's nothing. She took a step deeper into the alley, her eyes scanning the surroundings for potential escape routes. Haziel followed very closely, stopping only when Zoha was at the edge of the alleyway. Let's begin. Have you noticed anything unusual in the dungeons you've been exploring recently? Zoha shook her head. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just the usual challenges and monster activity. Haziel nodded, jotting down notes on a small parchment. And your past party members? Have any of them exhibited odd behavior or had unexplained absences? No, everyone has been reliable and focused on the missions. We work well together and trust each other. What about any patterns or anomalies in the dungeons? Increased monster activity, strange occurrences. Zoha's mind raced, crafting a believable response. There have been a few dungeons with heightened monster activity, but nothing too alarming. It's not unusual for that to happen from time to time. The interrogation continued, with Haziel asking about various dungeons, specific encounters, and any oddities Zoha might have noticed. Zoha lied convincingly each time, her answers smooth and confident, revealing nothing that could implicate her. Haziel paused for a moment, then looked directly into Zoha's eyes, her own eyes narrowing with curiosity. I've heard rumors about your eyes. People say they're quite unique. What's the story behind them? Zoha's heart skipped a beat, but she kept her expression neutral. They're a birth defect. I've had them my entire life. People tend to talk when they see something unusual. A birth defect, you say? Interesting. I've always been curious about that. Yes, it's something I've learned to live with. It's part of who I am. Haziel continued to scrutinize her, then finally seemed satisfied. She put away her notes and looked at Zoha thoughtfully. Thank you for your cooperation. Your insights have been helpful. Zoha inclined her head slightly. I'm glad I could assist. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Haziel hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Very well, just stay out of trouble. Zoha turned to leave, but Haziel's voice stopped her. Wait, forgive me, but there is one more thing I wanted to ask. Zoha paused before turning back to face the Inquisitor. Yes. I'm sorry if this seems insensitive, but may I ask why you wear so many bandages? I have a skin condition, the bandages help protect my skin and keep it from getting worse. Haziel's eyes narrowed slightly. I see. There are treatments available for such conditions. I can arrange for you to see a healer. Zoha smiled politely and shook her head. I appreciate the offer, but I've tried various treatments. This is the best way for me to manage it. Haziel stood there for a few seconds, staring at Zoha, her gaze intense. Zoha felt a prickle of unease but kept her smile in place. Is there something else, Inquisitor? No, that's all for now. Farewell. Chapter 29 Narrow Walls. Sera staggered through a grimy, metallic alleyway. She took deep breaths and slumped against the cold metal wall. Black sap oozed from the stumps where her arms had been torn apart, the viscous liquid dripping onto the ground in thick, inky drops. She leaned against the wall, trying to steady herself, her eyes traveled over the carnage she had left behind. A tide of red-cloaked men and women lay strewn across the alley, their bodies twisted and broken, blood pooling around them. Sera's breathing was ragged, but she kept her cool as her arms began to regenerate. Twisted sinew emerged from the ragged stumps, the raw, fibrous tissue knitting itself together in a display of rapid healing. The sinew twisted and coiled, growing thicker and more defined with each passing moment. Slowly, the grotesque mass softened, the rough texture smoothing out as new flesh formed over it. Pale skin spread across the newly formed muscle and sinew, covering the once raw wounds with a fresh, unblemished surface. Fingers extended, joints realigned, and soon, her arms were whole again, as if they had never been torn apart. Sera flexed her regenerated fingers, testing their strength and mobility as pain subsided. Sera pushed herself off the wall and stood up, the shadowy fabric of her cloak elongating to cover her newly healed arms. She walked slowly towards an open door frame, her bare feet drenched in blood. The Black Eagles had sent in wave after wave of warriors, which was why Sera had allowed both of her hands to be injured in order to use more of her power. The fact that there was no foliage or even soil in the area for her to use certainly made things more difficult than they should have been. When Sera was getting close to the doorframe, she heard a groan. One of the Black Eagle members was pushing himself up from the ground. His hand gripped a spear that pulsed with electrical energy, the faint crackle of electricity filling the air. Determination was etched on his bloodied face as he struggled to stand, every muscle tensed with the effort. Sera stepped forward with cold precision, her bare heel coming down hard on his head. The impact was swift, and the man's screams were cut short as frost spread rapidly from her foot, freezing his skull solid. The chilling sound of ice crackling through bone and flesh echoed briefly before silence fell once more. Once the man was dead, Sera knelt down and turned him over. She spotted a dagger tucked into his belt, its blade still stained with blood. She pulled it free, wiping the blood off on the man's clothing before securing it in her cloak. The weapon was a simple one, but it would be useful for triggering her own abilities when needed. Continuing towards the door frame, Sera's senses remained alert. Her eyes scanned the shadows for any signs of movement. As she stepped into the open space, she was met by a lone Black Eagle member, a woman who pointed her spear at Sera, its tip pulsing with electric energy. Stay back. Sera gestured to the surrounding corpses. Do you really think you stand a chance, human? Your petty spear isn't going to save you. The woman's resolve faltered visibly. She lowered her spear, allowing it to clatter to the ground. Just, kill me. Sera approached the woman, leaning in and breathing down her neck. Take me to Vega, or at least, someone who can. The woman nodded slowly. I'll take you to him. The woman led Sera through a series of winding corridors and steep staircases. Occasionally, they passed a Black Eagle member, their dark uniforms blending into the shadows. At the woman's subtle gesture, these guards quickly averted their eyes, pretending not to see Sera. Eventually, they arrived in front of a luxurious ebon door, its surface polished to a high sheen. The rich, dark wood contrasting with the rough stone of the surrounding walls. The woman gestured towards the door and bowed her head. Vega's inside. Sera's expression remained unreadable as she extended her hand. Thank you. Before the woman could react, Sera's grip tightened, and an icy chill spread from her fingers. Frost rapidly encased the woman's hand, the cold traveling up her arm with ruthless speed. The woman gasped, her eyes widening in shock and pain as she fell to her knees, the frostbite creeping further up her limb. Sera's other hand moved with lethal precision, pressing against the woman's neck. The cold spread instantly, freezing the skin and tissue beneath. The woman's breath came in ragged gasps, her body trembling as the ice immobilized her. Sera watched impassively as the woman knelt before her, now a frozen statue. She released her grip, stepping back to admire her handiwork for a brief moment before turning her attention to the door. She pushed the door open and was immediately greeted by clouds of thick, purple gas. The air was dense with the scent of various herbs combined with alchemical elements. Poison, nothing particularly impressive though. Inside, Sera saw who she presumed to be Vega lounging casually on a luxurious couch, the opulent fabric contrasting with the grimy surroundings she had just left. He took a leisurely draught from a smoking pipe, the tendrils of smoke curling lazily in the air around him. Vega's black hair was slicked back, and he wore a cloak with the hood pulled down to reveal his sharp, angular features. His skin was pale, almost luminescent, and crisscrossed with intricate purple tattoos that snaked across his face, down his neck. Soon, he put his pipe down and stood up, gaze fixed on Sera. I take it you're the one who's been killing all my employees? Sera closed the door behind her and casually stepped forward. You should thank me, I rooted out all the weaklings from the Black Eagles. Vega stood up and extended a hand forward for a handshake. Well, I'm not the type to hold a grudge. Why don't we call things even for now? Sera considered for a moment whether she wanted to freeze his hand or not. There was nothing in Vega's behavior that would indicate to her that he had hostile intent as of now. He's still unsure as to what to do with me, he'll likely turn hostile sooner than later. For now, Sera reached out and shook his hand. Admittedly, you're more calm about this than I would have thought. Vega chuckled again as he released the handshake and moved back to his couch. No disrespect, but who did you think was sending all those people at you? Let's just say I know when I'm beat, and I'm also not exactly in a rush to die. Sera pulled a wooden chair closer and sat down. If it makes you feel better, I'm here to talk business. Vega shrugged, lounging comfortably on the couch. I don't mind talking business, but I don't enjoy speaking with someone wearing a mask. Sera's voice was cold and steady. I don't enjoy speaking with you either, but here we are. Vega leaned back, his demeanor seemingly relaxed, though his eyes remained sharp and calculating. All right, he said with a shrug, trying to appear nonchalant. I'll concede for now. Why are you here? Sera's eyes remained fixed on him. I wish to take over the Black Eagles for myself. Ambitious, aren't we? Vega said, taking another leisurely puff from his pipe. And what makes you think you can just waltz in here and take over? I've already eliminated many of your members, Sera replied bluntly. That should give you an idea of my capabilities. Vega's smile didn't falter, but there was a coldness in his eyes. Fair point. But surely, you didn't think it would be that simple, did you? I'm not interested in a power struggle. I'm offering you a chance to step down willingly and save your life. And what would I get out of this? Surely, you don't expect me to just hand over everything I've worked for without some form of compensation. That depends, what do you want and what value can you provide? Positions of power within the new Black Eagles, Vega suggested. I could still be useful to you, you know. My knowledge, my connections, they could all be at your disposal. Sera's expression remained stoic. You can have a position, but you'll have to start from scratch, like everyone else. I want the cream of the crop, and if you're truly as useful as you claim, you'll rise anyway. Vega's eyes narrowed slightly, though his tone remained casual. You're quite direct, aren't you? But if you push everyone out, you'll be left with nothing but enemies. It's smarter to keep some of the old guard close, don't you think? No, Sera said flatly. I need loyalty, not treachery disguised as cooperation. I have no use for you if you're not completely under my command. You're making this difficult. You can't expect to take over an organization like the Black Eagles without some form of compromise. I'm not here to compromise. I'm here to take over. Now, are you going to cooperate, or do I need to find someone else who will? Vega took a long, slow drag from his pipe, the smoke curling around him like a lazy serpent. He exhaled, the tendrils of smoke drifting towards the ceiling. This isn't really going anywhere, is it? Sera stood up. If you're not willing to cooperate, then our business is done here. You're right, it is. In an instant, Vega's hand darted into his cloak and took out 2 small black spheres. With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled them to the ground. They exploded with a sharp crack, releasing a thick, poisonous gas that rapidly filled the room. Sera remained unfazed as the toxic fumes enveloped her. She focused her senses, honing in on Vega's presence amidst the swirling haze. She could feel his movements, sharp and deliberate, as he attempted to take advantage of the cover. Before long, Vega lunged at her with a dagger. Sera sidestepped with fluid grace. Too slow. Vega swung again, his blade cutting through the air, but Sera was already a step ahead. She dodged his attacks with a grace that bordered on effortless, her eyes never leaving his. Vega's frustration mounted as he aimed a swift kick at her midsection. Sera caught his leg mid-strike, her hand gripping his ankle. Ice spread rapidly from her fingers, encasing his leg in frost. Vega yanked his leg free, but the damage was done. Undeterred, Vega switched tactics, throwing a series of punches aimed at Sera's head and torso. She dodged each blow with minimal effort, his fists cut through the air, missing her by mere inches. As Vega overextended with a particularly aggressive jab, Sera saw her opportunity. She ducked beneath his arm before grabbing part of it. Ice spread instantly from her touch, freezing his arm solid in a heartbeat. Vega roared in pain and frustration, trying to pull away, but Sera's grip was unrelenting. She twisted his frozen arm with a merciless efficiency, sending him stumbling backward. He regained his balance quickly, only to find Sera already closing the distance. Sera touched his other arm, the freezing cold locking his limbs in place. The ice spread with a crackling hiss, encasing his muscles and joints in an unyielding grip. Desperation flashed in Vega's eyes as attempted a final, desperate kick aimed at Sera's legs, hoping to topple her. But Sera was ready. She sidestepped his kick with ease, and then used a hand to catch his leg mid-air, freezing it from the knee down. Vega cried out as the ice spread, his leg growing heavy and immobile. His balance faltered, and he crashed to the floor with a thud. He struggled to move, muscles straining against the unyielding frost, but it held him firmly in place. Sera stood over him with a cold expression. She watched as the fight drained out of him, his defiance giving way to resignation. "You should have cooperated," Sera said softly. "Now, this ends on my terms." Satisfied that Vega was no longer a threat, Sera knelt beside his now still form as she searched through his clothing. The coarse fabric of his tunic rustled as she rifled through the pockets, her expression focused and methodical. She found a few coins, a rusty dagger, and more importantly, a piece of folded parchment. Carefully, she unfolded the note and read its contents. "This is my last warning to you, Vega. I know what you've been trying to do behind my back, and if you keep it up, I'll have you killed myself. In other news, I'm going to be dealing with a beastkin shifter from the raid a few months ago. Keep an eye out for any intruders and make sure nobody sticks their noses where they don't belong. Vittorio." Sera folded the paper again and tucked it in her cloak. "Looks like Ermo's been captured, I should head down to that prison complex immediately." Satisfied with the information, Sera kept searching through every pocket and fold in Vega's clothing, just in case. Her persistence paid off when she found a small set of keys tucked inside his boot. This should make things easier. Chapter 30 Amaryllis. Sera took out the metal keys she had taken from Vega, their cold surfaces biting into her skin with every touch. The chill seeped into her fingertips, numbing them slightly as she worked. She shot a quick glance at the frozen guards nearby. Frost clung to their lashes and brows while the air around them was heavy with the remnants of their last breaths, hanging in a misty cloud that barely moved. "Doesn't look like I'll have anyone bothering me anytime soon." After a few tries, Sera selected the correct key, its jagged edges fitting perfectly into the worn lock. As she inserted it, she felt the mechanism resist for a moment before it yielded with a satisfying click. The heavy door groaned in protest as it swung open, the sound echoing through the otherwise silent corridor. Cold air rushed out to greet her, carrying with it the stale, oppressive scent of decay. Although, surprisingly, each cell was empty with not a single prisoner remaining. How odd, one would expect to find at least some individuals in such a place. Sera stepped forward, her boots making soft, deliberate sounds on the stone floor as she advanced down the corridor. The silence was oppressive, the emptiness unsettling, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Her eyes scanned the cells, searching for any sign of life, but there was nothing, just cold iron and shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly. As she neared the end of the corridor, a sudden burst of movement caught the edge of her vision. Sera's body tensed, her senses heightening as she instinctively turned, just in time to see Ermo running down the stairs. His breaths came in quick bursts as he reached her. "Boss, we need to run." "Slow down, tell me what's going on." "Boss, there's..." Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion tore through the air. The blast hurled them both to the ground, sending a jarring pain through their bodies. Dust and debris rained down around them, filling the corridor with a suffocating cloud of chaos. The acrid smell of smoke mingled with the scent of burning wood and stone, creating a thick, choking haze. Through the swirling fog, a monstrous silhouette took shape, slowly emerging from the billowing smoke. At first, it was just an ominous mass against the swirling grey. But as it drew closer, the form became more distinct, a towering beast composed entirely of writhing purple flames. The creature's massive frame thudded heavily against the ground as it landed, sending tremors through the floor. The beast's eyes burned through the haze, locking onto them with an intense, predatory focus. A sinister grin spread across its flaming maw, the edges of its mouth curling upward in a grotesque, mocking expression. It chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed ominously through the corridor. "Trying to run away? Pathetic." Ermo's legs trembled as he forced himself up. His chest heaved as he stared at the creature before them. Sera, however, remained unfazed. She rose beside him calmly, her gaze fixed steadily on the fiery beast. Her eyes narrowed slightly, not in fear, but in cold, calculating determination. "What in the world did you do to become like this?" The beast snorted, a violent expulsion of air that sent sparks flying in all directions. "I was once but a man named Vittorio, but now, I'm on the verge of becoming something so much more." For the next few seconds, Sera didn't say a word. She took the time to think, trying to gauge how much of Vittorio's words were actually meaningful. Unfortunately, it would appear that he's actually become closer to the legendary beast kings of old rather than just an ordinary shifter. Still, I can't let him notice any sort of fear in me. I'm not afraid of an abomination like you. And I'm not the one you should fear. Suddenly, Vittorio unleashed a guttural howl that ripped through the air with a primal, bone-chilling intensity. Immediately after, Ermo clutched his head as the howl invaded his mind. His muscles twitched under the strain of an invisible force. He fell to his knees, the stone beneath him cracking under the sudden pressure of his weight. His form started to shift and contort, bones audibly cracking as they realigned. His features twisted grotesquely, the pain etched deep into every line of his face as his muscles bulged unnaturally, the sinews beneath his skin straining as if trying to escape. Sera reflexively reached out and touched his throat, intending to use her frost magic to subdue the transformation before it could fully take hold. But the moment her fingers brushed his skin, she recoiled in shock. His flesh was searing hot, the intense heat radiating from him burning her fingertips almost instantly. The frost she tried to conjure evaporated before it could even begin to take hold. The air around Ermo seemed to draw inward, the atmosphere tightening with an almost tangible pressure. Then, with a violent surge, a burst of raw energy erupted from Ermo's body. The force of it was so intense that it seemed to warp the space around him, the shockwave radiating outward in a rippling wave. Sera was caught in the blast, and was hurled through the air like a rag doll before crashing against the floor with a sickening thud. The impact shattered her right arm and tore through part of her leg. The world spun around her, her vision narrowing to a tunnel of searing light and overwhelming agony. The sharp sting of pain radiating through Sera's body like shards of glass embedded in her body. "Not like this, no, I must stand." Then, from torn flesh and shattered bones, dark tendrils emerged. They were thick and sinuous, their surface slick with a glossy, almost oily sheen. The tendrils writhed and twisted, moving with a life of their own as they snaked outwards and searched for one another. Pale flesh reknit itself around the dark, pulsating cords, forming anew as if being sculpted by some unseen hand. Every fiber of her being screamed in protest, but Sera did not falter. Her jaw clenched tighter as she forced herself to endure the torment. When the tendrils completed their work and reformed her limbs, Sera pushed herself up, the freshly formed appendages tingling with a strange, electric sensation. This will have to do. Vittorio leaped to her side, his flaming form casting a hellish glow over everything. I certainly hope you weren't relying on your little beastkin friend in order to defeat me. Then, he unleashed a roar that pierced the air, a primal command that reverberated through the surroundings. Ermo responded instantly, charging towards Sera with terrifying speed. Sera tried to duck, but she was just a fraction too slow. Ermo's massive jaws descended with terrifying speed, snapping shut around her. The moment his sharp teeth pierced her body, a searing pain exploded through her body, hot and immediate. She gasped, her breath catching in her throat as the pain radiated outward from the points of impact. In an instant, she was lifted off the ground, body jerked violently upward as Ermo's powerful head twisted. The world around her spun in a chaotic blur, her vision a dizzying whirl of shadows and flickering light. The sharp jolt of the motion sent fresh waves of pain coursing through her, each twist and turn of Ermo's head intensifying the agony. Every nerve in her body screamed as she felt herself being dragged deeper into the darkness. The constricting walls of Ermo's throat closed in around her, the pulsating flesh pressing against her from all sides. Sera blinked a few times as she adjusted to her new surroundings. The damp, heavy air filled her lungs with a familiar, earthy scent. She found herself standing in the middle of a swamp she knew all too well. The ground was soft and spongy, covered in a thick layer of moss and decaying leaves. Tall, twisted trees rose up around her, their gnarled branches intertwining above to form a dense canopy that filtered the weak, grey light from the sky. I've been here before. The water beneath her feet was murky, a dark greenish-brown that obscured anything lurking below the surface. She could see the reflections of the trees and the occasional ripple as something unseen disturbed the water. Sera took a cautious step forward, her foot hovering just above the water's surface as a layer of ice spread out from where she stood, creating a path of frozen water beneath her feet. She walked slowly, each step deliberate, the ice cracking slightly with the weight of her passage but holding firm. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks. A sense of dread washed over her as she tried to pierce the thick fog that clung to the swamp like a shroud. She squinted, focusing on the shadowy figure partially obscured by the dense undergrowth. When the fog shifted slightly, the figure came into clearer view. It was Winter, still impaled on a series of black, gnarled roots that twisted around her like a macabre sculpture. The dark wood had pierced through her body at multiple points, anchoring her in place, yet she remained conscious, eyes sharp and unsettlingly aware. Winter's lips curled into a smirk, a chilling expression that contrasted starkly with her dire situation. The smirk was not one of pain or fear, but that of amusement and defiance, as if even in this state, she held some secret power. This was despite the fact that her skin was marred by the dark blood that oozed slowly from her wounds. Sera approached cautiously. How are you even still alive? Winter shook her head and chuckled. Alive? It's impossible to kill someone who is already dead. Sera's brows furrowed as she looked around, taking in the desolate surroundings. The absence of the usual threats made the swamp feel even more ominous. Why are all the abominations gone? Do you even know where this place truly is? How would I know? You didn't tell me when I asked you before. Winter chuckled again. It's good that you remember your previous time here. It means that you are ready to know the whole truth. What are you talking about? Calm down, Sera, and think. Sera clutched her head as a sharp pain shot through her skull. I remember everything. You tried to warn me, and then you were impaled on those roots. Don't worry, because of your near-death, you managed to enter this place without going through the spirit tree. At least for the near future, we're safe from its influence. Winter said. How is that even possible? Each and every Elder Dryad is connected to the spirit tree. Because this place is the Long Death. It was originally a void where the spirit tree threw away everything it deemed unworthy. But I survived, and hopefully, you will never have to stay here for as long as I did. Sera sighed, pausing for a moment to gather her thoughts before looking directly at Winter. Was it truly the spirit tree that killed you? Without a moment's hesitation, Winter answered, yes. The simple word hung in the air, heavy with implication. Sera felt a shiver run down her spine, the weight of the revelation settling over her. How much more has the spirit tree hidden from me? Tell me, why did the spirit tree try to kill you and hide the truth from me? Because the spirit tree is afraid of our potential and what we could become. Could you elaborate? I'll answer your question with a question of my own. Do you know what the spirit tree actually is? It's the origin of all life, is it not? The source, the ultimate truth. An expected answer, and not entirely incorrect, but there is more that you need to know. Winter extended a hand toward Sera, her fingers like frost-kissed porcelain. Would you mind holding my hand? Sera raised an eyebrow as she considered the figure before her. The air between them felt charged, like the tense calm before a storm, each second stretching longer as she weighed her options. I suppose it's worth putting my trust in her, at least for now. Finally, she extended her hand and clasped Winter's outstretched fingers. The moment their hands connected, Winter's body emitted a soft light that constantly pulsed with chilling energy. The black roots that had cruelly impaled Winter started to retreat, slowly at first, then with growing speed, inch by inch slithering back into the earth from which they had emerged. The movement was almost hypnotic, the roots unwinding from Winter's body as if releasing her from a twisted curse. As the roots withdrew, the wounds they had left behind healed rapidly. The gashes that marred Winter's pale skin were soon covered by delicate layers of ice. Gradually, the ice crystals started to melt, the frost turning into droplets that slid down her skin, leaving it smooth and unblemished. The once impaled Dryad now stood before Sera as pristine as freshly fallen snow, her body whole and untouched by the horrors it had just endured. Winter released Sera's hand, the chill lingering for just a moment longer before it too dissipated. Thank you for that. Sera tilted her head. To be completely honest, I'm not sure what I did to you. Winter shrugged and turned around. I just borrowed a bit of your strength, that's all. Interesting, I wasn't aware that energy vampirism is an ability that us Dryads could use. Once you've had your second reawakening, you'll be able to do it too. But enough talk, there is a place we need to be. Sera followed Winter through the swamp, until they reached a pond with water so clear it seemed otherworldly. The surface was smooth and reflective, like a perfect mirror framed by moss-covered rocks. Look into the water, Winter instructed. Remember what you see, so that you will know what must be done in the future. Sera knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the soft ripples. She peered into its depths, the clear water drawing her in. The surface shimmered, distorting her features briefly before settling into clarity. As she gazed deeper, images formed, sharp and vivid, as if she were watching memories etched into reality itself. In the beginning of all creation, Winter began, there were only two entities, Zorian and Sera. They were primordial forces, embodiments of light and dark, locked in an eternal struggle. Their clashes were so intense that they birthed the heavens and the underworld. Sera's eyes widened as the pond revealed the colossal figures of Zorian and Sera. Zorian radiated brilliant light, his form pulsating with celestial energy, while Sera was a shadowy behemoth, her darkness deep and consuming. Their titanic battles forged brilliant stars and yawning voids. The heavens glowed with ethereal light, while the underworld seethed with dark, turbulent energy. Eventually, the heavens became populated by angels, beings of pure light. The underworld, in stark contrast, was filled with demons, creatures born of shadow. To govern these realms, Zorian created gods and goddesses to serve the heavens. Meanwhile, Sera fashioned demon lords to rule the underworld. Their constant fighting gave birth to the material world. The heavens and the underworld's clashes created a new plane of existence, a world teeming with potential and life. Naturally, Zorian and Sera decided to make this world their plaything as well, creating all manner of animals, plants, and mortal races to inhabit it. The pond's surface shimmered, revealing a vibrant world taking shape. Lush forests sprouted, their canopies reaching toward the heavens. Towering mountains rose majestically, their peaks piercing the sky. Vast oceans formed, their waters teeming with life. Animals of all shapes and sizes roamed the land, from the tiniest insects to the grandest beasts. Zorian created humans, elves, and dwarves, while Sera brought forth the beastkin and dark elves. For the longest time, Winter continued, Zorian and Sera were equally matched. Their battles raged across the heavens and the underworld, each side gaining and losing ground in an endless cycle of conflict. But one day, with the help of one of the gods he created, Zorian managed to mortally wound Sera in one of their conflicts. The water revealed the climactic battle, Zorian striking a decisive blow with the aid of a formidable god, whose presence radiated sheer power. Sera's form shuddered, her dark energy wavering as her strength ebbed away. But before Sera met her final demise, she expended the remnants of her formidable strength on two final acts. The first was a plague, born from her all-consuming malice, which obliterated every last god and goddess in existence and forced Zorian to go into hiding indefinitely. The second, more enduring act, was the creation of her legacy, the spirit tree. Sera watched intently as Isera poured the last remnants of her essence into the earth. As the shimmering energy seeped into the soil, the ground trembled. A small sprout broke through the surface, unfurling rapidly as if time itself had been accelerated. The sprout quickly grew, its roots burrowing deep into the earth with a quiet determination, anchoring themselves firmly in the fertile soil. The trunk thickened and expanded, twisting and turning as it stretched upward, reaching for the heavens with an almost desperate yearning. And as the tree continued to grow, silvery leaves sprouted from its branches. Sera turned to Winter with a contemplative expression as she processed the scene before her. Is there a reason why Isera wants the Elder Dryads to die after they have served their purpose? Winter's lips curved into a slight smile. What do you think the purpose of an Elder Dryad is? An Elder Dryad's duty is to serve the spirit tree and nurture it, as well as the dungeons connected to it. That's only half of the story. After spending far too long in this wretched swamp, I've come to the conclusion that the true role of an Elder Dryad is to become a vessel for Isera's rebirth. If that's true, I still don't understand why the spirit tree would kill Elder Dryads if that's the case. Sera said. Winter's expression grew more somber. Isera desires a pliant vessel, one that is powerful yet unaware of their true circumstances. Every Elder Dryad that came before you, including myself, eventually came to realize our true purpose. Once we understood, we became a threat to the spirit tree's control, hence why we were eliminated. Sera stepped away from the pond, turning to Winter, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Will I die permanently now that you've told me this? Winter's expression softened. The spirit tree shouldn't know that you are aware of the truth, at least for now. But you must be careful in the future, especially when you merge with the spirit tree. Clear your mind and never think of what you now know. Sera tilted her head, skepticism evident in her gaze. Will that really work, or will it just delay the inevitable? It's the latter. However, even if the spirit tree becomes aware that you know the truth, it is unlikely to kill you anytime soon. It is too weak and dependent on you. If that's the case, what can I do to ensure my survival? Unfortunately, you must continue growing the spirit tree for now to gain more power. And perhaps, once you are strong enough, you can try to ascend to divinity yourself in order to challenge the spirit tree. Divinity? How would I even begin going about doing that? For now, just continue to grow stronger. We shall speak again when you are ready. But will I not just die the same way you did, or like the other Elder Dryads before me? No, because unlike me and the other Elder Dryads, you discovered the truth early. You are the exception to the rule. Sera pondered for a moment before asking, could the other Elder Dryads talk to their predecessors? Winter laughed, a sound like brittle ice cracking. I've only spoken to the other Elder Dryads in the swamp, meaning, after their death. None of them could speak to me during their lifetimes. Can I at least meet the other Elder Dryads? Sera asked. Winter's expression grew serious, the jovial light in her eyes dimming. The air around her seemed to still, as if the entire swamp was holding its breath. You still have more important things to do, Sera, it's time for you to leave. Sera's gaze wandered, taking in the swamp around her. She noticed the edges of the swamp fading into an inky void, the familiar landscape dissolving into an abyss that pulsed with an unspoken warning. It appears my time here is limited after all. A sigh escaped Sera's lips, a soft exhalation that barely disturbed the heavy air. How can I leave the swamp now that there's no portal for me to use? Winter's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light, a fleeting smile playing at the corners of her lips. That is quite simple, really. All you must do is utter my name. You mean your true name, correct? Precisely, speaking it will grant you a measure of my strength, if only temporarily. Winter stepped into the pond, the water rippling around her feet with a soft, melodic lapping. She moved gracefully, each step barely disturbing the glassy surface. As she reached the center, she turned to face Sera with serene determination. Slowly, Winter clasped her hands together, the gesture deliberate and ritualistic. The air around her seemed to grow colder, the temperature dropping as an aura of frost emanated from her. My name is Amaryllis, she declared, her voice ringing with authority. Herald of Winter and First of the Dryads. Chapter 31 Ice Queen. Power surged through Sera, electrifying her senses with an intensity that made her gasp. The raw energy crackled within her, filling every fiber of her being with an overwhelming force. As the essence of winter, no, Amaryllis, coursed through her veins, she felt a profound transformation taking hold. Her fingers tingled as the sensation spread, first through her hands and then racing up her arms, seeping into her very core. I feel invincible. The oppressive heat of Ermosma was quickly replaced by a frigid cold that radiated from deep within Sera's soul. The chill spread outward, driving away the clinging warmth, as if the very essence of winter was asserting its dominance over the infernal heat. Sera could feel her body shifting, adapting to accommodate the power now flowing through her. Ice antlers sprouted from her forehead, their crystalline structure twisting and curling into a dazzling display of glimmering frost. The weight of them was unfamiliar, yet they felt right, as if they had always been a part of her. Her usual black dress shimmered, the fabric rippling as it morphed into something entirely new. The dark material transformed into a pristine white, each fold and crease sparkling like fresh snow under the soft glow of moonlight. It was a dress fit for a queen of winter, resplendent and untouchable. Around her, a blizzard began to swirl, the icy wind whipping through the air with a ferocity that matched the power coursing through her. Countless snowflakes manifested and gathered around her, forming a protective cocoon that both shielded and exalted her. It's time. Sera forced herself out of Ermosma, moving with newfound strength. The beastkin's massive form froze over almost instantly, the fire that had once fueled him now extinguished by the relentless cold. His body stiffened, the flames flickering and dying as his flesh turned to solid ice. Sera stepped out of the frozen maw, her new form radiating an aura of icy authority that seemed to command the very elements around her. Her breath was visible in the frigid air as she dusted off her dress, sending a flurry of snowflakes cascading to the ground. Vittorio staggered back, eyes wide with shock. Impossible, how are you alive? Sera's gaze locked onto him. The power surging through her amplified her voice, distorting it into something both resonant and eerie. The answer to that question shouldn't be your concern at this moment. Vittorio's form crackled ominously as purple flames erupted around him. With a guttural roar, he launched himself toward her with a wide-open maw. Sera remained perfectly still, not flinching in the slightest as Vittorio closed the distance. Despite only having this sort of power for the first time, she knew exactly how to use her abilities. It's a familiar feeling, just like when I played chess with Zoha. With nothing more than a thought, she summoned a gargantuan icicle from the earth beneath them. The frozen spear shot upward and pierced through Vittorio's flaming body with a sickening crunch, the sheer force of it driving him upward and pinning him to the prison ceiling. Vittorio writhed against the icy spear, his once powerful flames flickering wildly as he struggled in vain to break free. The purple fire that had once been so fierce now looked feeble, the cold of the ice sapping its strength with each passing moment. His eyes now reflected a growing desperation as he thrashed against the unyielding ice. Sera watched his futile struggles with an expression of cold detachment, her gaze as unfeeling as the ice that held him captive. There was no pity in her eyes, not even the slightest sympathy. How utterly pathetic! Vittorio's eyes blazed with unbridled fury, the flames within them flaring as he thrashed against his icy restraints. His fire roared to life, desperately attempting to melt the ice that held him captive, but the ice remained resolute, unyielding in the face of his frantic efforts. Each pulse of heat was met with an unforgiving cold, the frozen prison absorbing his flames without so much as a crack. "Release me," he bellowed, his voice filled with rage and desperation. Sera stepped closer, her presence emanating an almost palpable chill that seemed to suck the warmth from the very air. The cold radiated from her like an aura, the temperature plummeting as she approached. She stopped just short of him, her gaze as icy as the frozen spires around them. "No," she replied, her voice flat and unwavering, carrying the weight of finality. With a mere clench of her fist, Sera commanded the gargantuan icicle piercing through Vittorio to shatter. The sound was deafening, a thunderous crack that echoed through the chamber as the ice exploded into a storm of jagged shards. Vittorio was torn free from the ceiling, plummeting to the ground below. Before he could fully gather his bearings, Sera raised her hand and splayed her fingers splayed wide. The ground beneath Vittorio shuddered before a massive, black hand, encased in jagged ice armor, burst forth from the earth. The hand moved with terrifying speed, wrapping its fingers around Vittorio's body. Sera's eyes glinted with cold determination as she slowly clenched her hand into a fist. The black hand mirrored her action, tightening its grip around him with relentless force. Vittorio gasped, the pressure constricting his upper body, squeezing the breath from his lungs. With a swift flick of her wrist, Sera released her hold. The black hand shattered into countless shards of ice, each one razor-sharp as it splintered into Vittorio's flesh. The icy daggers embedded themselves deep, puncturing his skin and drawing fresh rivulets of blood that seeped from the myriad of wounds. Vittorio cried out as he slumped to the ground, strength draining away with each passing second. Sera walked towards him with her very presence causing the air to grow even colder. Frost had now completely encased the ground, creeping forward towards Vittorio's prone form as if seeking to claim him for the cold. Soon, she came to a stop directly in front of his head and looked down. "I know you've still got some fight left in you, get up." Vittorio's body trembled as he tried to comply. He managed to lift himself slightly before collapsing again, the strength leaving his body. Sera scoffed, lips curling into a bitter smile. "If that's how it's going to be, I'll help you rest for good." Raising her hand once more, Sera summoned another icicle from the ground. It shot up with deadly precision, piercing through Vittorio and pinning him to the ceiling. Soon, the flames around him flickered and died as his form reverted to its human state. With Vittorio dead, Sera let out a slow breath, her icy gaze shifting away from his lifeless form. The frigid air around her softened slightly as she turned her attention to Ermo, whose frozen form remained locked in a painful grimace. "I should go and restore him now." But when she approached Ermo, a voice called out from behind her. "What do you think you're doing?" Sera spun around, eyes wide in surprise. Standing before her was Amaryllis. The ethereal figure shimmered slightly, her presence almost surreal. Sera blinked a few times, trying to ascertain if she was hallucinating. "Amaryllis? What are you doing here?" The Winter Dryad shook her head slowly. "Relax, I am but a temporary illusion, here only because of the power I lent you. Soon, I will fade away as will the temporary strength you have gained." Sera nodded, accepting the explanation. "Then why are you here? What is it you want to tell me?" Amaryllis stepped closer. "I am here to prevent you from doing something stupid." "Care to elaborate?" "Like wasting your energy and time on allies. You are immortal. Allies come and go, but your power will always be with you. Relying on others will only lead to disappointment. That's a cynical view. Allies are important, even to the strongest individuals. No one can face everything alone, thinking as much is merely hubris." Sera retorted. "Hubris? Though you've been bestowed with great knowledge since your creation, there is still much that you do not know. Do not taint yourself with weakness, not while you're striving for divinity. With all due respect, it sounds like you're giving me this advice less from a place of good reasoning and more due to a prior bad experience you had." Amaryllis's icy gaze lingered on Sera, the silence between them heavy and frigid. Then, ever so slightly, the corners of her lips tightened, and she shook her head slowly. The sound of her exhale filled the space, a cloud of frost escaping her lips, curling and dissipating like a breath in the dead of winter. "You have no idea." Sera's gaze drifted to Ermo, his form encased in a thick layer of frost, every strand of fur crystallized in a sheen of white. The ice clung to him, tracing the curves of his body, making him appear more like a statue. She then turned back to Amaryllis. "Listen, I'm not going to die for him, but I'll certainly try to keep those who work for me in a reasonable condition." Amaryllis scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "You're being too idealistic. Why are you so intent on lecturing me about going at things alone?" "Because, you and I are transcendent beings. We control magic unlike any other entity in this world. Depending on others will only hinder your true growth." Sera's gaze was unwavering as she replied, "True strength lies in understanding the value of making use of enemies and allies alike. There's nothing wrong with making things easier where possible." Amaryllis chuckled, lips curving into a smile that never reached her eyes. "I've said enough," she murmured, the words slipping out like the last breath of a dying wind. "When you finally have an empire of your own, and your strength has ascended to divinity, that is when you will know I was always right." Sera blinked, and in that brief moment, Amaryllis vanished, leaving behind only the cold space where she had stood. The chill that had clung to the air, started to dissipate as if it had been drawn away with the Winter Dryad's departure. The icy antlers atop Sera's head had begun to melt, each crystalline tip dissolving into droplets that traced winding paths down her face and neck. Her pristine white dress had dulled and darkened, the fabric shifting back into its familiar, inky black. She knew she had little time left before Amaryllis's lingering magic dissipated completely. "I should check on Ermo before the last of her power leaves me." Sera's gaze snapped to Ermo, whose form lay eerily still. She rushed to his side, dropping to her knees with a grace that belied her worry. Her hands hovered above his chest before she gently pressed them against him. The deep cold that had seeped into his body met her palms, numbing her fingers and sending a sharp ache through her senses. Sera closed her eyes for a brief moment, focusing inward, seeking the faintest signs of life within Ermo. There, under the layers of frost, she sensed it, a faint, struggling heartbeat. It was weak, like a flickering candle on the verge of being snuffed out, but it was there. Good, I didn't expect a beastkin shifter to go out that easily. When Sera opened her eyes, she drew on her own magic, feeling its familiar warmth pulse through her. The frost that clung to Ermo's fur slowly melted, tiny rivulets forming as the ice relinquished its hold. She watched as the cold, brittle layer cracked and splintered, breaking apart in fragmented pieces that tumbled away to reveal the natural color of his fur beneath. When the last of the frost dissolved, Sera pressed her hand more firmly against Ermo's chest, feeling the faint, rhythmic beat of his heart beneath her palm. The skin under her touch was cold, lifeless, but she refused to let it stay that way. A warm, greenish light began to blossom from her hands, spreading slowly but steadily into Ermo's chest. The light pulsed gently, its glow soft and nurturing, like the first rays of sunlight breaking through the heavy clouds after a long winter. Sera channeled it with care, guiding the energy with precision. As the light enveloped Ermo, his body responded to its touch. The greenish glow seemed to seep into his very being, and slowly, the massive limbs that had been warped by his transformation shrunk and receded as his form reverted to its original state. The harsh, bestial features that had overtaken his visage smoothed out, gradually turning back into the familiar contours of his beastkin self. Sera leaned in closer, her eyes never leaving Ermo's face as she watched the transformation take place. His eyes slowly blinked open, their hazy, unfocused gaze slowly sharpening until they settled on her face. Recognition flickered in his eyes, followed by a deep, weary breath as his body adjusted to movement once more. "Boss. I feel like I've been hit by a boulder. What happened?" Sera slid her hands to support his back, helping him sit up. "You transformed and lost control. There was a battle, and you were frozen. I thought you out and healed you as best as I could." Ermo's gaze drifted around the room, taking in the remnants of the battle, the shattered ice, the lingering traces of magic, and the still form of Vittorio pinned to the ceiling. "Is that Vito?" Sera's eyes followed his to Vittorio's lifeless body. "He's dead, I killed him." Ermo nodded slowly, his mind still reeling as he processed everything that had transpired. The weight of it all settled heavily on his shoulders. Thanks, boss." Sera nodded in return, her tone distant but cordial. "It's fine, I did only what I had to do." Chapter 32 Arcana. Adventurers Guild, Capital Branch. Haziel drew stairs as she pushed open the heavy oak doors to the Adventurers Guild. The hall inside was vast and bustling, a hive of activity that momentarily stilled at her entrance. The more Haziel walked inside, the murmur of conversations faded to hushed whispers. Adventurers turned in their seats, their eyes widening at the sight of her. Some whispered to their companions, casting furtive glances in her direction. Others averted their gazes entirely. A panicked elf girl hurriedly rushed over from the front desk. Her eyes were wide with anxiety as she approached the Inquisitor. "Welcome, Inquisitor Haziel," the elf girl stammered, bowing slightly as she reached her. "How can we assist you today?" Haziel's stern gaze locked onto the elf girl, who fidgeted nervously under the weight of her stare. "I need to see the records of the latest dungeons registered within the last 3 months." The elf girl stuttered, eyes darting around the room as if seeking help. But those documents are confidential, Inquisitor. Only authorized personnel can." Haziel's eyes narrowed, cutting the girl off mid-sentence. "If you refuse to cooperate, I will arrest you for treason. Do you understand?" "Why yes, Inquisitor. Please follow me." She fumbled with a set of keys at her waist, her fingers shaking as she tried to find the right one. Eventually, she unlocked a door behind the front desk and pushed it open. Haziel followed the elf girl down a narrow, dimly lit stairway. The air grew cooler as they descended, the sound of their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. At the bottom of the stairs, they entered a large archive room filled with shelves that stretched from floor to ceiling, each one crammed with ledgers, scrolls, and documents. The elf girl led Haziel to a table in the center of the room, her movements hurried and frantic. "These are the archives, I'll show you the relevant records." She scrambled to a nearby shelf, pulling out a thick ledger with both hands before placing it on a nearby table, the heavy book landing with a thud. "This ledger contains all the dungeon registrations for the past 3 months, the elf girl continued, her voice still shaking. It's... Haziel cut her off with a dismissive wave. Leave. Your services are no longer needed. The elf girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded quickly and scurried out of the room, closing the door behind her. Haziel watched her go, ensuring she was truly alone before turning her attention to the ledger. She opened the thick book, the leather cover creaking slightly. The pages were filled with neat, precise entries, each one detailing the location, difficulty, and contents of newly discovered dungeons. Haziel's eyes scanned the records, searching for any anomalies. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The records appeared thorough and accurate, listing various dungeons with their respective dates and explorers. However, as she flipped through the pages, a faint sensation tingled at her fingertips. Haziel paused, her eyes narrowing as she concentrated. She could sense the faintest traces of magic lingering on the pages. She turned the pages slowly, her senses attuned to the subtle magical residue. It was scattered and random, with no discernible pattern. Some entries felt perfectly normal, while others carried a faint, almost imperceptible aura. The inconsistency frustrated Haziel, making it impossible to determine which records might have been tampered with. After several more minutes of fruitless searching, Haziel sighed in frustration. She closed the ledger with a decisive snap and returned it to its original spot on the shelf. The faint traces of magic had left her with more questions than answers. I still need more information. She made her way back up the narrow stairway, the air growing warmer as she ascended. The hustle and bustle of the guild hall greeted her once more as she emerged from the archives. Adventurers glanced at her with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, their conversations hushed as she passed by. Haziel approached the guild receptionist desk, where the elf girl from earlier was busy organizing paperwork. The girl looked up, her eyes widening in surprise as she saw Haziel again. Inquisitor Haziel, is there something else you need? Is the guild master available? Haziel asked, her tone sharp and direct. The elf girl hesitated, glancing nervously towards a door at the back of the hall. Sorry, but the guild master hasn't returned here since the war began, she said, her voice uncertain. Haziel sighed. Very well, she said, turning away. Thank you for your time. Haziel stopped in front of the Capitol Concert Hall. The towering columns and intricate stonework exuded an air of elegance and history. She reached into her pocket, retrieving a finely crafted pocket watch. The gold casing gleamed in the afternoon sun as she flipped it open, revealing the delicate hands pointing to 3:47 p.m. As she stood there, several guards approached. However, upon noticing her inquisitor's uniform, their expressions quickly shifted. They bowed their heads respectfully and stepped aside as they recognized her authority. She quickly went inside and made a beeline towards an empty auditorium. The stage was bathed in soft light, and her gaze immediately fell upon Dante. He stood at the center, his posture relaxed yet focused, the violin nestled under his chin. A woman played the piano beside him, fingers dancing over the keys with practiced ease. Soon, the woman glanced up and noticed Haziel standing in the shadows of the auditorium. Her fingers faltered on the keys, a look of panic flashing across her face. Dante, she whispered urgently. There's an inquisitor here. Dante opened his eyes and paused his bow mid-stroke. The soft, melodic sound from his violin ceased as he turned his head slightly towards Haziel. A calm smile spread across his face. Elise, I think you should take a break while I treat our new guest. Elise nodded, though her expression remained uneasy. Her hands trembled as she quickly gathered her sheet music, each page rustling softly in the otherwise silent room. Thank you, Dante. She cast a nervous glance at Haziel as she passed before disappearing through a side door. Dante set his violin and bowed down gently on a nearby stand, ensuring they were perfectly balanced. He descended the stairs from the stage unheard despite the unexpected interruption. When he reached the bottom, he approached Haziel with a charming smile that barely reached his eyes. Haziel, to what do I owe the pleasure? Haziel crossed her arms and scoffed. Save the pleasantries. Do you know anything interesting in relation to dungeons as of late? Dante's smile faded slightly, replaced by a look of mild confusion. He tilted his head, brows knitting together in a subtle frown. Dungeons. I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. My focus has been entirely on my music. He gestured vaguely towards the stage, where his violin was waiting. Could you perhaps let me continue my practice? There will be no show until I'm done questioning you, Haziel said sharply. Dante chuckled lightly, though there was no humor in it. Well, if this isn't a performance, then I'm in trouble. My acting skills are terrible. Haziel's eyes narrowed as she reached into her leather satchel, the worn material creaking softly. She produced a thick stack of documents, bound together with a fraying ribbon. She handed them over to Dante, her movements precise and deliberate. "Read this," she instructed, her voice low but firm. Dante hesitated, glancing at the bundle in his hands. "What is this for?" "Just read it." With a resigned sigh, Dante untied the ribbon and skimmed through the pages. As his eyes scanned the lines of text, his expression shifted from confusion to concern, then to a deepening dread. The documents detailed a chilling pattern: every time Dante performed, someone in the vicinity disappeared. Witness testimonies, timelines, and ominous red marks indicating the missing persons peppered the pages. Regardless, Dante tried to play it off. "These are just coincidences. I have nothing to do with these disappearances. The Inquisition has been keeping a close eye on you. Your performances and these vanishings are too closely aligned. Someone always goes missing whenever you play. I don't know anything about this, and what does this have to do with you trying to ask me for information regarding dungeons? Please cut the bullshit. Every noble and major merchant in the capital knows who you are, and I'm confident you would at least know something useful for my investigation. But, should you refuse to cooperate, I'll drag you to the inquisitorial headquarters and have you questioned for those disappearances." Dante's shoulders slumped, and he let out a long, defeated sigh. He looked around the room, his eyes landing on the stage, his beloved violin, and finally back to Haziel. "Fine. But let's not talk here." Haziel's eyes remained cold, unyielding. "Don't try anything stupid," she warned, her hand subtly resting near the hilt of the dagger strapped to her waist. Her voice was laced with an edge that brooked no argument. Dante shook his head, hands raised in a gesture of surrender. "I'm not trying anything. We can talk in my private room. It's just down the hall." Haziel's eyes flicked over Dante with a sharp, appraising glint, lingering just long enough to make him uneasy. After what felt like an eternity, she gave a brisk nod. "Lead the way. But remember, any sudden moves, and this conversation will end very differently." Dante returned her nod, though the tightness in his throat betrayed his nerves. He turned and started walking, the sound of his footsteps barely audible over the low hum of activity from the main stage. Haziel followed closely, moving like a shadow at his back. They wound through the backstage corridors until they reached the end of a particularly long hallway. Dante's steps slowed when he neared his private room. He paused, hovering a hand over the brass door handle, fingertips brushing the cool metal as if hesitating to fully commit. "Go on. Open it," Haziel said. Dante inhaled deeply, the breath catching slightly as he tried to steady his nerves. With a resolve that felt almost forced, he pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit, the only light coming from a few flickering candles and the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains. A grand oak desk dominated one corner, cluttered with scattered sheet music, quills, and the remnants of half-finished compositions. The rich scent of aged paper hung in the air, mingling with the faint smell of whiskey. "Make yourself comfortable," Dante offered, though his voice carried a slight tremor. He headed towards a polished mahogany cabinet where he reached for a crystal decanter filled with whiskey, the amber liquid catching the dim light as he poured himself a generous measure. The scent of the liquor was sharp, filling the air as he raised the glass to his lips. He took a sip, the warmth spreading through his chest, but it did little to quell the anxiety tightening his stomach. "Let's get to the point," Haziel said. "I need information. Tell me any information you have regarding dungeons behaving oddly as of late, or at the very least, point me to someone who does know." Dante took another sip of his whiskey, trying to buy himself a moment to think. He met her gaze, forcing a look of sincerity onto his face. "I've told you already, I don't know anything about dungeons. I'm just a musician. I play my violin, and that's all." Haziel leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. "And yet, every time you perform, someone goes missing. How do you explain that?" "It's a coincidence," Dante insisted. "People go missing all the time. It has nothing to do with me." Haziel's expression hardened, and she let out a slow, controlled breath. "You're lying, Dante. The evidence is too consistent to be a mere coincidence. Who are you working with? And do they have any ties to the dungeons?" "I swear, I'm not working with anyone," Dante said, shaking his head vehemently. "I don't know anything about it. I just play my music. That's all I've ever done." Haziel's eyes bored into him, unrelenting. You expect me to believe that? Dante felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. I don't know what else to tell you. Maybe someone is trying to frame me. I've made no enemies, but someone out there could be targeting me for some reason I don't understand. Haziel sighed, a sound filled with a mix of frustration and disappointment. She rose from her chair, her hand moving to the hilt of her rapier. You're a terrible liar. Before he could react, Haziel drew her rapier and plunged the blade through Dante's chest. His eyes widened as searing pain flooded his gaze. The whiskey glass slipped from his fingers, shattering against the hardwood floor, amber liquid pooling around the shards. Haziel's grip tightened as she withdrew her rapier, the blade slick with an unexpected shade of purple blood. Her brow furrowed in surprise, the unfamiliar hue momentarily arresting her. She reached for a cloth from her belt, methodically wiping the blade clean. No, it can't be. Turning back to Dante, Haziel's eyes widened in disbelief. He was already on his feet, calmly brushing the dust from his sleeves. Haziel's gaze hardened. She channeled her will into her rapier, summoning tendrils of lightning that crackled and danced along its blade. The red arcs cast eerie, flickering shadows across the room, bathing everything in a spectral glow. Demon! She hissed, her voice low and venomous. Dante responded with a slow, mocking smirk. He reached into his pocket with an almost lazy motion, extracting a card. He held it between two fingers, ensuring Haziel had a clear view. The card was exquisitely detailed, the intricate design depicting a figure hanging upside down, bound by one foot to a twisted tree. The number 12 was etched at the top, and beneath it, in elegant script, were the words, The Hanged Man. Chapter 33 Great Delusion. The intense red of Haziel's irises glinted as she channeled her energy. Her rapier thrummed in her grip, the vibrations resonating up her arm with barely contained power as scarlet lightning streaked along its edge. Her muscles coiled and released in a fluid motion as she drove the rapier through Dante's stomach. The blade sank deep, and for a heartbeat, everything was still. Dante's eyes flew wide open, shock and pain forcing his mouth open. His pristine suit blossomed with crimson as blood sprayed from the wound, soaking the fabric and splattering onto the ground. Dante's breath hitched in his throat. He coughed violently, a mouthful of blood spewing forth and splattering on the stone floor. His knees gave way under the force of the blow, and he crumpled as strength drained from his body. For a moment, Haziel's gaze was fixed on Dante as she gripped the rapier tighter. She watched, almost detached, as the demon's face contorted in agony. Then, in an instant, everything changed. Dante's body shimmered, the image wavering like a mirage before vanishing entirely. Haziel's eyes widened, disbelief flooding her senses as the weight of the rapier felt suddenly hollow in her hand. She spun around, the air thick with tension, just in time to see Dante materialize behind her. He was still standing, completely unscathed. Missed me already? Dante reached into his pocket slowly, pulling out a card that glowed with a vivid, ominous red. The light from the card bathed his hand and face in an eerie glow, enhancing the menace in his eyes. Let's see how you handle this. With a flick of his wrist, Dante sent the card hurtling through the air toward Haziel. The Inquisitor barely had time to react before the card exploded in a blinding flash of light and searing heat. The explosion's force hit her so hard that she was sent stumbling backward. As the smoke and debris cleared, the shimmering outline of ethereal wings unfolded from Haziel's back. Each feather glowed with an otherworldly luminescence, the delicate barbs catching the light in a mesmerizing dance. The wings had absorbed the brunt of the explosion, shielding her from harm. Haziel took a deep breath, feeling the comforting weight of her wings before she dispersed them. The light faded, the feathers dissolving into the air like mist in the morning sun. She regained her composure, eyes locking onto Dante. How did you survive that? Dante's let out an amused chuckle. Oh, I was just lucky. Care to try again? Haziel's grip tightened on her rapier as she drove the blade into the ground. The steel met the stone with a resounding crash, and a trail of lightning surged from the point of impact. The electric tendrils crackled and sparked, racing along the ground toward Dante. The moment the lightning reached him, it surged up his body and enveloped him in a blinding aura of light and energy. Dante's screams echoed through the chamber, his body convulsing violently as the electricity coursed through him. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air, mingling with the smoke that rose from his now charred form. Haziel watched as the last sparks of lightning dissipated. She approached his body with slow steps, heart pounding in her chest. Yet, when she reached out to examine the remains, Dante's form shimmered once more. Before she could touch him, he was sucked into the floor, disappearing from sight. The stone beneath her feet rippled like water, then solidified, leaving no trace of his presence. Haziel desperately looked around the room, taking in every detail with heightened awareness. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat echoing like a war drum in her ears. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted behind her. The blast wave hit her like a battering ram, lifting her off her feet and hurling her forward. She hit the ground hard, the impact driving the air from her lungs. Pain lanced through her back, as if countless needles had pierced her skin. Despite still being dazed, Haziel managed to push herself up. Her vision blurred for a moment before sharpening as she forced herself to focus. She turned to see Dante standing there with a triumphant look plastered across his face. "Impressive," he drawled, voice dripping with sarcasm. "But not quite good enough." Haziel gritted her teeth, the pain in her back throbbing with each breath. She forced herself to stand, willing her wings to flicker back into existence. "You won't get away with this." Dante laughed. "My dear Inquisitor, I believe we're just getting started." But suddenly, the door to the room burst open, wood splintering as a handful of staffers rushed in. "Is everyone all right?" one of them called out, stepping forward cautiously. Immediately, Haziel's eyes flared with a malevolent intensity. She extended her hand, fingers crackling with red lightning that danced across her skin. Several bolts lanced through the air, their red hue staining the room in a crimson glow, and struck the staffers directly. Their screams were brief, cut off abruptly as their bodies convulsed and crumpled to the ground, lifeless and smoking. Dante's laugh was a low, dark chuckle. "You know, it's usually demons who kill innocent people." Haziel's gaze snapped to him as she opened her mouth to retort. That was, until a sharp, searing pain tore through her skull, forcing her to clutch her head with a wince. The agony was blinding, a white-hot spike that momentarily blurred her vision. Seizing the opportunity, Dante flicked his wrist, sending a flurry of enchanted cards hurtling toward her. Each card ignited on impact, explosions rocking the room and enveloping Haziel in a storm of fire and smoke. The force of the blasts sent shards of debris flying, the heat scorching the walls. When the smoke finally cleared, Haziel stood amidst the wreckage. Blood seeped from numerous wounds, staining her clothes and dripping onto the floor. Yet, her face was twisted with an even more intense rage as arcs of red lightning danced around her like a storm. "Amaryllis, I'll kill you myself!" Haziel screamed. Dante's smirk faltered, a flicker of unease crossing his features as he saw the intensity of her fury. "Amaryllis? Look, I don't know who you think I am, but you've got the wrong person. Whatever or whoever you're angry about, it's not me." But Haziel was beyond reason. "I won't forgive you for everything you did." She lunged at Dante and drove her rapier into his chest. The blade pierced through his flesh with a sickening crunch, the force of the impact pinning him to the ground. His eyes widened in shock and pain as a purple stain blossomed across his chest. Above them, the sound of rolling thunder built to a deafening crescendo, each rumble vibrating through the walls and floor. Haziel's eyes burned with a fierce intensity as she raised her hand upward. In a split second, a massive pillar of lightning crackled to life, its electric red tendrils writhing and twisting as it descended from the sky and shattered the ceiling. The bolt struck with unrelenting force, enveloping both of them in a blinding flash of light. The sheer power of the blast bored a large, smoking hole into the ground. The floor beneath them crumbled into a cascade of rubble and debris, causing them to plummet into the darkness below. Both Dante and Haziel crashed into the murky water below with a tremendous splash. The impact sent waves rippling through the cavern, and for a moment, all was silent except for the distant echoes of dripping water. Haziel surfaced first, body aching from the battle and the fall. She looked around, adjusting to the dim light filtering through large cracks in the cave ceiling. Gathering her strength, she manifested her wings, their ethereal glow illuminating the dark water around her. With a powerful thrust, she flew out of the murky depths, water streaming off her as she soared above the surface. After hovering for a few seconds, Haziel let her wings dematerialize and landed lightly on the water's surface. Her weight did not break the tension of the water, allowing her to stand as if on solid ground. She took this chance to look through the cavern, trying to find Dante. Suddenly, Haziel sensed movement and turned just in time to see a sword hurtling towards her. She dodged to the side, the blade slicing through the air where she had stood a moment before. More swords followed, flying at her rapidly. Haziel twisted and turned as she evaded each strike. The swords that missed her shimmered in the dim light, their edges glinting before transforming into silver-colored cards. Each card hung in the air for a brief moment, catching the light before dissipating into thin air, leaving no trace of their existence. The Inquisitor's muscles burned with exertion, but she pushed on, her focus razor-sharp on the swords in front of her. Yet, she was so intent on the barrage that she failed to notice the silent approach of a sword behind her. Pain exploded through her back as the blade plunged into her flesh, the sensation sharp and searing. Her eyes widened in shock, and she coughed up blood, the metallic taste filling her mouth. Her vision blurred, dark spots dancing at the edges as she staggered forward, trying to maintain her footing. Dante's voice echoed through the cavern. "All right, do me a favor and die this time." Haziel's rage flared as she discharged a massive bolt of red lightning from all over her body. The crackling energy surged through the air, the sheer force of it sending Dante flying into the water with a resounding splash. Then, Haziel manifested her wings and dove into the water after Dante, her wings propelling her with incredible speed. The water churned around her, creating whirlpools in her wake. Her rapier, gleaming with a deadly light, sliced through the water as she slashed and stabbed at Dante repeatedly. Each strike found its mark, drawing blood that mingled with the murky water. Dante gasped for breath, his eyes wide with panic as he struggled to fend off her attacks. The look of terror on his face fueled Haziel's rage, driving her movements with an unstoppable force. She was relentless, her fury manifesting in every motion. Her rapier cut through the water like a predator's fangs, each strike delivering pain and drawing purple clouds in the water. But just as she was about to deliver the final blow, Dante's hand shot to his pocket, pulling out a red card. This one glowed much brighter than the others, its light almost blinding in the dark water. The ensuing explosion was immense, a blinding burst of energy that tore through the water. The shockwave hit Haziel with the force of a tidal wave, sending her hurtling backward. She collided with the cavern wall, the impact knocking the breath out of her and sending a burst of pain through her body. After what felt like an exceedingly long amount of time, Haziel managed to open her eyes. The first thing she noticed was the rough texture of the cave floor beneath her cheek, the cold, jagged stone pressing into her skin. She coughed, her throat raw, expelling a mouthful of water that had pooled in her lungs. Each cough sent a jolt of pain through her chest, but she managed to force herself to sit up eventually. Haziel looked around, taking in her surroundings with a slow, methodical gaze. The cave was now dry, the once roiling water having receded, leaving behind a damp, musty smell. The walls were lined with sharp, crystalline formations that glinted faintly in the dim light filtering through the cracks in the ceiling. Stalactites hung from above like jagged teeth, and the ground was littered with small, glittering stones and patches of lichen. A faint trickle of water echoed somewhere in the distance, a reminder of the battle's aftermath. Pushing herself to stand on her feet, Haziel swayed slightly as her body felt like it was protesting every movement. She glanced down at her uniform, which was now a tattered mess. The fabric was torn and shredded, exposing patches of bruised and bloodied skin. Her chest armor was dented, and the insignia of her rank was barely recognizable beneath the grime and damage. Unfortunate, but could be worse. Her eyes scanned the cave, searching for her rapier. She squinted, trying to make out shapes in the dim light. Finally, in the far corner of the cave, she spotted a glint of steel. Her heart quickened as she made her way towards it. When she got closer, she recognized the familiar hilt of her rapier, half buried beneath a pile of rubble. After a brief exhale, Haziel knelt down and carefully extricated the weapon from the debris. With her rapier securely in hand, Haziel took a deep breath, the familiar weight of the weapon providing a sense of comfort and resolve. She manifested her wings, the ethereal feathers shimmering as they unfurled. Looking up, she launched herself into the air, each wing beat sending a gust of wind echoing through the cave. As she ascended, the walls of the cave blurred as she flew. Haziel landed in Dante's room, her wings dematerializing as her feet touched the ground. The room was eerily silent, the aftermath of their confrontation evident in the scattered sheet music and overturned furniture. A grand oak desk stood askew, papers strewn across its surface, and a bookshelf against the wall partially collapsed, its contents spilling onto the floor. Stepping cautiously, Haziel navigated the room and looked for any clues or remnants of Dante's presence. But there was no sign of the demon, only the stark emptiness left in his wake. As she moved, her foot pressed down on a loose plank, the wood creaking under her weight. She paused, dematerializing her wings and taking a moment to steady herself before walking towards the door and opened it, stepping into the corridor. The concert hall was now filled with guards. I must have been knocked out for a good while. One of the guards, a tall man with a stern face and a prominent crest of rank on his chest, spotted her and hurried over. Inquisitor Haziel, he greeted, his voice laced with concern. Are you all right? What happened to you? Haziel just stared at him blankly for a moment. Right. I'm an inquisitor, but what was I doing here? Inquisitor? Are you all right? Why yes, I'm fine, Haziel said, glancing at her tattered uniform briefly. However, I'll need a change of clothes. The guard hesitated, his expression shifting to one of regret. I'm sorry, Inquisitor. We don't have any spare clothes to give. Haziel sighed, but she nodded in understanding. It's fine. I'll find something on my own. After exploring more of the hall, she saw a side door leading to the backstage area. The good part of being an inquisitor was that nobody dared to question Haziel as she walked toward the door, even despite the fatigue evident in the slight drag of her feet. She pushed the door open, revealing dimly lit passageways lined with props and costumes for the concert performances. The air smelled of dust and old fabric, mingling with the lingering scent of perfume. Haziel's eyes scanned the racks of costumes, their varied colors and textures blending into a chaotic tapestry. She needed something practical and inconspicuous. Finally, her gaze settled on a simple yet elegant ensemble, a dark tunic and trousers, accompanied by a long cloak. Looks roughly around my size too. She quickly changed, fingers trembling slightly as she fastened the buttons and adjusted the fit. The fresh fabric was a welcome relief against her skin, cool and soft compared to the rough remnants of her uniform. She fastened the cloak around her shoulders and adjusted her rapier at her side, the familiar weight grounding her. Chapter 34 Tranquility. When Haziel walked along the bustling streets of the capital, she felt something different. Not in a bad way, but undeniably altered. The sensation was subtle, like a faint vibration under her skin that tingled with every step she took. Actually, on second thought, I feel quite good. Her eyes wandered over the scene around her, absorbing the details with a sharp clarity. Shopkeepers stood outside their storefronts, calling out to passers-by with practiced ease while families strolled together, parents holding the hands of excited children who tugged them eagerly towards the next distraction. An elderly couple sat on a bench with their hands intertwined. And street vendors hawked their wares, their colorful carts brimming with exotic fruits, trinkets, and handmade crafts. How long has it been since I had a good walk by myself like this? I'll enjoy myself while I can. Amidst the lively scene, a ball rolled to a stop at Haziel's feet, its surface scuffed and worn from countless games. She looked down, the unexpected interruption pulling her from her thoughts. A group of children ran towards her, flushed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. One of the boys, who had his hair tousled and eyes wide, called out to her. Sorry, miss, can you pass the ball back, please? Haziel's lips curved into a genuine smile, a rare softness touching her usually stern features. She bent down, her fingers brushing the rough surface of the ball to straighten it, then, she kicked it gently back towards the children, the ball arcing through the air before landing precisely at their feet. Here you go, just stay safe next time, okay? Okay. The children's faces lit up with gratitude and delight. They waved at her as they resumed their game, the sound of their laughter echoing through the street. Haziel then continued her walk, until she spotted the display window of a quaint bakery. The glass was filled with an array of golden brown loaves, each one perfectly shaped and radiating a tantalizing aroma that made her mouth water. She knew she didn't actually need to eat, but the bread looked so good that she wanted it anyway. She pushed open the bakery door, the little bell above tinkling softly, and was greeted by the warm, comforting smell of freshly baked goods. Her eyes darted around the shop, taking in the neatly arranged shelves and the bustling activity behind the counter. She made her way to the display case, where an assortment of pastries and bread beckoned to her. She picked out a few items, a crusty baguette, a soft roll, and a sweet pastry, then placed them carefully onto a tray. Haziel set the tray on the counter and waited. And before long, a middle-aged man soon approached, wiping his flour-dusted hands on his apron. He had a kind face, with laugh lines edged around his eyes and a welcoming smile. Good afternoon, anything else I can get for you today? Haziel shook her head politely. No, thank you. This will be all. Great. All of that will be 3 silver coins please. No problem, just let me. Haziel reached for her coin pouch, but her hand found only empty air. A sinking feeling settled in her stomach as she realized that her coin pouch was likely lost during her fight with Dante. She sighed and looked up at the baker with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, but it seems that I've lost my coin pouch. I'll have to return these." The baker's eyes softened. "Lost it, did you? That's unfortunate." He paused, considering something. "This is a bit sudden, but can you bake?" Haziel blinked in surprise. "I can, but I'm not very good at it." The baker's face lit up with a relieved smile. "That's fine. I only need someone to help me out for the rest of the day. My usual assistant didn't come to his shift, and I'm struggling to finish some big orders." He gestured to the trays of half-prepared dough behind him. "If you help me, you can have the bread you chose now, and later tonight, you can take your pick of some more bread and any leftovers." Haziel considered his offer. She tried to remember what she was supposed to be doing next. "I was definitely on a mission to do something." But her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the smell of something burning. Haziel's nose twitched, the sharp odor cutting through her musings. The baker, standing nearby, let out a startled exclamation and rushed to the oven. Soon, he pulled out a tray of charred loaves, the once golden crusts now blackened and smoking. The baker's shoulders visibly slumped as he saw the now useless products. Without a moment's hesitation, Haziel stepped forward. "I'll help you." The baker sighed in relief. "Thank you so much," he said, extending his flour-dusted hand. "I'm Charles, by the way." "And you are?" Haziel took his hand, giving it a firm shake. "Haziel." "Well, Haziel, let's get to work. We've got a lot to do." They both set to work immediately. Haziel quickly adapted to the rhythm of the bakery as Charles provided quick instructions, demonstrating how to knead dough with just the right amount of pressure, shape loaves into perfect rounds, and monitor the oven's heat to avoid further disasters. Despite her initial hesitation, Haziel discovered she had a knack for baking. Her hands moved with precision, each action measured and efficient. The chaotic kitchen transformed under their combined efforts into a well-oiled machine, the mess of flour and dough gradually becoming organized and productive. Throughout the day, they worked side by side. The bell above the door chimed softly with each customer's arrival. Haziel found herself enjoying the interactions, even taking the time to chat with every person who visited the bakery. She helped package orders, wrapping loaves in brown paper and tying them with twine. The texture of the paper was rough yet satisfying, the twine firm under her fingers. Carriages frequently pulled up in front of the bakery, and Haziel carried baskets of freshly baked goods out to the drivers, handing them over with a nod and a brief word of thanks. As the day drew to a close, they began cleaning up the shop. Haziel swept the floors while Charles wiped down the counters and stored the remaining ingredients. The bakery grew quiet, the hustle and bustle of the day replaced by a peaceful calm. Charles looked at Haziel, gratitude evident in his eyes. "Thank you for everything today, Haziel. I don't know what I would have done without you." Haziel returned his smile. "It was my pleasure. I enjoyed myself." Charles glanced at a basket filled with fresh bread. "I've got one last delivery to make. Would you like to come with me? The lady we're delivering to always treats us with some nice tea." Haziel shrugged, a playful glint in her eyes. "I've been helping you all day anyway. I don't mind finishing this last delivery." Charles grinned. "Great. Let's go." They left the bakery, the evening air cool against their faces as they walked through the now quieter streets. The city had begun to wind down, the hustle and bustle fading as the lanterns cast a warm, inviting glow along the cobblestone pathways. Charles led the way to a quaint shop with a beautifully painted sign that read Frida's Florals. The sign was adorned with intricate floral designs, the colors vibrant even in the dim light. He stopped in front of the shop and knocked on the door, the sound echoing softly in the evening stillness. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a woman with a warm smile and a cascade of grey curls framing her kind face. Her eyes sparkled with a welcoming twinkle. "Charles? And you've brought a friend," she greeted. "This is Haziel," Charles said. "She helped me out at the bakery today." Frida's smile broadened as she extended her hand to Haziel. "It's lovely to meet you, Haziel." "I'm Frida." "Thank you both for the bread. It's always a pleasure to see Charles, but it's even better with delicious treats." Haziel shook Frida's hand, noting the gentle strength in her grip. "Thank you, Frida. Your shop is beautiful," she said, her eyes wandering around the charming interior. The shop was a riot of colors and fragrances, with flowers of every kind arranged in artful displays. Delicate petals and lush greenery filled the space, creating a serene and inviting atmosphere. But I didn't think a flower shop would also sell tea. Frida chuckled. Oh, I don't sell tea. I just enjoy making it for certain guests. It adds a personal touch to the experience. Charles grinned, leaning in conspiratorially. And her tea is the best in the city. I come here often just for that. Frida couldn't help but let out a slight laugh. Now, you two sit down while I prepare the tea, she instructed as she guided them to a cozy seating area between several vibrant floral arrangements. Haziel and Charles settled into the comfortable chairs, their soft cushions enveloping them in a welcoming embrace. As Frida bustled off to the back, Charles turned to Haziel, his expression curious and intent. So, tell me a bit about yourself. Where are you from? Haziel hesitated, her thoughts swirling like the steam rising from a forgotten cup of tea. She felt a strange emptiness, a void where her memories should have been. I don't really remember. A slight frown creased her brow as she tried to grasp at the elusive fragments of her past. I think I forgot. That's unusual. Are you sure you're all right? I think so. My mind just feels a bit foggy right now. Yet, before Charles could ask more, Frida returned with a tray bearing a teapot and delicate cups. The porcelain clinked softly as she set it down, and the fragrant steam rose in delicate curls, filling the air with a soothing aroma. Here we go, she said, handing them each a cup. Charles accepted his cup with a grateful smile. Haziel here is having some issues remembering things. Frida's eyes twinkled with amusement as she poured the tea, the liquid a rich amber color. Oh, I'm forgetful too. It must be an age thing. But don't worry, my special tea works wonders. Haziel lifted her cup, the porcelain warm against her fingers. She sipped the tea, the rich, soothing flavor spreading through her, easing the tension in her mind. This is nice. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the creak of the store doors opening. All three turned to see an inquisitorial acolyte enter, flanked by two knights in pitch-black armor. The knights' presence was imposing, their faces hidden behind dark visors. Frida's face paled, her earlier warmth replaced by worry. Is there an issue? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. The acolyte's gaze zeroed in on Haziel. Inquisitor Haziel, you are to come back to headquarters immediately, he commanded, pointing directly at her. Charles quickly stepped in front of Haziel. There must be some misunderstanding. She's done nothing wrong. This matter does not concern civilians, but should you interfere, there will be consequences. Please, I've been a proud citizen of this country for decades, I will not be. Haziel gently tapped Charles on the shoulder, offering him a reassuring smile. It's okay, I'll go with them. Are you sure? Charles asked. Yes, everything will be fine. Turning to Frida and Charles, Haziel bowed her head slightly. Thank you both for everything. I won't forget your kindness, but this is farewell for now. Frida and Charles exchanged worried glances but nodded, their concern evident. Good luck, Haziel, Frida said. Stay safe, Charles added, stepping back reluctantly. Haziel walked towards the acolyte and the knights, her steps measured and deliberate. She held her head high, exuding a quiet strength and determination. As she left the shop, she steeled herself, ready to face whatever awaited her. Chapter 35 Dominance. Sera and Ermo walked through the winding corridors of the underground. Ermo's ears twitched nervously, eyes darting around as they moved deeper into the labyrinthine passages. Boss, is Alp really here? Yes, she's definitely here. Just keep looking. As they rounded a corner, Sera spotted a familiar figure partially hidden in the shadows. A beastkin woman with long, black hair stood with a tense, alert posture. She wore a simple tunic, the fabric worn but clean, and despite her unassuming attire, her presence radiated strength and resilience. Sera pointed towards the woman, I believe that's her. Ermo's breath hitched, his heart pounding so loudly he thought it might echo through the corridor. He took a hesitant step forward, his eyes never leaving the woman. Alpa. The beastkin woman turned slowly, her eyes widening as they met Ermo's. Recognition dawned on her face, and she stepped out of the shadows, the tension in her posture melting into relief. Ermo. Immediately, Ermo closed the distance between them. He reached out, hands trembling as they cupped her face, his thumbs gently brushing against her cheeks. Are you okay? Tears welled up in Alpa's eyes, spilling over as she nodded. I'm fine now, but what about you? Are you hurt? Ermo shook his head, a smile breaking through the tears that now streamed freely down his face. I'm okay, and I'm never letting you go again. Alpa's hands flew to cover his, her fingers tracing the contours of his strong, familiar hands. She pulled him into a tight embrace, burying her face in his shoulder as sobs racked her body. I was so scared. I thought I'd lost you forever. Ermo held her close, his own tears mingling with hers. I'm here now, and I'm glad you're here too. Sera watched them for a moment longer before stepping closer. Sorry for interrupting you two, but what do you both plan on doing now? Alpa pulled back slightly, just enough to look at Sera while still keeping a hand on Ermo's arm. Her fingers tightened around his sleeve, the fabric bunching slightly under her grip. I'll go wherever Ermo goes. Sera nodded, turning her gaze to Ermo. And what about you? Ermo's brow furrowed in thought, the weight of their future pressing heavily upon him. He sighed deeply, the sound carrying the burden of his uncertainty. I'm not sure, he admitted. His eyes flickered to Alpa, searching for strength in her presence. But, could we stay in the dungeon, boss? Indefinitely, I mean. We don't have anywhere else to go. Sera considered his request quietly in her mind. I don't really see any reason to deny his request. It gives me more hands to help with the dungeon, and Alpa could even make those succulent donuts that I saw before. Finally, Sera spoke with a decisive tone. You are free to stay, Ermo. Both of you. But you must continue to help maintain and protect the dungeon. Ermo nodded, relief washing over his features. He turned to Alpa, a questioning look in his eyes. Are you okay with that, dear? Alpa smiled softly, her hand squeezing his. I'll get by. Sera glanced around the underground corridor. For now, I need you both to stand by in another location. Alpa thought for a moment before suggesting a spot. What about the old bar in the lower level? It's quiet and usually empty. Ermo's ears perked up. Will there be more black eagles there? Alpa shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. There's actually been a lot fewer of them around lately. I think we'll be safe. Sera chuckled softly at their exchange. Very well. Head there and wait for my instructions. I'll see you both at the designated place soon. Ermo and Alpa nodded, their hands still intertwined as they began to make their way to the old bar. Once the two disappeared into the shadows of the corridor, Sera turned to a quiet corner of the underground passage. Taking a deep breath, Sera closed her eyes and concentrated. She focused on the connection she shared with Zoha, the demoness bound to her service. The air around her began to buzz, a faint hum growing louder until it became the unmistakable sound of a swarm of flies. Mistress, Zoha greeted. What do you need? Sera opened her eyes, meeting the demoness' gaze. Have there been any issues with the dungeon? None, mistress. Everything is as it should be. Good. Now, we have a new objective. With Vittorio and Vega dead, this is the perfect opportunity for me to seize control of the Black Eagles and utilize them for my purposes. What is your plan, mistress? I need your help to gather the remaining Black Eagles in one location. We must bring them together and show them that we can offer stability and leadership. Once they are assembled, I will formally seize control of the group. Zoha's smile widened, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Consider it done, mistress. Where should I gather them? Sera thought for a moment, weighing the options. The prison complex where Vittorio's corpse is, I believe it should be a floor below here, but you'll know it when you see it. I will start immediately. It won't take long to locate them and bring them there. Hours later, Sera stood in the cold, oppressive atmosphere of the prison complex. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and unwashed bodies. Vittorio's corpse hung grotesquely from the ceiling, still impaled on the icicle she had conjured, blood had frozen into dark icicles, hanging from the wound. Before her stood the remnants of the Black Eagles, around 24 members, their faces a mix of fear, confusion, and defiance. Their eyes flickered nervously between Sera and the macabre display above. Sera took a deep breath, the cold air filling her lungs. I am Sera, and as of now, I am in charge of the Black Eagles whether you like it or not. She paused, allowing her words to sink in, the silence in the room growing heavier. I suppose you might be wondering why you should listen to me. Let me make it clear. I am the one who single-handedly took down dozens of your so-called comrades. Your friends, your allies, reduced to nothing but corpses at my feet. They dared to defy me, and they paid the price. A murmur ran through the group, the uneasy shifting of bodies and the scraping of boots against the stone floor. Sera paced around lightly as she continued speaking. I killed Vega with my own hands in his own quarters. She pointed to Vittorio's corpse, still pinned grotesquely from the ceiling. And I did the same to your leader, just like that. The room fell into a stunned silence, the remaining Black Eagles staring at Sera with a mixture of horror and awe. She took a step forward, her presence commanding and unyielding. You have two choices. You can either fall in line and serve me, or you can end up like your former leaders. The decision is yours. A murmur ran through the group, the uneasy shifting of bodies and the scraping of boots against the stone floor. A few bolder voices rose above the rest, their words tinged with anger and disbelief. One of the men stepped forward. Who do you think you are? He spat, his voice echoing off the walls. You think you can just walk in here and take over? Soon, a few others joined in voicing their dissent and hurling insults. It seemed as though a riot might break out at any moment, the simmering anger of the mercenaries threatening to boil over. Sera remained unfazed, and leaned slightly towards Zoha. Remove them. Zoha's form shimmered as her body dissolved into a swarm of flies. The swarm expanded, each fly a dark speck against the dim light of the chamber, until it completely enveloped the dissenters. Panic erupted among the Black Eagles. Their eyes widened in horror as they swung their arms wildly, trying to fend off the relentless onslaught of insects. The flies were everywhere, crawling into mouths, ears, and eyes, making every breath a struggle. Amid the chaos, the swarm began to lift the troublemakers into the air, their bodies flailing helplessly. In a horrifying display, the swarm consumed them alive, tearing at flesh with a ferocity that defied nature. Within moments, the screaming ceased, replaced by an eerie silence as the swarm retreated, leaving nothing but a few blood-stained scraps of clothing in their wake. The remaining Black Eagles stood frozen, faces pale and eyes wide with shock. Their defiance had been utterly quashed, replaced by a palpable fear that hung in the air. Meanwhile, Zoha reformed beside Sera, her eyes gleaming with a faint smile playing on her lips. Sera stepped forward and spoke again. Does anyone else have any complaints? The room remained silent, the only sound the faint, lingering buzz of a stray fly. Sera's gaze swept over the group, each member avoiding her eyes. Finally. Now, all I need to do is to break them in a little bit more. Satisfied with the lack of response, Sera took a step back. Form lines and clean this area. I want every inch of this place spotless. The Black Eagles hesitated for a moment, their eyes flicking nervously between each other. There wasn't a single piece of cleaning equipment nearby. Move! Sera barked, her voice slicing through their hesitation like a whip. Instantly, they scrambled into action, their movements frantic and disjointed. They snatched up rags, discarded cloths, and any scrap of material they could find. Their desperation was palpable, each of them driven by a mixture of urgency and dread, their eyes constantly darting towards Sera and Zoha, fearful of provoking either of them. As they scoured the chamber for anything useful, their search grew increasingly desperate. They tore at their own clothing, ripping off sleeves and hems to create makeshift cleaning tools. Sweat beaded on their brows as they used their bare hands to scrub the stone floor, the rough texture scraping their skin raw. Sort these stones by size and color, Sera demanded next, pointing at a chaotic pile of rocks and rubble. The Black Eagles at each other with bewildered expressions. The absurdity of the task hung in the air, but Sera's piercing gaze left them no choice. Reluctantly, they bent down, picking through the debris with trembling hands. Their fingers bled as they sorted the stones, the jagged edges cutting into their flesh. Each stone was meticulously examined and placed into piles, the sound of clattering rocks filling the chamber. The lack of proper equipment made the task torturous, their hands quickly becoming numb. Now stack them in the shape of a pyramid, Sera commanded. Once again, the Black Eagles exchanged confused, weary glances but obeyed nonetheless. Their hands moved with mechanical precision, placing each stone on top of another, forming an ever-growing pyramid. But, one lean man carried out each task without saying a word and without any sign of complaint. He sorted the stones quickly, stacking them precisely as instructed. Sera noted his diligence and dedication. "What's your name?" she asked, stepping closer to the man. "Kiran, ma'am," he replied, standing at attention. Sera nodded approvingly. "Kiran, you have followed my orders without question. From this moment on, you are a group leader. You will be assigned people to work under you. Kieran's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly masked it with a nod. Thank you, ma'am. I won't let you down. The other mercenaries watched the promotion unfold, eyes flickering with envy. Subtle shifts in their expressions betrayed their thoughts, clenched jaws, narrowed eyes, and twitching fingers. The raw emotions simmered beneath the surface, their hesitations melting away as they started to carry out Sera's commands with a newfound enthusiasm. Move those crates to the other side of the room, Sera continued, pointing to a stack of heavy wooden boxes. The crates were old and worn, their surfaces marred by countless scratches and scuffs, the wood darkened by years of use. The mercenaries hurried to comply, their movements now more coordinated and efficient, muscles straining as they lifted the cumbersome loads. Yet, soon, Zoha leaned in close to Sera, her breath warm against Sera's ear as she whispered softly, "Mistress, is this really a good idea? These tasks seem trivial." Sera's eyes remained fixed on the black eagles as they labored. "I know," she replied quietly. "I won't get the best of the best this way, but right now, I'm more concerned with loyalty. These tasks are a test of their willingness to follow orders without question." Sera continued her meticulous process of observing and assigning tasks, her sharp eyes missing nothing. She evaluated each mercenary's performance with a keen intensity, noting every falter and hesitation. One by one, she tested their obedience and determination, each task deliberately designed to challenge their willingness to comply. As the mercenaries grew more accustomed to Sera's commands, a second candidate emerged. Myra, a tall, muscular woman with short cropped hair, stepped up with quiet efficiency. "You," Sera called out, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade. The room fell silent for a moment, all eyes turning towards Myra. "You are now a group leader. Stand by for further instructions." Myra straightened. "Yes, ma'am," she replied crisply, stepping aside to join Kieran. Sera continued her assessment, her eyes scanning the remaining mercenaries. Another promising individual, a wiry man with quick reflexes named Jarek, distinguished himself through his resourcefulness and ability to anticipate needs before being told. "Jarek," Sera said, her voice commanding attention. "You are the third group leader. Stand by with the others." Jarek nodded before joining Kieran and Myra. The group of Black Eagles watched with growing respect and wariness, understanding that their future in the organization depended on their performance. Finally, a young woman named Elera caught Sera's attention. Despite her slight frame, Elera moved with a quiet grace and displayed a keen intelligence in her tasks. "Elera," Sera called out, her voice firm. "You are the fourth group leader. Stand by with the others." Elera's eyes widened with surprise but quickly regained their focus. "Thank you, ma'am," she said, joining the other leaders. Sera stepped back, her gaze sweeping over the assembled mercenaries. "You have proven your loyalty through your actions today. I expect the same level of dedication moving forward. For now, you are dismissed." The Black Eagles nodded before they filed out of the room, leaving the four new group leaders standing together, awaiting further instructions. Sera watched as the four newly appointed group leaders, Kieran, Myra, Jarek, and Elera, stood at attention. The cold atmosphere of the prison complex seemed to weigh heavily on their shoulders, but they maintained their composure. "Now, I need to know if any of you have information regarding Vittorio's experiments," Sera said. The leaders exchanged uncertain glances until Kieran stepped forward. "Ma'am, we don't know much about Vittorio's experiments. He was always secretive about his work. Only Vega knew the full extent of what he was doing." Sera's expression hardened as she sighed involuntarily. Regret flickered briefly in her mind as she recalled the moment she killed Vega. "If only I'd kept him alive a bit longer." But she quickly pushed the thought away, focusing on the task at hand. "We need to find Vittorio's research. Does anyone know where he kept it?" Kieran nodded. "I do, ma'am. I can take you there. I also know my way around the Black Eagles facilities if you need a tour." Sera's eyes narrowed as she appraised Kieran. His initiative and knowledge were precisely what she needed. "Thank you, Kieran. Your help will be invaluable." Then, Sera turned to face Zoha. "Watch over the other leaders. They should stand by for now." "As you wish, mistress." Chapter 36 Sightseeing. Sera followed Kieran until they arrived at a massive, iron-bound door. The dark wood was scarred and weathered, marked by years of use. Heavy iron bands crossed the door with rusted edges. "This is Vito's study," Kieran said quietly. Only he knew where the keys were kept. "I've never seen anyone else open it." Sera's eyes narrowed as she studied the door. Step aside. As Kiran stepped back, Sera extended her hand to touch the handle. A faint, icy mist emanated from her fingertips, the metal quickly frosting over as her magic took hold. The frost spread, creeping over the handle and the surrounding wood. Then, Sera clenched her hand, and the frozen handle shattered into countless glittering shards, scattering across the stone floor. She pushed the door open with a steady hand, the heavy wood creaking as it swung inward. As Sera stepped into the study, her gaze immediately fell upon the shelves lining the walls. They were crammed with an eclectic collection of books and scrolls, their spines cracked and faded with age. The shelves themselves were old, the wood darkened by years of use and the weight of their precious burdens. In the center of the room stood a large, cluttered desk. The surface was an overwhelming array of notes, documents, and charts, each one bearing Vito's spidery handwriting. The ink varied in hue, from fresh black to faded brown, indicating years of relentless work. Diagrams and illustrations filled the pages, detailing complex alchemical processes and arcane theories. That fool was dedicated, if nothing else. Sera's eyes roved over the shelves and the cluttered desk. She turned to Kiran, a faint smirk playing on her lips. So, what do you think? Kiran shook his head. Not sure what to think, ma'am. Vito always kept this place locked up tight. Only he knew where the keys were kept. Sera raised an eyebrow, her fingers trailing over a particularly old tome with a cracked leather cover. Really? And you never tried to sneak in? No curiosity about what your boss was up to? Kiran chuckled nervously. I think everyone was curious, but none of us were brave or foolish enough to cross Vito. He had a way of discouraging that kind of thing. Fair enough, Sera mused, flipping open the tome to reveal pages filled with complex alchemical symbols and handwritten notes. She sifted through the documents on the desk, her keen eyes scanning the spidery handwriting and intricate diagrams. One set of notes caught her attention, detailing the anatomical structure of beastkin shifters. Did you know that Vito was experimenting on beastkin shifters? Kiran's eyes widened in surprise. Experimenting? I thought he was just interested in them because they could be sold for a lot of money. I never imagined he was doing this. Well, now you know. Sera said, setting the parchment back on the desk. She looked around the room once more, her mind already cataloguing the information she had found and planning her next steps. I'll return to this office later to go through everything more thoroughly. Sera turned to Kiran, her eyes sharp and focused. For now, can you take me to where the Black Eagles make their potions? I'd like to see what resources we have at our disposal. Kiran nodded, snapping out of his thoughts. Of course, ma'am. Follow me. They left the study, the heavy door creaking shut behind them. As they walked through the labyrinthine corridors of the underground complex, Sera couldn't help but ponder the implications of Vittorio's experiments. Though I abhor his research, it wouldn't surprise me if there's at least some useful information buried in the study. Soon, the air grew warmer as they approached a section of the complex that was well lit and bustling with activity. The sound of bubbling liquids and the faint smell of herbs and chemicals filled the air as the two approached another door. Kiran knocked firmly, and after a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a human woman clad in a stained, worn alchemist's coat. Her hair was a tousled mess, strands escaping from a loose bun, as well dark circles under her eyes that spoke of many sleepless nights. She greeted Kiran with an impassive look, her gaze drifting over Sera with mild curiosity. Desmunda, Kiran sighed. This is Sera, our new boss. The alchemist's eyes flicked back to Kiran, then to Sera. Her eyes were a deep, piercing blue, though dulled by fatigue. Welcome, she said flatly, her tone devoid of enthusiasm. Without waiting for a response, she turned back to her work, her hands deftly mixing ingredients in a bubbling cauldron. Kiran panicked, sweat beading down his forehead as he expected a more respectful greeting. Desmunda, I think you should show some more respect, for your sake. Sera chuckled softly. It's fine, I'll make an exception for the alchemist. She turned to Desmunda with a steady gaze. Do you mind if I have a look around? The weary alchemist glanced up from her work, her expression still impassive. Feel free to look, as long as you don't disturb my work. Sera nodded and stepped into the room, which had almost a dozen other alchemists bustling about, tending to their concoctions. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs, vials of brightly colored liquids, and strange, unidentifiable artifacts. Sera's eyes were drawn to a large table in the center of the room, covered in an array of alchemical tools. Mortars and pestles, alembics, and retorts lay scattered about, some still in use, others abandoned mid-process. She moved closer, fingers trailing over the smooth, cool surfaces of the glassware. "Impressive setup," Sera said, her eyes scanning the room. Though Desmunda continued her work, her lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "I've been doing this for a good while. The Black Eagles gave me what I asked for as long as I kept making potions." Sera watched Desmunda deftly measure a glowing green liquid into a vial. "What kinds of potions do you produce here?" Desmunda didn't pause in her work. "Mostly healing potions, strength enhancers, and various elixirs for stamina and speed. We also dabble in some more specialized brews when the demand calls for it." "And how often do you work with rare herbs like vipershade and etherwisp?" Desmunda glanced up, her expression turning thoughtful as she began to grind a cluster of dried leaves in a mortar. "Vipershade and etherwisp are among the rarer ingredients we use. They're essential for some of our most powerful potions, but they're hard to come by. We usually reserve them for high-paying clients or critical situations." "How much of these rare herbs do you use?" "Not as much as we'd like," she admitted. "The demand for potions has been so high that we've had to dilute our supplies just to keep up. We used to make pure brews, but now we often blend them with more common ingredients to stretch our stock." Sera noted the subtle frustration in Desmunda's tone, understanding the challenges of balancing quality and quantity. "Do you find that diluting the potions affects their effectiveness significantly?" "Unfortunately, yes. Diluting the ingredients means the potions aren't as potent as they should be. We have to compensate by increasing the dosage, which isn't always practical. It's a compromise, but it's the only way to meet the demand without running out of resources entirely. It seems like a delicate balance to maintain." "Do you have any issues with supply chains?" Desmunda shook her head as she stirred the contents of the cauldron. "Supply chains are steady, but the herbs are still rare and expensive. We have to be cautious about how we use them, and sometimes we have to make tough decisions about which potions get priority." Sera watched as Desmunda carefully decanted the potion into a row of waiting vials, each one glowing faintly with magical energy. "Thank you for sharing this with me." Desmunda nodded, a hint of pride in her weary eyes. "Just doing my job, ma'am." Satisfied with the information, Sera turned back to Kiran, who had been observing quietly. "I have plans for Desmunda and the rest of the alchemists, but I think I've seen enough for now." As they exited the alchemy lab, Kiran glanced at Sera, curiosity in his eyes. "Where would you like to go next, ma'am?" Sera considered for a moment, her thoughts returning to the empty prison area they had passed earlier. "This might be sudden, but I'm curious as to why the prison area from before was empty. We transferred a lot of prisoners a week ago. They were sold off, and we're also renovating the area. So, where are the other prisoners located now?" "We have another prison not too far from here, I can take you there." Eventually, they reached a large iron door, its surface marred with age and reinforced with heavy bolts. Kiran produced a heavy iron key from his belt, then used it to unlock the door before pushing it open, the hinges groaning slightly in protest. As they stepped inside, the sound of murmurs and shuffling feet greeted them. The new prison complex was a world unto itself. Rows of cells lined the walls, each one occupied by a variety of prisoners. The scent of damp stone and unwashed bodies permeated the air, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Sera's sharp eyes quickly assessed the prisoners. Beastkin of various forms huddled in their cells. Interspersed among them were adventurers, their armor and gear marking them as such. She walked slowly down the central aisle, noting the conditions and the demeanor of the prisoners. The Beastkin looked up at her approach, their expressions a mix of fear and hopelessness, as if they had long given up on escape. In contrast, the adventurers met her gaze with hard stares, their spirits unbroken despite their captivity. "I'll stave off the Beastkin for now, the adventurers should do just fine." "Interesting," Sera said out loud, pausing in front of a cell that held a particularly grizzled adventurer. His beard was matted, his eyes sharp with intelligence and defiance. She could see the weariness in his posture, but also a spark of determination that had not been extinguished. She turned to Kiran. "I see you've been busy." Kiran nodded. "Yes, ma'am. We capture adventurers who poke their noses where they shouldn't be or if they owe us too much money. As for the Beastkin, they are often caught during raids. We keep them locked up until we decide what to do with them." Sera nodded thoughtfully, her mind already working through the possibilities. "Kiran, I want to select a few prisoners, including the adventurers, and have them delivered to my dungeon. Zoha can assist you with the directions later. Kiran inclined his head respectfully. Of course, ma'am. Which ones do you wish to choose? Sera walked slowly down the row of cells, scrutinizing each prisoner in turn. She stopped in front of a cell holding a young man with a scar slashing across his cheek and a hardened expression. It's likely that the Black Eagles won't be able to transport every single prisoner here into the dungeon, so, I'll pick the best out of the bunch by assigning them scores out of 10. Sera's mind quickly assessed him: lean build, quick reflexes, possibly a skilled scout. He doesn't appear to be too impressive, but not terribly mediocre either. I'll assign him a score of 5 out of 10 for now. This one, what's his rank? Kiran consulted a small, well-worn ledger he carried. D rank, ma'am. Sera nodded, then moved on to the next cell, her eyes never missing a detail. She evaluated each adventurer with a critical eye, noting their physical attributes, demeanor, and potential utility. I'll refrain from choosing Beastkin for now, out of concern for Ermo and Alpa's loyalty. This one here doesn't look half bad, Sera said, indicating a tall, muscular woman with a fierce gaze and a confident stance. The Elder Dryad noted her strength and the aura of leadership about her. Not bad, 7 out of 10. Kiran checked his ledger again. C rank, ma'am. She led a small group of adventurers deep into the dungeon before we captured her. Sera nodded approvingly. She will be useful. Add her to the list. As they continued through the cells, Sera made swift but thorough evaluations. A wiry man with quick reflexes, score of 7. Another, a young woman with a slight frame but intelligent eyes, score of 5. She paused in front of a final cell, where a particularly defiant adventurer glared at her with intense hatred. His spirit intrigued her. She noted his defiant stance, the fire in his eyes, and the potential for both leadership and trouble. There's potential in him, 8 out of 10. This one, she said, intrigued by his fierce spirit. What's his story? Kiran's expression darkened slightly. He's a C rank. We caught him attempting to free other prisoners. He's been nothing but trouble since we brought him in. Sera smiled faintly, a glint of amusement in her eyes. A rebel with spirit. I'll take him. With her selections made, Sera turned back to Kiran. Put these prisoners on whatever transports you have immediately. And if you have or are able to acquire an additional carriage, prepare it immediately as well. Kiran bowed slightly. Understood, ma'am. I will see to it personally. Chapter 37 You Shall Not Deceive. Sera made her way through the winding corridors of the underground. The damp, cool air clung to her skin, and the faint echo of her footsteps bounced off the stone walls. As she approached the old bar on the lower level, the low murmur of voices faded away, leaving an expectant silence. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, Sera stepped inside. The bar was empty this time, devoid of its usual patrons. The rough-hewn table at the center of the room was marred with scratches and gouges while shelves lined the walls, filled with dusty bottles, their labels faded but still legible. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and faint traces of stale ale, evoking a sense of nostalgia rather than neglect. Ermo and Alpa sat close together at the central table, heads bent in earnest conversation. Ermo's ears twitched as he listened intently, his eyes fixed on Alpa's expressive face. Her long black hair fell like a curtain, partially obscuring her features but failing to hide the intensity of her words. When Sera moved closer, Ermo's ears perked up even more. His eyes lit up as he waved her over with a broad smile. Boss, over here. Sera returned his wave with a smile of her own. She pulled out a chair, the wooden legs scraping softly against the floor, and sat down with an ease that belied her usual command. How are you two holding up? Alpa chuckled softly. Better now that we're together. Sera leaned back in her chair, studying Alpa with a keen eye. You've had quite the journey then. What have your experiences been like with the Black Eagles? Alpa sighed, running a hand through her hair. They're a ruthless bunch. I don't really want to talk about it if I'm honest. That's fair enough, apologies for asking. No, it's fine. For a moment, an awkward silence swept through the table. But eventually, Alpa looked at Sera, with eyes filled with hope and uncertainty. You know, I'm curious, what are you planning to do now that you're the boss of the Black Eagles? Sera's expression hardened slightly, jaw tightening as she spoke. In truth, I don't plan on changing too much. Yet, when she saw the flicker of disappointment in Ermo's and Alpa's eyes, a subtle drooping of their shoulders and a brief, shared look of unease. She pivoted her words immediately, but I will at least put a stop to the Black Eagle's herding beastkin. That much I can promise. Ermo's ears twitched, and he exchanged a glance with Alpa, whose tense posture softened. If that's the case, what's your ultimate goal? Sera leaned back, fingers lightly tracing the edge of the rough-hewn table. You might not believe me until you reach my dungeon. It's different from what you might expect. Ermo nodded. It's best if you see it for yourself. The boss's dungeon is definitely very unique. But soon, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps. The rhythmic thud grew louder, and a burly man with a thick mustache emerged from the shadows. He approached Sera with a slight bow, respect evident in his demeanor. The carriage and wagon filled with prisoners are ready, boss. Sera thanked the Black Eagle member with a curt nod. Thank you. You are dismissed. The man bowed again before turning and walking away, his heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor. Then, Sera turned her attention back to Ermo and Alpa. Apologies, but I need you both to wait a bit longer while I finish a few things. Ermo and Alpa exchanged glances, but nodded in understanding. The lines of tension on their faces eased slightly. Sera gave them a reassuring smile before turning towards the exit and making her way outside. She walked to a quiet corner, a secluded nook filled with disused crates and barrels stacked haphazardly. Sera paused, closing her eyes and steadying her breath. She focused her thoughts solely on summoning Zoha, pushing away all other distractions. The air around her shifted as a buzzing sound filled the air. A moment later, Zoha materialized, her form emerging gracefully from the shimmering air. The demoness stood tall and elegant, eyes gleaming with curiosity and a hint of mischief as they settled on Sera. Mistress, Zoha said, bowing her head slightly in deference. Zoha, I need you to speak with Kiran and tell him to keep an eye on the Black Eagles. Once you've done that, return to the dungeon immediately. Sera instructed. The demoness nodded at first, but a flicker of hesitation crossed her features. Her brow furrowed slightly as she looked at Sera. Understood, but do you really trust the Black Eagles, mistress? Not entirely, but I don't think they'll be a problem for now. After a brief pause, Zoha nodded again. Understood, mistress. With that, she dissolved into a swarm of flies. The transformation was seamless, the edges of her silhouette blurring as the tiny creatures emerged and then dispersed into the shadows with a soft, buzzing hum. Sera watched until the last of the flies vanished, leaving the air still and silent once more. After gathering her thoughts, she turned and made her way back to the bar. After pushing open the doors, Sera's eyes immediately found Ermo and Alpa's table. Stepping forward, her bare feet made soft, almost silent contact with the cool wooden floor as she approached their table and called out to the couple. Are you two ready to leave? I'm good to go. Alpa said. But Ermo suddenly slapped his forehead. Shit, how could I forget about Faye? Alpa turned to Ermo, evidently surprised. Faye? How is she even here? Is she okay? She was probably supposed to be taken here with the rest of us, but she's now roaming the slums on her own. Ermo, how could you leave a little girl alone in a place like this? Before Ermo could respond, Sera raised a hand. I made sure the girl's safe, but you're both free to fetch her before we head to the dungeon. Sera stepped off the carriage, her eyes scanning the familiar surroundings near the forest edge that concealed her dungeon's entrance. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the towering trees, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. The air was thick with the earthy scent of pine and damp soil, a stark contrast to the underground labyrinth they had just left. Behind her, Ermo descended from the carriage, his strong arms reaching up to help Alpa down. Alpa's eyes met his with a soft smile of gratitude before she turned to lift Faye from the carriage. The young girl, with her bright eyes and uncontained energy, bounded to the ground with a grin. Thanks, Uncle Ermo. Faye chirped, her excitement palpable as she glanced around the forest. Ermo chuckled, his ears twitching. No problem, Faye. Enjoying the view? Faye nodded vigorously. It's beautiful. Auntie Alpa, do you think there are fairies in these woods? Alpa ruffled Faye's hair affectionately. Maybe, Faye. This forest has a lot of secrets. You never know what you might find. Faye's eyes widened with wonder. I hope we see one. Uncle Ermo, do you think we will? Ermo laughed softly. Maybe, but remember, we're here to get you to safety first. Exploring can come later. Their banter was interrupted by the rhythmic clatter of hooves against the gravel road, announcing the arrival of another horse-drawn wagon. The wooden wheels creaked under the weight of the captured adventurers, each one bound and looking resigned to their fate. The wagon drew to a halt, and the coachman tipped his hat to Sera, his expression weary but respectful. A few members of the Black Eagles moved out as they escorted the adventurers out of the wagon. The prisoners were lined up, eyes darting around trying to understand what exactly was going on. After thanking and then dismissing the coachman, Sera turned to the Black Eagle members nearby. "Help escort the prisoners and follow me." The Black Eagles nodded before falling into step behind her. Sera led the group onward while Ermo and Alpa flanked her, while Faye ran and skipped beside them. As they approached the entrance of Sera's dungeon, Alpa's eyes widened in astonishment as she saw the thick roots that blocked the way. She couldn't help but voice her surprise. "I've definitely never seen anything like this before," she said, reaching out tentatively to touch the roots. Faye mimicked Alpa's actions, her small hands exploring the texture of the roots. "Why are they so big?" Sera glanced at them both. "Once we're inside, you'll have plenty of time to explore. For now, let's head in." As if responding to her words, the roots began to shift and unfurl, gradually receding to reveal the entrance. Sera led the group deeper into the dungeon, the air growing cooler and the light dimming as they ventured further into the labyrinthine passages. After several twists and turns, they reached a familiar magic circle etched into the ground. Sera turned to the Black Eagles again. "Take the prisoners and step into the circle first." The Black Eagles bowed their heads lightly before guiding the captives into the magic circle. The adventurers, though bound and subdued, couldn't conceal their curiosity and trepidation as their eyes darted around the chamber, wide with uncertainty and fear. Sera then faced Ermo. "I'll go ahead first. You're free to show Alpa and Faye around if you wish." "Got it, boss," Ermo said. With a final nod, Sera stepped into the circle. The moment her bare foot touched the center, the runes flared brightly, illuminating the chamber with a dazzling light. In an instant, she, the Black Eagles, and the prisoners were enveloped in a flash of light. Once they arrived at the mystic forest, Sera guided the group through the dense foliage as they moved to the entrance to the spirit tree's chamber, still covered in thick, gnarled roots that twisted and intertwined. Sera took a deep breath before taking a step forward. The roots sensed her presence and pared away slowly, recognizing her authority. They twisted and unfurled, revealing glimpses of the chamber within. Sera stepped forward, feeling the cool, smooth ground beneath her bare feet. Each step echoed softly in the hushed chamber, the air thick with an ancient, almost tangible power. She paused just inside the entrance, turning back to face the Black Eagles. "Escort the prisoners inside, one by one, now." The Black Eagles responded with a unified nod. One by one, the prisoners went into the spirit tree's chamber, each of them flinching slightly as the roots whispered shut behind them with a soft rustling sound. Once the last prisoner had been ushered into the chamber and the roots had closed behind them, Sera addressed the Black Eagles once more. "Keep watch." The Black Eagles responded affirmatively as they spread out to form a loose semicircle around the prisoners. Their postures were alert, ready to react to any potential threat. The prisoners, though subdued, couldn't help but cast furtive glances around the chamber, the weight of their new surroundings settling heavily upon them. Sera approached the first prisoner and placed a hand on the back of his neck. The prisoner flinched, but before he could react further, a wave of frost spread from Sera's touch, freezing his neck solid. His eyes widened in terror, his last breath visible in the cold air before he fell lifeless to the ground. The Black Eagles exchanged uneasy glances, their initial confidence giving way to a growing sense of dread. Sera moved to the next prisoner, repeating the process with the same ruthless efficiency. As she continued, the Black Eagle members grew more and more nervous, their discomfort palpable. They shifted on their feet, their eyes flickering between Sera and the increasingly large number of frozen bodies. Still, none of them dared to say anything. When Sera was finished with the last prisoner, she turned to the Black Eagles. "Thank you for your assistance. You may wait outside." The Black Eagles nodded quickly and retreated into the forest, their faces pale and tense. Sera watched them go until they were out of sight. Now, Sera stood alone before the spirit tree. She slowly turned to face it, tracing the patterns etched into its trunk. The air around her felt heavy, as though the forest itself held its breath in anticipation. The roots of the tree beneath her feet pulsed faintly, a slow, rhythmic throb that responded to her presence like a heartbeat just beneath the surface. She took a deep breath as she recalled Amaryllis's words about the spirit tree. Sera tried to clear her mind, repeating a mantra in the hopes it will become her shield for what was to come. Empty my mind, stay calm, everything will be fine. Her jaw tightened as she forced herself to relax, though every fiber of her being screamed to flee. The tension in her muscles was almost unbearable. Her breaths were measured and painfully slow, it was her way of fighting against the anxiety that threatened to overwhelm her. When her mind steadied, her antlers began to grow once more, dark and ominous as they sprouted from her forehead. The spirit tree's roots responded in kind, slowly creeping up her back with an almost tender touch. At first, the sensation was soothing, comforting, and warm. The roots pulsed with an energy that was both familiar and reassuring, syncing seamlessly with her own heartbeat. For a brief moment, she allowed herself to believe that everything would be all right. But that moment was fleeting. A sharp, electric jolt surged through her, cutting through the calm like a blade. The spirit tree's notification echoed in her mind, cold and clinical. Administrator corruption detected, probe initiated. Her eyes shot open as a searing pain exploded from the point where the roots intertwined with her spine. It was as if molten metal had been poured into her veins, spreading outward from her back with relentless intensity. Sera gasped, breath catching in her throat as her body convulsed. With a strangled cry, Sera felt something thick and unnatural rise in her throat. She tried to swallow it down, but her body betrayed her, forcing her to expel the substance. She doubled over, coughing violently as a stream of viscous black sap spewed from her mouth, splattering onto the ground in a grotesque display. Her vision blurred as the agony overwhelmed her, knees buckling as she fought to stay upright. The world around her swayed, the once sturdy ground beneath her feet now feeling like shifting sands. Desperation clawed at the edges of her mind, the primal need to survive warring with the overwhelming urge to surrender to the pain. She knew she had to resist, to push back against the spirit tree's probing, but collecting her thoughts felt impossible. Need, focus. The words echoed in her mind, but they felt distant, almost unattainable as the toll of the spirit tree's assault continued to ravage her body. As the seconds ticked by, Sera's world became darker, and darker. Chapter 38 Cold World. In a split second, Sera quickly thought of something to distract her mind: desserts. She latched onto the idea, clinging to it like a lifeline. Desserts. Cakes. Pies. Sugary confections. She forced herself to focus on the sweet imagery, picturing elaborate pastries and delicate sweets. She chanted the words in her mind, repeating them over and over. Cakes, pastries, cookies. Cakes, pastries, cookies. The pain surged again, another wave crashing through her. More black sap dribbled from her lips, her body shuddering with the effort to stay upright. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms as she fought to maintain the chant. Cakes, pastries, cookies. Fortunately, the pain began to ebb, the intensity lessening with each passing moment. Sera continued her chant, her mind stubbornly clinging to the sugary thoughts. The spirit tree's probing felt less invasive, the roots' grip on her loosening. The connection began to stabilize, the searing pain reducing to a dull ache. Finally, another notification flashed in her mind. Administrator is stable, normal operations may continue. Sera gasped in relief, the tension draining from her body. She swayed on her feet, exhaustion washing over her. She wiped the black sap from her lips, her breathing ragged but steady. By the dead gods, I can't believe that actually worked. The dull ache in Sera's back was a constant reminder of the spirit tree's probing. Her hand brushed against the rough bark, feeling the gritty texture beneath her fingertips. She exhaled slowly, focusing her mind on the task at hand. Everything's fine, proceed as normal. Initiate experience extraction please. Experience extraction initiated. The spirit tree's roots surged forward, writhing across the ground to seek out the lifeless bodies scattered around the chamber. As they found their targets, the roots coiled around the corpses, tight like a vice closing with immense force. Before long, the roots dug into the dead bodies. The roots pulsed with energy, their surfaces glowing with a vibrant green hue that intensified with each beat. Slowly, the roots extracted the essence from the bodies, drawing out shimmering motes of mana. They floated upward, a slow and graceful ascent, gathering around Sera in a swirling, luminescent dance. The air grew thick with the energy, and Sera felt it seep into her, a rejuvenating force that soothed the ache in her back and filled her with renewed vigor. The motes of mana floated upwards, coalescing into a dense cloud above the spirit tree. The bodies of the prisoners rapidly disintegrated, their forms breaking down into fine particles that were absorbed by the roots. As the last of the bodies were consumed, a notification flashed in Sera's front of her eyes. Experience extraction complete. Core experience updated to 12,000. Rank up requirement from rank 3 to rank 4, 10,000 experience. Initiate rank up sequence? Without hesitation, Sera spoke her desire, yes please. Rank up sequence initiated, please wait. The air around Sera thrummed with energy, the ground beneath her feet vibrating in resonance. With each passing second, the spirit tree expanded. Its trunk thickened and elongated, the gnarled bark shifting and creaking as it grew taller. Before long, the tree went from being as tall as her hips to the point it matched her own height. Rank up sequence complete. Displaying dungeon status. Core rank, 4. Core experience, 2000. Dungeon boss, Sera. Number of floors, 3. Mana, 400/800, 400 currently used for monster maintenance. Monsters, 29. New features unlocked, new terrain option, new floor construction, enhanced experience extraction. Enhanced experience extraction sounded promising, likely allowing her to draw even more power from the adventurers and monsters that fell within her domain. Perhaps it involved a more efficient conversion process, resulting in greater mana or experience gains. But more importantly, I can finally construct new floors in the dungeon. She summoned the system interface with a thought, her curiosity piqued. A notification appeared, explaining the mechanics of floor construction. Displaying floor construction details. Constructing a new floor requires core experience. The cost of constructing a new floor increases with each additional floor. How much does it cost to construct a new floor now? She asked aloud, though she already knew the answer. The current cost is 1000 core experience. Would you like to construct a new floor? Yes, she affirmed without hesitation. A new floor has been chosen as the target of terrain alteration. Please review the available terrain options below. 1 basic theme, default option, unique passive, none. 2 stone maze, rank 2 option, unique passive, minor bonus to adventurer's fear. 3 glow moss cavern, rank 3 option, unique passive, slight possibility that glimmer cap mushrooms will sporadically emerge over time. 4 white forest, rank 4 option, unique passive, this terrain option comes with 4 frost banshees. These frost banshees are self-sustaining and do not require mana for maintenance. They have a respawn time of 12 hours, restriction, this terrain can be applied to only 1 out of every 4 floors in the dungeon. The white forest stood out the most. The inclusion of frost banshees that did not require mana to sustain was particularly appealing. These spirits would enhance her dungeon's defenses without draining her resources, making them a valuable asset. The restriction is annoying, but it should become more manageable in the future once the dungeon has more floors. I choose the white forest, she decided. Where would you like to place the new floor? Just above this one, she said. The ground beneath Sera's feet trembled, growing stronger with each passing second. Sera reached out and grasped the rough stone wall beside her, its cool surface grounding her amidst the tumult. She pressed her palm against the wall, feeling the solid texture beneath her fingers. For a moment, she closed her eyes, focusing on the connection between her and the spirit tree. The vibrations coursed through her body, resonating with the energy of the roots as they delved deeper into the subterranean depths. Gradually, the tremors subsided, leaving a profound stillness as Sera opened her eyes again. New floor construction complete. White forest terrain successfully implemented. Frost banshees have been deployed. Satisfied with the new floor's completion, Sera decided to review the enhanced experience extraction next. She summoned the system interface once more, curious to understand the new capabilities. Displaying enhanced experience extraction details. Experience extraction will now automatically commence whenever a suitable target dies within the dungeon. Automatic extraction would ensure that no potential power source went to waste, making her dungeon more self-sufficient and efficient. She could now focus on other tasks, confident that the dungeon could now function somewhat reasonably if she were absent. Her thoughts drifted to the possibilities this enhancement brought. The seamless extraction of experience from fallen enemies would mean a constant influx of power, allowing her to grow stronger without having to micromanage the process. This would free her up to strategize and expand her influence further, pushing the boundaries of what her dungeon could achieve. Satisfied with this understanding, Sera decided to check her own profile next. Name, Sera. Species, Elder Dryad. Access Privilege, Administrator. Level, 300. Magic, 300, Rating, S. Magic Resistance, 300, Rating, S. Physical Defense, 100, Rating, C. Strength, 50, Rating, E. Speed, 150, Rating, B. Vitality, 300, Rating, S. Overall Challenge Rating, S. Alert, Level 3 Winter Path Progression Ability available. Processing Level 3 Winter Path Progression Reward. New Winter Path Ability unlocked, Glacial Aegis. Description: upon detecting an incoming attack, an ice shield proportional to the threat level automatically manifests to intercept the attack. Additionally, the user can enhance the shield's durability through focused concentration. Restriction: successive activations of Glacial Aegis result in progressively diminished shield strength. Sera paused as she considered the implications of the ability. I believe I used this ability before when I was still borrowing Amaryllis's strength. If it's as strong as it was then, this ability will be a useful addition to my arsenal. Eager to test it out, she detached herself from the spirit tree, the roots unwinding from her form with gentle reluctance. However, before leaving the chamber, Sera turned back to look at the spirit tree. Her relationship with the tree had changed profoundly ever since Winter had revealed the truth to her. What once felt like an unquestioning bond was now corrupted with doubt. The roots stirred slightly, as if sensing her contemplation, prompting her to turn away and exit the chamber quickly. When she left the spirit tree's chamber, Sera saw Ermo and Alpa walking nearby, framed by the towering trees. Faye was with them, her small figure darting around energetically, exploring her surroundings with boundless curiosity. Ermo's animated gestures highlighted his enthusiasm as he showed off the thornlings to Alpa and Faye. The tiny creatures bounced excitedly on spindly legs, scurrying around with quick, erratic movements that were oddly coordinated. Their tiny eyes sparkled with mischief as they explored the ground. Brave and Valor still played along with the rest of their kind, though they had a hard time not crashing into their friends due to their larger size. Sera chuckled a bit as she approached the group. "How are you all finding the dungeon so far?" Ermo's ears perked up at the sound of her voice. He turned to face her, a broad grin spreading across his face. "Hey boss, Alpa's been quite fond of the thornlings, and Faye's been having a blast too." The Beastkin woman nodded enthusiastically. "They're fascinating. I've never seen anything like them before. They're quite adorable, aren't they?" Sera said, her eyes following a particularly bold thornling that had ventured closer to her feet. "Nicer than I thought too," Alpa said with a light chuckle. Faye knelt down to get a closer look at the thornlings, her eyes wide with delight. "Uncle Ermo, Auntie Alpa, look at this one. It's so brave." Ermo laughed softly. "That's brave. And the bigger one over there is Valor. They're always up to something." Sera chuckled lightly. "If there's anything you all need, just let me know, and I'll see what I can do." Alpa looked at Sera with a thoughtful expression, brows slightly furrowed as if pondering something important. "This might be sudden, but would it be alright if me and Ermo built a proper house here in the dungeon?" Sera tilted her head, intrigued. "I don't mind at all. But why didn't Ermo ever want to build one before?" I just didn't really think of it," Ermo admitted, scratching the back of his head. "But now that Alpa wants a house, I want to help her build one." "Are we going to have a house here, Auntie Alpa?" Faye asked. Alpa smiled down at the young girl. "Of course, Faye. You can help us decorate it too." Sera nodded. "I can help you build a basic living space and some furniture, but you two are free to decorate and furnish it however you wish." "Thank you, boss. That means a lot to us," Ermo said. "Let's find a suitable spot. Ermo, Alpa, Faye, follow me." The Elder Dryad led the group to a secluded alcove, partially hidden by dense foliage. It was secluded yet accessible, with enough space to build a comfortable living area. "Here," Sera said, stopping and gesturing to the open space. "I think this will be a good place for your home." "Looks good to me," Ermo said, before turning towards Alpa. "What do you think?" Alpa tilted her head at first, then shrugged lightly. "No complaints from me. If nothing else, I'll start," Sera said. She extended her hands to channel her magic. The ground rumbled as roots from the surrounding trees surged upward with a low, rumbling sound. They moved like serpents, intertwining to form a small house. Each root wove together tightly, creating walls that looked both natural and magical, their surfaces rough yet sturdy. As the structure rose, bark and leaves joined the roots, adding texture and form to the walls. The bark was smooth in some places, rough in others, and the leaves rustled softly as they settled into their new positions. With a flick of her wrist, Sera directed the roots to grow into the shape of a roof. Wooden furniture emerged from the ground, seamlessly growing into the space. Chairs, a table, and even a cozy bed formed from the tree roots, each piece intricate and beautifully crafted. The chairs had elegant, curved backs, the table was sturdy and smooth, and the bed looked inviting with its soft, leaf-strewn surface. Flowers blossomed along the walls and windowsills, their petals vibrant and fragrant, adding splashes of color and a sweet fragrance to the air. Alpa's eyes were wide as she watched everything unfold, while Ermo's tail flicked with excitement. The house was simple yet enchanting, a perfect blend of nature and comfort. Faye clapped her hands in delight. It's like a fairy house. Thank you, Auntie Sera. Sera turned to the couple. Will this suffice? You really didn't have to put this much effort into it, boss, Ermo said nervously. Well, it's here now, so I'll show you all inside, Sera said. She led them inside, pointing out the different features. Here is the main living area, she said, gesturing to the space with the wooden furniture. You have a table and chairs for dining, and over there is your bed. Alpa's enthusiasm bubbled over as she explored the space. This is amazing. I can already imagine what we'll do with it. We'll add some cushions here, maybe hang some decorative lights there. Oh, and a little herb garden by the window would be perfect. Ermo chuckled, clearly delighted by Alpa's excitement. You've outdone yourself, boss. This is more than we could have asked for. Sera smiled, pleased with their reactions. I'm glad you like it. Feel free to make it your own. This is your space now. Alpa continued to detail her plans, her eyes shining with joy. We can use the flowers for herbal remedies, and the leaves for teas. Oh, and we'll definitely need a little shelf for our books and trinkets. Ermo nodded along. Maybe a small workshop outside for crafting, and we could set up a little area for the Thornlings to play nearby. Faye beamed, looking around with wonder. This is going to be the best house ever. Sera waved off their thanks with a modest smile. I'm happy to see you all so excited. But I'll leave you to it for now. Sera stepped into the white forest, breath visible in the frigid air. The trees around her had barks that glistened like crystalline ice, capturing and refracting the faint light filtering through the canopy. Each branch was adorned with delicate white leaves that shimmered as if dusted with frost, sparkling almost as if they were tiny diamonds. She took her time exploring, noting the intricate patterns formed by the ice on the tree trunks. This place feels familiar for some reason, perhaps I'll ask Winter about it should I get the chance in the future. As she ventured deeper, Sera's eyes caught movement among the trees. She soon spotted the frost banshees. They floated just above the ground, their ghostly forms draped in tattered, ice-blue shrouds that trailed behind them like wisps of smoke. Their faces were gaunt and hollow, with eyes that glowed an eerie, cold blue. As they moved, the air around them appeared to crystallize, freezing anything they passed through. Sera watched in awe as the frost crept along the ground and up the trees, leaving a trail of ice in their wake. The banshees' movements were hypnotic, swaying gently as they glided forward with an ethereal grace. Upon noticing Sera, they changed course, drifting toward her silently. The banshees halted a few paces away and bowed their heads in unison, a silent acknowledgement of her presence and authority. A pleasant surprise. Sera took a step closer. She studied the delicate contours of their translucent forms, the way the light passed through their bodies. Can you speak? The banshees exchanged glances, their hollow eyes flickering with an unspoken understanding. Slowly, they shook their heads, the motion almost imperceptible, yet undeniably clear. Ah, so none of them can speak after all. Sera pondered this for a moment as she considered their silence. But can you screech like normal banshees? In response, the frost banshees nodded all at once. Their icy blue eyes seemed to brighten, a cold fire igniting within their depths. Can you show me? Sera watched closely as the banshees exchanged hesitant glances, their eyes reflecting both uncertainty and determination. One of them raised a bony, translucent hand, as if asking for her final confirmation. The Elder Dryad smiled slightly. I'm completely sure. Even if my eardrums get damaged, I can regenerate them. The banshees appeared reluctant, their ethereal forms shimmering with uncertainty. But finally, one of them floated forward, positioning itself to unleash its screech. The air around it grew colder, a sign of the power it was about to release. Sera brought her hands to her ears, fingers pressing tightly against them. "Go ahead," she instructed, bracing herself for what was to come. The frost banshee took a deep breath, its translucent skin stretching as it prepared. Then, it unleashed an ear-wrenching screech. The sound was so powerful it froze the very air, ice crystals forming mid-air and falling like delicate snowflakes. Pain exploded in Sera's ears, a sharp, stinging sensation that made her gasp. Bits of black sap leaked from her ear canals, a stark contrast against her pale skin. The world around her spun, the piercing sound reverberating in her skull, disorienting and relentless. She staggered, knees buckling under the sheer force of the noise. When the screech ended, the banshees rushed to her side, faces etched with worry and remorse. Their hands fluttered around her, translucent fingers trying to offer comfort and assistance in their ghostly, intangible way. Sera waved them off, her voice strained but firm. "I'm fine," she assured them, though her hearing was still compromised. The ringing in her ears was deafening, a constant, high-pitched whine that made it difficult to focus. But she simply closed her eyes, concentrating on her natural regenerative abilities and willed her body to heal. Gradually, the ringing subsided. Clarity soon returned to Sera's ears as the normal sounds of the forest filtered back in. She took a deep breath, opening her eyes to the worried faces of the frost banshees. "See? I told you I'd be fine." The banshees still looked apologetic, their heads bowed in a gesture of remorse. Sera reached out, her hand passing through the cold, ethereal form of the nearest banshee. "Your abilities are impressive. Don't worry about me." This was a necessary test. The banshees seemed to relax slightly, their forms less tense. Sera stood up straight, brushing off the lingering discomfort. "I suppose all that's left now is to test my glacial aegis." She walked around for a moment, absorbing the serene yet formidable landscape. The frost-covered trees stood tall and majestic, their icy branches glistening in the soft light. The snow beneath her feet crunched softly with each step, creating a symphony of gentle sounds that blended with the stillness of the white forest. She closed her eyes, the cold air filling her lungs as she inhaled deeply. With a focused thought, she called out internally, "Zoha." Before long, the familiar sound of buzzing flies reached her ears, starting as a faint hum and growing louder until it enveloped her completely. When Sera opened her eyes, Zoha stood before her, her form composed of countless flies that swirled and solidified into a graceful figure. "Greeting, mistress, what would you have me do? I've done almost everything that I need to do in the dungeon, except I still need to test a new ability that I've acquired. Hence, I'd like your help with that." "Understood, mistress. But Is something the matter?" Surprisingly, Zoha's playful demeanor faltered. Her posture stiffened, and a hint of nervousness crept into her eyes. "Mistress, this might be sudden, but can I ask you for help?" She glanced down briefly, hands wringing together in an uncharacteristic display of anxiety, before looking back up at Sera with a pleading look. "That depends, what do you want from me and why?" My mother is actually very sick, and you're the most capable I know. I didn't ask earlier because I was worried you might take my request as an insult, but now. I don't mind, take me to her." Sera said, breaking off her antlers while her dress morphed into a familiar hooded cloak. Chapter 39 Canary. Sera stopped in front of a quaint two-story shop house. The building exuded an old-world charm, with flower boxes brimming with colorful blooms adorning the windowsills. Above the door, a hand-painted sign swayed gently in the breeze, the words "Frida's Florals" scripted in flowing letters. Sera turned to Zoha, adjusting a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Shall I go in?" Zoha nodded. "By all means, go ahead, mistress." Satisfied, Sera nodded in return and pushed open the shop door. A small bell tinkled softly above as a human girl looked up from behind the counter, pausing in the midst of arranging a bouquet. Her eyes widened as she saw them enter. "Miss Zoha. Madame Frida's condition has worsened." Zoha immediately stepped forward. "What happened?" The girl wrung her hands. "She's been getting weaker by the hour. Her breathing is shallow, and she hasn't been able to eat anything. I don't know what to do." Zoha placed a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder. "You've done enough, we'll handle it from here." The demoness led Sera upstairs with an urgent pace, the wooden stairs creaked under their weight, adding an eerie echo to their ascent. As they reached the upper floor, the scent of flowers was replaced by the sterile smell of illness. Frida was lying on a bed in the center of the room, looking gaunt and frail. Her skin was pale and sallow, stretched thin over her bones, and her eyes were sunken and dull. Wisps of grey hair clung to her forehead, and her breathing was shallow and labored. A human mother, adoptive or not, was not something I had expected from Zoha. Still, she will owe me if I cure her mother, and it will not cost me anything. Sera approached the bed and knelt beside Frida, hovering her hands over the old woman's chest. Closing her eyes, Sera took a deep breath, channeling her magic. A soft, green light emanated from her hands, growing brighter and more intense with each passing second. The light enveloped Frida, its warmth penetrating her frail body. Sera could feel the life force flowing from her, a gentle but powerful current of energy. She focused on the rhythm of Frida's heartbeat, matching her breaths to the old woman's shallow inhales and exhales. The light pulsed in time with their synchronized breathing, infusing Frida with vitality and strength. Gradually, color returned to Frida's cheeks. Her breathing steadied, becoming deeper and more regular. The lines of pain and exhaustion on her face softened, replaced by an almost serene expression. Sera continued to channel her magic until she felt the last vestiges of illness leave Frida's body. When she finally withdrew her hands, the room was silent, save for the steady, rhythmic sound of Frida's breathing. That should be sufficient. But in a matter of seconds, Zoha was unable to contain herself any longer and rushed forward. She wrapped her arms around Frida in a tight embrace, clutching the fabric of the blanket with desperate relief. "Mom!" Zoha cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You're okay." Frida smiled and hugged Zoha back. Tears of relief glistened in Frida's eyes as well, creating tiny, sparkling trails down her weathered cheeks. Then, she looked over Zoha's shoulder, looking towards Sera with gratitude. "Words cannot express how grateful I am for what you did, thank you, really. It was nothing, really. No need to be so humble." Frida said with a chuckle. "But, I've never seen a healer like you before. What is your name?" Sera stood up slowly, brushing her hands on her cloak. "You can call me Sera. More importantly, how do you feel?" Frida took a moment to assess herself, moving her limbs with tentative curiosity. She wiggled her fingers and flexed her arms, then sat up with surprising ease. "I feel great, better than I have in years. I don't know how to thank you." Sera nodded and let out a slight smile. "Your recovery is thanks enough." "Missed Sera, thank you for saving her." Zoha exclaimed, catching herself mid-sentence. "It's nothing, really. I was more than happy to help," Sera said. She made a point of looking directly at Frida as she spoke with a warm expression. A touch of humility in her eyes made her sincerity shine through. It never hurts to try and maintain a good image. Frida swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood up with surprising agility. Her movements were smooth, and she took a moment to relish the strength she felt coursing through her body. "Please, let me make you some tea to thank you for everything." Sera shook her head. "Thank you, but I should." "Are you sure?" Frida interrupted gently. "I also have cookies and pastries fresh from the bakery." At the mention of pastries, Sera's resolve crumbled. She couldn't resist the thought of a sweet treat. "Well, in that case, I suppose I could stay for a bit longer." "Well, come on down then." The three of them headed to the lower floor. Frida moved with newfound vigor, bustling about as she laid out an assortment of cookies and pastries on a small, round table before grabbing some tea. Zoha took a seat at the polished table. She adjusted her chair and folded her hands in her lap. Sera joined her, her gaze lingering on the assortment of treats and pastries laid out before them. Frida moved gracefully around the table as she poured the tea, the rich amber liquid cascading into porcelain cups with a gentle, soothing sound. As everyone settled in, Zoha lifted her cup and took a sip, savoring the flavors and the comforting heat that spread through her. Across the table, Sera reached for a pastry, feeling the flaky crust beneath her touch. But suddenly, a sudden knock echoed through the shop. All three women paused, their attention snapping toward the door. "Don't worry, I'll get it," Frida said. She moved toward the door, grasped the handle and pulled the door open, revealing a familiar figure standing on the threshold. "Dante." Dante stepped inside, his broad smile lighting up his face as he enveloped Frida in a warm hug. "Hey Mom." Zoha's eyes narrowed slightly. "Dante, what are you doing here?" Her posture stiffened, and she set her cup down with a faint clink. Dante's expression shifted instantly, his smile fading into a serious frown. He pulled back from the embrace. I need to talk, it's really important. But as his gaze swept the room and landed on Sera, he nearly jumped back. He froze, eyes wide with shock, the color draining slightly from his face. Frida noticed his reaction and frowned with concern. Are you okay, sweetie? Dante shook his head quickly, trying to regain his composure. I am fine, Mom. He glanced at Sera again. I just wasn't expecting to see someone new here. Sera leaned back in her chair, fingers lightly tapping the edge of her teacup. Dante, you should join us for tea, I'm sure you could use some rest. Before Dante could respond, Frida clapped her hands together. That's an excellent idea. Come, sit, she urged, pulling over a chair and patting it invitingly. Reluctantly, he sank into the chair. Frida beamed at him, eyes warm with affection. I'll just get some more tea. You three catch up, she said, bustling off deeper into the shop. An awkward silence settled over the table as Frida left the room. Zoha sipped her tea, looking nervously between Sera and Dante. The delicate porcelain cup clinked softly against its saucer as she set it down, fingers fidgeting slightly. Meanwhile, Sera slowly reached for a pastry. The flaky crust crumbled softly under her fingers, a few golden crumbs falling onto the plate as she took a bite. The rich, buttery flavor melted on her tongue. I'll give it a few more seconds. Dante finally broke the silence. So, are you Zoha's mistress? He asked, his gaze flickering between Sera and his sister. Sera arched an eyebrow, a playful glint in her eyes as she feigned innocence. What makes you think that? I put two and two together when I saw Zoha and Mom looking healthy. Plus, the way Zoha defers to you, it wasn't hard to figure out. Sera smiled as she lightly traced the rim of her teacup. Aren't you a smart one? Tell you what, I'll give you one chance to convince me not to force you into a contract as well. Dante's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I'll work with you. I never had any intention of going against an Elder Dryad, it's a losing game. Very well, Sera said, taking another sip of her tea. As a reward for your cooperation, I'll spare you from a contract, for now. Zoha watched the exchange with a mix of curiosity and relief, her fingers lightly drumming on the table. Dante relaxed further, reaching for a cookie and taking a tentative bite. The silence that followed was more comfortable as tension eased from the room. Soon, Frida returned with a fresh pot of tea. I hope you're all getting along, she said, pouring the steaming liquid into their cups. Sera nodded. We are, Frida. Thank you for the tea. It's lovely. Frida beamed, her hands busy arranging the remaining pastries on a delicate porcelain plate. I'm glad to hear it, she said, her voice filled with warmth. She placed the plate in the center of the table, her gaze lingering on the three of them with a satisfied air. Dante cleared his throat politely. Mom, there's something I need to discuss with just Sera and Zoha. Do you mind leaving us alone for a bit? Always keeping secrets from me, Dante, Frida teased, shaking her head playfully. Dante smiled sheepishly. It's nothing personal, Mom. Just something we need to handle. Frida sighed dramatically. All right, I'll leave you all to it. But remember, Dante, you'll have to tell me all your secrets eventually. Zoha gave Frida a grateful smile. Thanks, Mom. You're welcome, dear. I'll be upstairs if you need anything. With that, Frida turned and ascended the stairs, leaving the three of them alone. An awkward silence settled over the room once more. Zoha fidgeted slightly, fingers tracing patterns on the teacup in front of her. But this time, it was Sera who broke the silence. So, Dante, why did you come here? He took a deep breath before answering. There are two reasons. First, I wanted to check on Frida and make sure she was all right. Second, I just had an encounter with an inquisitor. And why would an inquisitor be of note? Mistress, inquisitors in Lizaria are very powerful figures. Zoha said. Their recruitment process is secretive, and they are known for their strength and influence. I've never seen one in person, so if Dante met one, it can't be good news. Dante nodded in agreement. The Inquisitor tried to kill me and got awfully close too. Sera's eyes narrowed slightly. Tell me everything. Dante took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair. I was rehearsing for a performance in the city. Everything was going smoothly until an inquisitor with blue hair and red eyes showed up. From the moment I saw her, I had a bad feeling. But I pretended to play it cool at first. What happened after that? The inquisitor started asking around for information regarding dungeons, Dante continued, his brow furrowing at the memory. He picked up a cookie, breaking it in half absent-mindedly. She was persistent, and it was clear she was looking for information regarding dungeons. It went well enough at first, but then she started threatening me and things escalated from there. Sera noted this, her fingers tapping the rim of her teacup. You said earlier you almost died to this inquisitor. How did it come to that? Dante sighed, running a hand through his hair. I believe this inquisitor is an angel. I have no idea how the Inquisition managed to get their hands on one, but her power was unmistakable. It's only a matter of time before she hunts us down. Zoha twirled a strand of her hair around her finger. The bad feeling I had a long time ago, it must have been that inquisitor reawakening. I felt it too. And now, I'm not sure how to deal with an angel. Dante said. Think for a moment, Sera said, leaning forward and placing her hands flat on the table. Angels are powerful beings who don't normally mix with mortals, let alone serve them. The Lizarians must have put the angel under some kind of mind control. You might be right. When I was fighting her, there was a moment when she clutched her head as if in pain. It was brief, but noticeable. That means we still have time. From my understanding, this inquisitor must have originally been sent to investigate my dungeon after Prince Leo's death. You, Dante, unfortunately got caught in the investigation. I understand that much, mistress. But do you have a plan? Zoha asked. Sera leaned back, drumming her fingers on the table. For now, I'll continue to rebuild the Black Eagles and funnel more people into my dungeon. I foresee a possible conflict with this inquisitor in the future, and we need to be prepared. Meanwhile, Dante, you should lay low for a while. Keep your eyes and ears open, and inform Zoha if you find anything important. Yes ma'am. Dante said, smiling slightly as he did a mock salute. Chapter 40 Redistribution. Black Eagle's Hideout, Underground Arena. Sera entered the meeting room, her presence announced by her footsteps echoing against the metal walls. The room could best be described as utilitarian, its cold surfaces reflecting the harsh light from overhead lamps. While in the center, a large, polished wooden desk commanded attention. She paused for a moment, taking in the space and the people within it. Zoha had already sat at the desk along with the other Black Eagle leaders, Ilera, Jarek, Kiran, and Myra. Their eyes followed Sera's every move as she approached the head of the table. Each leader had a distinct demeanor, Ilera's sharp gaze, Jarek's furrowed brow, Kiran's calm composure, and Myra's subtle tension all painted a picture of their individual concerns. Nothing out of the ordinary for now it seems. Sera took her seat with an air of authority. Let's get started. For the first order of business, I want information on the Black Eagle's finances. Immediately, Kiran sorted through a stack of documents laid out before him. He flipped through the papers until he found the key reports, which rustled softly as he selected the documents and handed them to Sera. While she looked over the documents, absorbing the details, Kiran started to explain. Our income sources are diversified. He leaned forward slightly, pointing to various sections of the reports. Around 50% of our revenue comes from potion sales. The slave trade accounts for about 30%, followed by ransoms at 15%, and miscellaneous activities, which include dungeon core raids, make up the remaining 5%. Sera's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked up from the papers. I'm surprised dungeon core raids make up such a small part of the organization's income. We only resort to dungeon core raids when we need cash fast. Raiding a dungeon core is resource intensive and time consuming. Plus, finding a buyer for a dungeon core isn't always easy, and the returns aren't guaranteed. How is the organization structured in terms of money flow? Who pays whom? Kiran paused. You want to know how the money is distributed within the organization? Precisely, I want to understand the financial hierarchy. Sera said. We operate on a pyramid structure. The leaders at the top take percentage cuts from the earnings of those below them. Each level takes a portion of the earnings from the level beneath them, and so on down the line. This system could, no, it will lead to problems down the line. Suddenly, Jarek leaned forward, brow furrowed in thought. Why do you say that, boss? Think about it for a second. This system does incentivize recruitment, but is inherently unsustainable in the long term because the people at the lower end of the pyramid will likely receive little to no money. Jarek looked puzzled. What's wrong with that? Myra chuckled and smirked. Serves the newbies right. They should pay their fair share. But Sera shook her head disapprovingly. The issue is that the Black Eagles likely won't attract the best talent with this system. We're going to end up with people who are desperate or foolish, perhaps both. Perhaps Vittorio and Vega were content to receive scraps, but I want the cream of the crop. Jarek shrugged, considering her words. I guess you're right. But in that case, what's your plan, boss? The Black Eagles should adopt a more conventional compensation plan. Offer fixed salaries with opportunities for bonuses or promotions based on performance. This will allow us to be more selective in the people we recruit and motivate those at the bottom to keep working. But, who's gonna pay for all that? All of us here will, one way or another. I'll give the details of these payments in a later meeting, but of course, if any of you are unwilling to contribute to these salaries, please voice your concerns. And no, I think fixed salaries are actually a great idea, boss. With none of the other Black Eagle leaders saying anything, Sera took a deep breath, fingers interlacing on the table as she surveyed the room. Let's move on to discussing major threats next. Ilera spoke first. The authorities in Marwood generally overlook our operations due to well-placed bribes. But, there's been increased chatter about some higher UPS becoming more curious about our activities. That makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if word even makes it as far as to the Inquisition eventually. And if that's the case, bribes alone won't be enough. Yeah, just how it is, boss. Is Countess Ivirus involved at all? Myra, who had been quiet until now, shook her head. Countess Ivirus is clean, but the people around her are not. They take bribes and look the other way. Sera nodded thoughtfully. Good. The last thing we need is a powerful noble directly interfering with our plans. Are there any other gangs in Marwood that pose a significant threat? Jarek grunted. The Iron Gorgons are the biggest threat right now. They've been gradually chipping away at us over the years, and they'll only become more of a problem if left alone. Sera tapped her fingers on the table. We need to get a leg up on them. One way to do that is by improving the types of potions we're selling. Using more rare herbs like Viper Shade and Ether Wisp will set us apart. We can also introduce new exclusive herbs that hardly anyone else knows about. Kieran raised an eyebrow. Don't mean to be rude, boss, but how do you plan on getting those herbs? They're not exactly easy to come by. I have my own ways. Trust me, we'll have what we need to make our potions superior. The room was silent for a moment before Ilera spoke up. If you can deliver on that, it would give us a significant advantage. But we'll need to move quickly. The Iron Gorgons won't wait for us to get our act together. Agreed, Sera said. Then, Sera held up a hand as she motioned for the leaders to remain seated. Before this meeting is adjourned, there's one more matter to discuss. Our numbers must have taken a hit recently. I want each of you to go on a recruitment drive. We need to bolster our ranks and entice more members to join. Ilera leaned forward, her long hair catching the light. We could target the folks in the slums. Offer them a chance at a better life, protection, and purpose. She tapped her manicured nails on the polished wood of the table, emphasizing her point. Jarek grunted in agreement, crossing his arms over his chest. I say we just pick from the participants in the underground arena. There are always strong, desperate souls looking for a way out. Maybe we should focus on the mercenaries and adventurers who roam the outskirts of Marwood. They have combat experience and could be persuaded to join for the right price and incentives. Kieran said. Myra nodded. Don't forget about the artisans and traders. We need support staff too, people who can provide supplies and services. We could offer them protection in exchange for their loyalty and goods. Sera listened to each suggestion, her expression impassive. When they finished, she stood and addressed them. It seems all of you have some idea on how to do this recruitment, which is good. However, we will need to finance this new recruitment drive. Any ideas on how we could gather funds as quickly as possible? The leaders exchanged puzzled glances but didn't question her decision. Before they could discuss further, Zoha interjected. Wait, don't Vega and Vittorio keep their money around the area? Vega does keep his money here, in a vault on the lower floors. But Vito keeps his money in a bank in the capital. Kieran said. We could just give away Vega's money to attract recruits. Zoha said. Myra exhaled an exasperated sigh. Vega's money is kept on a secure floor with guardian golems and magical defenses, won't be easy. Sera turned towards the door. We'll manage just fine, everyone gather all of your people, we're heading down to that vault. Sera stood in front of the large set of iron doors, grazing the cold metal with her fingers. Intricate runes, glowing faintly, covered the surface, their lines interweaving in a mesmerizing pattern. She studied them for a moment, noting the complexity and the subtle pulse of magic within each carved symbol. Rather rudimentary all things considered. Kiran stepped beside her. These doors are secured by runes that can only be activated using Vega's blood. Sera let out a soft, almost mocking laugh. I'll manage just fine. May I borrow a dagger? Sure, no problem. Kiran quickly handed her a small dagger. Sera examined it briefly before making a deliberate cut across her palm. Black sap oozed from the wound, thick and glossy. She noticed the eyes of everyone except Zoha fixed on the unusual liquid, but no one dared to make a comment. No use saying anything if they won't either. Ignoring their stares, Sera pressed her bleeding hand against the runes, allowing the black sap to smear over the glowing symbols. The sap seeped into the grooves, the runes flickering in response. The runes pulsed erratically, fighting against the intrusion of her sap and magic. Sera's eyes narrowed in concentration as she traced the intricate lines with her fingers, pushing her power into the iron. The sap acted as a conduit, disrupting the flow of the original magic. This shouldn't take too long. With a final surge of determination, Sera felt the enchantment give way. The runes dimmed, their light snuffed out under the force of her power. The doors groaned in protest, their mechanisms creaking as they slowly swung open. A gust of stale air rushed out, carrying with it the scent of dust and old metal. Sera stepped through the doorway, leaving the others to follow in her wake. The room beyond was vast, its high ceiling disappearing into shadow. Tall, imposing golems stood sentinel along the walls, their stone bodies intricately carved with elaborate patterns. Meanwhile, the floor was a treacherous labyrinth of traps, pressure plates, and enchanted runes, all meticulously designed to deter intruders. Sera turned to her team. Jarruk, take your strike team and engage the golems. Myra, focus on neutralizing the traps. Kiran, provide support and watch for any hidden defenses. She then faced Zoha. Use your threads to help Myra disarm the traps and assist where needed. The demoness nodded and immediately started to weave patterns in the air. Silken threads materialized, glinting in the dim light as they snaked towards the traps, aiding Myra in disarming them. Jarruk signaled his team, who fanned out to confront the golems. The first clash echoed through the chamber as stone met steel. Jarruk's team fought with coordinated strikes. Myra knelt by the nearest trap and set down her toolkit. She worked carefully, brow furrowed in concentration. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she carefully deactivated them one by one, using tiny screwdrivers and pliers to manipulate the delicate components. The runes flickered and dimmed, their power fading away, leaving the path incrementally safer for her comrades. Nearby, Zoha worked in tandem with Myra by using her enchanted threads. The silken threads intertwined with the traps, they added an extra layer of finesse and speed to the process of disarming them. Kiran and Alara stood at the ready, both looking around the room for any signs of additional threats. The two watched the battle unfold with keen attention, senses heightened to detect any shift in the room's magical defenses. After some time, the path to the vault doors at the end of the room was cleared. Sera walked towards them and noted how these doors were even more imposing than the first, covered in even more intricate runes and multiple locks. She paused for a moment, tracing the patterns of the runes. Her mind worked quickly, assessing the layers of defenses before her. Surprisingly complex, probably better to work around it. Sera took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the task before her. She leaned forward slightly and spat a few seeds into her hand. Then, she inserted the seeds into the loose crevices around the vault door. She pressed them firmly into the small gaps, ensuring they were secure. The runes on the door flared briefly, reacting to the foreign objects, but then subsided as the seeds settled in. Sera stepped back and waited for a few seconds. Slowly, the seeds sprouted, delicate tendrils unfurling into silverthorn vines that grew rapidly. The vines crept along the surface of the vault door, their thorns digging into the metal and stone. The runes flickered and dimmed as the vines spread, disrupting the enchantments woven into the door. The metal groaned under the pressure, cracking and faltering. Finally, the vines tightened their grip, and the vault door shuddered as it detached from its frame, landing with a resounding crash. Sera stepped into the vault, scanning the room with a keen, appraising gaze. Let's see what we have here. The interior was filled with piles of gold coins and gleaming jewelry. The walls were lined with shelves, each one overflowing with ornate trinkets, gemstones, and intricately crafted artifacts. Behind her, Zoha and the rest of the Black Eagles followed, their expressions visibly showing both awe and greed. Jarek's eyes widened at the sight of a chest brimming with gold, while Myra's fingers twitched towards a delicate necklace encrusted with emeralds. Zoha, though more reserved, couldn't hide the spark of excitement in her eyes as she surveyed the riches before them. Sera raised a hand, silencing the murmur of excitement that had begun to rise among her team. Stay calm, we'll handle this methodically. The eagerness in the room subsided, replaced by a respectful silence as they waited for her instructions. Sera moved to the center of the vault, her mind already calculating how best to allocate the treasure. We need to ensure that this windfall benefits the Black Eagles as a whole. 3/4 of the gold coins will be reserved for future operations. This will provide us with the financial stability we need to continue expanding our influence and capabilities. Ilera, her fingers still twitching slightly, spoke up. And the remaining quarter? The remaining gold will be divided among the team members based as an incentive. This includes not just those present, but all other members as well. Sera said. Afterwards, she turned her attention back to the vault's contents. Everyone, help me sort the coins and jewelry. We need to ensure everything is accounted for and divided fairly. Chapter 41 Experimentation. The air in the Black Eagle's alchemical workshop was heavy with the earthy aroma of dried leaves, pungent spices, and the faint tang of various chemical reactions. Several shelves were lined with jars of vibrant powders, dried roots, and meticulously labeled vials. Every corner of the workshop was filled with workers immersed in their tasks. A young apprentice carefully measured a crystalline powder into a beaker while another worker adjusted the flame beneath a simmering potion, the liquid inside bubbling and roiling. When Sera stepped further inside, several workers glanced up from their workstations. She nodded in acknowledgement, making sure to offer a polite smile. Have to keep up appearances. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I'm here to see Desmunda, could someone take me to her? A young woman with ink-stained fingers stepped forward. Of course, boss, please follow me. Sera followed her guide past rows of tables and shelves. Soon, they arrived at a sturdy wooden door at the back of the workshop. The young woman knocked gently before pushing it open to reveal a smaller space. The room was dimly lit thanks to light from a single alchemical lamp. Desmunda was standing hunched over a bubbling cauldron. The potion inside gave out a faint greenish light while she added ingredients with expert care. Sera stepped inside, the door closing behind her with a soft click. Am I interrupting something important? Desmunda glanced up, her eyes reflecting the glow of the potion. She offered a curt nod before returning her attention to the cauldron. Hey boss, do you need anything? Sera moved closer, looking through the array of ingredients and notes scattered around. Yes, I need some details on our best-selling potions. The alchemist didn't look up from her work as she answered. Mainly health and stamina potions, infused with viper shade or ether wisp extract. They're expensive, but they're our biggest sellers because they give people the best highs. Sera's gaze lingered on the bubbling cauldron for a moment longer. Can you provide samples of these best-selling potions? I'd like to taste them. Desmunda nodded as she retrieved 2 small vials from a nearby shelf. She handed them to Sera, her stained fingers brushing against the cool glass. Sera held the first vial up to the light, which contained a dark green liquid. She uncorked it, then took a small sip, the potion sliding down her throat with a cool, almost icy sensation. The taste was a blend of bitter and sweet, with a hint of metallic aftertaste. I can see why humans will like this, though my body will probably prevent me from feeling its full effects. Next, she turned her attention to the second vial, which contained a potion infused with ether wisp extract. The liquid was a cyan color, almost glowing. She uncorked it, inhaling the earthy, slightly sweet scent. She took a careful sip, the potion warm and smooth, with a taste reminiscent of fresh herbs and a hint of spice. A gentle warmth spread through her, a subtle contrast to the previous potion's icy touch. This one has more of a kick to it, but I think improvements can be made. Sera set the vials down, her mind cataloguing the properties and potential applications of each potion. She then looked towards Desmunda. Do you think people would be interested in potions that are more potent? Sounds like a no-brainer to me. Some people already go above and beyond to get their fix of the potions we already have available, even I heard that there was a man who sold his children to get his fix. Sera tapped a finger against her sides for a moment. If I can get even a small portion of the people in Marwood dependent on these potions, it should become very easy to get them to head to the dungeon afterward. Desmunda, do you happen to know if there's a patch of dirt available nearby? The alchemist's brow furrowed slightly as she pointed towards another door. There's a room where I grow mushrooms. It's got some soil. Perfect. I want to experiment with creating new potions, and you're going to help me with that. Sure. Do you have materials I can work with? Follow me, Sera said, turning towards the door. Desmunda sighed deeply and wiped her hands on her stained apron. The weariness etched into her features was undeniable, but a spark of curiosity flickered in her eyes as she reluctantly followed Sera. They stepped into the mushroom-growing room, where the air was noticeably cooler, carrying a rich earthy scent. The room was lit by a few lanterns stretched across the rows of shelves lining the walls. Each one was crammed with trays of mushrooms, ranging from tiny buds to fully mature fungi. Sera moved towards a patch of soil nestled in a corner of the room. She crouched down, gently sifting through the dark, rich earth. She plucked a few mushrooms, their stems snapping crisply in the quiet room. I'll need to use this patch, Sera said, looking up from her work. Desmunda shrugged half-heartedly. Her fatigue was evident in every aspect of her posture, from the droop of her shoulders to the way she leaned slightly against a nearby shelf. You're the boss. Sera rose from her crouched position and dusted her hands off. Tell me, what properties do you think a plant should have to make the most addictive, and enjoyable potion for the masses? Desmunda's eyes narrowed as she considered the question. Well, for something truly addictive and enjoyable, you'd want a plant with a potent euphoric effect. It should have rapid absorption properties to make the effects immediate. A mild hallucinogenic component could enhance the experience. And, of course, it should have a pleasant taste and aroma to mask any bitterness. Sera nodded, absorbing the alchemist's words. I'll give you exactly what you need. Boss, what do you mean by that? Relax, just watch me. She stepped closer to the patch of soil. After taking a deep breath, Sera tilted her head back slightly and opened her mouth. A moment later, a small, glistening seed appeared on her tongue. She carefully spat the seed into the soil and took a step back. Desmunda watched in fascination as the seed glowed. The soil rippled as if in response to the seed's energy. In a few seconds, a slender green shoot broke through the surface, growing at an astonishing rate. Soon, a plant that was unlike anything Desmunda had ever seen emerged. Its leaves were a deep, iridescent blue with silver veins that pulsed gently as if carrying liquid moonlight. Tiny, luminescent flowers sprouted along the stem, each one carrying petals that shifted colors from deep purple to pale lavender. The air around the plant filled with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance, a blend of night-blooming jasmine and fresh rain. Desmunda stepped closer, eyes wide with amazement. I've never seen a plant like this before. What is it called? Sera tapped a finger on her chin. I think I'll call this plant Seluna, which sounds appropriate. Desmunda couldn't tear her eyes away from the mesmerizing plant. Is it okay if I harvest it? Sera nodded. Of course, you're free to do so. However, I need you to make 3 concept potions immediately so we can get some preliminary testing done. That would be my pleasure. Desmunda's fingers tingled with anticipation as she carefully plucked a few leaves and flowers, then cradled them in her hands as if they were the most precious gems. Then, she returned to the alchemical workshop and set her newly harvested materials on a clean workspace, looking over the array of equipment and ingredients available. Sera watched as Desmunda gathered the necessary components for her potions from her workstation. The air filled with the sound of clinking glass and the hiss of simmering liquids, as the alchemist got to work. The first potion she created was an elixir of euphoria. She ground the Seluna leaves into a fine powder, mixing them with a base of distilled water and a few pinches of other herbs. Finally, she added a few drops of an orange-colored liquid to make the mixture settle. Next, she crafted a stamina potion. This time, she dissolved the petals of the Seluna directly into the mixture with ease. She combined them with essence of night runner vine and a dash of powdered gloom root. The potion took on a brilliant violet color, the hues shifting as it bubbled gently in its flask. For the final potion, Desmunda decided to experiment with a calming draft. She used both the leaves and flowers of the Seluna, infusing them with dream leaf essence. The liquid turned a soft, pale blue, its surface shimmering like moonlight on water. Desmunda stepped back, admiring her work for a bit. Then, she carefully labeled each flask, noting the ingredients and the expected properties. Sera approached the table. "Impressive," she said, picking up the flask containing the elixir of euphoria. She held it up to the light, watching as the liquid sparkled. "These look promising. What do you expect from each of them?" Desmunda took a deep breath, her excitement barely contained. The elixir of euphoria should induce a state of intense joy and happiness, the stamina potion will boost endurance and energy levels, and the calming draft should provide a sense of peace and relaxation, easing stress and anxiety. "Excellent, do you think these potions are ready for testing?" "Anything can be ready for testing if you want it to, boss." Sera chuckled lightly. "I'll take these potions you made with me then." Sera went down into the prison area. The walls exuded a chill that seeped through her clothing. And the air was thick with the scent of dampness from both water and dried urine. She found Zoha waiting near the entrance, bowing her head lightly. "Welcome back, mistress. Are the test subjects prepared?" Sera asked, her voice low and commanding, each word imbued with authority as they started walking down the narrow corridor. Zoha nodded, a small, knowing smirk playing on her lips. "Yes, they are. Everything is ready." "Good, then let's get started." Their footsteps echoed as they approached a heavy iron door. Zoha took out a large, rusted key from the folds of her cloak and inserted it into the lock. A waft of stale air greeted them as the door opened inward, revealing a large cell bathed in the flickering glow of torchlight. Inside, a dozen people huddled together, fearful and confused. Their eyes darted around the room, taking in the grim surroundings, the cold stone walls, and the iron bars that confined them. Sera set down the 3 potions she had brought on a wooden table near the cell's entrance. The glass vials clinked softly against the rough-hewn surface. "Zoha, help me pour the potions into 3 to 4 cups each." "Understood, mistress." The demoness immediately retrieved a set of clean, tarnished metal cups from a nearby shelf. She placed the cups on the table next to the potions, and uncorked each flask with a practiced hand. The scent of the concoctions filled the air, sweet, tangy, and earthy, each with its unique aroma. Meanwhile, Sera turned her attention to a few Black Eagle members who stood nearby. "Gather 12 prisoners and have them stand in a line." The Black Eagles moved immediately as they approached the huddled prisoners. They barked orders, herding the terrified captives into a single-file line. The prisoners shuffled forward, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear as they were forced into position. Zoha, having poured each potion into its respective cup, stood by the table. Sera soon joined her, giving a brief glance over the line of prisoners. She motioned to the first 4, indicating they should step forward. The captives obeyed, trembling as they approached the table. "These first 4 will test the elixir of euphoria," Sera announced, her voice cutting through the tense silence. She nodded to Zoha, who retrieved a cup of the potion for each prisoner. The liquid inside shimmered like molten gold, reflecting it in mesmerizing patterns. Each prisoner grasped their cup with trembling hands, the cool metal stark against their clammy skin. They glanced nervously at one another at first, the faint clinking of their cups the only sound in the heavy silence. But the liquid's sweet scent soon wafted up to their noses, causing them to inhale deeply and momentarily forget their fear. At first, they sipped tentatively, the golden liquid slipping past their lips and caressing their tongues. Their initial hesitation melted away as the elixir's warmth spread through their bodies. Within moments, their expressions softened, the rigid lines of fear dissolving into serene contentment. Their eyes now glazed over with a radiant joy. Soft, dreamy smiles unfurled across their faces, each curve of their lips speaking of profound bliss. "Interesting," Sera murmured. "I expect this one to be quite popular with the general populace. Hopefully, the effects of withdrawal will be just as strong, if not more so." Sera then signaled for the next group of 4 to step forward. "These 4 will test the stamina potion." Zoha handed out the cups filled with the violet liquid. The prisoners drank more readily this time, driven by a mixture of curiosity and resignation. Soon, their eyes brightened with energy, and they shifted restlessly, unable to stand still. "Not too shabby," Sera noted, her gaze sharp as she watched the prisoners' reactions. "This one could be better for adventurers and mercenaries." Afterwards, Sera signaled for the last batch of prisoners to be brought forward. "These 4 will test the calming potion." Zoha distributed the final set of cups, filled with the pale blue liquid. Again the prisoners drank, and soon, a profound sense of calm washed over them. Their tense muscles relaxed, and their frantic, darting eyes softened with tranquility. Very effective, Sera said. Perhaps this one should be promoted more towards the nobility and wealthy merchants. Such people often engage in negotiations, and something like this could prove popular. She turned to Zoha, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. It seems we've created some potent potions. Let's observe them for the next few hours to note any additional effects. As time passed, Sera and Zoha continued to monitor the prisoners closely. The first group, under the influence of the elixir of euphoria, began to exhibit signs of overstimulation. Their blissful expressions twisted into manic grins, their bodies twitching with uncontrolled energy. One prisoner let out a hysterical laugh, while another started to dance erratically, unable to contain the overwhelming sensation. Too potent, Sera commented. We'll need to adjust the formula to balance the effects. The second group, bolstered by the stamina potion, showed signs of hyperactivity. They paced back and forth, their movements growing more frantic. One prisoner punched the air repeatedly, while another ran around in circles over and over again. Effective, but we may need to reduce the intensity slightly, Zoha noted, jotting down notes in a small, leather-bound journal. The third group, under the calming draft's influence, appeared to fare the best. They remained tranquil, their expressions serene. However, one prisoner's breathing grew shallow, and their eyelids drooped heavily as if they were on the verge of falling asleep. It would seem that the calming potion appears to be the closest one to perfection so far. Let's get these prisoners back to their cells, Sera instructed the Black Eagles. And Zoha, send a request to Desmunda to prepare some more potions with a few modifications. We have much work ahead of us. Chapter 42 Needs and Wants. Marwood. Frederick wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his calloused hand, feeling the grit of dried sweat and dust against his skin. As he finished placing the last of the wooden planks, he paused, straightening up to stretch the stiffness from his back. The midday sun hung high overhead, its relentless heat pouring down on the bustling construction site. Dust swirled around him in spirals, kicked up by the steady rhythm of hammers and saws, before settling into the creases of his threadbare clothing. His once vibrant blue shirt had long faded to a dull grey. While he was carrying a few planks of wood, a booming voice cut through from behind, causing him to drop the planks. Fred! I've had enough of your slacking. Frederick turned slowly, meeting the eyes of the towering figure of his supervisor, Merrick. His thick arms were crossed over his chest, muscles bulging beneath the thin fabric of his shirt, the veins standing out in sharp relief against his tanned skin. You've been dragging your feet all morning, and I can't afford to have you slowing us down. Fred's heart sank. He hadn't meant to fall behind, but the exhaustion from long hours of back-breaking work was taking its toll. I'm sorry, sir. I'll work harder, I promise. Merrick leaned in closer. Promises won't get this building finished. If you can't keep up, I'll find someone who can. Do you understand me? Fred nodded vigorously, swallowing the lump in his throat. Yes, sir. I understand. Merrick straightened, his disdainful glare boring into Fred before he turned on his heel and stalked away. The weight of the supervisor's scorn was heavy, but Fred's shoulders sagged with relief as the tension slowly faded. Fuck me, that was close, I can't lose this job. The rest of the day unfolded in a blur of relentless labor combined with mundane tasks. Fred's muscles burned with exertion, pain searing through his arms and back. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, he had felt like his body was ready to give up on him. While the other workers packed their tools and prepared to head home, Fred approached the paymaster's tent with a sense of dread curling in his stomach. He'd seen Merrick earlier, speaking to the paymaster with a pointed gesture in his direction. When his turn came to collect his wages, the paymaster, a thin, stern-looking man, glanced up at him over the rims of his glasses. Name? Frederick, sir, Fred said, fighting to keep his voice steady. The paymaster looked over the list in front of him, trailing down the parchment until it stopped abruptly. It appears you've been marked for insufficient work today. No pay. Fred's stomach plummeted. Please, sir, I worked hard all day. I need the money. Just the 5 copper pieces as usual, that's all I'm asking for. The paymaster sighed, removing his spectacles and adjusting them briefly. Rules are rules. If your supervisor says you didn't meet expectations, there's nothing I can do. Desperation twisted in Fred's gut. He couldn't go home empty-handed. Please, I'll do better tomorrow. I promise. Just this once, give me my wage. The paymaster hesitated, his gaze flicking to Merrick, who stood nearby with his arms crossed, a smug smirk playing on his lips. After what felt like an eternity, the paymaster relented. Fine, but if this happens again, there won't be any more leniency for you. Fred exhaled a sigh of relief as the paymaster counted out 5 copper pieces and handed them over. He clutched the coins tightly in his hand, the cool metal pressing into his palm. That was way too close. Thank you, sir, he said. Merrick's eyes bored into Fred as he clutched the coins tightly in his hand. Just get the fuck out of here. And make sure you earn your keep tomorrow, or you won't be so lucky next time. Fred nodded quickly, murmuring another thanks, sir, before hastily turning away. As he stepped out of the paymaster's tent, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, damn prick. He tucked the copper coins into his pocket as he made his way through the bustling streets of Marwood. By this time, the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Before long, he arrived at a crowded market. Vendors shouted over each other, while the clatter of carts rolling over uneven stone added to the commotion. Fred navigated through the crowd, shoulders hunched as if trying to make himself smaller, his eyes fixed on the ground, avoiding the gaze of the bustling crowd around him. He first stopped at a stall selling fruits, looking for the cheapest options possible. Hopefully there's some apples around, the kids love those. Fortunately, he did spot some apples that appeared affordable. They were small and bruised, their skins mottled with dark patches, but they were still edible. He reached out and held the fruits with a gentleness born of necessity, carefully selecting a few of the least damaged ones. The vendor watched him with a mix of pity and impatience, eyes narrowing as Fred counted out a few copper pieces before handing them over. With the apples tucked into his pocket, Fred moved on until he reached the butcher's stall. The display was sparse, the best cuts long gone, leaving only the most modest remnants behind. Fred scanned the offerings, his heart sinking as he realized how little was left. He finally settled on a small piece of salted meat, the cheapest cut available. The butcher, a burly man with a thick mustache that twitched as he spoke, handed over the meat without a word, his attention already shifting to the next customer, dismissing Fred as quickly as he had served him. Fred's heart grew heavier as he looked down at his meager purchases. I've already spent all the money I saved up in today's wages. But hopefully, Ruth is feeling generous today. He still needed bread, and there was only one person he knew that would be willing to help him out. Yet, as he made his way to the baker's stall, his hope dwindled further. The stall was nearly empty, the day's supply all but gone. As he approached, the baker, a kind-eyed woman with brown hair tied up in a bun, was in the process of closing up for the day. She glanced up towards him and offered a gentle smile. Evening, Fred. You're cutting it close today. Fred nodded. I know, Ruth. I don't have much left, but I need some bread for my family. Ruth's eyes softened further as she glanced at the remaining loaves. They were stale and unsold, but still very much edible. Tell you what, she said, reaching for the loaves. These are going to waste anyway. You can have them. Fred's eyes filled with gratitude as he accepted the bread. Thank you so much. You don't know how much this means to us. Ruth waved away his thanks with a warm smile. Just make sure your kids eat decently tonight. Fred clutched the bread and his other meager purchases close to his chest. After an hour of walking, the bustling market's din faded behind him, giving way to the quieter, more somber atmosphere of the slums. After Fred turned onto a narrow, rutted lane, he passed many houses in various states of disrepair. Crumbling brickwork, windows with peeling paint, and sagging roofs spoke of hard lives and unyielding struggles. The muddy path was riddled with potholes, each step a careful game of avoiding the stagnant puddles that dotted the way. His own home stood at the very end of the lane. Its crumbling brick walls had long since been covered by a patchwork of grime and peeling paint. Meanwhile, the roof was barely put together with mismatched shingles, sagged ominously in places. Home sweet home. When he pushed the shoddy door to his house open, he immediately smelled the scent of cooked meals, dirty fabric, and the distinctive essence of his family. His wife, Anna, was seated at a small, worn table. Her tired eyes lit up with relief the moment they met him. Welcome home, dear. Fred moved closer to kiss her on the forehead. I missed you, sweetheart. Don't worry about me too much, you should see the kids. Their 3 young children were scattered around the room, each absorbed in their own world. Marta, the eldest at 10, sat quietly by the small window, her face illuminated by the last remnants of daylight. She was drawing with a stub of charcoal on a piece of salvaged paper, while 6-year-old Tomas and 4-year-old Lily played with makeshift toys. The instant the door closed behind him, the children's attention snapped to their father as they sprang up from their activities and ran to him. "Papa!" Fred knelt down slowly, the day's fatigue momentarily forgotten as he gathered his children into a tight embrace. Hey, there's enough of me to go around." He pulled back slightly to look at their faces, each one beaming up at him. Marta's serious eyes, always observant, were alight with a rare happiness. Tomas's energetic grin mirrored the infectious joy of youth, while Lily's shy smile peeked from behind her thumb, which she had absent-mindedly started to suck. "I missed you all so much," Fred said, placing a gentle kiss on each of their foreheads. "Did you bring us anything, Papa?" Tomas asked eagerly, his eyes darting to the bag Fred had set down beside him. Fred chuckled softly, ruffling his son's hair. "I did, actually. Some bread and apples for dinner. We'll all eat together." Lily's eyes widened. "Yay! Apples!" Fred's heart melted at her innocent delight. He glanced up to see Anna setting aside her mending, the needle and thread carefully placed on the small table. She soon rose to join them. "All right, everybody. Go play for a bit while I talk to your father." The children reluctantly let go of Fred, their small hands lingering on his arms for a moment longer before they scampered off to their corner of the room. Then, Anna took Fred's hand and leading him to a quieter corner of the room. She looked up at him, her eyes searching his face for answers. "Did you get paid?" Fred nodded, reaching into his pocket to show her the coins, their dull gleam catching the light. He also held up the modest food he had managed to buy, the bread, a few bruised apples, and a small piece of meat. "It wasn't easy, but we have something to eat tonight." "Thank you, we'll make do," Anna whispered. They worked together to prepare a simple meal, using the apples, meat and bread to create a modest but nourishing dinner. As they sat around the small table, the children chattered happily, their worries momentarily forgotten. After dinner, Fred and Anna tucked the children into bed. Marta, the eldest, hugged her father tightly. "Good night, Papa," she whispered. "Good night, my sweet," Fred replied, kissing her forehead. He then tucked Tomas and Lily under their worn but warm blankets, giving each a gentle kiss good night. With the children asleep, Fred and Anna retreated to their own small bed. They lay in the darkness, the weight of the day settling over them. Anna rested her head on Fred's chest. "We'll get through this." "I know," Fred whispered back. "I just hope everything will be okay." Long after Anna had fallen asleep, Fred slipped out of bed and moved silently through the small house, careful not to wake anyone. Once outside, he made his way deeper into the slums. He arrived at a dilapidated shack at the edge of the slums and knocked softly on the door. After a moment, it creaked open to reveal a man with sharp features and a weary expression. "Freddy, my man, come in." Fred entered, the familiar scent of smoke and sweat filling his nostrils. The two sat at a rickety table, the only light coming from a small, flickering candle. "Baron, I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. This job I have is complete shit, but I got no choice but to keep going." "Yeah, I feel you there. Can I offer you a drink?" "I've got some ale," Baron said, lifting up a dusty bottle of mystery liquid that he took from who knows where. Fred shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. "Thanks, but no. Alcohol doesn't do it for me anymore." "Listen, I feel you. But I might have something else that can help you unwind, at least for a little while." Fred watched as Baron reached under the table and pulled out a glass bottle filled with a liquid that looked like molten gold. The substance glowed softly in the dim light, casting an eerie yet captivating glow. "What is that?" Fred asked out loud, squinting his eyes. Baron smiled faintly. "Folks have been calling it angel tears. It's a new product from the Black Eagles. Says it can make you forget your troubles and feel like nothing else matters." "I don't know about this one, Baron, these potions can be dangerous." "No. I've tried it myself. Just a little won't hurt. It's like nothing you've ever felt before. Trust me." Fred hesitated, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts. The idea of escaping his worries, even for a brief moment, was incredibly tempting. He watched as Baron uncorked the bottle, the faint pop echoing in the quiet room. The liquid inside shimmered, its golden hue mesmerizing to the eyes. Bayron poured a small amount into a tin cup, the liquid flowing smoothly and settling with a slight glow. He then held the cup out to Fred. Just a sip, try it. Taking a deep breath, Fred accepted the cup. He raised it to his lips, feeling the chill of the liquid as it touched his mouth. He took a cautious sip, the taste surprisingly sweet and smooth, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Almost immediately, a warmth spread through his body, starting from his chest and radiating outward like the gentle embrace of a summer sun. His worries and fatigue melted away, replaced by a profound sense of euphoria that lifted him from the inside out. Fred's eyes widened in amazement as the potion took effect. The dim, shadowy room around him seemed to brighten, colors becoming more vivid and details sharper. Every sound, from the creak of the wooden floorboards to the distant murmur of voices outside, was clearer, more distinct, as if the world had been tuned to a perfect pitch. A blissful smile spread across his face as he turned to look at Bayron, his friend's features appearing more defined and vibrant. Holy shit, what's in this stuff? Bayron nodded, his own smile reflecting Fred's newfound joy. I told you. It's like nothing else. For the first time in what felt like ages, Fred felt truly happy. He knew the effects of the angel tears wouldn't last, but for now, he allowed himself to revel in the moment, savoring the fleeting escape from his struggles. Damn, this is some good stuff. Fred looked at Bayron again. How did you get your hands on this? Bayron leaned back in his chair and let out a blissful smile. The Black Eagles were actually distributing them for free, so I took my shot. Do you think taking free stuff from them is a good idea? I mean, nothing from them comes without a price. I know it'll probably screw me later, but a good time is a good time. Sometimes you need to grab what little joy you can find, even if it comes with strings attached. You're not worried about what they'll ask for in return? Fred asked, setting the cup down carefully on the table. Bayron's smile faded slightly. Of course I am. But think about it, Fred. We break our backs every day for scraps. We can't always afford to be picky about where our relief comes from. I'm tired of feeling like I'm drowning every second of the day. This, he gestured to the glowing bottle, gives me a chance to come up for air, even if it's just for a moment. Fred nodded slowly, understanding but not entirely convinced. The warmth of the potion continued to spread through him, loosening the tight knots of worry and fatigue that had become a constant in his life. He leaned back in his chair, letting his eyes close for a moment. All right, but can you at least tell me how long you have been using this stuff? A couple of weeks. The first time I tried it, I was hooked. It's hard to go back to feeling like crap all the time once you've had a taste of this. Shit, this was a bad idea after all. Fred, relax, life's shit anyway. We should take what we can get. Chapter 43 Prosperity. Black Eagle's Hideout, Underground Arena. Sera sat at the head of the long, polished oak table in a dimly lit room, with only a few candles flickering in their sconces. She took a deep breath, looking over the faces of Kieran, Jarek, Ilera, and Myra, each seated around the table with a sense of anticipation in their eyes. Zoha is currently out on recon, Sera said, her gaze lingering on each of them in turn. So, she won't be joining us today. Are there any questions before we start? Nobody said a word. Kieran eventually nodded towards Sera, signaling her to go ahead. She adjusted a stack of parchment in front of her, aligning the edges meticulously before continuing. If there's nothing of note, let's move on to the meeting proper. Sera leaned forward slightly. The first order of business is discussing the performance of the various potions that I've developed with the help of our resident alchemist, Desmunda. Kieran coughed into his hand before speaking up. Angel's Tears have been performing exceptionally well, and we've sold out every single batch we've made within a few days. The only thing holding us back is the fact we're not able to scale to meet demand as of yet. Sera nodded, her quill gliding smoothly across the parchment, leaving behind a thin trail of ink as she made a careful note. She paused for a moment, gaze shifting from the parchment to the and then towards Jarek, who sat across the table from her. And what about the potion we're marketing towards adventurers? Jarek leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking slightly under his weight. If you're referring to purple poison, it's been well received by adventurers. Pardon? Is our potion actually named purple poison? Originally, we tried to call it something like Violet Rush. But our customers kept calling it purple poison instead, so we just stuck with it. Fair enough, and are there any side effects that we should be concerned about? Nothing too big, boss. Some rashes here and there, persistent coughing, and temporary blindness in extreme cases. But are adventurers still buying the potions? Oh definitely, most people don't get any side effects, and they like how much of a boost purple poison gives them. Excellent, now, let's discuss the last potion then. The one we chose to promote to merchants and nobles. Ilera leaned forward slightly, her fingers brushing a strand of hair behind her ear as she prepared to speak. Regarding the potion we've been promoting to merchants and nobles, it has been positively received by those who have tried it, however, the uptake has been a bit slower than what we anticipated. Why do you think that's the case? Sera asked. The merchants, in particular, aren't yet convinced about the product. It's not that they doubt its quality or effectiveness, those who have tested it have given favorable feedback. They're just wary of investing in something new without a proven market demand. They want to see more widespread adoption among the nobles before they fully commit. Ilera said. She paused, glancing at the others around the table before returning her gaze to Sera. We're working on getting around to them, establishing more direct lines of communication and offering incentives for bulk purchases. If we can win over the merchants, the nobles will likely follow, as they often rely on the merchants' endorsements before making decisions themselves. Sera listened intently, tapping a finger lightly on the table's surface as she considered Ilera's words. I see, she finally said, her voice thoughtful. It's a matter of perception and timing, then. We'll need to find a way to push through that initial reluctance. Perhaps some more in-person demonstration or a limited-time offer could help promote the product. I'll look into it, boss. Sera took a moment to organize her thoughts before continuing. Next, let's discuss the newest and most important part of our operations, the funnel to my dungeon. Myra, who had been quietly listening, leaned forward. We've been working hard on this, and so far, we've worked with several wagon drivers and managed to transport about 10 to 30 people a day into the dungeon. That's not too bad, but I'd like to see those numbers increase in the future. How is the incentive system doing? As you requested, boss, we've made sure that at least 1 in 10 people make it out of the dungeon alive and with potions, free of charge. Sera tilted her head slightly. That sounds good, but are we still charging people for transport? Myra nodded. Yes, we do charge a few copper pieces. Not enough to make a huge profit, but it does give us a slight margin to work with. It covers the basic costs of operation. Sera considered this for a moment. Even a minor fee could prevent some people from wanting to go into the dungeon. After a brief pause, she turned back to Myra. Cut the costs entirely. Make transport to the dungeon free for those who seek Angel's Tears or any of our other potions. We need to lower the barriers to entry if we want to increase foot traffic. With all due respect, I'm not sure if that's the best idea, boss. Oh? How come? Myra's brow furrowed in thought for a few moments. It's a bit of an open secret that the wagon drivers take the fees for themselves. We usually let it slide though, because it keeps them in check. I understand, that is indeed a fair point. In that case, keep things as is for now, at least until I can think of something better. Understood, boss. Sera gave a satisfied nod before shifting her attention to the rest of the group. Now, for the last agenda of this meeting, let's discuss the number of recent recruits and how the process is going so far. Kieran straightened in his seat. We've brought in a good number of new members, and most of them are settling in well. That said, we're still in the early stages, and there's a lot of work to be done to ensure they're fully integrated into the Black Eagles. Just make sure the training remains rigorous. Continue to monitor their progress closely, and if there are any extreme issues, inform me or Zoha in the future. We'll keep a close eye on it, boss. With that, Sera leaned back in her chair. She took a deep breath, letting the weight of the meeting's discussions settle in her mind. Thank you, everyone. We've made good progress so far, let's keep the momentum going. Sera's dungeon, Mystic Forest. It had been a few days since Sera had been inside of her own dungeon. Aside from the spirit tree itself, she wanted to check on the beastkin who were now staying here. Let's hope they don't have too many questions for me. She soon approached the secluded alcove where Ermo, Alpa, and Faye had made their home. The house had changed quite a bit since she last created it. The once purely organic design had been altered with deliberate changes that were evident in every detail. Although thick roots formed the walls, they had been pruned, shaped, and coaxed, their once wild spirals now forming a more uniform shape. Some of the soil surrounding the house had been plowed and tilled, leaving neat rows that bordered the structure like a carefully laid out garden. Above the doorway, the vines had been cultivated rather than allowed to grow wild, their blossoms blooming in carefully chosen spots. The vibrant colors of the flowers, deep purples, rich reds, and bright yellow stood out against the color of the wood. Sera paused at the entrance, brushing a hand near the wooden door. She could sense the presence of Ermo, Alpa, and Faye, each with their own distinct energy. Now or never. She pushed the door open gently, the wood giving way with a soft creak, and stepped inside. The interior of the house now included a few carefully placed oil lamps to serve as lighting. Not only that, even the furniture had been personalized with the touch of its inhabitants. The chairs had been draped with woven fabrics, their soft, earthy tones adding warmth to the space. Meanwhile, sturdy shelves carved by hand were also present, lined with various trinkets, tools, and small keepsakes. Only moments after Sera entered, Faye was the first to notice her. "Auntie Sera," she exclaimed, bouncing up from where she had been sitting on the floor, playing with a small, wooden toy. Sera smiled warmly, bending down to catch Faye in a gentle hug. "Hello, little one," she said softly as she looked down at the young girl. "Have you been helping Ermo and Alpa with the house?" Faye nodded enthusiastically. "I helped decorate. Do you like it?" Sera looked around the room, taking in the thoughtful touches that had been added since she last visited. "You've done a wonderful job." Alpa, who had been arranging some herbs on the table, looked up and smiled at Sera. "She's been quite the little helper." The soft clatter of wooden utensils and the scent of a hearty stew simmering wafted through the doorway as Ermo emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands on a well-worn cloth. His eyes softened as they landed on Sera, and a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Hey boss, been a good while." Sera returned the smile in kind. "This place has turned out quite nicely. Alpa and Faye did most of the work. I just made sure things didn't fall apart," Ermo said, chuckling softly. Alpa grinned over her shoulder. "Don't let him fool you. He's done a lot more than he lets on." Meanwhile Faye, clinging to Sera's hand, looked up with eager eyes. "Auntie Sera, are you staying for dinner?" Sera's smile softened as she looked down at the girl. "Maybe next time, I have some other things to take care of first." Faye's excitement dimmed slightly, but she nodded, her grip loosening. "Okay." Afterwards, Sera turned to Ermo. "Actually, could we talk for a moment? In private?" The beastkin man's brow furrowed slightly, but he nodded. "Of course, boss." He turned to Alpa and Faye, offering them a reassuring smile. "We'll be right back." Alpa waved them off, her knowing smile hinting that she understood more than she let on. "Take your time. We'll keep things warm." Faye, still a little disappointed, gave a small wave. "Come back soon, Auntie Sera." Sera offered one last smile to the girl before following Ermo outside. Once they were a good distance away from the house, Ermo stopped, turning to face Sera with a more serious expression. "So, what's on your mind, boss? Tell me, have you been outside the Mystic Forest much lately?" Sera asked. "Not much. I stick close to Alpa and Faye. But I've noticed more adventurers coming through the dungeon. More than usual. And have you seen what happens to them?" Ermo fell silent. His gaze dropped to the ground, hands clenched into fists. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply. "Yeah, I've seen it. But I try not to think about it too much." Sera's expression softened slightly, but there was a steely edge to her voice. "There will be more of them coming, and it's only going to get more dangerous." "I know, boss. I don't want Faye to see any of that. She's too young to understand what really happens here." "Thank you for understanding. I know it's not easy." Ermo gave a small, tight-lipped smile. "As long as Alpa is safe too, I'll do what I can." Sera nodded, hand slipping from his shoulder as she took a step back. "I know you will. Now, I should let you get back to them. I have a few matters of my own to see." Ermo nodded in return, turning his attention back toward the house. "Take care, boss." With a final wave, Sera bid them farewell and started walking towards the spirit tree. It should have absorbed quite a decent amount of experience by now. Before long, the towering trunk of the spirit tree came into view. It feels odd seeing it like this. Not too long ago, the spirit tree was just a small sapling. The roots of the tree spread out around its base, thick and gnarled, weaving through the earth in a complex network that connected every corner of the dungeon. Sera approached the tree, feeling the hum of power growing stronger with each step until she finally reached its base. Turning her back against the massive trunk, Sera closed her eyes and allowed herself to sink into the tree's energy. She felt the connection between herself and the dungeon deepen, the magic of the spirit tree merging with her own essence, feeding into her core. Core experience updated to 30,000. Rank up requirement from rank 4 to rank 5, 25,000 experience. Initiate rank up sequence? Yes, Sera whispered. Rank up sequence initiated. For a brief moment, the air around her seemed to still, the world pausing as the power of the spirit tree surged through her. Then, she felt the rush of energy as the dungeon itself shifted. Rank up sequence complete. Displaying dungeon status. Core rank, 5. Core experience, 5,000. Dungeon boss, Sera. Number of floors, 4. Mana, 1,200/1,600, 400 currently used for monster maintenance. Monsters, 33. New features unlocked, new terrain option, unlock D-tier monster. After all was said and done, the spirit tree grew taller, though not as drastically as before. Interesting, perhaps. Notice. Effective immediately, the experience required to rank up the spirit tree will increase significantly. Furthermore, the value of experience gained from lower quality tributes will be reduced. Sera paused as she took in the information. Looks like my work will only become more difficult from here on out. No matter, acquiring more tributes shouldn't be too difficult now that I have full control over the Black Eagles. Then, she decided to examine the new terrain options she now has access to. Basic theme, default option, unique passive, none. Stone Maze, rank 2 option, unique passive, minor bonus to adventurer's fear. Glowmoss Cavern, rank 3 option, unique passive, slight possibility that glimmer cap mushrooms will sporadically emerge over time. White Forest, rank 4 option, unique passive, this terrain option comes with 4 frost banshees. These frost banshees are self-sustaining and do not require mana for maintenance. They have a respawn time of 12 hours, restriction, this terrain can be applied to only 1 out of every 4 floors in the dungeon. Blighted Swamp, rank 5 option, unique passive, gradually depletes the stamina of adventurers, with the draining effect increasing cumulatively over time, restriction, this terrain cannot be applied to consecutive floors. Sera's eyes lingered on the Blighted Swamp option. The idea of creating such a hostile environment intrigued her, especially with the restrictions it imposed. But first, I need to know what it would cost to unlock a new floor. How much does it cost to unlock a new floor? She asked. Cost to unlock a new floor, 2,000 core experience. Sera nodded, this price is reasonable enough. But before she committed to expanding the dungeon's physical space, she wanted to explore the potential of adding a more powerful monster to her arsenal. Display monster unlock options, she instructed. Displaying monster unlock options. Unlock 1 random F-tier monster, cost, 100 core experience. Unlock 1 random E-tier monster, cost, 500 core experience. Unlock 1 random D-tier monster, cost, 1000 core experience. Sera considered her options briefly before making her decision. I'd like to unlock a random D-tier monster first. Unlock 1 random D-tier monster selected. Processing request. New monster unlocked, Greater Blight Frog. Level range, 90 to 100. Maintenance cost, 100 mana. Respawn time, 2 hours. Description: the Greater Blight Frog has venomous skin that weakens and drains the stamina of its prey, while its powerful legs allow it to ambush with precision. Highly territorial, this creature can deter intruders with its paralyzing bite. Sera's eyes brightened with satisfaction. Not too bad, I should consider getting a few of these to protect the dungeon. Satisfied, Sera turned her attention to the next task at hand, constructing the new floor and applying the Blighted Swamp terrain. She closed her eyes, connecting deeply with the core of her dungeon, feeling its pulse align with her own. With a deliberate, steady breath, she willed the dungeon to expand. Are you sure you wish to create a new floor? Yes. Where do you wish to place the floor? You are currently on the 4th floor. Place the new floor just above the White Forest, please. Do you wish to place any monsters in the new floor? Spawn 6 blight frogs there. Processing request. The ground beneath Sera's feet rumbled. She closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the dungeon synchronize with her own heartbeat, the connection between them growing stronger with every passing second. But with time, the shaking ceased. And a new notification manifested. New floor construction complete. Blighted swamp terrain successfully implemented. Blight frogs have been deployed. Her work done, Sera took a moment to review her own status, curious about how her recent efforts had affected her abilities. She called up her profile, and the information appeared before her in a glowing display. Name, Sera. Species, Elder Dryad. Access privilege, Administrator. Level, 300. Magic, 300, rating, S. Magic resistance, 300, rating, S. Physical defense, 100, rating, C. Strength, 50, rating, E. Speed, 150, rating, B. Vitality, 300, rating, S. Overall challenge rating, S. Alert, Level 4 Winter Path Progression ability available. Processing Level 4 Winter Path Progression reward. New Winter Path ability unlocked, Dark Frost Cocoon. Description: Sera encases herself in a shell of dark, mystical ice, rapidly healing her wounds while emitting an aura of freezing energy that damages all nearby creatures. While inside the cocoon, Sera is immune to all external attacks and effects. The ice rapidly absorbs ambient energy, converting it into life force to restore Sera's health. Restriction: Dark Frost Cocoon can only be activated once per day and lasts for up to 16 seconds. During this time, Sera is immobile and cannot perform any actions. Chapter 44 Nostalgia. Haziel sat alone in a sparse room, perched on a wooden chair that creaked beneath her slight weight. The table in front of her was marred with scratches, and it was surrounded by the oppressive presence of iron bars that cast long shadows across the stone floor. The air was heavy, almost stifling, thick with the scent of damp stone and old wood, the kind of scent that seeped into one's bones and settled there. Soon, the door creaked open. A familiar figure stepped into the room, his presence commanding and imposing. Chancellor Alistair was draped in a dark embroidered robe. His silver hair, meticulously combed back, framed a face that was both stern and calculating. His piercing blue eyes appeared to bore into the air itself. At the very least, it did make many of the acolytes flinch. With a measured stride, the Chancellor crossed the room and took his seat beside Haziel. He adjusted his robe with a flick of his wrist before turning to her with an unreadable expression. "You should be grateful that I've taken the time to visit you. Time, as you know, is a precious commodity for someone in my position." Haziel inclined her head slightly. "I understand, Chancellor. But may I ask, why have you come to see me?" The Chancellor's gaze didn't waver as he studied her, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I've heard from the Inquisition that you were last seen in a flower shop. Why were you there?" Haziel hesitated, absently tracing the edge of the table's surface with a finger. "I just felt like going there." A heavy sigh escaped Alistair's lips. "Do you remember what your mission is, Haziel?" She furrowed her brow, trying to pull the fragmented memories together, but they slipped through her. After a moment, she shook her head. I can't remember." The Chancellor's expression softened just a fraction, though it was more pity than compassion. Rising to his feet slowly, he placed a hand on her shoulder with a cold and impersonal touch. "Come with me, I think you're simply exhausted. And I know just how to fix that." His words lingered in the air as he turned towards the door, leaving Haziel with little choice but to follow. "I hope whatever happens won't be too bad. I really don't want to hurt anyone." Haziel followed Chancellor Alistair out of the sparse room as they walked down a long, dimly lit corridor. She had no idea where they were going, but an increasing sense of dread kept clawing at her mind. Soon, they arrived at a heavy wooden door. Alistair pushed it open, revealing a room that was sterile, almost clinical, with gleaming white walls and a polished floor that reflected the harsh overhead lights. Haziel took in the sight of various acolytes bustling about the room. Strange equipment filled the room, arcane instruments that buzzed and glowed with unnatural light, vials filled with swirling liquids, and bundles of herbs laid out in precise rows. "Sit," Chancellor Alistair ordered, gesturing towards a large metal chair at the center of the room. Thick, heavy straps dangled from the arms and legs, strong enough to restrain even the most defiant prisoner. Haziel's breath hitched as her eyes traced the contours of the chair. She felt a tremor in her hands but forced herself to move, knowing that hesitation would only worsen her situation. With a final glance at Alistair's unyielding expression, she lowered herself into the chair. The icy metal bit into her back, the sensation jolting through her body. It was hard and unyielding, the seat designed not for comfort but for control. No sooner had she settled into the chair than the acolytes moved in. Their hands moved fast as they wrapped the thick ropes around her wrists and ankles. The fibers were rough against her skin, tightening with each pull until she was bound securely to the chair. Still, despite it all, Haziel couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Is this all necessary?" "It's all for your own good," Chancellor Alastair said. He stepped back, watching as the acolytes finished their work, adjusting the straps and checking the equipment. Once they were satisfied, one of the acolytes, a stern-faced woman, approached Alastair and handed him a large, leather-bound book. He accepted it with a nod, coughing lightly into his hand before turning his attention back to Haziel. "I'm going to speak certain words now. As I do, I want you to focus on remembering your true purpose. Do you understand?" Haziel winced in pain for some odd reason she couldn't understand, but regardless, she answered why yes. Chancellor Alastair opened the book, tracing the ancient symbols etched into its pages. The room seemed to grow colder, the air thick with an oppressive energy. The acolytes formed a silent circle around the chair, their eyes fixed on the Chancellor as he chanted. "Rose, whisper, thunder, mirror, shadow, glass." The words seemed to linger in the air, each syllable vibrating with an unsettling energy. Haziel felt the sound wrap around her, a soft, insistent whisper that caressed the edges of her mind. A strange sensation followed, a creeping drowsiness that began to settle over her like a heavy blanket. It started at the edges of her awareness, a faint tug that grew stronger with every passing second. Her eyelids fluttered, the muscles in her face growing slack as if they were no longer under her control. She blinked, trying to clear her mind, but it was like moving through thick syrup. Her thoughts were sluggish, each one coming slower than the last. River, flame, silence. Chancellor Alastair's voice drifted through the fog, the words growing fainter with each repetition. They reverberated in her mind, bouncing off the walls of her consciousness before fading into the distance. The room itself seemed to pull away, the walls stretching into shadows that swallowed the light. Haziel's breath hitched in her throat. But the pull of sleep was too strong, a tidal wave that overwhelmed her, dragging her down into its depths. Her body went limp against the restraints, the ropes holding her upright as her last bit of strength ebbed away. Haziel stirred awake, senses gradually coming back to her like the slow blooming of a flower at dawn. She became aware of a series of gentle tugs on her clothes, each one persistent yet soft, as though something small and curious were trying to rouse her. The sensation reminded her of a kitten's playful nudge, delicate but insistent. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw were several small faces peering up at her, their features blurred at first but quickly sharpening as her vision cleared. The children surrounded her, their wide eyes filled with both concern and curiosity. They were of various ages, cheeks flushed a rosy pink from the cold. The children wore soft woolen sweaters, and threadbare scarves that had clearly seen many winters. The smallest of the group, a little girl with chestnut curls that tumbled haphazardly around her face, was the first to speak. "Sister Haziel, are you okay?" Haziel managed a gentle smile, though she winced slightly as a dull ache throbbed in her temples. She reached up with one hand, massaging the side of her head in a slow, circular motion, trying to ease the tension that pulsed behind her eyes. "I'm fine, thanks. Just a bit of a headache, but nothing to worry about." The children visibly relaxed, their small bodies unwinding from the tense postures they had unconsciously adopted. One of the older boys, who had a freckled face that seemed permanently set in a half-grin, stepped forward. He pointed to Haziel's robe, his finger hovering just above the coarse fabric. "Sister Haziel, you've got something on your clothes." Haziel chuckled softly. "Oh, Mark, I know you're just trying to trick me again," she teased, shaking her head. "You always love to pull my leg, don't you?" But Mark's grin faded slightly. "No, really, Sister Haziel, there's something there. You should get it changed." The other children nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting the same sincerity. Haziel's curiosity was piqued, and she glanced down at her robe, her fingers brushing over the rough, worn material. She didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but the children's insistence was enough to make her pause. All right, she conceded with a light sigh. "I'll go get changed." Mark's eyes lit up, and he beckoned her to follow him. The other children clustered around as they led her out of the small room and down a narrow, drafty hallway. The floorboards creaked underfoot, the sound echoing through the otherwise silent halls. When they reached another room, Haziel noticed a faint glow of candlelight spilling from beneath the door. The children were trembling with excitement for some reason. Haziel just shrugged as they pushed the door open. Why are they so excited? The room was humble, its simplicity a reflection of the austere life led by those who gathered there. A few priestesses, priests, and nuns stood clustered around a small, worn table, their figures bathed in the gentle light of the lone candle that flickered at its center. The candle, slightly crooked in its holder, cast long, wavering shadows on the whitewashed walls. A modest spread of food had been carefully arranged on the table. 2 small loaves of bread sat beside a pot of steaming broth, and at the center of it all was a single, slightly lopsided cake, dusted with a light snowfall of powdered sugar. The cake was simple, yet it had been crafted with obvious care and love, a labor of devotion in the midst of a harsh winter. As Haziel stepped into the room, the gathered clergy turned toward her, their faces breaking into soft, cheerful smiles. Surprise, Sister Haziel, they cheered all at once. Her heart swelled with emotion as she took in the scene before her. The effort they had gone to, despite the scarcity of the season, touched her deeply. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes as she looked around the room, her gaze settling on each familiar face. She recognized the lines of worry etched into their brows, the way their hands were chapped from the cold, yet their smiles were genuine and full of light. "Thank you," Haziel whispered, her voice thick with emotion, the words barely able to escape the lump in her throat. "Thank you all so much." The modest celebration continued with a gentle, heartwarming joy that filled the small room. Haziel smiled as the children gathered around the simple cake. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow over their eager faces, making the modest feast feel more like a grand banquet in their innocent eyes. The priestesses and priests joined in the quiet celebration, sharing stories and laughter that echoed softly off the stone walls. The cold air outside was forgotten for a time, replaced by the warmth of companionship and the sweetness of shared moments. As the evening wore on, the children, now drowsy and full from the modest meal, were gently herded towards their bedrooms by the nuns. Their sleepy protests were met with soft, soothing words, and the gentle rustle of their footsteps echoed through the dimly lit halls. The room began to empty, the warm, familial chatter gradually giving way to the quiet of the night. Haziel was about to retire for the evening when she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. She turned to see a tall priest standing beside her. His weathered face, etched with deep lines from years of hardship, seemed softened by the dim candlelight, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated worry that could not be hidden. His hair, once a rich brown, was now streaked with silver, and his thin, worn robe hung loosely on his frame. "Sister Haziel," he began, his voice low and tentative. "Might we speak for a moment?" Haziel nodded, sensing the gravity of what he wished to discuss. "Of course, Father Donovan. Let's find a quieter place." Together, the two walked through the monastery until they came to a small alcove with a narrow window, the only source of light in the otherwise shadowed space. The window was frosted over, the intricate patterns of ice forming a delicate, crystalline lattice that obscured the view of the bleak landscape beyond. Father Donovan paused by the window, his gaze fixed on the frost-covered glass. His breath misted in the cold air as he spoke. "The winter hasn't stopped for nearly a year now. The snow just keeps falling, the cold growing deeper with each passing day. It's as if the world itself is frozen, trapped in an endless cycle of darkness and cold." Haziel reached out, placing a comforting hand on his arm. "Father, I know this winter has been hard on all of us. But we must hold on to our faith. The Lord Zephyro has not abandoned us. He will see us through this trial, just as he always has." Father Donovan sighed, shoulders slumping slightly. "I want to believe that, Sister Haziel, truly I do. But the crops have failed, the animals are dying, and our people are suffering. This winter, it feels different, more than just a season. It feels like a curse, like something is deeply wrong with the world. Our faith in the Lord Zephyro will not be in vain, Father Donovan. We are being tested, yes, but we must remain steadfast. The Lord's light will break through this darkness, I promise you. I pray you're right, sister. But it's hard to see the light when the world is covered in snow and ice." Just as Haziel was about to respond, a sudden chill swept through the alcove, far colder than anything they had felt that evening. It was a biting, unnatural cold that felt like it was ready to pierce through her very bones. She turned her gaze toward the narrow window, eyes widening as she noticed something deeply unsettling. Thick layers of frost were creeping inward, seeping through the very walls of the monastery. The once intricate patterns of ice had begun to spread, their crystalline tendrils slowly but steadily encroaching on the stone walls. This is very bad. Her fingers tightened around Father Donovan's arm, the urgency in her grip pulling him away from the window. Father, we need to move, something is not right here. Chapter 45 Sheer Cold. Haziel's heart pounded in her chest. She pulled Father Donovan along as the chill from the creeping frost seeped deeper through her skin. Her breath came in short, sharp puffs, each exhale visible in the freezing air. The corridor stretched out before them, shadows lengthening as they hurried forward. The weight of fear pressed down on Haziel, but she refused to let it slow her down. But soon, she rounded a corner and pushed open a heavy wooden door, heart filled with the desperate hope of finding refuge or perhaps other survivors. I really hope the kids are okay. Yet, as soon as she stepped inside, her breath caught in her throat, and the world felt like it tilted beneath her feet. What is this? Several nuns and children stood frozen in place, encased in ice that glittered cruelly in the dim light. The ice was not the delicate frost that had once adorned the monastery windows, it was thick, pale, and merciless, covering every inch of their bodies with a smooth sheen. They were trapped in mid-motion, eyes wide and lifeless, as if they had been caught in the grip of terror in their final moments. The ice was so clear, so glass-like, that it seemed almost surreal, as though the scene had been carved from the coldest crystal. It captured every detail, how a nun's hand was outstretched, as if reaching for help that would never come, the tear frozen on a child's cheek, glistening like a jewel in the harsh light. Haziel felt her stomach twist with horror, struggling to process the scene before her. The cold was oppressive, pressing down on her, and she could feel it creeping into her soul. This is too much. Haziel's hand flew to her mouth as she staggered back. These were the same children she had seen laughing and celebrating just moments ago, the same nuns who had comforted and cared for them. Now, they were frozen statues, lives extinguished and encased in an unyielding tomb of ice. She turned away abruptly, bile rising in her throat, the bitter taste of fear burning in her mouth. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she instinctively reached for Father Donovan, her only thought to drag him out of this nightmare and away from the creeping frost that had claimed so many. But as she tugged on his arm, she felt an unexpected resistance, a terrible, unyielding force that stopped her cold. Haziel's gaze dropped to the ground as she took in the sight before her. Father Donovan's legs were already encased in ice. The frost was spreading rapidly, its cold tendrils winding around his thighs, locking him in place as it climbed higher, inch by inch. No. Haziel said, tightening her grip on his arm. Father, I can save you. We have to move, we have to get out of here. But even as she spoke, the ice moved too quickly. It crept higher, consuming everything in its path with a merciless chill. Father Donovan's legs were already imprisoned in the freezing vice, the ice climbing steadily upward, encasing him in its deadly embrace. He reached out and clasped her hand with his own. Despite the numbing chill, there was a warmth in his touch that almost transcended the physical. Sister Haziel. There's no time. My time is up. You must go. Haziel shook her head, tears welling in her eyes, blurring her vision as she desperately tried to pull him free. No, I won't leave you. I can't. The ice had reached his chest now, creeping ever closer to his heart. He looked at her, his eyes softening with a mix of sorrow and pride, a gentle smile touching his lips despite the harshness of his situation. You must, the world needs you. Father Donovan's lips barely moved as he whispered his final words, the sound barely audible over the crackling of the encroaching ice. I'm proud of you. His words were cut off as the ice solidified around his mouth and eyes, freezing him in mid-sentence. Haziel stared in horror as Father Donovan was transformed into another frozen statue, hands still clasped around hers. A sob caught in her throat, but she forced herself to let go of his icy hand. She turned away, tears streaming down her face, and ran. She fled down the corridors of the monastery, the once familiar walls now a maze of shadows and creeping frost. The cold bit at her heels, but she pushed forward, refusing to let it claim her as it had the others. I just need to leave this place. She burst through the monastery's heavy wooden doors and out into the open air, only to stop dead in her tracks. The world outside was a swirling maelstrom of white. Snow whipped through the air in a relentless blizzard, the wind howling like a banshee. But it wasn't the storm that stopped her, it was the figure standing in the midst of it. A woman stood at the center of the storm, commanding an otherworldly presence. Her eyes were like twin orbs of silvery light, luminous and devoid of any warmth or emotion. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, glowing faintly against the backdrop of the blizzard. She wore a gown as white as the snow, blending seamlessly with the raging storm around her. Her white hair reached only to her shoulders, and from her forehead jutted 2 antlers made entirely of ice, glinting with an eerie light. Haziel felt a chill deeper than any she had felt before, one that reached into her very soul. Despite this, she steeled herself and called out over the howling wind, "Are you the one who did all this?" The woman's gaze shifted to Haziel, her expression cold and detached, as if she were looking at something insignificant. "I am, the question is, what are you going to do about it?" In an instant, the sky above split open with a deafening roar. The heavens themselves trembled as a massive bolt of red lightning tore through the clouds, a jagged spear of raw energy that struck Haziel with blinding force. Pain and power surged through her in a violent torrent, overwhelming her senses, flooding every fiber of her being with a primal energy. The shock of it jolted her to the core, the electricity coursing through her veins like liquid fire. When the searing light finally faded, Haziel found herself hovering in midair, her wings unfurled in a glorious display of power. They glowed with an intense red light, each feather humming with the residual energy of the lightning that had struck her. She was clad in brilliant red armor, the metal shining like freshly forged steel, pulsing with the same crackling energy that coursed through her. She gripped a sword in each hand, the twin blades sparking and crackling with the red lightning that had infused her. The fear that had gripped her moments before was gone, burned away by the fierce determination that now surged through her. Her eyes locked onto the woman below. Hatred and resolve burned in her gaze as she spoke. "I'm going to kill you, here and now." The woman smiled. "Do try your best." The raw energy coursing through Haziel's veins urged her forward, wings beating with such force that they sent ripples through the stormy sky. She descended upon the woman with blinding speed, her twin blades poised to strike. Soon, the angel plunged her swords into the woman's chest and stomach. The blades sliced through the air with deadly accuracy, but instead of meeting the resistance of flesh and bone, Haziel felt her weapons pass through nothingness. Her eyes widened in shock as the woman's form shimmered, her outline wavering like a mirage before dissolving into mist that swirled and dissipated, leaving Haziel's swords to swing uselessly through the empty space. What just happened? A cold laugh echoed through the storm, chilling Haziel more than the icy winds ever could. She spun around, only to find the woman standing behind her, untouched and unfazed. "I find you quite interesting, we should talk." Without hesitation, Haziel lunged at her again. But once again, the woman's form dissipated into fine snow that quickly turned to mist. The woman's voice drifted through the blizzard, tinged with a mocking curiosity. "Care to explain why an angel like yourself is staying with humans?" She appeared casually at the edge of Haziel's vision, walking slowly as if this were nothing more than a leisurely stroll. Haziel hesitated, her grip tightening on her swords. She kept her silence, her gaze never leaving the woman, who simply sighed and shook her head in mild disappointment. "Are you really just going to stay quiet?" the woman asked. Haziel's resolve hardened. She shot upward, wings propelling her into the sky as she scanned the ground below. The storm raged on, but Haziel's focus was sharp, eyes searching for any sign of the woman's true location. Then she spotted it, just a faint silhouette behind a frost-covered tree, almost hidden by the blizzard. Without a second thought, she dove down with her swords raised, and drove them through the bark and into the woman hiding behind it. This time, she felt the satisfying resistance of flesh yielding to her blades, the crunch of bone and sinew as they pierced through. The woman gasped, her expression faltering for the first time as she stared down at the swords embedded in her body. Yet, despite it all, she remained completely calm. "Why won't you just die?" Haziel snarled. The woman's response was a faint smile that barely touched her lips. "You should check your swords." Haziel's gaze snapped down to her weapons, and her breath caught in her throat. The red lightning that once crackled with fierce energy around the blades was now encased in a rapidly spreading layer of ice. The frost crept along them with an unnatural speed, devouring the vibrant energy until it was smothered entirely. This shouldn't even be possible. Panic surged through Haziel as she watched the ice overtake her swords, freezing them solid before she could even react. With a sharp intake of breath, the angel released her grip, fingers numb with the shock of what she was witnessing. She pulled her hands back just in time, the ice crawling up the hilts, reaching for her, but missing by mere inches. Taking cautious steps back, Haziel's eyes flickered between the frozen swords and the woman who had so effortlessly disarmed her. The cold seeped into Haziel's bones, but it was the woman's calm demeanor that sent a shiver down her spine. "What in the world are you? And why are you here?" Haziel demanded. In response, icy vines erupted from the ground, snaking around the frozen swords and pulling them into the earth as if they were reclaiming what belonged to the frost. The woman stepped away from the tree, her wounds already closing as her flesh knitted back together with eerie speed. She walked toward Haziel with an air of unshakable confidence. I am Amaryllis, an Elder Dryad, and the essence of winter incarnate. Haziel's eyes narrowed. You're nothing more than a heartless monster who kills innocents. Amaryllis didn't flinch at the insult. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, her silvery eyes gleaming with a cold, unreadable light. Such venom. But tell me, why does an angel, one meant to be a being of purity and light, choose to live among humans? Why forsake your own kind? Haziel clenched her fists, wings beating with an agitated energy that crackled with red lightning. That's none of your business, she spat, and with a burst of determination, she launched herself at Amaryllis, aiming to strike her down. But as she tried to move, she felt a sudden, immobilizing cold wrap around her feet. She looked down in horror to see icy vines coiling up from the ground, binding her feet in place and freezing them solid. Amaryllis watched with a faint, almost bored smile as Haziel struggled against her icy restraints. With a casual wave of her hand, she conjured a small, smooth boulder made of pure ice and gracefully sat down upon it. It seems you're not going anywhere, Angel. But don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. I've done so much already. Haziel gritted her teeth. You're the one responsible for this endless winter, aren't you? Amaryllis nodded without hesitation. Yes. The long winter is my doing. It's been quite the endeavor, spreading my influence across this land, freezing everything in my path. Haziel's heart sank at the confirmation, though it was what she had expected. Why? Why would you do this? What do you gain from causing so much suffering? It's not about gain, at least not in the way you might think. It's about balance, about returning the world to a state of purity. But I find it curious that an angel would concern herself with human suffering. You angels aren't supposed to linger here, not unless you've been exiled. Haziel's expression faltered for a moment, her wings drooping slightly as Amaryllis's words cut deeper than she cared to admit. She looked down, the icy vines still holding her in place, and took a steadying breath. I made a vow, I renounced violence and chose to live in peace, among the humans. I thought I could do more good that way. Amaryllis laughed. How noble! And yet, look where that vow has brought you. Had you not renounced violence and isolated yourself in that monastery, perhaps you could have prevented this winter, stopped me dead in my tracks. Haziel's eyes snapped back up. So you're just here to gloat after killing the people I care about? Amaryllis shook her head slowly, her smile fading as she met Haziel's gaze with a more serious expression. No. While gloating has been entertaining, that's not the only reason I'm here. I came to seek perspective. You see, I don't often get to speak with angels, especially those who have chosen a path so different from what is expected. I'm curious about your choices, your reasons. Haziel stared at her, the woman before her a paradox of power and curiosity. She didn't know whether to be furious or to pity this being who wielded such devastation yet sought understanding from her, of all people. Perspective? You freeze the entire continent and then come to me for perspective. Amaryllis sighed, the sound almost human in its weariness, despite the cold detachment in her eyes. I can reverse the damage I've done to the monastery. In fact, I can bring those humans you care for so deeply back to life, but only if you answer my questions. How can I trust your word? What assurance do I have that you'll keep your promise? Trust is a luxury you don't have, Angel, but understand this, I am the only one capable of undoing the damage, of saving those people you care about. You may not trust me, but you have no other choice. Haziel looked down at the icy vines still holding her in place, the cold biting into her flesh. She thought of Father Donovan, of the children and nuns, their lives frozen in a cruel parody of life, and felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. Reluctantly, she nodded. Fine, I'll answer your questions. But if you're lying... Amaryllis waved a hand dismissively. I have no need to lie. Now, tell me, what do you think of humans? Of this world they inhabit? Haziel blinked, the question catching her off guard. She had expected something more direct, more tied to the devastation around them. Humans are complex. They're capable of great kindness, but also great cruelty. They're fragile, yet resilient. They're constantly struggling, trying to make sense of a world that often seems indifferent to them. Amaryllis listened intently, her silvery eyes locked onto Haziel's, absorbing every word. And what about this world? Do you think it was meant for them? The world isn't kind or unkind, it simply is. Humans navigate it as best they can, just like every other creature. And yet, humans believe themselves to be its masters, don't they? They bend the earth to their will, carve out cities, and wage wars over the land just like the other mortal races. Do you think they're deserving of this world? Deserving or not, they're part of it. They have as much right to be here as any other being. And what about you, Angel? Do you truly believe they won't betray you one day? That they won't turn on you the moment it suits them? Haziel laughed, a sound that echoed through the cold, desolate landscape. It was a bitter, hollow laugh, filled with defiance. I've heard people like you talk before. You think you know everything, that you understand the nature of humans and angels alike. But I'm not here to entertain your cynical views. Amaryllis's expression remained unreadable as she slowly stood up from her icy rock. Fair enough. She approached Haziel with a deliberate, measured pace, each step sending a wave of cold dread washing over the angel. Haziel's bravado faltered as a sense of impending doom settled in her chest, heart pounding in anticipation of what was to come. When Amaryllis came closer, more icy vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around Haziel's body and pulling her wings tight against her back. The cold was unbearable, seeping into her very bones, numbing her to the core. Amaryllis reached out, hovering a hand just above Haziel's forehead. The angel's breath caught in her throat as she felt a searing cold emanating from the Dryad's fingertips, a chill that was more than just physical. For a moment, Haziel saw something in Amaryllis's eyes that she couldn't quite place, something ancient and unfathomable, a depth of experience and power that far surpassed her own. Since you love humans so much, I won't kill you. Haziel's eyes widened as she felt Amaryllis's hand finally make contact with her forehead. A bright light began to emanate from her fingertips, a blinding, searing light. Instead, Amaryllis continued, I'll freeze you, entomb you in ice for thousands of years, where you can remain undisturbed, locked away in the cold embrace of winter. When you are found again, if you are ever found, the humans you care so deeply for will have long forgotten you. Your sacrifice, your love, it will all be nothing more than a distant memory. Haziel's vision blurred as the light from Amaryllis's hand intensified. She felt the cold spreading through her body, solidifying around her, locking her in place. A massive pillar of ice erupted from the ground, engulfing the angel in its crystalline embrace. The cold was absolute, freezing her in an instant, her wings, her body, her very soul trapped within the icy prison. The last thing she saw was the expression on Amaryllis's face, calm, serene, and utterly devoid of mercy. Chapter 46. Weary and tired. When Haziel's eyes snapped open, the world slammed back into focus in a rush of blinding color and harsh sound. Her heart pounded furiously, syncing perfectly with the seething anger now coursing through her veins. She was no longer encased in the suffocating embrace of ice but instead found herself in the same oppressive room she had last been conscious in. Acolytes in crimson robes formed a silent circle around her, faces hidden beneath deep hoods. They stood motionless, hands clasped in front of them as if in prayer, their presence as unsettling as the stillness that hung in the air. The faint crackle of the torches was the only sound, struggling against the oppressive gloom that filled the room. Near her, Chancellor Alastair stood with a rigid posture. His dark, embroidered robes hung perfectly on his frame, each fold immaculate. But beneath that veneer of control, there was a tension in the set of his jaw, a barely perceptible tightening that spoke of something lurking beneath his calm exterior. How do you feel, Haziel? Chancellor Alastair asked, but edged with a cold detachment. Haziel's eyes narrowed as a tide of anger surged within her, bubbling up to the surface like a boiling cauldron ready to spill over. Her memories came flooding back, each one more vivid and damning than the last. She saw it all with crystal clarity now, the manipulation, the deceit, the way she had been used as a pawn in someone else's game. You've been taking advantage of me all this time, she hissed, her voice low and venomous. For a brief moment, Chancellor Alastair's carefully composed mask cracked as hints of irritation passed over his visage. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared, his lips curved into a small, insincere smile, and he met her gaze with a look of false concern that made her blood boil. I don't know what you're talking about, Inquisitor. You must be disoriented from. In the blink of an eye, Haziel shattered the bonds around her like brittle glass, splintering and falling away with a sharp crack. Her newfound strength, fueled by the white-hot rage coursing through her veins, propelled her forward faster than anyone in the room could react. Her hand shot out and clamped around Alistair's head, fingers digging into his scalp with a vice-like grip. The Chancellor's smug confidence drained from his face as a strangled cry escaped his lips. He tried to pull away, but Haziel's grip was unrelenting. With a snarl of pure, unadulterated rage, Haziel slammed his head into the floor. The sound of cracking stone mingled with the wet splatter of blood as it sprayed across the ground. Alistair's body went limp in her grasp, but she wasn't finished. She lifted him again, and brought his head crashing down once again. The sound of bone shattering echoed through the room, cutting through the horrified gasps of the acolytes who stood frozen in place. The room was filled with the coppery scent of blood, thick with tension and the remnants of Haziel's unleashed fury. She released Alistair's broken body, letting it slump to the floor in a lifeless heap. Alistair's body twitched feebly, but Haziel was far from finished. She smashed his head against the ground over and over again. When she finally released him, Alistair's head was closer to a liquid than it was a solid. The acolytes finally rushed forward, robes billowing around them like dark clouds. Behind them, a group of guards in black armor pushed through with their weapons drawn. But Haziel was far beyond reason, consumed by a primal force that left no room for restraint. She raised her hands slowly, as if savoring the power that crackled at her fingertips. Red lightning sparked to life, dancing across her fingers with raw energy. Then, in a blinding flash of light, she unleashed it. The red lightning shot out from her fingertips, arcing through the air like tendrils of pure, searing energy, twisting and writhing as it sought out its targets. The first to fall were the acolytes, who could only stand helpless in the face of her wrath. The red light burned through their robes, searing the fabric and skin beneath in an instant. The acolytes crumpled to the ground, bodies smoking and lifeless before they even had a chance to scream. The guards fared no better. Lightning tore through their armor with the ease of a hot knife slicing through butter, the metal warping and melting under the intense heat. Their eyes widened in terror as the electricity fried their nerves, excruciating pain cutting their screams short. Soon, Haziel stood in the midst of the carnage, chest heaving, and hands still crackling with the remnants of the power she had unleashed. Her heart pounded in her ears, adrenaline coursing through her veins to the point it nearly made the room spin. But she didn't wait for the dust to settle. She turned and ran, wings unfurling as she bolted out of the room. Haziel sprinted down the corridors of the inquisitorial headquarters. Distant shouts of alarm began to rise as other acolytes and guards realized what was happening. But the angel had no intention of slowing down. When she rounded a corner, a group of guards clad in black armor appeared and blocked her path. They were shocked as they saw the blood-splattered angel charging toward them, hands still crackling with the red lightning that had claimed so many lives. The lead guard barely had time to raise his sword before Haziel unleashed a bolt of energy that tore through his chest, sending him crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. The other guards lunged at her, but Haziel used her wings to propel her forward as she ducked and weaved through their attacks. Her fists crackled with power, each strike sending out arcs of red lightning that turned the guards' armor into molten slag and their bodies into smoldering husks. When more guards flooded into the corridor, Haziel lashed out with her wings, the razor-sharp feathers slicing through armor and flesh alike. The guards barely had time to scream before they fell, their bodies crumpling to the ground in lifeless heaps. Haziel didn't stop to survey the carnage she left in her wake. She pressed on as she fought her way through the labyrinthine headquarters. The corridors seemed endless, but she moved with a singular purpose. "I am done with this place." At one point, she burst into a grand hall with high ceilings supported by massive stone pillars. Even more armored guards awaited her there, but Haziel didn't falter. She raised her hands and unleashed a storm of red lightning. The bolts crackled and danced across the room, leaping from one guard to the next, reducing them to ash in a matter of seconds. Finally, she reached a set of massive double doors, the last barrier between her and freedom. Without hesitation, she slammed into them, her strength sending the heavy doors flying open. Cold night air rushed in, a stark contrast to the heat and chaos she had left behind. Haziel didn't pause. She leaped into the night and spread her wings wide as she took flight. The inquisitorial headquarters shrank below her, the dark stone structure receding into the distance as she soared higher and higher. The monastery. Haziel soared through the night sky, slicing through the air with powerful strokes that propelled her forward. The cold wind whipped against her face, stinging her skin and tugging at her hair, carrying with it the earthy scent of pine and damp earth from the world below. But none of it distracted her. Her focus remained unshaken, her mind fixed on the last place she had ever truly known peace, the monastery. The world beneath her had transformed dramatically since she had last seen it, the familiar landscapes now altered by the passage of time. Forests that had once been lush and green were now dense and dark. Even villages had sprung up where there had been none before, but none of these changes mattered to Haziel. The memory of the monastery's location was etched into her mind as if she had a map right in front of her. The angel's supernatural senses honed in on the place that had once been her sanctuary. When she drew closer, her heart began to pound with a mix of anticipation, dread, and something deeper, more painful, that she couldn't quite name. She had steeled herself for the worst, bracing for the possibility that all she might find would have been reduced to nothing. But as the monastery came into view, her breath caught in her throat. Wow! It stood there, silhouetted against the night sky, its once pristine walls now weathered and worn by the elements. The arched windows, which had once welcomed the light of dawn with open arms, were dark and empty, the stained glass long since shattered. And yet, despite the decay and the ravages of time, the monastery was still there, even if just barely. The sight of it, even in its diminished state, sent a wave of emotion crashing over Haziel, and for a moment, she simply hovered there, suspended in the air. I'm glad it's still here. Haziel's heart ached with the bittersweet pull of nostalgia, but she knew she couldn't stay suspended in the air forever. She took a deep breath and then started her descent, wings folding in slightly as she glided down toward the ruins of the monastery. The closer she got, the more the details came into focus: cracks in the stone, vines that had long reclaimed the walls, the patches of moss that clung to the once smooth surfaces. It was clear that the monastery had been abandoned for many years, left to the mercy of nature and time. But it was still there, and that was enough. When Haziel touched down on the ground, she let out a slow, measured breath. It feels good to be back. Haziel stood still for a long moment, letting the memories wash over her like a tide she couldn't hold back. The cold air wrapped around her, but she barely noticed, lost as she was in the past. The monastery had been her refuge, a place where she had once believed she could find solace and peace away from the chaos of the world. Now, standing in its ruins, she was struck by how much had changed, and how much hadn't. She moved slowly through the crumbling courtyard, carefully avoiding the loose stones and overgrown roots. Every detail of the monastery was etched in her memory, and as she walked, she could almost see it as it once was. The grand entrance, now partially collapsed, had once been a place of welcome, where she and the other sisters would greet travelers seeking shelter from the harsh winter or solace for their troubled souls. She could almost hear the soft murmur of prayers, the gentle rustle of robes as the nuns went about their duties, and the distant toll of the monastery's bell. When she continued to dig through the ruins, she uncovered more remnants of the past: a cracked wooden rosary, a rusted chalice, tarnished and dull but still holding a faint glimmer of the sacred purpose it once served, and a small, broken statue of an angel, its wings chipped. Haziel's mind drifted back to the days when the monastery was alive with the presence of those she had come to care for deeply. She remembered Father Donovan, the elderly priest who had taken her under his wing, teaching her the ways of the monastery and offering wisdom and comfort when she had needed it most. She remembered the children who had come seeking refuge, their innocent faces lighting up as they learned to read and write, their laughter echoing through the halls. She remembered the simple joy of baking bread in the monastery's kitchen, the scent of freshly baked loaves filling the air as they prepared meals for the community. Those days had been filled with a quiet contentment, a sense of purpose that Haziel had thought she would never find again. But now, standing in the ruins of that life, she felt the weight of all that she had lost. The monastery was a shell of its former self, and the people who had filled it with life were long gone, their memories preserved only in her mind. Haziel looked around the ruins one last time. The monastery had given her a glimpse of the life she wanted, and now, more than ever, she was determined to reclaim it. She couldn't change the past, but she could shape her future. She could find a way to live in peace again, to hide away from the violence and turmoil that had consumed her for so long. Her thoughts turned to Charles, the kind-hearted baker who had once welcomed her into his shop with a smile. I've had enough. I'll ask him to see if I can work in his bakery indefinitely. With luck, I can just leave everything behind and finally be at peace. Chapter 47 Final Preparations. Sera leaned her back against the ancient bark of the spirit tree, its rough texture cool against her skin. She closed her eyes and drew a deep breath, centering herself amidst the ambient energy that pulsed through the tree like a steady heartbeat. She had been feeding the spirit tree a constant stream of tributes. But Sera still remembered how the value of new tributes had been diminished greatly since the last rank up, though she still wasn't aware how much exactly. Not only that, if I recall correctly, it will now also take more core experience to get a rank up. Sera exhaled slowly, focusing on the sensation of the tree's roots as they began to move. They burrowed into her back, threading through her being like a network of living tendrils. The cool, smooth texture of the roots contrasted with the rough bark, and Sera could feel the faint pulse of energy as they connected with her core. It was then that the notification flickered before her eyes. Core experience updated to 50,000. As Sera noted how despite the experience that had been accumulated, it was nowhere near enough to propel the dungeon from rank 5 to 6. I'll need to increase the flow of tributes or acquire more potent ones in the future. Sera slowly pushed herself off the spirit tree, the roots reluctantly withdrew from her body, sliding out with a soft, almost reluctant hiss. She took a step forward, then cast a final glance before walking away to the forest as her back healed. Time to survey the dungeon. She paused by a cluster of moon blossoms, their pale, luminous petals glowing faintly in the low light. Sera reached out, brushing lightly against the nearest blossom, feeling the cool, silky texture of the petals. These ones are growing nicely. Continuing her path, she approached a patch of shadow ferns, their fronds a deep, almost black shade of green. These plants were essential to the forest, their presence creating pockets of darkness where smaller creatures could hide. These have multiplied quite a bit since my last inspection, still acceptable. But as she moved deeper into the forest, something caught her eye. A flash of bold color amidst the sea of green and shadow. Sera turned her head slightly, her gaze narrowing as she focused on the source of the anomaly. There, standing alone amidst the undergrowth, was a single amaryllis flower. Its bold crimson petals were open wide, as if basking in the filtered light that streamed through the canopy above. Sera approached the flower cautiously. The amaryllis was not native to this part of the dungeon, and she was certain she hadn't placed it here. I don't remember this flower being here. The Elder Dryad knelt beside it, reaching out to touch one of the petals. It felt soft and warm against her fingertips, a stark contrast to the cool roughness of the tree bark she had leaned against moments ago. With a gentle tug, Sera plucked the flower from the earth. The moment she did, a ripple seemed to pass through the forest. The ground beneath her feet shifted slightly, and she glanced around, noticing that more amaryllis flowers were now emerging from the earth. They sprouted rapidly, unfurling their brilliant petals in a cascade of red that spread out before her in a widening circle. Sera rose to her feet, her eyes following the trail of flowers as it wound through the trees, leading deeper into the forest. Interesting, I'll go investigate. Her curiosity deepened as the flowers continued to bloom with each step she took. The path of flowers led her to a small clearing where the ground dipped slightly, forming a natural hollow. In the center of this hollow, the flowers clustered together to form a dense, circular pattern. As Sera drew closer, she noticed that the flowers had arranged themselves in a perfect circle and formed a portal that shimmered at the center of this floral arrangement. Its surface undulated like liquid glass, reflecting the surrounding forest in distorted waves. Sera's wariness warred with fascination as she circled the portal, tracing the patterns woven into its surface. The magic hummed with an almost musical resonance, carefully placed to create a harmonious whole. This has to be Amaryllis's work. Or at the very least, I hope it is. The Elder Dryad took a deep breath, steadying her nerves. With one last glance at the forest, Sera stepped closer to the portal, its light intensifying as she approached. She reached out, brushing the surface of the portal, feeling the warmth and energy that radiated from it, as if the portal itself was alive, waiting for her to step through. Without further hesitation, she took the final step and jumped into the portal. The world around her dissolved in an instant, the familiar sights of the forest melting away into a kaleidoscope of light and color. Sera emerged from the portal into the familiar yet unsettling landscape of the Long Death. This time, however, the swamp was transformed. The murky waters that usually sloshed beneath her feet were now a solid sheet of ice, shimmering under a blanket of freshly fallen snow. The gnarled trees that twisted grotesquely toward the sky were frozen solid, branches heavy with layers of frost and snow. The air was thick with a biting cold that made her breath fog in front of her, yet the stench of decay that usually permeated this place was now replaced by the crisp, sharp scent of winter. Sera stepped onto the frozen surface of the swamp with her bare feet. With each step, the ice beneath her feet spread out in delicate patterns, cracking and reforming instantly, reinforcing the surface against the dark waters below. I should still be careful. As she ventured deeper into the swamp, she saw how the once animate, Grotesque forms of the swamp's abominations were now frozen in mid-movement, encased in thick layers of ice. One creature stood hunched over, its elongated limbs reaching out as if to grasp something unseen. Its skin, stretched taut over a bony frame, was covered in a frosty sheen, the ice distorting its wide, unsettling grin into something even more grotesque. Another abomination lay sprawled on the ground, its antlered head twisted at an unnatural angle, eyes locked in a frozen expression of rage and pain. These creatures were now rendered powerless, preserved like twisted statues. Sera's steps echoed in the silence as she passed them, her breath visible in the cold air. Good riddance. Finally, she caught sight of a figure ahead. In the center of the swamp, where the ice was thickest, stood Amaryllis. The winter dryad. She sat calmly at a table made entirely of ice, sipping from a cup also crafted from the frozen water. Opposite her was another chair, equally ornate, seemingly waiting for Sera to take her place. Sera raised an eyebrow as she closed the distance between them, taking in the surreal scene. Tea. In this place. Amaryllis's eyes flicked to Sera with a hint of cold amusement as she set down her teacup. You would do well to focus on more pressing concerns instead. Sera sighed, a plume of mist rising in the frigid air, and reluctantly settled into the chair opposite Amaryllis. The cold seeped through her clothing, but she did her best to ignore it. Fine, but can you at least explain why the swamp looks so different this time? Amaryllis leaned back in her chair, a condescending smile tugging at her lips. In part, it's thanks to you. As you grow stronger, my influence over the Long Death also increases. Then can I at least get a thank you? Don't push your luck. Sera allowed a chuckle to escape her lips, but her expression turned serious as she regarded Amaryllis. So, can you open a portal to the Long Death at will now? The winter dryad, who had resumed her leisurely sip from the ice-crafted teacup, shook her head slowly. Even my abilities have limits. The portal you stepped through? I can perhaps manage such a feat once every few months at most. It requires significant preparation and energy. Then you must have something important to say if you are expending this much effort. Sera said. Amaryllis sighed, a delicate plume of mist rising from her lips. She placed the cup down before looking at Sera. In truth, I'm here to warn you. Because one of my past mistakes is coming back to haunt you. Pardon. Several millennia ago, when I was still walking the surface of the world, I encountered an exiled angel named Haziel. She was living among humans, no doubt in some vain attempt to find solace or redemption. Admittedly, in my folly, I decided to amuse myself. I killed everyone she held dear, then, instead of granting her the mercy of death, I chose to seal her away indefinitely. It was done out of sheer whimsy, for no other reason than to satisfy my own pride. Sera's lips pressed into a thin line. And now, I have to pay for your mistakes. Amaryllis didn't flinch at the accusation, her expression remaining composed, almost indifferent. Yes, it appears that way. Sera's frustration simmered beneath the surface, but she forced herself to remain calm. How is it that you even know where this angel is now? Amaryllis's gaze flicked to the frozen swamp around them briefly. I don't know where Haziel is, not exactly. But I felt her. Recently, she awakened, and the power she unleashed resonated even here. It was impossible to ignore. And if she is truly awake, it is likely she will seek vengeance against you. Please, I have done nothing against this angel. There shouldn't be a problem as long as I don't use any of your abilities in front of her. Perhaps, but I have a feeling your paths will clash regardless. And before you say anything, yes, I am aware that it sounds laughable to expend so much effort to call you here just because of a hunch, but my instincts have never lied to me before. Thank you for the warning, but I'll deal with this Haziel myself if she comes for me. Sera said. Amaryllis's eyes narrowed slightly. Do not be so quick to assume you are capable of such a feat. In your current state, you wouldn't stand a chance against the angel. Sera straightened in her chair, pride bristling at the implication. And what would you have me do, then? Cower in fear, waiting for her to strike? No, I plan on training you instead. What's the point of that? I already know how to use the powers I have. And I can't access more power until the spirit tree grows further. Training won't change that. True, and I understand your limitations, but this isn't about simply harnessing more power. It's about strategy, understanding your opponent, and knowing how to exploit her weaknesses. Sera's gaze softened slightly as she considered Amaryllis's words. Despite her initial skepticism, she knew there was truth in what the Winter Dryad was saying. With a nod, Sera accepted Amaryllis's offer. All right. Let's get started. Amaryllis's lips curved into a satisfied smile, and she stood, the icy chair beneath her dissolving into a fine mist. Follow me. Sera rose from her seat, feeling the cold seep through her clothing as she followed Amaryllis deeper into the swamp. Eventually, the Winter Dryad paused in the center of a clearing. Amaryllis extended her hand, fingers splayed. The ground beneath them responded instantly, the frozen earth cracking and shifting as tendrils of ice snaked their way upward, twisting and spiraling as it coalesced into a rough, humanoid form. Slowly, with each passing moment, the shape grew more defined, the crude block of ice giving way to smooth curves and delicate contours. The figure that emerged was tall and statuesque. Ethereal wings, crafted from the thinnest layers of ice, unfurled from the figure's back, each feather etched with intricate detail. The face, chiseled with precision, bore an otherworldly beauty, high cheekbones, a delicate jawline, and eyes that seemed to gaze into the distance with a serene expression. Amaryllis stepped back before turning to Sera. Don't worry. She won't move. This clone of Haziel is merely for demonstration. Sera studied the ice figure and noted the details, the curve of the wings, the sharpness of the jawline, the cold intensity in the eyes. There was an aura of power about the statue, even in its stillness. Quite the intimidating one. Amaryllis circled the statue. Haziel's abilities are formidable. She commands red lightning, capable of incinerating anything in its path. Her wings grant her unmatched speed and agility, and her resilience is beyond anything you've encountered. She'll likely use her power to overwhelm you, to force you into a defensive position where she can exploit your weaknesses. Sera nodded, absorbing the information. And what do you suggest? Protect your head, Amaryllis said bluntly, her tone leaving no room for argument. It's the weak point of all Elder Dryads. A single well-placed strike could end you. Sera scoffed, rolling her eyes slightly. I'm aware of that. I'm not some fledgling just learning to walk. Amaryllis's expression remained unreadable, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes, perhaps amusement, perhaps something more serious. I don't doubt your knowledge. But in battle, it's often the simplest truths that are the most important. Interesting advice coming from you. Sera said with a chuckle. Listen, you're not me. But, I do need you to live. Hear my words and etch them into your memory, because Haziel can definitely end your life should you two clash. Chapter 48 Suspicion. Abila, capital of Lizaria. After snooping around, Haziel managed to get her hands on a brown hooded cloak which helped her stand out a lot less. The bustling streets of the capital were filled with the lively chatter of merchants and townsfolk, a stark contrast to the silence of the monastery. But regardless, there was only one place where she wanted to be. Time to check that bakery. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air as she approached the familiar wooden door. Haziel hesitated for a moment, hovering a hand just above the door before she finally knocked. The sound echoed softly in the quiet street, and she heard a muffled voice from within, followed by the clatter of something being set down. The door creaked open, and Charles stood in surprise as he took in the sight of her. Haziel? I didn't think I'd see you again. What happened to you? Haziel pulled back her hood, revealing her tired face. I've been away for a while. But I'm back now, and I need a place to lay low. Was hoping I could stay here, maybe work in the bakery to earn my keep. Charles rubbed the back of his neck as he considered her request. You're always welcome here, Haziel, you know that. But if you're running from something, or someone, especially the Inquisition, the capital might not be the safest place for you. But I can't keep running forever. I need somewhere to start over, somewhere I can just be. You know I'd help you in any way I can, but staying here could put you in more danger. Haziel's shoulders slumped, but she managed a small, grateful smile. I understand. I just didn't know where else to go. Charles's expression softened, and he reached out to clasp her shoulder. You could try Marwood. My sister Joanne runs a dessert stall there, and she's always looking for help. It's a town not too far from the capital, you could lay low for a while and get back on your feet. Are you sure your sister will just take me in? If you tell her I sent you, she'll take you in without a second thought. Joanne has a soft spot for those in need, and if you're willing to work, she'll appreciate the help. Plus, it's a bit of a different pace from the capital. Might be just what you need. Haziel nodded, feeling a strange mix of relief and uncertainty. "Thank you, for everything." Charles shook his head, letting out a smile tinged with sadness. "Just promise me you'll be careful, I'd hate to see anything happen to you." "I'll be fine," Haziel said with a weak chuckle. Charles stepped back to allow her room to leave. "Marwood's a day's journey on foot. You'll find my sister's stall near the town square, she sells these candied fruits wrapped in thin, golden brown dough." Marwood, front gates. Marwood's front gates loomed in the distance, their wooden beams sturdy and weathered from years of standing guard. The sun was still low in the sky as the line of people waiting to enter the town stretched far ahead. Haziel stood near the back of the queue, cloak pulled tightly around her to ward off the early morning chill. The line moved slowly, and Haziel took the time to observe those around her. There were refugees seeking shelter, merchants hoping to sell their wares, and a surprising number of well-dressed individuals who seemed out of place among the more typical travelers. "I wonder what has drawn these wealthier people to a town like Marwood?" Lost in her thoughts, Haziel barely noticed the gentle bump against her back until she heard a small voice behind her. "Sorry, ma'am," a young boy said timidly as he looked up at her with wide eyes. Haziel turned to see a family of 4, a mother, father, and 2 children. The boy who had spoken couldn't have been more than 8 years old, with brown hair and a nervous expression. His younger sister clung to their mother's hand, eyes darting around the crowd. Haziel offered the boy a reassuring smile. "It's fine, no harm done." The mother smiled gratefully at Haziel, though there was a tightness to her expression that caught Haziel's attention. "Thank you for understanding, he's just a bit skittish." Haziel studied the family for a moment, noticing how the parents seemed unusually tense. The father's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, hand resting protectively on the hilt of a small dagger at his belt. The mother's grip on her daughter's hand was white-knuckled, and she kept glancing back at the line, as if expecting someone to appear behind them at any moment. "Are you headed to Marwood as well?" Haziel asked, keeping her tone light but curious. The father nodded quickly. "Yes, we are. Just passing through, really. Thought it might be a good place to rest for a while." The mother's gaze met Haziel's, and for a brief moment, there was a flicker of something, fear, perhaps? "We've been traveling for quite some time. The children need a safe place to stay, and we heard Marwood is peaceful." Haziel raised an eyebrow, sensing there was more to the story. "It is a quiet town, from what I've heard. A good place to catch your breath." The mother nodded, but her eyes were distant. The father, meanwhile, was shifting nervously from foot to foot. Haziel couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The kids look normal for the most part, so it's just the parents who are behaving oddly. "Actually, I need a break," the mother suddenly said out loud. The father's head snapped toward her, expression softening as he reached for a waterskin hanging from his belt. "Here, drink this. It'll help." The mother took the waterskin with trembling hands and brought it to her lips. Haziel watched as she took a long drink, her shoulders gradually relaxing as she exhaled deeply. In only a few seconds, the woman's earlier anxiety seemed to melt away, replaced by an almost unnatural calmness. She sighed, closing her eyes for a moment as if savoring the relief. Haziel played it cool while she observed the mother's sudden change in demeanor. She knew water alone couldn't have such a dramatic effect, and the way the father watched his wife with a mixture of concern and relief only heightened her suspicion. "Whatever was in that waterskin, it's potent, perhaps alcohol." "Feeling better?" the father asked, taking back the waterskin. The mother nodded, a contented smile on her lips. "Much better, thank you dear." Haziel looked on the waterskin for a moment longer before she returned her attention to the family. She couldn't quite place what was bothering her about the situation, but she knew there was more to this family's story than they were letting on. Haziel studied the mother's face, noting the way her eyes had softened. "Are you sure you're okay?" The mother nodded. "I'm fine, really. Just needed a moment to catch my breath." The father quickly stepped. "We've just had a long journey, that's all. The road can be hard on families, especially with little ones." Haziel could see the weariness etched into their features, but there was something more beneath the surface. Still, she decided not to press further. They must be looking for something, perhaps something in Marwood. "Safe travels," Haziel said with a small nod. "Take care of yourselves." The boy who had bumped into her earlier gave a shy smile, while his sister clung to her mother's skirt, peering up at Haziel with wide, curious eyes. Haziel offered them a gentle wave before turning back to face the front of the line, letting the family move on ahead. As the line crept forward, Haziel noticed something peculiar: very few people were being turned away at the gates. In fact, most were being waved through with little more than a cursory glance from the guards. This struck her as odd. She distinctly remembered hearing that Marwood had been denying entry to almost everyone just a few weeks ago, its gates shut tight against the influx of refugees and wanderers. I suppose much can change even in only a few weeks, but still, this appears a bit too drastic of a policy shift. When it finally came to Haziel's turn, she stepped forward, her heart beating a little faster as she approached the guards. She expected the usual questions: her business in the town, where she had come from, and perhaps even a search of her belongings. But to her surprise, the guards barely glanced at her. One of them simply nodded and gestured for her to pass. "Aren't you going to check me for anything? Ask where I'm headed?" Haziel asked. The guards exchanged amused glances before one of them chuckled, eyes raking over her with a knowing look. "We know what girls like you are up to, just keep going." Haziel raised an eyebrow, catching the meaning behind their words. She bit back a sharp retort, knowing it wouldn't do her any favors to cause a scene. Instead, she sighed and nodded, brushing past the guards and into the town. Once inside Marwood proper, Haziel followed the directions Charles had given her, winding through the crowded market square. The bustling energy was almost overwhelming after the quiet of her journey, but she kept her head down, focused on her destination. She passed by stalls laden with colorful fruits and vegetables, baskets of herbs, and racks of smoked meats. But finally, she spotted the dessert stall Charles had mentioned. It was a modest setup, and behind the stall stood a woman who could only be Joanne. Haziel approached the dessert stall, slowing as she took in the inviting display of candied fruits and pastries, each one wrapped in a delicate layer of golden brown dough. Behind the stall, Joanne worked with practiced ease, folding thin strips of dough around plump, candied fruits. Her silver hair gleamed in the late morning sun, and her blue eyes sparkled with curiosity as she noticed Haziel approaching. "Good morning, dear," Joanne greeted. "What can I do for you today?" Haziel offered a tentative smile in return, feeling some of her earlier tension begin to melt away. "Good morning. My name is Haziel. Charles sent me, he said you might be able to help me find some work." "Ah, Charles. That rascal always knows when to send someone my way. I'm Joanne, and any friend of Charles is welcome here." "Thank you, but I don't want to be a burden. I'm willing to help out in any way I can. If you can teach me what to make, I'll do my best to be useful." Joanne chuckled softly. "Well, I was just about to start my break in about 10 minutes, but if you're that eager to get started, I'm more than happy to show you the ropes. How about we start with something simple?" Haziel nodded eagerly. "That sounds perfect." Joanne motioned for Haziel to join her behind the stall, where the small workspace was organized with a practiced efficiency. She reached into a basket and pulled out a selection of ripe fruits, setting them on the wooden counter. "Let's start with my signature candied fruit wrapped in thin, golden brown dough. It's a favorite here in Marwood, especially among the children." Haziel watched closely as Joanne demonstrated the process. She selected a plump peach from the basket and set it down in front of Haziel. "First, we start with the fruit. Peaches are a crowd pleaser, but you can use just about any fruit that holds up well to heat. We peel and slice the fruit first, like this." With practiced movements, Joanne peeled the peach's skin away, revealing the soft, juicy flesh beneath. She handed Haziel a small paring knife, and Haziel carefully mimicked the motion, the blade gliding smoothly under Joanne's guidance. Once the peaches were peeled and sliced, Joanne set them aside and moved on to the next step. "Now, for the candied part," Joanne continued, reaching for a pot of sugar and a small vial of spices. "We'll make a simple syrup to coat the fruit. Just a bit of sugar, water, and these spices, cinnamon, nutmeg, and a touch of clove." While Joanne measured out the ingredients, Haziel took mental notes, committing each step to memory. "Very interesting. Once the syrup's ready, we dip the fruit in and let it soak up all that sweetness," Joanne explained, demonstrating as she submerged the peach slices into the bubbling liquid. The fruit glistened as it emerged, coated in a thin, glossy layer of syrup. Next, Joanne moved on to the dough, which she had already prepared and rolled out into thin sheets. "This dough is the key to making these treats special," she said while cutting the dough into strips. "It's a simple pastry dough, but the trick is in rolling it thin and baking it just right so that it turns golden and crisp without burning." Haziel watched as Joanne wrapped each piece of candied fruit in a strip of dough, sealing the edges with a quick pinch. The rolls were then placed onto a baking tray, ready for the oven. Joanne handed Haziel a piece of dough and a slice of candied peach, encouraging her to try her hand at it. With careful hands, Haziel followed Joanne's lead, wrapping the dough around the fruit until it was snugly enclosed. Her movements were slower, less practiced than Joanne's, but the older woman's encouraging smile kept her from feeling self-conscious. "Not bad at all for your first try," Joanne said as Haziel placed her roll on the tray. "Now, we'll pop these into the oven and let them bake until they're a beautiful golden brown." The tray went into the small oven, and Haziel found herself feeling a sense of satisfaction as they waited for the treats to bake. There was something soothing about the simple, repetitive motions of baking, something that made the world outside the stall feel a little less daunting. "I wouldn't mind doing this for a good while." Joanne leaned against the counter with a knowing look. "You've got a good hand for this, I can see why Charles sent you my way." Haziel felt a warmth spread through her chest at the compliment. "Thank you, I." Her words trailed off as something caught her eye, a man stumbling through the market, his gait unsteady. His clothes were disheveled, hair matted, and his eyes glazed over as he swayed from side to side. Something is definitely wrong with him. Joanne straightened, her cheerful demeanor faltering as she squinted at the man. "Is that Frederick?" she murmured to herself. Haziel glanced at Joanne, then back at the man. "Should I help him?" Joanne nodded quickly. "Yes, please. He's a good man, but something's not right." Immediately, Haziel moved toward the staggering figure, weaving through the crowd until she reached him. She gently grasped his arm, steadying him as he nearly toppled over. "Easy there," she said softly, guiding him to a nearby wall where he could sit. Frederick mumbled something incoherent, eyes unfocused as Haziel helped him lower himself to the ground. His breath reeked of something far stronger than alcohol, and a faint, sickly sweet odor clung to him, making the angel's nose wrinkle. Joanne hurried over, her face edged with worry as she crouched beside him. She examined Frederick closely, her brow furrowed. "Frederick, what's happened to you?" Haziel looked up at Joanne. "You know him?" "Yes, I usually give him some bread when I see him around. He's had some hard times, but I've never seen him like this." "Do you have any idea what could have happened to him?" Joanne let out a heavy sigh, briefly looking toward the bustling market as if she were checking to see if anyone was listening. "There's been talk around town, about the Black Eagles. They've started selling these new potions, nasty stuff that are too strong for many people. More and more people have grown dependent on them." "The Black Eagles?" Haziel asked. Joanne's eyes darted around, voice dropping to a whisper. "They're not something we should be discussing out here in the open. It's not safe. Let's get Frederick to a safer place first. We can talk more after." Haziel nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. She slipped an arm under Frederick's shoulder, helping him to his feet with Joanne's assistance. They moved quickly and quietly, steering him away from the crowded market and down a narrow alley that led to the back of Joanne's stall. Once they were out of sight, Joanne led them to a small, shaded alcove behind the stall where a few crates and barrels were stacked. It was a quiet spot, hidden from the main thoroughfare, and it seemed safe enough for the moment. They settled Frederick onto one of the crates, his head lolling to the side as he drifted in and out of consciousness. Joanne knelt beside him, checking his pulse and gently brushing his hair back from his face. "Poor guy, he's completely out of it." Haziel watched, her mind racing with questions. "Joanne, who are the Black Eagles? And what exactly are these potions?" Joanne glanced up and paused for a moment before speaking. "The Black Eagles are a gang. They've been around for a while, but they've recently expanded their operations, pushing these potions that are much more potent than what I've seen before." Haziel's jaw tightened as she processed Joanne's words. "Where can I find them?" Joanne's eyes widened, and she shook her head vehemently. "No, no, no. That's a bad idea. The Black Eagles are not to be messed with. They'll kill you, or worse." Haziel paused, her thoughts turning inward as memories surfaced. She had once lived a life of peace, trying to shield herself and those she loved from the world's cruelties by hiding away in the monastery. Her mind replayed the scene from that fateful day when the monastery turned to ice. She could swear that she could still hear the voices of the people from back then. "I have to take action." Taking a deep breath, Haziel met Joanne's concerned gaze. "I can't stand by and do nothing. I've seen what happens when people turn a blind eye. If you can't tell me where they are, I'll find them myself. Joanne's face paled. Haziel, you don't understand. These aren't just street thugs. The Black Eagles are organized, dangerous, and ruthless. I've seen what they do to people who cross them. I don't want that to happen to you. I appreciate your concern, Joanne, but I have to do this. If I don't, more people will suffer. Frederick is just one of many, and I can't ignore this. Not anymore. Joanne sighed heavily, rubbing her temples as if trying to ward off a headache. You're stubborn, I'll give you that, she muttered. Fine. If you're set on this, I'll tell you what I know. But promise me you'll be careful. Haziel nodded. I promise. Joanne glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before lowering her voice. The Black Eagles have a presence in the underground arena in the slums. You can ask around there, but be discreet. Thank you. I'll be careful, and I'll find a way to stop them. Just, come back safe, all right? Haziel managed a small smile. I'll do my best. Chapter 49 Peace No More. Black Eagle's hideout, underground arena. Zoha's boots pressed firmly against the floor, the rhythmic click echoing softly through the wide corridors of the underground hideout. Soon, she made her way to the newly created command room which was created under Mistress Sera's direction. The chamber was busy, with red-hooded figures moving with practiced urgency. The central table was littered with maps, charts, and scrolls, all smeared with the grime of countless hands. While Zoha was walking, a young man greeted her. He glanced up from the weathered parchment he was studying, fingers stained with ink and dirt. Madam Zoha, just got the latest word from the recruiters. Numbers are up. Even got some keen ones from the capital making their way in. Zoha inclined her head as she stepped closer to the central table. Her long fingers traced the paths marked on the maps, the glow of the arcane runes reflecting off her polished nails. And what of their loyalty? No worries there, madam, another operative chimed in. He adjusted his hood, the red fabric casting shadows over his scarred face. We made it real clear what happens if they try to run. Good, and what about preparations for the next phase? Zoha asked out loud. Almost set, we've secured the supplies, and the lads are ready to move. Just waitin' on your say-so. Good, stay vigilant. We cannot afford any mistakes. The Black Eagle members nodded before returning to their tasks with renewed intensity. Zoha lingered for a moment longer, looking over the maps and plans before her. And soon, the soft rustle of parchment, the faint clink of glass vials, and the steady hum of conversation filled the chamber like a familiar melody. Doesn't look like there's anything out of order. But then, a distant, muffled explosion reverberated through the walls. The sound was barely more than a vibration in the air, yet it carried a weight that stilled every movement. The hum of activity died instantly, as if the breath of the room had been sucked out. What was that? Zoha's eyes narrowed into sharp slits, senses sharpening as she tilted her head slightly to listen with an intensity that set her skin tingling. The explosion hadn't been close enough to cause immediate damage, but the tremor it sent out was unmistakable. That explosion came from deeper in the underground, not too far from here though. Before she could form the words to issue an order, the doors at the far end of the room were flung open with extreme force. The sound of metal crashing against stone echoed sharply, filling the sudden silence like a death knell. A Black Eagle member stumbled through the doorway, half collapsing against the frame before he pushed himself forward. His face was now exposed, streaked with blood, the red of his cloak torn and singed as if he had walked through a furnace. Smoke clung to him, curling in tendrils around his limbs as he swayed on unsteady feet. Madam Zoha, there's a... Before he could say anything else, a blinding flash of red lightning split the air, the brilliance of it searing into the chamber with an unnatural ferocity. The energy struck the man with a precision that seemed almost deliberate, his body convulsing violently as the arcane power coursed through him. He collapsed to the floor in a twisted heap, the smoke from his remains curling upwards, mingling with the stench of burnt flesh that quickly filled the chamber. Zoha had to take a step back as she tried to fathom what had just happened. While the gang members scrambled for cover, Zoha stood frozen for a moment longer. I sense a presence, someone strong is nearby. Zoha's form coalesced from the swarm of flies, her cloak settling around her shoulders as she stood in a vast corridor supported by several large metallic pillars. She took in the scene quickly, looking from one fallen Black Eagle to the next, each one felled by the same brutal efficiency. The woman responsible stood in the center of the destruction. Her blue hair shimmered like a veil of icy water, while her red eyes glowed with an unwavering intensity. Red lightning arced from her fingertips, cutting down the last of the unfortunate souls who had tried to challenge her. Zohar recognized her immediately, Inquisitor Haziel. There were no unnecessary cruelties, only the cold calculation of a woman that transcended humanity. Reaching beneath her cloak, Zohar's fingers curled around the hilt of her dagger. With a swift, silent motion, she dissolved into a cloud of flies, the swarm surging forward in a dark wave that rippled through the air, reappearing behind Haziel in an instant. Zohar moved to strike, aiming to drive her blade into the Inquisitor's spine, but the Inquisitor spun with inhuman speed, hands snapping back. Red lightning exploded from her fingertips, and the demoness barely had time to register the attack before the searing energy slammed into her. The force hurled her backward with terrifying velocity, smashing through a metal pillar with a deafening crash. She hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the air from her lungs. Zohar gasped, pain lancing through her ribs as she struggled to rise. Through the ringing in her ears, Zohar heard the measured steps of Haziel approaching. There was no hurry in the Inquisitor's stride, no trace of arrogance or malice. She moved like a predator that knew its prey was already caught. Arrogant bitch! Zohar pushed herself up, one hand pressed against the cold stone floor for support. Haziel's figure loomed closer, her red eyes devoid of emotion as she regarded Zohar with the same indifference she might show to a broken tool. I always suspected you were demon scum. And you shouldn't stick your nose where it doesn't belong, Zohar growled. Haziel's expression did not change. There was no anger, no amusement, only a chilling detachment. I'll do as I please. Zohar braced herself, tensing as Haziel's words lingered in the air like a chilling wind. The Inquisitor moved without hesitation, the red lightning in her hand snapping into the shape of a long, crackling sword. Then, Haziel lunged forward. Zohar barely had time to react, her instincts taking over as she dissolved into a swarm of flies. The sword cut through the space she had occupied a split second before, the crackle of energy singing through the air. The demoness reformed behind one of the towering metal pillars, breathing sharp and quick. There was no room for error, no chance to catch her breath. I have to keep moving, can't let her get to me. Haziel advanced, red eyes locked onto Zohar as she slashed her lightning blade through the pillar. The metal groaned under the force of the attack, tearing apart as the blade cleaved through it effortlessly. Zohar flitted to the side, shifting into flies once more to avoid the deadly strike. She reappeared a few feet away, dagger clenched tightly in her hand as she tried to find an opening, but Haziel gave her none. The Inquisitor was already upon her, the sword slicing through the air with unerring accuracy. Zohar ducked and weaved, using the pillars as cover, but Haziel's attacks were relentless. Each swing of the sword sent sparks flying as it struck stone and metal alike. Zohar retaliated when she could, sending her swarm of flies to distract Haziel. But the Inquisitor's lightning was too fast. She swatted the insects away with bursts of red energy, her movements never faltering as she pressed her attack. In one moment, Zohar slashed with her dagger and aimed for Haziel's side, but the blade met only empty air as the Inquisitor sidestepped the strike with ease. Haziel pivoted, her sword flashing in a deadly arc. Zohar twisted her body to avoid the blow, but the tip of the blade caught her shoulder, the searing heat of the lightning burning through her cloak and into her exoskeleton. Immediately, she ducked behind another pillar, breath coming in ragged gasps as she tried to assess her situation. Haziel is much faster and stronger than me. I'll have to play this smart. The corridor seemed to shrink around her, the walls closing in as Haziel drove her back with every swing of her sword. Zohar's back hit one of the pillars, and she knew she was running out of room to maneuver. But before she could act, Haziel's sword flashed again, the blade slamming into the pillar just inches from Zohar's head. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the stone, cracks spider-webbing out from the point of contact. Zohar's eyes widened as the pillar began to crumble, the heavy metal and stone toppling toward her. She shifted into her swarm form just in time, the flies dispersing into the air as the pillar crashed to the ground. Zohar reappeared on the other side of the corridor, her body shaking with the effort of maintaining her form. She barely had a moment to catch her breath before Haziel was on her again, the Inquisitor's sword crackling with red lightning as she slashed at Zohar again and again. Zohar ducked and rolled, dagger flashing as she tried to strike back, but Haziel was too fast. The Inquisitor parried every attack, her movements fluid and controlled, never giving Zohar an inch. Then, with a final, devastating swing, Haziel struck. The red lightning exploded from her sword, slamming into Zohar's chest with the force of a battering ram. Zoha's body was hurled through the air, crashing through yet another pillar with a bone-jarring impact. She hit the ground hard, the breath knocked from her lungs as she skidded to a stop against the cold floor. Haziel walked forward with the same measured steps. I expected more from a demon. Zoha lay on the ground, pain radiating through every fiber of her being. But she refused to stay down. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself up and forced her body to obey. Purple blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but she wiped it away with the back of her hand. I was just getting started. Zoha straightened, her body protesting every movement, but the defiance in her eyes never wavered. She reached into the folds of her cloak and drew out a sewing needle, its length gleaming faintly in the dim light of the corridor. Haziel's gaze was fixed on Zoha, unblinking. The air around the Inquisitor thrummed with barely restrained power, the tension coiling tighter with every passing second. Slowly, she lifted her hand, the skin of her palm tingled as arcs of red lightning crackled at her fingertips, flickering and dancing like a serpent poised to strike. Zoha responded with a measured calm that was almost unsettling. She took a slow step forward while her fingers curled loosely around the slender needle she held, the cool metal pressing lightly against her palm. It seemed so small, so insignificant in the face of the power crackling between them, yet the demoness wielded it with the confidence of someone who knew its deadly potential. The Inquisitor's expression remained cold as she flicked her wrist. Red lightning shot forth, surging with blinding speed. The corridor lit up with a harsh, crimson light, the heat from the lightning singeing the very air around it. But in the instant before the lightning struck, Zoha's body dissolved into a swirling cloud of black flies. The transformation was instantaneous, the insects dispersing in all directions with a frenzied buzz. Haziel's lightning bolt shot through the space where Zoha had stood, the energy slamming into the ground with a sizzling crack. The stone beneath it blackened and cracked, tendrils of smoke curling up from the point of impact. For a moment, everything fell almost completely silent. Haziel stood perfectly still, muscles coiled and ready to strike again. Her sword remained poised, the blade humming with residual energy. Then, without warning, Haziel's hand jerked to the side. Her movements were always precise, controlled, but this time there was a split second of hesitation, an almost imperceptible falter. A sharp, stinging pain shot through her finger. The Inquisitor's eyes widened slightly, the first crack in her otherwise stoic facade. She glanced down at her hand, and what she saw made her breath catch, a clean, bloodied stump where her finger had been. Zoha reappeared behind one of the towering metal pillars, the needle in her hand now trailing a thin, almost invisible thread that shimmered in the faint light. The thread was taut, leading back to where Haziel's severed finger lay on the ground. Zoha pulled the thread with a flick of her wrist. The needle moved like a dancer in her hand, weaving through the air with a grace that belied its lethal intent. Haziel's eyes flicked up just in time to see the thread flash past her, slicing through the air with lethal precision. She twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp line as it whipped by, the force of it so intense that it whistled through the air, slicing clean through one of the towering metal pillars behind her. The pillar groaned as it started to collapse. The Inquisitor's eyes widened slightly as she realized what was happening, her cold composure cracking ever so slightly as the massive structure tilted and fell. Zoha's lips curled into a smile, a dark satisfaction glinting in her eyes. She had never intended to strike Haziel directly, the pillar was her target all along. She watched as the colossal metal structure teetered, then crashed down with a deafening roar, the ground trembling under the force of the impact. Dust and debris filled the air, the corridor shaking as the pillar slammed into the stone floor, trapping Haziel beneath its immense weight. A clean hit. For a moment, silence reigned. Dust swirled in the air, obscuring everything in a thick, suffocating cloud. Zoha stood still, her needle poised, her eyes fixed on the wreckage where Haziel had been. She's still alive. Then, with a blinding flash of red lightning, the pillar exploded. Chunks of metal and stone were sent flying in every direction, the force of the blast knocking Zoha back. She shielded her face with her arm as the debris rained down around her. When the dust finally began to settle, Haziel emerged from the wreckage, her form illuminated by the crackling arcs of red lightning that danced around her. She was battered, but she was very much intact. Without hesitation, she dashed toward Zoha once again. The demoness reacted instantly, as she flicked the needle through the air. The almost invisible threads she controlled sprang to life, spreading out like a spider's web, weaving through the corridor. The threads caught Haziel mid-air, ensnaring her in a deadly embrace before she could reach. Haziel's momentum halted abruptly, her body jerking to a stop as the threads tightened around her. She struggled, the red lightning that surrounded her flaring with intensity as she tried to break free, but the threads were too many, too strong. They dug into her skin, slicing through her clothes, binding her like a fly caught in a web. The more she struggled, the tighter the threads became, pulling her limbs taut, suspending her in the air. Zoha's eyes gleamed with a cold satisfaction as she watched the Inquisitor struggle. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured more needles that quickly materialized in her grasp. Then, she hurled them at Haziel, the needles embedding themselves into the Inquisitor's neck with sickening precision. The threads that connected to the needles pulled tighter, forcing Haziel's head back as the sharp tips dug into her flesh. The Inquisitor gasped as pain radiated through her body. But her eyes remained fixed on Zoha, the fury within them intensifying, growing into something dangerous. The red lightning that crackled around her began to build, the arcs growing thicker, more violent, until they were almost blinding in their brilliance. The air around her hummed with energy, the pressure building as the power within her threatened to explode outward. Zoha could feel the change, the shift in the air as Haziel's power grew. The threads that held her began to vibrate, the force of the lightning straining against them, pushing them to their limits. The demoness smile faltered slightly as she realized that Haziel was on the verge of breaking free. Oh shit! Chapter 50 Perfect timing. Haziel's red lightning surged, slicing through the air with a force that reverberated through the entire chamber. The threads binding her vibrated with the strain, stretched to their limits as the Inquisitor's power expanded beyond what they could contain. Zoha's eyes widened, her confidence faltering as the threads threatened to snap. With an explosive burst of energy, the threads shattered. The air filled with the sound of tearing silk as Haziel broke free, the remnants of the threads whipping around her before disintegrating into nothingness. The Inquisitor's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Zoha, her expression hard and unforgiving. Without hesitation, she raised her crackling sword, the red lightning condensing into a deadly, pulsating blade. The searing blade cut through the air with terrifying speed, aimed directly at Zoha's heart. Instinctively, she tried to shift into her swarm form, but she knew it wouldn't be fast enough. The blade was inches from her chest, the heat of the lightning already searing her skin, when suddenly, a brilliant light erupted between them. A soft glow seeped from the folds of Zoha's cloak, the faint light growing brighter until a card, radiant and spinning like a miniature sun, shot out. It sliced through the air with precision, tracing a golden arc before positioning itself between her and the descending blade. The card pulsed, edges shimmering with an ethereal, golden hue that flared as it intercepted the strike. Haziel's sword clashed against the card, but instead of biting through it, the blade halted, as though caught by an unseen hand. The light from the card intensified, a blinding brilliance that filled the space, forcing Haziel to stumble back, her vision overwhelmed by the sudden flash. Zoha blinked rapidly, her vision struggling against the lingering afterimage burned into her eyes. The world slowly came back into focus, revealing a figure standing before her, tall and confident, exuding an aura that danced between mischief and danger. Dante. The familiarity of his presence grounded her, even as the after-effects of the blinding light lingered. Zoha muttered, more to herself than to anyone else, so that's what that card does. Dante turned slightly, the playful smirk on his lips unmistakable. The fool has many tricks up its sleeve. But in this case, it only teleports me to whoever holds it when they're in deep trouble. Seems I arrived just in time. Zoha rolled her eyes, though she felt the tight coil of tension within her ease slightly at the sight of her brother. You could have warned me about the light. Dante shrugged, his smirk widening into a grin. Where's the fun in that? Besides, you looked like you could use a little surprise. Before Zoha could form a retort, Haziel shook her head, blinking away the remnants of the intense light. Her eyes locked onto the two of them, the fury within them burning just as hot as before. The air around her crackled with latent energy, red lightning sparking along the length of her sword as she prepared to strike again. Dante's expression turned serious as he exchanged a glance with Zoha. Without a word, they both dispersed and moved in opposite directions. Haziel's eyes darted between them, sword raised as she assessed her targets. But before she could choose, Dante acted first. With a flick of his wrist, Dante hurled a handful of red-colored cards at Haziel. The cards flew through the air before they exploded upon contact, each one bursting into a violent explosion of crimson energy. Haziel was forced to step back, raising her sword to deflect the blasts, but the sheer number of cards overwhelmed her defenses. The explosions rocked the chamber, sending shockwaves through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Zoha conjured her threads once more and weaved them through the air. Each one shimmered faintly as they moved to ensnare Haziel, cutting off her avenues of escape. Haziel's attention snapped to the threads, her eyes narrowing as she realized the trap being set around her. With a swift, decisive motion, Haziel spun on her heel, her sword slicing through the air. The red lightning flared as the blade cut through the threads, severing them before they could fully entangle her. But in that split second of distraction, Dante had already moved again, his cards whirling through the air toward her. Haziel twisted her body, dodging the first few cards with ease, but the relentless barrage forced her back. She lunged forward, attempting to close the distance between herself and Dante, but as she moved, more threads appeared, summoned by Zoha's quick, precise gestures. The threads snaked through the air, forming a web that Haziel had no choice but to evade or cut down. The chamber echoed with the sounds of combat, the crackle of energy, the hiss of slicing threads, and the roar of explosions. But even as the two siblings worked in tandem, it was clear that Haziel's power was overwhelming. With a final, furious roar, Haziel unleashed a shockwave of red lightning that radiated outward from her body. The force of the blast was immense, sending Dante and Zoha hurtling backward. Zoha crashed into a nearby wall, the impact jarring her bones and leaving her breathless. Dante was thrown across the chamber, skidding to a stop as he slammed into the cold stone floor. The shockwave dissipated, leaving the chamber in eerie silence, broken only by the sound of rubble settling and the faint crackle of residual lightning. Haziel stood in the center of the destruction, her red eyes glowing with an intensity that promised there would be no mercy. Zoha pushed herself up from the rubble, her body aching from the impact, but the fire in her eyes hadn't dimmed. She wiped a streak of purple blood from her forehead, gaze locking onto Haziel, who still stood mostly unfazed, red lightning crackling around her form like a halo of destruction. Dante rose beside her, brushing the dust from his coat with a wry grin. "Seems like she's not going to go down that easy." Zoha smirked, her lips curling into a feral grin. "Then let's just hit her harder." Without another word, the two siblings launched themselves at Haziel. Dante moved like a shadow, his cards appearing in his hands as if by magic, each one glowing with the promise of devastation. He threw them with deadly precision, aiming to pin Haziel down and create an opening that Zoha could exploit. Haziel deflected the cards mid-air, each explosion rippling through the chamber with enough force to shake the very foundation. But for every card she deflected, another two took its place, closing in from every angle. Zoha dissolved into her swarm form. The black cloud of flies buzzed through the air, circling Haziel, obscuring her vision, biting at her skin. Soon, the demoness reformed behind Haziel, dagger gleaming as she struck out and aimed for a vital spot. But the Inquisitor spun with unnatural speed, lightning-imbued sword slicing through the air. Zoha barely managed to twist out of the way, the blade missing her by a hair's breadth, the heat of the lightning scorching her side. She retaliated with a quick slash of her own, but Haziel parried it effortlessly, the force of the block sending Zoha stumbling backward. Meanwhile, Dante continued his assault, summoning more red cards charged with explosive energy. He flanked Haziel, trying to draw her attention away from Zoha, to give his sister the chance she needed. But Haziel still managed to bat away his attacks with ease. Zoha lunged again with her dagger, but Haziel met her head-on. The Inquisitor's sword clashed against Zoha's blade, the red lightning arcing between them as they struggled for dominance. The demoness gritted her teeth, pouring all her strength into the attack, but Haziel's power was overwhelming. With a savage twist, the Inquisitor broke the deadlock and swung her sword down with brutal force. The blade caught Zoha across the chest, the red lightning searing through her defenses. Zoha gasped in pain, the force of the blow sending her reeling. Dante hurled more cards, trying to divert Haziel's attention, but the Inquisitor was relentless. She blocked his attacks with ease, focus never wavering from Zoha. The demoness knew she was being cornered, but she refused to back down. She shifted into her swarm form again, the cloud of flies scattering in all directions, but Haziel anticipated the move. With a snap of her fingers, the Inquisitor unleashed a pulse of red lightning that radiated outward, energy crackling through the air like a living thing. The swarm of flies was caught in the blast, the arcane energy tearing through them with merciless precision. Zoha reformed a few feet away, trembling from the strain. Haziel was already upon her, with her sword raised high. Zoha tried to dodge, to shift into her swarm form again, but she was too slow. The Inquisitor's sword descended with unerring accuracy, the blade piercing through Zoha's defenses and driving deep into her stomach. Zoha's eyes widened in shock, a choked gasp escaping her lips as the pain lanced through her body. The red lightning flared, searing her flesh, the smell of burning skin filling the air. Haziel twisted the blade with a cold and detached expression as she watched Zoha's life force drain away. But before Haziel could twist the blade further and end it, a flash of bright yellow light exploded in front of her eyes. The light was so intense that it seared her vision, blinding her momentarily. Haziel hissed in frustration, instinctively pulling her sword free from Zoha's body as she staggered back, hands flying to her eyes to shield them from the painful glare. Dante's heart pounded in his chest as he seized the fleeting moment of opportunity. He moved with fluid urgency as he darted to Zoha's side. Her body was limp, skin more pallid than usual, and breath shallow. When he reached her, she barely stirred, her eyes flickering open just enough to recognize him through the haze of agony that clouded her senses. Her lips parted, a faint attempt at speech, but the words failed her. All she could manage was a weak, almost imperceptible nod, her last bit of strength yielding to her brother's care. Dante wrapped one arm around her waist, feeling the dead weight of her body slump against him. His muscles strained as he supported her, his grip firm yet gentle. With his free hand, he reached into the depths of his coat, fingers brushing against the familiar texture of the red cards he had stashed there. "Hang on," Dante whispered. He glanced over his shoulder, his gaze narrowing as he caught sight of Haziel. She was already regaining her bearings, the blinding light's effects rapidly fading from her red, fury-filled eyes. Her sword was raised, the air around her crackling with barely contained power. Immediately, Dante flicked his wrist and hurled the red cards behind him. The cards sliced through the air, spinning before embedding themselves into the ground. A split second later, the chamber was rocked by a series of violent explosions. The force of the blasts sent shockwaves rippling outward. The stone pillars that lined the corridor groaned under the strain, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across their surfaces. Haziel, still disoriented by the blinding light, was caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. She barely had time to raise her sword in a defensive stance before the explosions tore through the chamber. The bases of the pillars crumbled, unable to withstand the force of the detonations, and the heavy stone structures began to topple inward. The chamber was filled with a deafening roar as the pillars collapsed, one after the other, in a devastating domino effect. Dust and debris were hurled into the air, creating a thick, suffocating cloud that obscured everything in its path. Haziel tried to dodge the falling stone, but the sheer volume of debris overwhelmed her. The weight of the stone bore down on her, pinning her in place, as the remnants of the once grand chamber caved in around her. Chapter 51 minutes to midnight. Sera's body jerked violently as the ice sword pierced her chest. The shock of it hit her first, a paralyzing chill that spread outward from the wound, freezing her veins. Her breath caught, the sharp intake turning into a ragged gasp. She could feel the black sap, thick and viscous, gushing from the jagged opening, slicking her skin and dripping down in fat, glistening drops. The pain followed soon after. It was as though the cold steel wasn't just cutting her body but freezing her very soul. Every nerve screamed in protest, but Sera bit down on the rising cry, her pride sealing her lips before any sound could escape. "I will not scream. Not for this." Her chest heaved, forcing a shallow breath into her lungs, but the motion only drove the blade deeper. Her knees trembled, but she held herself upright, refusing to collapse under the weight of the agony. The taste of sap filled her mouth as it spilled from her lips. Amaryllis watched calmly. Without a word, she lifted a slender hand. The Ice Angel slowly withdrew the blade, the sharp edge sliding out of Sera's chest in a slow, deliberate motion. The ice stung as it left her flesh, the wound gaping open as if protesting the loss. Sera's body slumped forward, her hand instinctively going to her chest. She caught herself on one knee, black sap pooling beneath her fingers as she clutched at the wound. Her breath was shallow, ragged, every inhale sharp and painful. The world swayed for a moment, her vision blurring at the edges, but she forced herself to remain conscious. "Don't fall. Not yet." Her head snapped up, her glare locking onto Amaryllis. Anger flared in her eyes. "This is how you plan to help me defeat Haziel? By running me through with an ice puppet. The puppet I created is a fraction of Haziel's true speed and power. If you cannot avoid its strikes, you certainly won't stand a chance against the real thing," Amaryllis said. Sera's chest heaved, the wound slowly closing as her body regenerated, black sap congealing over the injury. She winced as the healing took hold, the pain dulling but still ever present. Standing on shaky legs, she wiped the remaining sap from her mouth and leveled a glare at Amaryllis. "I have people I can use to fight Haziel," she said. Amaryllis raised an eyebrow, her expression remaining cold. And do you truly believe they'll be enough to stop an angel? Sera clenched her fists. Then what would you have me do instead? Amaryllis paused as she regarded Sera. Finally, the Winter Dryad sighed, shoulders relaxing slightly. Unfortunately, I can no longer give you power. Why not? Sera's words faltered as she noticed something unsettling. Amaryllis's fingers were dissolving, the edges of her form flickering and becoming translucent. What's happening to you? Amaryllis held up her disappearing hand, staring at it with quiet acceptance. It takes an immense amount of energy just to bring you here. My power is fading, and I'm only a shadow of what I used to be. Sera's gaze lingered on Amaryllis's form, the Winter Dryad's body continuing to fade bit by bit, like snow melting under a sunless sky. She's spent so much just to bring me here. With a long sigh, Sera nodded. I see. She ran a hand through her hair, brushing aside strands still damp with the sap from her wound. Thank you for what you've given me. But I'll figure out the rest on my own somehow. Amaryllis's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Just remember, it's not just me who's relying on you. The other Elder Dryads are, too. Sera's eyes locked onto Amaryllis, studying the slight upturn of her lips, the calm certainty in her words. The weight of that responsibility settled over her like a thick fog, but she held herself steady. A sudden flicker caught Sera's eye. Amaryllis's body had begun to dissolve, starting from her fingertips. The edges of her form broke away into delicate wisps of mist, tendrils of icy vapor curling into the air. The ethereal light of the long death glowed faintly against her fading silhouette, casting long, shifting shadows across the frozen ground. Her skin, once solid and cold as winter itself, turned translucent, breaking apart like fragile snowflakes caught in the wind. Sera's gaze lingered on the dissolution, watching as Amaryllis's form drifted away into nothingness. The mist swirled, twisting and rising into the stillness of the swamp, leaving behind only the faintest trace of her presence, a ghostly echo of power in the air. Sera emerged from the portal and stepped onto the moss-covered ground of the mystic forest. The familiar pulse of the spirit tree grounded her as she moved forward, her senses alert for anything amiss. Soon, she spotted two figures resting against the trunk of an ancient oak, its massive roots snaking out beneath them like coiled serpents. Zoha and Dante lay slumped against the bark, their chests heaving with exhaustion. Zoha's normally sharp features appeared much more muted, while Dante's eyes were half-lidded, his usually cocky grin replaced by a grim expression. They looked like they had just survived a narrow escape. Sera crossed the clearing and stood before them, her arms crossed. What happened? Zoha, her voice hoarse, struggled to sit up straighter. Mistress, she rasped, dipping her head in respect. We just fought Haziel. The angel. She might be following us into the dungeon. We barely got away. Sera's eyes narrowed at the mention of Haziel. And why did you think endangering the spirit tree was a good idea by returning here? Zoha's eyes widened in alarm, and she bowed her head low, her voice trembling with regret. I'm sorry, mistress. I didn't think. Sera raised a hand, cutting off Zoha's frantic apology. It's fine. I'll have to deal with Haziel sooner or later, and it looks like that time is coming faster than expected. Sera turned her full attention to Dante, her sharp gaze locking onto him. Tell me everything. Dante leaned heavily against the tree, his body still recovering from the exhausting encounter. He wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. The angel completely outclassed us. Zoha and I barely scratched her. Sera didn't speak right away, absorbing Dante's words. Outclassed them? That means Haziel isn't just fast or strong, she's overwhelming. Sera narrowed her eyes, her mind analyzing the implications. What exactly did she do? I need details. Dante exhaled sharply, clearly trying to put the encounter into words. She's fast. Faster than anyone I've seen. Combined with immense strength and her red lightning, it's a miracle me and Zoha are still alive. Sera's lips pressed into a thin line. This does not bode well. And her defenses? Sera pressed. Dante's bitter smile returned. We tried. I threw everything I had at her, and Zoha went all out, but it was like hitting a wall. It was like fighting someone who could see every move before it happened. Sera's frown deepened. An angel with both near-perfect offense and defense. She's protected by her own power while cutting down anything that comes near her. Zoha, still catching her breath beside Dante, lifted her head slightly. She she didn't even flinch when I shifted into my swarm form. What about her weaknesses? Sera asked. Dante's expression turned thoughtful, though frustration still lingered in his eyes. She's physically stronger, faster, and more powerful than anything we've faced. The only thing that's maybe exploitable is her anger, but beyond that, there isn't much one can do. Zoha, still resting against the tree, glanced up at Sera. What exactly are you planning to do, mistress? Sera turned, her gaze sweeping over the forest around them. The ancient magic thrummed beneath her feet, an ever-present pulse of life ready to be molded to her will. She didn't answer right away, her thoughts briefly flickering back to Dante's words. Anger, it's a weakness, but I'll need more than that. I'll set up traps, Sera said. Haziel may be faster, stronger, but that doesn't mean she's invincible. If I can slow her down and then I'll figure out the rest as we go. Zoha's brow furrowed. I don't mean to be rude, mistress, but what kind of traps would work against someone like her? Sera glanced at her, the edges of a smirk pulling at her lips. Every living thing has a breaking point. She's no exception. The traps aren't meant to finish her, just to give me time. Time to study her, to find a real weakness. Zoha nodded slowly, her trust in Sera's judgment clear despite her lingering doubts. I understand. I just hope it's enough. It will have to be, Sera replied, her eyes hardening as she turned away. Stay here and rest. I'll do the rest. Immediately, Sera strode deeper into the heart of the mystic forest, her senses attuned to the ancient magic flowing through the trees and plants around her. The ground beneath her feet pulsed with latent energy, the forest itself alive and waiting for her command. If Haziel comes, I'll make sure this place becomes her grave. The Elder Dryad's hand moved to her antlers, fingers grazing the rough, gnarled surface. With a sharp tug, she snapped off a chunk. The broken piece rested heavy in her palm, a solid reminder of the power she carried within her. Then, she ground the antler between her hands, the rough bark scraping against her skin as it crumbled into fine dust. With a gentle breath, she coaxed the energy within it to stir, the particles shimmering faintly with magic. As the last of the antler was reduced to dust, it transformed into small, glowing seeds, each one pulsating with the same energy that flowed through her own veins. Sera knelt, her fingers brushing the soft, mossy ground. Carefully, she scattered the seeds across the forest floor, letting them nestle among the roots and leaves. These will be waiting for you, Haziel. She straightened, wiping her hand on her robe before glancing at her palm. The seeds alone wouldn't be enough, she needed something more potent. Her eyes narrowed as she raised her hand, the blade of a thorny vine slithering up from the ground to meet her. Sera sliced the palm of her hand, feeling the sting as her skin parted and thick, black sap began to ooze from the wound. The sap dripped into her palm, viscous and dark as ink, carrying the raw essence of her power. She clenched her fist, allowing the sap to pool before dripping onto the forest floor. She spread it carefully, smearing the substance across the roots and leaves, her blood merging with the soil. The ground drank in the sap, dark veins of energy spreading beneath the surface like a network of tendrils. The black liquid pulsed with latent magic, waiting for Sera's command to spring to life. It was a part of her, a living connection to the land itself, and when the time came, it would obey without question. Next, Sera pressed her hand against the earth, allowing the wound to seal itself slowly as her regenerative powers took hold. The sap and seeds would soon sprout into deadly instruments, but she wasn't finished. She moved swiftly through the forest, her senses attuned to every inch of the ancient woodland, feeling the heartbeat of each tree and the energy thrumming beneath the soil. Reaching a thicket of thorny brambles, she extended her hand once more, urging the plant life to shift and grow. The brambles responded instantly, their sharp thorns extending and twisting, forming a dense, impenetrable wall of vines. Sera pushed them higher, shaping the thicket into a web of traps that would ensnare anything that dared to enter. Each thorn dripped with a paralytic toxin. But Sera wasn't done. She conjured a patch of venom weed, its broad, dark leaves bristling with deadly potential. The plant would lie in wait, its roots sensitive to the slightest tremor in the ground. Any movement nearby would trigger a cloud of spores, lethal to anyone who breathed them in. She planted them deep within the forest's core, hidden beneath the dense foliage. Finally, she called forth the thorn whip vines, their serpentine bodies coiling through the trees, ready to lash out and entangle anything that crossed their path. They responded to her like obedient pets, slithering into position and anchoring themselves to the forest floor. Sera stepped back, surveying her work, satisfaction settling over her like a warm cloak. Every inch of the forest was now an extension of her will, ready to strike at the slightest intrusion. This forest is my domain, and if Haziel thinks she can challenge me here, she's already lost. Chapter 52 From Dust to Dust. Haziel floated through a boundless void, her mind adrift as if untethered from the weight of her body. The crushing pressure of the stone and debris that had buried her was now a distant memory, lost in the endless darkness that surrounded her. The void was cold, its silence suffocating, pressing in on her from all sides, yet she felt neither fear nor pain. Only a stillness, vast and empty, stretching on forever. Is this how it ends? Unease stirred within her, as if buried beneath layers of apathy. But then, through the thick silence, whispers threaded into her consciousness, soft and almost indistinct. The voices called to her, their urgency growing with each passing moment, cutting through the oppressive stillness. Fight, they urged, their tone relentless. You are stronger than this. Do not yield. The words struck a chord deep within her, igniting a spark in the depths of her mind. The void trembled, rippling with energy, as if responding to her stirring will. Haziel's mind sharpened, her senses awakening to the voice's call, pulling her back from the precipice of oblivion. Keep fighting. You cannot fall here. The darkness shifted as a faint light flickered in the distance. It wavered like a dying flame, casting dim shadows into the void. Haziel's awareness surged toward it, her body pushing against the weightless nothingness that had held her in place. Her limbs felt heavy, sluggish, but the light was a beacon, its presence drawing her forward. As she swam through the dark, the light grew, its intensity feeding her with renewed strength. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, filling her with a rising fury. That small spark of defiance in her chest flared into a wildfire, burning away the numbness that had clung to her. I will not be defeated. With a final, forceful surge of will, Haziel broke through the last remnants of the void, her body crashing back into awareness. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with red lightning, her vision immediately filled with the sight of stone and rubble pressing in around her. The suffocating weight bore down on her, yet the pain that should have come with it was drowned beneath the power surging through her veins. Red lightning crackled at her fingertips, tendrils of energy snaking through the debris, lighting up the dark chamber in violent flashes. She could feel the power building inside her, growing stronger with every pulse of energy that coursed through her body. The rubble shifted as the cracks splintered through the surrounding stone. Haziel clenched her fists, her body trembling as she drew on the full force of her power. With a guttural roar that echoed through the ruins, she unleashed it all in a violent explosion. Red lightning erupted from her in a wave of destructive energy, shattering the debris and sending dust and stone flying in every direction. The air was thick with smoke and dust, but Haziel was already soaring through it, her body propelled into the night sky by the sheer force of her ascent. Below her, the ground smoldered, a crater smoking in her wake. The cool night air whipped against her face, refreshing but unable to quell the heat that raged inside her. They will pay for this. Her mind reached out, stretching across the vast landscape, seeking the two demons who had dared to challenge her. The world below blurred as she focused, honing in on the faint traces of their presence. Haziel's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, she angled her flight toward the source of the disturbance. The red lightning crackling around her intensified, propelling her forward at breakneck speed. The ground blurred beneath her as she cut through the night sky like a vengeful comet. Before long, she descended, landing with the force of a thunderclap, the impact sending shockwaves rippling through the earth. The ground beneath her feet cracked, splintering as she stood before the entrance of a large cavern, its mouth obscured by thick, interwoven roots. Haziel's gaze locked onto the entrance, her breath coming in steady, controlled bursts. The voices that had called her back from the abyss whispered at the edge of her consciousness, urging her forward, spurring her anger. They thought they could escape me. Haziel's eyes burned with fury as she approached the entrance of the cavern, the gnarled roots barely slowing her as red lightning surged from her fingertips, disintegrating the natural barrier into dust. She stepped inside, her aura crackling with violent energy. The air in the dungeon was thick with dampness, and the walls were lined with bioluminescent fungi, casting an eerie glow. Haziel's senses stayed sharp, her mind already calculating the trap she expected to find. Yet, no resistance came, no immediate ambush awaited. She pressed deeper into the dungeon, her lightning casting long, menacing shadows on the walls as she moved swiftly through the twisting corridors. It wasn't long before she came across the first line of defense, a group of towering myconid guardians, their massive fungal forms rising from the earth like sentinels. Their spore-filled breaths hissed in the air as they moved to block her path, but Haziel barely spared them a glance pathetic. With a flick of her wrist, a bolt of red lightning arced through the chamber and struck the myconids with deadly precision. Their bodies convulsed as they collapsed to the ground in heaps of smoldering ash. The angel soon stepped over their lifeless remains without a second thought. Finally, after dispatching another wave of lesser creatures, Haziel reached the heart of the dungeon. Before her stood a large magic circle inscribed into the floor. The air thrummed with energy, and a soft voice echoed in her mind. "Would you like to descend to the lowest floor?" Haziel paused at the message. She had expected a final ambush or a more elaborate trap, but this? An invitation? She clenched her fists, her lips curling in a sneer. A trap, surely. But no matter. Whatever awaits me below will fall like everything else. The angel stepped into the circle. The runes flared to life, and in an instant, the world around her dissolved into shimmering light. She felt a brief sensation of weightlessness before solid ground materialized beneath her feet. The atmosphere was different here. Colder, darker, the energy sharper, more deliberate. Haziel's red lightning flickered around her as she raised her head, her eyes immediately locking onto the figure standing before her. This one looks familiar. Haziel knew that the one standing in front of her had to be an Elder Dryad, standing tall and serene, her white hair flowing like a river of silver, with calm yet sharp eyes. She was dressed in a black dress that belied the immense power Haziel could sense radiating from her core. The Elder Dryad tilted her head slightly, studying the angel with a neutral expression. "I was expecting you." Haziel's surprise faded quickly, replaced by a hard, cold stare. "You remind me of someone I hate." The Elder Dryad didn't flinch. "Yes, I'm aware. But before we settle this, would you at least be willing to talk? There's much to explore in this dungeon, and I'd prefer not to rush into senseless violence." Haziel's eyes narrowed, suspicion clouding her mind. Talk? What game is she playing? She had no desire for idle conversation, yet something about the Elder Dryad's demeanor gave her pause. The Dryad stood unarmed, no signs of deceit in her posture, her words almost sincere. For the first time since entering the dungeon, Haziel hesitated. After a long, tense silence, she let out a low, dangerous hum. "Fine, but no games." The Elder Dryad's lips curved into a faint smile, though there was no malice in it. "Understood. Shall we?" Haziel, her red lightning still flickering warily at her fingertips, nodded stiffly. "Lead the way." The Elder Dryad led Haziel deeper into the dungeon's labyrinthine corridors, the glow of bioluminescent fungi casting soft blue light on the walls. The silence between them was tense, but it wasn't hostile, more a fragile equilibrium as each gauged the other. "You can call me Sera," the Elder Dryad said plainly as she walked. "But you must hate me, considering what I am and what I stand for." Haziel's eyes narrowed, though she didn't stop walking. "You'd be correct." Sera didn't react to the venom in Haziel's words. Instead, she clasped her hands behind her back, her tone thoughtful. "I am nature incarnate. The spirit tree is the essence of life, but life requires balance. For centuries, mortals have tipped that balance in their favor, spreading unchecked across the world, harvesting, conquering, and multiplying with no regard for the natural order." Her eyes flickered with a dangerous light as she spoke. "My purpose is to restore that balance, no matter the cost." Haziel's jaw clenched, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her sword. She hated everything about Sera's words, the cold logic of it, the detachment. It twisted her insides, filling her with disgust. "And you think that justifies murdering innocents?" Sera's gaze slid over to Haziel, her expression unreadable. "Mortals have forgotten their place, that's all." Haziel's red lightning flared brighter, the air around her crackling with pent-up fury. "Your arrogance is revolting. Who are you to decide when there are too many? Who gave you the right to pass judgment on entire civilizations?" Sera shrugged, the movement graceful, almost dismissive. "No one gave me the right. I am the right. I exist to fulfill this purpose, just as you exist to wield your power. I am not here to ask for permission, angel. I am nature's hand." Haziel's curled into a sneer. "You think yourself some kind of deity, above the suffering of those you condemn. You speak of balance, but all I hear is a monster rationalizing genocide. That is what you are." Sera's expression remained serene, though her eyes glittered with something sharper, darker. I do not revel in destruction, I merely accept it as part of life's cycle. Birth, growth, death, it's all connected. I serve the spirit tree, and through it, I guide the world back to equilibrium. You make it sound so clean. As if wiping out entire communities is just a matter of balance, as if the lives you extinguish mean nothing. It is not that their lives mean nothing. It is that they are part of a greater whole, a whole that has been neglected. I am here to preserve the balance of the world, even if it means making difficult choices. Haziel's fists tightened, her red lightning coiling around her like a living serpent. Your balance is a lie. Sera opened her mouth to respond, but before she could speak, Haziel moved with blinding speed. In a flash of red lightning, her blade pierced Sera's chest, the tip of the sword bursting through her back with a spray of black sap. Sera's breath caught, her eyes wide with shock as the searing pain spread through her body. She glanced down at the sword embedded in her chest, her mind struggling to register what had just happened. Haziel's face was inches from hers. I don't need your philosophy, this all ends here. Sera's body trembled under the force of Haziel's blade, the red lightning crackling around the sword sending shockwaves of pain through her. But instead of crying out or showing fear, a slow, wicked smile curled on her lips. You're not the only one with tricks, Sera whispered. With a flick of her wrist, the ground beneath them erupted. Sharp thorned vines shot up from the earth like serpents, wrapping around Haziel's legs in an instant. The angel's eyes flashed with surprise, but it lasted only a moment. Her wings flared open, and with a burst of red lightning, she launched herself into the air, tearing free from the vines as they crumbled to ash beneath her power. She hovered above Sera, her form glowing with crimson energy. Meanwhile, Sera gripped the hilt of Haziel's sword and yanked it free with a sharp gasp. Black sap poured from the wound, staining the ground beneath her, but her body quickly began to heal. The wound knitted itself together, the damage already vanishing. While Sera tossed the rapier aside, the angel raised her hand, and a bolt of red lightning shot toward Sera with terrifying speed. Sera's instincts screamed at her to move, and she threw herself behind a nearby tree just as the blast struck the ground where she had stood, incinerating the spot in a fiery explosion. The tree offered no true shelter. Haziel could feel the flicker of Sera's energy as the Dryad attempted to gather herself. Pathetic. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, her power rippling outwards, crackling like thunder about to strike. She knew Sera felt it, the urgency in the Dryad's movements betrayed her. Haziel hovered midair, watching as Sera's eyes narrowed in concentration. She didn't have to see it to know what came next. The ground rumbled, and with a thundering crash, massive roots thick, twisted erupted from the earth and surged toward her. Predictable. Haziel's wings snapped open, catching the air with effortless grace as she twisted her body. The roots swiped through empty space, their sharp tips barely grazing her. With one powerful beat of her wings, she propelled herself higher, just out of reach, as the roots crashed back into the earth, sending tremors through the dungeon. Her eyes locked onto Sera below. The Dryad's face was tight with frustration, her breath ragged. She's desperate. Then, Haziel raised her hand, red lightning crackling around her fingertips. She allowed herself a moment before unleashing another torrent of lightning. The bolt ripped through the air, a crack of pure energy aimed straight for her enemy. This time, the Elder Dryad wasn't fast enough. The lightning struck Sera square in the chest, the force of the blast lifting her off the ground as her body convulsed violently. Haziel watched as the electricity danced across the Dryad's form, searing flesh and turning everything in its path to ash. For a moment, the world stood still, the air thick with the smell of charred wood and burning life. The heat of the blast rippled outward, but Haziel remained unmoved, watching with cold satisfaction. The force of her power had torn through Sera's body, reducing it to nothing but cinders. As the smoke cleared, only Sera's head remained, resting pathetically on the scorched earth, her body entirely obliterated. Haziel descended slowly, her wings folding back as her feet touched the cracked ground. The earth beneath her gave way slightly, trembling under the weight of her power. Her sword still crackled with residual energy, the red lightning flickering along the blade like a living thing. She strode forward, her eyes glowing with a mixture of power and vengeance, each step deliberate, unhurried. The Dryad was clinging to life, her magic desperately working to regenerate what had been destroyed. Haziel could feel the flicker of it, weak and faltering. It doesn't matter. You're finished, Haziel said, her voice cold as ice. She raised her hand, red lightning sparking once more at her fingertips. This time, she wouldn't leave anything behind. Sera blinked, her vision swimming for a heartbeat, and when her eyes focused again, the world around her had changed. The air was thick with the smell of decay, sharp and cold, biting at her skin like tiny needles. Her breath misted in front of her as she looked down at her hands, flexing her fingers. They were whole again, her body unscathed, the damage Haziel had inflicted completely erased. She clenched and unclenched her fists, feeling the familiar pulse of energy coursing through her veins. She stood in the long death once more, the frozen swamp stretching out before her. The ground beneath her feet was solid ice, smooth and treacherous, reflecting the pale light of the sunlight.